Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Avengers, Infinite Wars in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 46, These Are the Years. A film made by Peter Parker. A camera turned on, recording the owner of said camera. It was a young 14-year-old kid with brown hair and brown eyes leaning back into his seat with an excited grin on his face. Okay, the young teen clapped his hands together excitedly. So, it's been a few days, but I know something has changed. Like, really changed. He pulled back his shirt to reveal a very well-toned and muscled arm which he promptly flexed. I mean, look at that. Peter said excitedly, believing as if it were a dream. I don't know how this happened, but I sure as hell ain't complaining about it. The boy drummed his fingers along his desk rapidly with his eyes darting about rapidly, conveying his fast-paced thought process. All right, so. I remember the school field trip to that lab under that company Oscorp. Peter said. There was a room filled with these really freaky-looking spiders. He blinked momentarily and found himself zoning out suddenly before wincing and rubbed his eyes a moment later. Eyes are still taking some adjustments after whatever happened. Peter grunted out, blindly searching for something on his desk. Finding it, he held it up to the camera, and it was a cylindrical device with a lens in the center. I've been working on these for a bit now. Peter said, cracking one eye open while the other one he kept on rubbing. I don't know if they'll exactly work or not, but won't know till I find out. I think it should help control the stimulation of it all, but I'm not dash. Peter said a loud male voice from behind his door. Oh, crap. Peter scrambled in, putting the item in his hand away. A moment later, a man in his mid-50s entered his room with a bemused face at seeing the cluttered mess of his nephew's room. What are ya doing in here, sport? Nothing, Uncle Ben. The man had brown hair like Peter's, yet clear silver on his sides. He looked a bit like an older version of Peter, just a few differences in their facial features. I heard talking. I'm trying on doing a vlog. One of those web things, right? Peter groaned aloud, hanging his head with his uncle chuckling at his response. Come on, kiddo, let's have some breakfast dinner. Ben said, patting his nephew on the shoulder. Your aunt's making our favorites. Pancakes. The man smiled knowingly. Yeah, come on before I beat ya to them. Peter scrambled out of his seat, leaving his phone behind, which tilted down and planted face up, leaving it recording. By the time Peter had returned from eating his pancakes, he hadn't realized it was still on and nearly about to die. Whoops. Peter remarked. Forgot about you. The camera is switched off only to be turned on once more, this time in a completely different area. It was an alleyway, one of many in the borough of Queens. Peter was in front of the camera again, propping it up on a nearby garbage bin before stepping back. Okay, so, the goggles are sorta working but not really. Peter began, holding up said items in his hand. I've been trying to figure out what's wrong with them, but I think I'm gonna need to find new materials to work around them, but I'll save that for later. First, you gotta check this out. Getting right in front of the camera, Peter held up his fingers as close as he could without it losing focus. I don't know if you can see it or not. Maybe I can make that happen, but I've noticed these really tiny, I don't know, legs, spikes on my fingers. Peter said, not quite sure himself. But check out what I can do. Picking up his phone, he had a small strap headband that he placed around his head, attaching his phone to the center. Approaching a nearby wall, Peter momentarily looked up at the brick structure before exhaling. Reaching forward, he placed one hand on the wall and shifted his hand a bit as if making sure it was secure. Detecting that he was, Peter placed his other hand on the wall and slowly lifted himself forward. Bit by bit, he began to get higher and higher, with him beginning to laugh in astonishment. Ha ha! I'm climbing! Peter said in pure elation as he looked down, his phone camera capturing at how high he had gotten. He was practically 7 stories off the ground by this point. He didn't even realize he had gotten so high. Yet his moment of excitement changed into one of annoyance as a pigeon flew across his face, startling him. Shoo! Shoo! The bird started flailing across his face, causing Peter to lean too far back as he waved both of his arms. It went too far as he lost focus and lost his grip on the wall. As a result, he fell. "Oh no!" Peter cried out, flailing as plummeted to the ground below. Reaching out, he soon grasped a clothing line. With the sudden yank of his weight, the clothesline broke, causing Peter to swing towards the opposing wall. He cried out in horror as the wall grew closer. Soon enough, he crashed onto the brick wall and tumbled down after a resounding smack. He spun a few times before his back landed on the hood of a parked car. After the impact, he rolled off and fell face first onto the concrete pavement. From the perspective of the camera, the screen was cracked, yet it was still recording as Peter slowly got up. In an instant, his hand flew to my back. Trying to stand up straight, he felt a sharp pain. My back. Looking around, Peter spotted his phone and hobbled over to it. Picking it up, he didn't bother turning it off as he was limping out of the alleyway, all the while muttering about finding a chiropractor. The next time the camera was operational, Peter was presently wearing a makeshift outfit consisting of a red ski mask, a red hoodie, a light blue sweatshirt and sweatpants combo, red fingerless gloves and red boots. "Okay," Peter murmured. He had his phone strapped to his chest this time as he held up his arms. On them were large gauntlets of some kind that looked as though they were put together with every scrap of metal Peter was able to get his hands on. "I've been testing the tensile strength for a few weeks now," Peter muttered, voice slightly scratchy due to the audio being a bit damaged. "After some failed attempts in my room, I believe I got the balance right. Granted, I should have done it outside in order to save me hours of cleaning, but too late now." Peter approached the edge of the roof he stood on and faced the city of Manhattan before him. He had already done a few preliminary runs in his home borough, but this right here would be his ultimate test. Swinging his arms back and forth, Peter began shaking his head while muttering to himself that he got this. He had it in the bag. All he had to do was just make that jump forward. After a few seconds, Peter instantly turned and began to walk away, only to halt. From the phone camera POV, it recorded as Peter held up his arms with his latest inventions strapped to his wrists and clenched his fists tightly. A second later, he snapped back in the direction to the city and instantly sprinted forward at full speed. With a mighty jump forward, Peter's arms were windmilling about until he threw one arm forward and from his wrist gauntlets came a line of webbing that attached itself to the closest building. Feeling his entire body tense up, Peter clenched his web tightly and proceeded to swing at gathering speeds until he found himself floating in the air briefly. Instantly, he fired another web and began to swing once more until he repeated the process over and over and over until woo-hoo-hoo. The pure joy of feeling the wind rippling across his body was exhilarating. He then began to get more and more daring, performing elaborate flips, twists, and acrobatics he had no idea he was capable of pulling off. The camera then shifted into one of him in an underground wrestling arena, the sounds of people cheering for the chaos. Peter was wearing his homemade suit as he stood before the clerk, who didn't even bother to look up from her table. "Got a name, kid?" "The Human Spider." The lady paused in her work and took a moment to look up at the young teen, giving him an unimpressed look. "Really now?" Yeah. Peter said more confidently, and moments later as he readied himself for his match. "Give it up for the amazing Spider-Man," the ring announcer said boisterously. "It's Human Spider dash." "Don't care." Peter was shoved forward into the ring where he stood face to face with Crusher Hogan, who easily towered over him. The young teen could only let out what was a tiny squeak of fear as the larger human cracked his neck and knuckles. I don't suppose we can't be friends, right?" Crusher Hogan only huffed aloud in amusement as the ring announcer only added to the mounting dread. "Please lock the cage at this time." Whoa. I did not sign up for a cage match." The ring announcer merely shook his head dismissively as Peter slowly turned back to his opponent. "You ain't going nowhere. I got you for 3 minutes. 3 minutes of playtime." The moment when the bell rang, Crusher Hogan charged forward. "Nope." Leaping into the air, Peter flipped and grasped onto the cage bars high above so he wouldn't get tackled by the wrestler. This caused Crusher to crash into the cage, who soon tumbled onto the ring mat. Boos were made not long after. Getting back onto his feet, the wrestler glared at Peter. "What are you doing?" "Staying away from you." Come down here now and take it like a man. Well, if you insist. Leaping down, Peter soon collided against the wrestler as the camera went out. Once again, the camera perspective changed, showing a fuming Peter Parker. Typical. The boy growled. Typical Parker luck. I get in there, win the whole stupid match and walk away with only $300 when I should've gotten. He found himself trailing off as he gazed ahead, with him momentarily shifting the camera forward to see a large crowd ahead of him. Peter held his phone to the side as he got closer to the crowd until he began pushing through. Several police officers told him to stop when. That's my uncle. Peter's phone fell from his hand as the boy rushed to his uncle. The camera was facing up towards the crowd of people where it was left behind, as the audio barely registered Uncle Ben's words, but it picked up the distressed cries of Peter just clearly. What happened? Carjacking. A police officer said somberly. As the phone audio picked up on Peter crying, one police officer spoke up. They got the shooter. He's headed south on 5th Avenue, we got 3 cars in pursuit of him. The phone was picked up not long after as its owner shut off the video feed in order to make a call while also going for a run. The next time the camera came back on, months had passed. It was the start of another school year, with Peter casually sitting atop a rooftop while his camera recorded him eating his lunch. Been a while since I've done one of these, and the superhero vigilante only hung his head. Ah, forget it. He reached out to his phone and shut it off. The next time the camera was on, it showed a more elated Peter Parker. Holy crap, I can't believe I'm here of all places and I'm not getting in trouble for entering the premises, let alone sticking along the building's many windows. Peter squealed with the biggest smile on his face. This has gotta be one of the greatest days of my life. Bringing the camera around for a better shot, it focused more on a building with a large A near the very top. Me, Peter Parker, has been requested to join the Avengers by Tony Stark himself. How awesome is that? The level of excitement was quite difficult for him to fully verbalize. Instead, he opted for a few flips which turned into going out for a near-hour-long web-swinging session. It eventually captured the incomprehensible awe of him getting a brand new spider suit whilst also meeting another superhero that Stark had recruited. The Devil of Hell's Kitchen. How cool was that? From within Peter's new suit, the built-in camera was recording him perched atop a building with him gazing down at another vigilante clad in darker reds and a lot more black. What are you doing? Asked the blind superhero. Nothing. He responded innocently. Doesn't sound like nothing. Came Matt Murdock's flat response. Yeah see vlog, sometimes. The older hero sighed aloud, hanging his head slightly. Whatever you're doing, please stop. We're on a mission right now and you need to focus. Aw, come on, other people don't have to see this, but I at least want our kids to know we did cool things. It's the point of the matter and a breach of security if someone were to tamper with this vlog of yours. Who'd wanna breach the security of a 15-year-old kid? No, it's who would want to breach the security of Spider-Man. That's not a good point. Don't make me come over there and take it from you. Right. Or I could tell Stark dash. He kinda already knows. Daredevil only hung his head. Fine. Let's go. Peter switches on his camera as he now stood within a brand new room of his. Okay, so. The boy gazed at his reflection, mask still on. I am in space. And that's where the other Avengers went off to. Can you believe it? I'm in space with the Avengers. And, we somehow are wrapped up, in a war, with robots and clones. The boy began to gush about. This is like every nerd's dream. And I'm living it. A moment later, he heard knocking at his door where a now familiar female voice to him spoke on the other end. Peter, is everything alright in there? Oh yeah, come in Ahsoka, please quickly. The Tortuga soon walked into the room with a questioning look on her face. Who were you talking to? She asked in confusion. Well, I'm talking to myself for a recording of a vlog. A vlog? Video log, or a video journal? Oh. Ahsoka nodded her head. What for? 'Cause this is awesome. Not a lot of people from my planet can say they've been to space and met 1,000 new species in 1 week. Peter bluntly stated, earning a small laugh out of his new friend that he made. Ahsoka laughed aloud at her friend's exuberant answer. I guess so. Once again, the camera cut, this time within Peter's point of view with the web head swinging around the bustling city planet of Coruscant. Woo! It was obvious to any who would watch the recording just how much Peter was enjoying this right about now. Then again, it's not every day a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man would be wall-crawling and web-swinging across a city on an alien planet. And he wasn't just doing this for the thrill ride. Though it has taken some getting used to, Peter had several reasons for doing this. 1. Being the obvious is that it was fun and he wanted to experience the multi-thousand-faceted culture of the planet for as long as he was able to. 2 was to learn about all the species and get a better understanding of this place in regard to the current residents of the Avengers being the Jedi Temple. 3 is simply that he felt at peace in web swinging as well as patrolling and helping those in need. And 4th and finally was coming up right now at this building that was marked for him. Arriving at a building, he reached behind him and grabbed something he had strapped to his back. The door opened to reveal a blue-headed alien that reminded him of Earth's earliest rendition of alien life. He believed these were called Duros. Peter held up a metallic bin. Order up. Peter said cheerfully. Gurren's delivery service. Hey, thanks. The Duros said happily, taking the bin out of his hands. He added a small tip for the New York native, making Peter nod in appreciation before going back out into the city skyline. The recording flashed through several more instances, showing off Peter meeting with the Coruscant guard for and introducing him to the delicacies of donuts. Took him several tries to get the recipe right, within a ship with several clones from the 501st, fighting alongside Sam and Pietro, fighting with the Avengers, Jedi, and clones on various planets. The last video was Peter recording himself sitting in the middle between his 2 friends that he had become quite close to over the course of his stay here on Coruscant and in the galaxy overall. Hey May, it's Pete. Peter said, waving at the camera. I don't know if this will ever reach you or find its way to you somehow, but I just wanted to leave this mess. Peter slumped slightly in his seat while letting out a sigh. Ahsoka and Barriss exchanged looks with each other before taking over for their friend. Hello Ms. May. Ahsoka said cheerfully. Your nephew is all right here, we've been helping take care of him while he stays here. He's been a wonderful friend to the both of us. Barriss added on with a serene smile. Scene cut. Upon the lush planet of Naboo, within the swamplands below, several individuals stood upon a platform with expressions of panic and horror etched upon their faces. Next to them, a med scientist was cackling about with sadistic glee as he rambled on and on about the liberation of the Blue Shadow virus. You are all doomed. Dr. Nuvo Vindi cackled in maddening glee. The virus has been freed and the planet shall fall. The med scientist was effectively silenced with a swift punch straight to the jaw courtesy of War Machine. Anakin went for his comms in an instant. Ahsoka, what's going on down there? Are you alright? Down with his Padawan, she, along with Barriss, Natasha, Captain Rex, and several other clones were running at top speeds away from an oncoming blue cloud that was barreling straight towards them. The facility is compromised. Ahsoka answered into her wrist comms. Get to the safe room. Kman. Barriss yelled out, pointing ahead of them. The blue mist was like a tidal wave, crashing through the corridors rather quickly. One by one, many doors were swiftly closing up prior to the gas reaching them. There's the safe room. Captain Rex shouted. No chance. Hurry. The doors are closing. In an instant, the doorway was halted. Looking beside her, Natasha gazed at the 2 Padawans using the Force to keep it from closing. Don't worry. Barriss said evenly. Get inside, now. Ahsoka barked out. When the last of the clones got in, Natasha quickly jumped through the gap. Once through, Rex called out to the Padawans. Hurry. They nodded as they saw a pair of clones keeping the safe room door open with all their strength. Once letting go of the Force, the 2 teens saw the clones quickly struggle to pry the door open. It wasn't long before the Padawans leaped through the gap. Once through, the clones let go as the panels snapped shut. In mere moments, the comms flared to life. Please tell me you guys are alright. Natasha was the first to respond. We're alright. We're in a safe room for the time being. But I'm concerned about a few things. Being what exactly? Ahsoka asked. The remaining droids down here, for starters. They'll no doubt try to break out. We'll need to do what we can to stop them. Barriss stated. But we don't have any protective suits to ward off the virus. Ahsoka pointed out worriedly. We can't let that virus escape or else Neba will suffer. Barriss countered. And what's the other thing you're worried about? Rex noted. I saw some of the virus get in here. Natasha said rather grimly. The door didn't close fast enough. Scene cut. Making a cure might take too long. Steve pointed out. We're on borrowed time now. What can we do right now then? Peter asked worriedly. Everyone down there is sick with this blue virus thing and Vindy said there's no cure to it. The Jedi and Captain didn't get a chance to answer as War Machine and Luminara returned from their quick reconnaissance around the underground base. Everything all right? Anakin asked straight away. Whatever that explosion was, it didn't cause any surface-level breaches. Rhodey stated. For the moment, the situation is under control. Luminara said calmly. As much as it can be. Anakin muttered under his breath, teeth clenched in anger. Seeing his frustration, Steve evenly spoke to the young Jedi Knight. Patience, Anakin. We'll find a way to save them. Easy for you to say, Steve. It's not. Steve shot back. But we gotta keep a level head here. Otherwise, it'll just lead us to rash decisions. Much as he loathed to admit it, Steve was right. Obi-Wan, having seen this, nodded approvingly as he spoke up. First off, we need to get Vindy back to the capital and figure things out from there. Any ideas would be rather helpful. Because right now, none come to mind. Anakin said bitterly. Well, we're dealing with a virus, right? Peter brought up. One that was taken out thousands of years ago. So that means there's gotta at least be a cure. Dr. Evil must have some knowledge about it. Or perhaps none at all. Kenobi said. Could we perhaps look through some old archives on the solution back then? War Machine asked. Luminara shook her head. That would take too long, combing through all that information. Anakin's frown deepened. Then what can we do? 'Cause right now, it doesn't look like we have a lot of options. It was at this time that Peter snapped his fingers, expression conveying realization. Maybe we can track down that helmeted guy and those acolytes. Peter said. I bet they know something. Maybe even they got a cure. The grown-ups looked to him in confusion. What makes you say that? War Machine inquired. And how can we do that? Anakin asked a moment later. I placed a tracker on one of their ships. Peter said proudly. And you're telling us this now? Came the flat question from Master Kenobi. Peter faltered slightly. Yeah. Sorry, kinda forgot about it. Got caught up in it all. Steve sighed aloud but held a small understanding look. All right. We drop off Vindy and along the way, get that signal up and running, Peter. We can't waste any precious time now. Steve said. We're taking a rather big gamble on this, you know that, right? What choice do we have? Scene cut. Once dropping the Separatist scientist back at the palace, the team immediately traveled back to the Republic ship in orbit in order to project a course towards Rumlo's signal. Luminara and War Machine had stayed behind on Naboo, setting up a small camp of sorts near the underground base and kept in constant contact with their trapped friends and allies. They had to make sure that should any droid escape or breaches appear on the surface that they were to keep the virus from getting out at all cost. The fate of Naboo depended on it. Thus, that left the four-man squad of Steve Rogers, Peter Parker, Anakin Skywalker, and Obi-Wan Kenobi in tracking down Rumlo. Currently, the four stood within Anakin's flagship the Resolute on the bridge around the holotable. Peter had set up a link between his suit and the ship's systems. The teen from Earth was so glad he was able to get his tracers to effectively work well. With help of the Republic ship, tracking the signal was boosted significantly. All right. Peter had his mask on as the HUD displayed his tracer. It's a bit shoddy, but I think I have an idea where Rumlow flew off to. Looking at the coordinates, the Jedi Master presently on board was able to see where their destination was located. Nar Shaddaa. Anakin said aloud in surprise. That's in Hutt space. Allied territory, right? Steve asked, unsure of this. Not exactly. Obi-Wan said with a frown. Much as the Hutts have a great deal of control, Nar Shaddaa has always been a difficult moon to reign in. The Smuggler's Moon, it's called. Anakin added. The capital moon for trade in Hutt space. It's the crime capital of that controlled territory. We may be allied with the Hutts, but I seldom believe we'll be welcomed there with open arms. Obi-Wan stated, arms crossed. Looks like Rumlow chose the place properly then. Steve remarked. At a time like this, it's something neither of us will really care for. Finding him won't be as easy. Obi-Wan said. You have the tracer on his ship, not his person. Who knows how we can find him? What's this planet like anyway? Peter found himself asking. Like Coruscant. Anakin answered straight away. Just completely lawless, crime-ridden and polluted to the bone. They may say that there is order, but that's just the Hutts and it's loose at best. Really, so long as you don't incur the wrath of the Hutts, it's free reign on Nar Shaddaa. Sounds like Chicago. Peter couldn't help but comment. If we are indeed going to the planet that had not submitted to any rule in the past, then we must go there and tread lightly. Obi-Wan said. Finding who we are looking for will not be an easy task whatsoever. Anakin crossed his arms with a deep frown marring his face. Are you guys sure about this? There's nothing else we can think of. Nar Shaddaa is not far in terms of travel and it's within Republic-controlled space, technically. Kenobi said. Can't we just find a way of getting the ingredients necessary for creating a cure? Anakin asked. You saw what Typho showed us, Anakin. Steve reminded him. Going into Separatist-controlled space isn't exactly ideal right now. This feels like a serious gamble. Skywalker let out a discontent sigh, ruffling his hair momentarily. What does your Force thing say about all this? Peter found himself asking, the two Jedi staring blankly at him. Undeterred, he went on. You know, shouldn't it be giving you a push or a nudge? Like a guide or dash? Despite himself and the situation, Obi-Wan found himself chortling aloud. Well, no, Peter, not exactly. Obi-Wan said in mirth. That's not how the Force works necessarily. Steve let out a small humph in amusement with a shake of his head. We can't waste any more time here as is. Anakin nodded with a determined expression present now. He's right. We need to get to Nar Shaddaa now. Our friends are relying on us. I do believe a more subtle approach is required then. Obi-Wan said. Going in with a Venator towards a crime-ridden planet would attract immediate attention and Rumlow would undoubtedly flee at the sight of it. Agreed. Steve nodded. Then we'll take the Twilight. Scene cut. Within Hutt space, a lone starship appeared out from hyperspace, flying towards a planet that had so many lights upon its surface that it was visible to be seen in space. There she is. Anakin announced from the pilot's seat of the Twilight. Nar Shaddaa. Obi-Wan said a moment after. The Smuggler's Moon most call it. That's not what we used to call it. Anakin said with a derisive snort. Used to. Peter said, glancing over to the Jedi Knight. Skywalker grimaced to himself, looking away from the others for a brief moment before letting out a relenting sigh. Back on Tatooine, where I lived before I got brought to the Jedi Temple. Anakin revealed. Tatooine. Peter muttered. Where's that? Outer Rim. Anakin said. And if you're wondering, we called this place Little Slugland cause of the Hutt's control over it. Skywalker's tone was one that conveyed that he wanted to finish discussing this topic here with the others acquiescing to his silent request. Steve and Peter exchanged looks before they both turned over to Obi-Wan, who was silently gazing at his former pupil until he faced the planet they were descending towards now. They eventually found a landing pad to land on, having not needed any sort of clearance. Upon arriving on the moon of Nal Hutta, the group was hit with a wave of unusual smells, overly bright lights and a creeping sense that they were now targeted. Not because they had done something to upset someone. Simply due to the fact of them being here, and that was how things were operated around here. An unsettling thought, to say the least. "Well now, this is quaint," Steve said dryly as he surveyed the area around him. It was indeed like Coruscant, being one large city. Yet when seeing it up close, the group could see how polluted and dangerous it was. The more legitimate businesses were located on the higher levels of the planet, while the seedier ones were located further down below. And legitimate would be putting it kindly, all things considered. The underground areas were where the crime syndicates come and go as they rise and fall every so often. It is a good place to get illicit goods, transportation, and information. Mostly by means of aggressive or immoral tactics. All in all, not a very savory place for any Jedi or Avenger to find themselves in. "So this is Nar Shaddaa," Obi-Wan said, taking a moment to survey their surroundings. "What's that smell?" Peter asked, crinkling his nose beneath his mask. "What smell?" "The pollution, festering and rampant corruption, shady businesses, or rotting bodies likely nearby?" Anakin asked rhetorically. "Well, that got dark real fast there, Anakin," Peter said with a dry voice. "Let's get moving," Steve said. "Rather not stick around here." "Agreed." Kenobi nodded, the group walking away from their ship as many eyes were on them now. As the group began their walk through the streets of Nar Shaddaa, they did so with a cautious tension, as they had kept their guard up, as they knew they were in a hostile environment. All around them were either criminals, bounty hunters, pirates, smugglers, opportunists, and every other scum of society. What the group was aware of, while they were tracking a rogue mercenary from Earth, there was another native Earther here on Nar Shaddaa at this very moment. On one of the lower levels, a human with a scruffy chin-strap beard was currently sitting at a table within a shop he had set up that was a front to a more elaborate operation behind the scenes. Basically, any other business here on Nar Shaddaa. Currently, this man had a purplish chunk of metal in his hands and he gave it a deep whiff. The man exhaled with a satisfied look on his face. "Perfectly made. So glad that you managed to procure this for me. If I had known you would do that, I would have gotten you some spice," said a gruff Quarren. The bearded man let out a mad cackle. "Like that can give me the high that I want," he said with a mad glee, holding up the metal in his hand. "This is what I want." The man then grabbed the metal in hand with his other rather plastoid-looking hand. It suddenly shifted and segmented apart to reveal its robot interior, which stored the metal inside. "Now then," the man said, eyeing the multitude of individuals within his shop. "What's our next order of dash?" "We've got Republic dogs here," said a voice from the front of his shop, prompting many to look over at the newcomer in concern. "Jedi dogs." In an instant, many of those present began scrambling to leave and get out of sight and out of mind. The man looked on in utter confusion when they were scrambling to vacate the area. "Hey! Hey! Hey! What are you all doing?" The man with the advanced robotic arm barked aloud in irritation. "We've still got business to conduct." "No way, we gotta go. Jedi are here." "What in the hell are you on about?" "What the fuck are Jedi?" "Them." The man he was speaking with pointed behind him. Whirling around, the man with the robotic arm froze upon spotting 4 men walking on the opposite end of a pathway. "It's those guys with those silver hilts on their belts." The man wasn't really focused on the Jedi, but on their companions. "Avengers," he muttered under his breath. He would have played it cool and not really acknowledged them, yet he spotted the youngest among them. He clearly remembered seeing him when he was last back on Earth prior to ending up in this galaxy. Spider-Man. With that, he needed to quickly pack up his belongings and skedaddle before he could get caught by the likes of them. To think that he'd see him here. The man shook his head. Right now, it was better that he got out of here. Whenever Avengers were around, chaos was sure to follow, and he would very much rather not be caught up in it, as he had several times in the past. All the while, the 2 Jedi and 2 Avengers were wandering about rather aimlessly, as they weren't exactly sure where to go around this crime-ridden city. Where do we even start? Steve asked, looking around as he saw multiple shady individuals. Not entirely sure. Anakin admitted. This is Nar Shaddaa we're talking about. We can't exactly walk around and just ask people if they've seen who we're looking for. What can we do then? Peter inquired, glad that he was wearing his mask right now as this place was really giving him the creeps. I'd rather not split up really. We're not going to unless we must. Obi-Wan said, keeping a vigilant eye around them. Anakin hummed to himself and thought. Peter, is your tracker still working? Yeah, it is. Then we'll find the ship and go from there. The Jedi declared. They may have left the ship behind, but it's a start. They would possibly be nearby. If not, we'll ask around from there. Peter quickly accessed his tracing function in his suit, his mask HUD lighting a path for him to follow, with the webhead taking the lead as he ran forward with the others following after him. As they followed the tracer's signal, the reason for them being here were currently within a dingy and worn-down warehouse with the ship they had utilized on a separate platform some distance away from the warehouse. Inside the warehouse were only 4 individuals rather than the original group of 5 that had initially arrived on Nar Shaddaa. The one that had departed separately from the group was one of the Sith acolytes who had been sent to reconvene with their master Dooku and deliver a vital item that would undoubtedly assist the Sith in the war. Currently, only 3 acolytes and 1 deadly mercenary occupied the quarters of said mercenary as they watched him with glares of mistrust. Rumlow saw alone at a table he had set up for himself with his helmet and enhanced hydraulic gauntlets off. Currently, he was repairing some damage he had sustained during his time on Naboo. To be expected really when dealing with Jedi and the damned Avengers. Hey, are you even listening to us? Said an aggravated and an annoyed female voice. The former Hydra agent merely rolled his eyes, continuing to weld a part of his gauntlet back together. A moment later, the gauntlet in hand flew out from his own and into the hand of an irritated female Sith acolyte Zabrak. Listen to me when I'm talking to Dash. She didn't get to finish her sentence as she felt a knife pressed to her neck suddenly. What part of me not giving a rat's ass about being part of this war did you not understand the first time I told you idiots? Rumlow snarled, his burned face adding to his intimidating aura. Kadri and Say only snarled back until the two were promptly separated by the former Jedi Master Prosit Dibs. Enough. Prosit stated with a firm voice, pushing Kadrian away from Rumlow. The last thing that we need is to fight and attract unwanted attention. Behind the acolyte was a very loud and noticeable snort of arrogance. What would the rabble outside do to us? Rodri said in a smug tone. We're on a crime-ridden planet for Force sakes. No one would bother looking into whatever commotion we make unless we pissed off one of the leaders of this moon. It's for that very reason we shouldn't attract unneeded attention. Prosit Dibs snapped. Say what you will, but this moon is under the direct control of the Hutts. The same Hutts that are currently allied with the Republic, so mind yourself around these parts. Why are we even staying here? Kadrian asked aloud in aggravation. We already sent Valen to Dooku to deliver the vial of the virus. I would have thought we would have left by now. You know why? Prosit said, now turning to Rumlow who had returned to his workstation. He's grown attached to the cure. Then why not just take it from him? Rodri asked with a small snarl. Try it, freak. Rumlow said without looking at the acolyte. You won't like what happens. What's to stop us from killing you? Kadrian said with an intense glare. Lots of things. You're just saying that to delay the inevitable. A pathetic ploy. Brock looked up at the Zabrak with an unimpressed look. You do realize that the Avengers who have kicked all your asses to the curb are the same group of people I can actually fight on even ground. And your Force shit doesn't affect me the way it does most things now, does it? Say's brow twitched in anger at that reminder. Sad to say, but Rumlow was right, given the previous experiences a few of the acolytes had with the Earthers. The Force hardly works on them. Dooku spoke of the void that Rumlow and the Avengers seemed to have around them, proving it difficult to affect these individuals with typical Force powers. Granted, Rumlow had been affected by abilities such as push and pull, but it was rather difficult to fully pull it off on him. Him being void of the Force gave him a sort of defensive measure that was difficult to get around. Only individuals strong or knowledgeable in the Force like their master Dooku were able to have a more visible result upon the mercenary. Currently, the acolytes had remained behind here via instruction of the Count to watch over Rumlow. They were to await the arrival of a separatist shuttle to deliver credits directly to him whilst he handed over the cure to the Blue Shadow virus. He knew that having such an item on him would barter more than he had been initially recruited for, so they were forced to wait here. The room soon grew silent for a time when Dibs. Hearing the sudden sound in the distance, a number of them blinked in confusion. Dibs. Closing her eyes, the Zabrak acolyte focused through the force. I sensed something, a familiar dash. Thwip. I found them. The group whirled around to the source and found a blue and red human projectile zooming right towards them. And hanging from his arm was a man carrying a blue lightsaber. Moments later, the pair crashed into the hideout with another pair rushing in soon after. Jedi! Rodri exclaimed, igniting his lightsaber in time as he clashed with one Anakin Skywalker. Avengers! Prosit Dibs yelled out, his own saber bouncing off against the shield of Captain America. Jerkwads! Spider-Man said, swinging straight at Rumlow, who deftly armed himself with his gauntlets and kicked up the table he was using to repair them. The table flew at Spider-Man, who caught it with a webline, and he spun it around in the air and flung it back at Crossbones. Rumlow simply swung his armored fist at full force, the hydraulic gauntlet shattering the table into pieces before he swung again in time to catch Spider-Man dead in the chest. The young hero flew backwards, inadvertently crashing into Prosit Dibs with the two sailing away. Cap, who had been fighting Dibs, blinked momentarily before he heard running footsteps coming straight for him. Nice to see ya so soon, Cap. Steve spun around and raised his shield in time to absorb the impact of the boosted punch sent his way. You too, Rumlow. Stressed out the super soldier. He shoved the fist back and his own fist collided with Crossbones, though that proved to be a mistake as the hydraulic fist overpowered Steve's, sending him flying back. Obi-Wan currently clashed with Cadrian Say, the Jedi Master, calmly blocking all of the Zabrak's erratic swings. You've improved, Say. Obi-Wan said in a cordial manner, deflecting an overhead swing. The Sith acolyte only growled in response, a mad smirk appearing on her face. There would have been a time where I would find great satisfaction in hearing such praise from the great Obi-Wan Kenobi. She rebuked, going for a horizontal strike that was parried by the Jedi Master. But now, it will only serve in my vindication when I bring you down. It is important to have aspirations in this galaxy. Obi-Wan said, clashing with Cadrian's saber and the two momentarily entering a struggle. But be sure to keep them in a realistic sense. Pushing her off, she had her lightsaber raised over her head, which gave Obi-Wan the opening in force, pushing her away into a nearby wall. She felt pain erupt from her back, yet the Zabrak landed on her feet, quickly rebounding and jumping towards the Jedi Master. Yet, before she could even reach him, she felt something snag her back and flung her back, and she found herself encased in webbing that immobilized her completely. Appreciated, my young Padawan. Obi-Wan said cheekily. Peter only gave his pseudo-mentor a thumbs up as he swung towards Cap and Rumlow, whilst Obi-Wan ran to assist Anakin, who was currently fighting off the other two acolytes by himself. Steve, all the while, was locked in a fierce hand-to-hand engagement with Rumlow, with the mercenary fighting in a particularly ruthless and relentless manner. All the strikes and blows Steve had delivered upon him were either brushed off or ignored, with the man only increasing his ferocity. That all you got, Rogers? Rumlow asked with a rhetorical headbutt to the good captain, who was momentarily dazed from the hit. Steve grit his teeth and quickly headbutted in retaliation, following that up with a series of punches and a powerful shield swing to his face. The last hit was enough to lift Crossbones off his feet, landing hard on his back. And out from his armored vest fell out a small vial that landed on the floor. Peter, seeing the vial roll across the ground, was quick to act. Yoink! Firing a webline, it connected onto the cure. Pulling back, Peter had it flying right towards him. Yet the line was quickly cut through a red lightsaber before its owner snatched the vial. I'll be taking that, boy. Prosit Dibs said, holding up the vial. Oh no you don't. Anakin yelled out, performing a flip that went into a downward swing that Dibs blocked with a strain of his one arm. A moment later, Dibs had the vial snatched out from his hand by Obi-Wan, who was then met with the large form of the acolyte Rodri attempting to decapitate him. The attack was enough to distract Kenobi as Dibs had pushed Anakin back and force-pulled the vial out of Obi-Wan's hand. However, once again, the vial was ensnared by Spider-Man's webbing, with it reaching the young teen successfully this time. He was then met with Cadrian Say, who had freed herself from his webbing thanks to her lightsaber, though there was a noticeable burn upon her left bicep. Her sudden appearance in front of Peter made him momentarily fumble with the vial and it fell out of his hand. Thankfully, it was close enough to the ground where it landed without any cracks appearing. All 8 fighters within the hideout promptly went for a mad dash towards the vial. Some combatants unintentionally knocked each other over, others did when it came to their opposing side. Prosit reached out to summon the vial to his hand via the force, only for it to be yanked away by a web line from Peter. Crossbone's shoulder pushed Anakin out of the way when he was promptly struck in the back of his head by Cap throwing his shield. Cadrian and Rodri lunged for the vial, with the 2 Jedi doing the same in turn. Anakin and Obi-Wan together swung their azure blades to meet with the crimson sabers of Say and Rodri. When their lightsabers clashed, the respective force users quickly threw out their available hands towards each other. In an instant, both sides struggled to prevail over the other as they were pushing against each other on 2 fronts. Parts of their immediate surroundings were beginning to shake and break apart. It was only with a small distraction, courtesy of Cap's shield bouncing off part of their lightsabers, did Obi-Wan win the bout in sending his opponent back across the warehouse. Soon after, the elder Jedi was free to assist his former Padawan to overwhelm his own opponent. "Blasted Jedi!" Rodri hissed out when his mouth was covered by a glob of web. A second later, multiple webs were shot at him which hit multiple parts of his body. By the end, he was sent towards a nearby wall and was completely entrapped in a giant web, with every part of his body save for his nose and eyes being covered in webs. "That'll take care of him for now." Gritting his teeth, Brock saw this was becoming a lost cause now. Prosit, Dibs and Cadrian were fighting back against the 2 Jedi and Captain America, though he could tell it was only a matter of time until the trio overpowered the acolytes. One had already been taken care of courtesy of the youngest Avenger. He knew what hill about to set off would burn several bridges with the Separatists, but all of this was not worth ending up in a galactic prison. Typing a command on his wrist device, he booked it. Once reaching a far-off wall, he broke through a false covering before flipping a switch to have a metal covering slide into the opening. The moment it closed, he pulled out a detonator and pressed the button. With him in the clear now, Crossbones ran towards his spare shuttle with moments to spare for what will befall onto the warehouse. Crack-a-boom! A chain reaction went off as the ceiling, the support beams and the very foundation of the entire warehouse started exploding. "Oh, come on!" Peter bemoaned aloud. "Really? Again? That's a cheap trick and you know it." The entire area shook violently as multiple explosions went off inside and outside the warehouse. "Damn that merc!" Cadrian snarled. "We need to leave now," Prosit said, quickly rushing over to the still-trapped Rodri and with Say, freed him. The floor started to crumble underneath them all, causing many to quickly use the force to leap high into the air to get to safety before making a mad dash out of the building. The acolytes knew they'd be hunting down Rumlow for this act of betrayal at a later time, but for now they needed to make themselves scarce so neither would be captured by the Republic forces. Speaking of, the 2 Jedi were quick to use the force to help throw Steve up high so he could land a reasonable distance away. Once landing, he made his way towards the nearest exit. As this went on, Obi-Wan went to follow after the captain with Anakin not far behind. Yet when he looked back, he saw Peter was rushing the opposite direction. "Peter, we need to leave." Peter didn't reply, instead only running at full speed toward the falling floor with the cure just lying there. As the floor started crumbling apart further and further, the vial fell through the opened gap. Peter then dived in order to catch up to the descending object. Firing a few web lines to the side, he soon flung himself to speed up in order to reach closer to the valued object. Just when he was mere inches from grasping the vial, his senses flared. And he was too slow to act as everything soon went black. The last thing he heard was Anakin, Obi-Wan and Steve shouting for his name as he got buried under the debris of the collapsing building. The trio stood at the now formed crater of what was once Rumlow's hideout with panicked and terrified looks plastered all over their faces. "I can't sense him," Anakin said straight away before eyeing Steve. "Damn it, why did you guys have to be void of the Force?" It's not our fault. Anakin. Obi-Wan chastised. I know, Skywalker said. We should have seen that coming. Gah, what was wrong with us? We rushed in like a bunch of battle droids and dash. Come on. Steve jumped down into the crater. We gotta find him. Scene cut. When he awoke, he felt himself wheeze and barely able to get a proper breath in. Everything was aching and pain coursed through his body from head to toe. He could barely move right now with so much debris on top of him. It was practically crushing him. Frantically, he went to remove his mask, gasping as he gulped in breaths of dust and rubble-laced air. He could barely move his arms around as he tossed his mask away and tried to find the means in which to escape. When one hears the exaggerated quote of the weight of the world on one's shoulders, most would take it to be a metaphorical and psychological sort of saying. But right now, Peter Parker felt it in the most literal way possible as he felt everything crashing down around him. Beginning to feel like he was about to hyperventilate, Peter began struggling, trying his best to lift the large slab of metal off of his back, but it was to no avail. He was beginning to panic now. Okay. Peter said to himself, straining against the slab of metal once again, yet was met with failure once more. Now starting to feel the panic and sense of terror set in, Peter looked up as much as he could. Hello. He cried out desperately. Cap? Anakin? Obi-Wan? I am stuck. I'm down here and I'm stuck. I can't move. I can't. Feeling himself flutter in and out of consciousness, Peter's eyes drooped with him lowering his head. His ears were ringing by this point with his head pounding. Blearily, the young hero lifted his head as he cracked an eye open. Was that a voice? What was that voice? Peter. The Queen's native inhaled sharply and abruptly found himself in an entirely different environment. One that was extremely familiar to him. Here we are. Peter looked over and saw that it was his Uncle Ben sitting in the driver's seat of his car. How in the world, or galaxy really, did he get here? He didn't know if it was the delirium from being crushed finally hitting him or the utter stress he was experiencing right now, but he was experiencing this now. All right, thanks for the ride, Uncle Ben. Peter found those words coming out of his mouth as he moved to exit the car. Now wait a minute, Peter. Ben said patiently. We need to talk for a moment. Can't we talk a little later? Peter pleaded slightly. Well, we can talk now. Ben said, turning off the radio to his car. If you let me. The young teen sighed. Why do we have to talk now? Because we haven't talked at all in a while. Your aunt and I are starting to worry about you. Uncle Ben pointed out. We hardly recognize you now. You've shirked your chores now for several weeks, you've been locking yourself in your room way more often than not, and now I've heard about you getting into these fights at school. Hey, I didn't start that fight, you know that. Peter interrupted with a small scowl. But you sure as hell finished it. What was I supposed to do? Run away? His uncle shook his head ever so slightly. No, you weren't supposed to run away, but... Pete, look. Ben said, gazing at his nephew. You're changing, I understand, I went through exactly the same thing that you're going through right now. No, not exactly. Peter said dismissively. Peter. Ben placed a hand upon the boy's shoulder. I may not know or understand, maybe not even compare to what you yourself are going through. But what I do know is that these are the years when a boy changes into the man that he's going to be for the rest of his life. Just be careful who you change into. Peter couldn't really come up with a means in which to respond to that, allowing his uncle to go on. Sure, the guy at your high school probably deserved what happened, but just because you can beat him up doesn't give you the right to. Ben said. Are you afraid that I'm gonna turn into some kind of thug or criminal? Peter asked defensively. His uncle only shook his head in the negative. Quit worrying about me. Something's different, I'll figure it out. Only worrying for what your friends might think of you. No, it's not like that, Uncle Ben. Peter said frustratedly. His uncle let out a small sigh. Peter. I know it feels like you're going to be enduring a lot. Ben said. And with how smart you are, I figure you're gonna go through a lot more than others. But you need to keep yourself from straying into a path that can lead you down to a destination you will not like." Seeing the frustrated confusion on his nephew, Ben spoke a phrase he once heard his father tell both him and Peter's deceased father. "Remember, Pete, with great power comes great responsibility." His nephew looked up to his uncle, and from behind, a white light began to glow and envelop the two. "Remember that." By the end of it, things faded away from fantasy to reality. When the web's linger came to, his eyelids fluttered. How long was he out? Before long, he refocused his attention to his surroundings. More importantly, what he was presently here for. As Peter gazed at the serum that they had been after this whole time just a few inches away from him, his head inclined back down at his discarded mask. Though he was only gazing upon it, he had subconsciously felt his fingers graze over one half of his face. As if half of his mask was there. He then glanced back to the serum and thought about Ahsoka, Barriss, Natasha, Captain Rex, and the rest of the clones that were waiting for them to return. How he was right now, the only one who was within arm's reach of having the cure to save them all. And he wasn't doing everything in his power to accomplish this task. As he kept his gaze on the vial, in the back of his head he heard those words again. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter finished to himself, huffing aloud as he began tensing up. "I remember, Uncle Ben, I remember." Placing his hands upon the metal atop him, he began straining and grunting, even with his body immediately screaming in protest. But he did not relent, only adding to his already mighty strength. "Come on, Peter," he said aloud. "Come on, Peter. Come on, Spider-Man. Come on, Spider-Man. Come on, Spider-Man." Peter began screaming at this point as he felt as though every fiber of his being was breaking from his exertion of strength, but still he pressed on as the rubble began to budge and falter above him. Spider-Man roared aloud now as he put everything he had into lifting the debris off of him, yelling the entire way as there were groans all around him. And at long last, he pushed it all straight off of him with one final shove, and without missing a beat stumbled over to grab both the vial and his mask. He moved with trembling limbs as climbed out from hole he had been under to the sight of three stunned and absolutely gobsmacked faces. I pant, I got it," Peter said in a weak voice but triumphant smile, holding up the cure to the blue shadow virus. The trio of men were still rather stunned, with Obi-Wan managing to be the first to find his voice. "Peter, what dash? No time now," Peter groaned out. "Must get back." Peter found himself falling forward with Anakin immediately catching him. "I got ya." Peter didn't respond as he drifted off into unconsciousness, with his energy leaving him. "Did you know he could do that?" Anakin said, looking over to a still stunned super soldier. Steve only shook his head when a small smile began to form. "No, but damned if we do know now." "That was truly astonishing," Obi-Wan remarked, going over to assist his former Padawan. "Come on, let's not throw away our chance. We must hurry." "Right." Scene cut. Returning to the swamps of Naboo couldn't have come any faster as the three men were able to synthesize more of the cure. Upon their arrival to the sealed-up bunker, they were able to retrieve everyone just in time before any more perished from the airborne virus. Once every person was extracted, measures were made to properly eradicate the blue shadow virus once and for all. As everyone from the underground bunker was being transported, the cure was being produced as fast as possible. And once they were taken back to Naboo's palace into the medical ward, everyone alive was administered. In one area of it, Peter was tiredly sitting back in a chair situated in between the two beds where Barriss and Ahsoka presently rested on. Ever since they were brought here, the Queen's native hardly left his spot for several hours. From another area of the medical ward, Steve was standing not far away from where Natasha presently rested. Hearing footsteps walking towards his spot, the Brooklyn native didn't turn to acknowledge the new arrival. "She and everyone else will make a full recovery once they get plenty of rest," Anakin declared. "That's good to hear," Steve said with an appreciative nod. "If you're looking for the others, already checked on them and they're still out, more or less," Steve said. "Good to hear. How's Padme and the Padawans?" "They're all right," Anakin said. "Speaking of," Anakin gazed over to the comical sight of Peter wincing dramatically upon Ahsoka poking his extraordinarily sore arms. The Jedi smirked at the whine and moan of agony that Peter let out. It seemed they were now awake as the three teens were slowly catching up after their brief time of separation. "I'm still getting over what he pulled back on Nar Shaddaa," Anakin admitted aloud. Steve nodded. "Same here. I knew Queens was strong, but that was something else." "Yeah, he Queens. Like that music group. There's a place on Earth called Queens. That's where Peter's from. So they named the place after the band then." Steve rolled his eyes, knowing he'll need to do some explaining on more Earth culture to clear up some confusion. "See, remember New York? Yeah, it has 5 boroughs. Over with the teens." "I never lost faith in you, Peter," Ahsoka said weakly. "Nor did I," Barriss said in the same tone. Peter gave out a soft snort. "That's good, cause there were honestly a few moments I almost lost it." Peter soon felt a pair of hands placed on his arms. Looking over, he saw the 2 Padawans had shifted their positions on the medical beds in order to reach out and touch him. He chuckled, bringing his hands up in order to properly hold them all so gently. "You did make it," said the Miri Allen. "I at least couldn't have done it without help," admitted the Earth teen. "But honestly, I wouldn't mind taking a nice long nap like Scott had after that whole Godzilla fight. Everything hurts like you wouldn't believe." "Really now?" Ahsoka said with a grin, promptly poking Peter's shoulder with the teen moaning in agony and fell to the floor. "Why? Don't be overdramatic." "I don't think he was acting this time, Ahsoka," Barriss said after a moment of gazing upon the twitching web head. Seeing this, Ahsoka cringed a bit. "Sorry, Peter." "Ugh," was his response. Eventually, after the Padawans spoke with their masters and Peter with Steve, the med bay was vacated save for the patients. They had no further business in being there. The med bay's lights were dimmed by this point, with its resting occupants having finally fallen asleep. Peter had opted to remain still, forming a hanging web hammock in between his 2 friends, dozing off. It was relatively quiet for the most part save for the shifting of a blanket that belonged to one Miri Allen Padawan. The young Jedi had found herself in a strange state of being unable to get back to sleep. Prior, she had conversed with Ahsoka and Peter, met with her master and Commander Gree, and even spoke to some of the other Avengers and Jedi Masters. Since then, she had remained confined to her bed under the medical droids and Luminara's orders. Not that she minded. That virus drained her really, and she was all too willing to take a nice long nap to get that exhaustion out of her system. Only she couldn't fall asleep. No matter how hard she had tried. She had considered using the Force and meditate herself into slumber, but her thought process and current predicament overrode all of that. What was this predicament, one may ask? Barriss rolled over in her bed and faced the sleeping form of Peter. She stared at him with wide eyes that were unable to close themselves and just fall asleep already. Instead of tiredness, her eyes reflected a litany of thoughts and emotions that were running through her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt a growing haze inside as she continued to gaze upon the super-powered teen that had saved her life. Though she was aware of Master Kenobi and Skywalker's along with Captain Rogers' efforts in finding the cure for the Blue Shadow virus, the 3 men made it very clear who really saved the day on Nar Shaddaa. Peter had taken a moment to step out and get something to drink for them, giving Anakin and Steve the chance to tell the 2 Padawans the lengths in which Peter had to endure and go through to get the cure to the virus. Subconsciously, without realizing it, her hand reached out and the tips of her fingers grazed over Peter's face. His expression twitched at her fingers, yet he remained firmly asleep. What she didn't expect was for him to reach up to her hand, taking hold of it before it went back to dangling down below him with her hand grasped in his own. Rather than pull away, Barriss continued to gaze upon him with her eyes trailing down to his hand that held hers. It wasn't held as tightly, but she was using that term somewhat loosely due to the fact that lightly is still a decent grip to a teen who can lift a building off of his shoulders. The Padawan had not realized her elevated heart rate and flushed cheeks at first, instead focusing on gently squeezing Peter's hand in return. A small smile appeared on her face, staring at Peter with a fond look in her eyes. She momentarily flickered her eyes in Ahsoka's direction, a sense of relief beginning to wash over her knowing that her 2 dear friends were alive and well. Yet, as soon as this feeling came it left her with Barris now realizing what she was doing. Glancing down at her hand that was still in Peter's, she quickly pulled away with her, then turning to the direction away from her friends. Curling up slightly, a rather conflicted expression appeared on the Mary Ellen's face with her moving her knees up to her chest. She closed her eyes, willing herself to fall asleep but failing in doing so, thus leaving her mind in a swirling mess as she lay there in the medbay, the only one awake. There is no emotion, there is. Scene cut. The jungle was dense to say the least, with the trees being immeasurably tall, practically blocking out the sun. Laying there on the forest ground was a single man wearing a black suit from top to bottom who was just beginning to wake up. He groaned aloud, slowly sitting up off the ground while clutching his head. The man muttered out a curse in his native tongue as he felt the throbbing and dizziness in his head subside. Once his momentary pain subsided, the man took a moment to realize where he was. This place was strangely familiar, but upon closer inspection, he realized this place wasn't home. Not the home that he knew of. Carefully, he rose up from the ground, getting into a crouched position. Taking a moment to gauge as to where he was exactly, he didn't really recognize anything. Granted, that was to be expected as that was his initial waking conclusion as he now got to his feet. These trees were damnably dense, making it difficult for him to see anything. Going through them seemed like a chore and a half, and he didn't really know what was waiting for him. So, he stuck to what would make him the most comfortable. It was quite a daunting environment had it been anybody else really. High trees, unknown flora, along with no knowledge as to what may reside in here and whether or not it would be dangerous. Daunting to most, yes. But not to individuals like this man here. He jumped forward with metallic retractable claws coming out from his gloved fingers and latched onto the closest tree, expertly scaling the tall bark. The man lunged forward several times like a predatory cat to cover more ground, beginning to use the branches jutting out from every side to speed up the process until reaching the top end. Just above. The helm of the man's suit retracted to reveal an bewildered, lost and confused Prince T'Challa of Wakanda as he gazed upon the seemingly endless jungle world before him. The Black Panther was thoroughly at a momentary loss of just what he could do right now. Where in the world was he? Immediately, he went to his earpiece. "Shuri." He spoke aloud. "Shuri, are you there? Can you hear me?" He was met with the sound of static. "Okoye? Abba? Spider-Man? Daredevil? Is anyone there?" He tried again, but once more, static. Cursing to himself in Wakandan, T'Challa kept his gaze out upon the lush jungle he currently found himself in. This place didn't seem like a place he'd find anywhere near Wakanda or on the continent of Africa now that he thought about it. He was aware of the Amazon rainforest, but these trees were way taller than any tree that you would find on Earth. At least, that's what the Prince of Wakanda believed. He was not as hyper-intelligent as his sister was, but he wasn't a fool. Either this was an unexplored region on Earth, or, if he really wanted to throw out a crazy idea, this might be someplace else entirely. Perhaps another planet. This wasn't the astral ancestral plane of the Panthers. Of that he was certain. Helmet reforming back around his head, he began to leap about forward from tree branch to tree branch. Where is this place? He wasn't really moving about with a destination in mind. Just that it was better that he go to perhaps find the answers that he sought than something coming to him. Eventually, after what felt like hours, he saw something up ahead and high up in the trees. It looked like a platform of some kind, and coming from it was a wavering glow of what was undoubtedly a fire. Quickly picking up his pace, he began to make a beeline straight for the platform, and eventually, he leapt up and landed upon the wooden floor of his destination. What he came across was something rather tall and hairy. It stopped whatever it was doing, cooking perhaps from the looks of it, and sharply turned its head towards the newly arrived Black Panther. T'Challa wasn't quite sure what this large creature was supposed to be, but it appeared defensive, yet it didn't attack him. Perhaps it could be reasoned with. Slowly, he raised both his hands in a placating manner and his helmet retracted. His suit's function appeared to startle the creature momentarily, yet it still kept a wary eye upon him. With how it looked at him, this bipedal walking carpet was much more intelligent than it appeared to be. "Hello there," said the Wakandan prince calmly. I hope you don't mind me asking you this, but could you perhaps tell me where I am? I'm rather lost as I came here quite abruptly. It soon released a small series of grunts and roars. Well, he didn't understand anything there. I don't mean to be rude, but this is gonna take some time to understand you. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 47, A Rising Power. Are you alright, Matthew? Matthew Murdoch shifted slightly, inclining his head in the direction of the baritone voice that asked for his well-being. Fine, PLO. Matt said cordially. Just rattled is all. What is causing this disturbance? Jedi Master Plo Koon inquired. The two were currently walking down the halls of the Jedi Temple that would lead them to the lower levels of the building. Still getting used to being here, Matt admitted, the duo beginning to descend down a set of stairs. All the noise, the commotion, the voices. I see. Just take your time in focusing on filtering everything else out. I know, Master Plo. Matt said. Had that taught to me before. Just a lot more difficult when the entire planet is a city. You hear everything. The Jedi found himself slightly curious. What do you hear precisely? The voices, the vehicles, screams and whispers. Of what? I'd like to know myself. Matt said vaguely, the two arriving at their destination. The Keldor Jedi felt a strange chill down his spine towards the enigmatic manner in which Matt said that final line before the lawyer walked into the room they had come to. Within the room was a single woman with red hair and green eyes and an extremely bored look which turned into annoyance the moment she laid eyes on Murdoch. Oh, great, it's you again. A pleasure to see you as well, Bo-Katan cries. The woman in question huffed. Was that full title really necessary? I thought we were well past that point by now. It is your name. I'm just being formal. Well, drop the formalities, Matthew Murdoch. Bo shot back. We've done this a dozen times by now. If you insist. Matt said, seating himself in front of her whilst Plo stood outside. Now, Ms. Cries, where were we last time? Something about me not talking at all? Yes, thank you for the reminder. Matt said. Where are we on that? She had an amused/annoyed expression on her face. Would you like for a repeat of last time? By definition that would be insanity. Matt responded. I guess you could say I'm testing which of us will fall to said insanity. And how is this insanity? What do you even mean by that? Matt loosened his tie slightly. Well, if you wish to know. Back on my home planet of Earth, there was a brilliant scientist that coined the term that insanity is trying the same method over and over again and expecting a different result. And so which one of us is the insane one here, Murdoch? That's what I would like to find out. All right then. Bo sighed dramatically. Let's just get this over with. Matt simply played along. Yes. Let's. The two began a conversation, or more it was Matt who carefully coaxed responses out of the woman over a period of time. The first few times they were curt, terse, and to the point. Though that was to be expected. Eventually. You see, Matthew, everyone thinks they're right in the end. Those in power parading themselves around, thinking their self-righteous cause is the one that's best suited for everyone. Bo-Katan said condescendingly. Your republic is a prime example. I'm not part of the republic. Matt said flatly. Since it's pointless to deny my inclusion with them, the Avengers are a neutral party that has assisted the republic more often than not, as we have seen the heinous amount of destruction the CIS is willing to perform. And you believe the republic is a pure and just government? The Death Watch member shot back with a sneer. I am well aware that any and all governments are corrupt in one way, shape or form. Daredevil rebuked smoothly. My associates are very much displeased with the use of the clones and the overall conduct that the Republic has displayed in the lead up to and during this war. Bo-Katan leaned back into her chair, arms crossed. You've been doing your homework, I take it. I'm a lawyer. Matt replied plainly. By default, I have to. Otherwise most of my cases would be based on wild assumptions and accusations. Bo snorted, looking away from the man who held a day top hat that was tailor-made for him to accommodate for his blindness. His hands glided over the ever-shifting surface of the data pad as he faced the imprisoned Death Watch member with his ruby-tinted shades. "I wouldn't be one so quick to judge and criticize the Republic, Ms. Kryze," Matt went on. "As you've said, I have done my homework." "Oh," she said patronizingly. "And what have you learned about us Mandalorians?" The Mandalorian Wars was an enlightening read, to say the least. Matt stated, instantly picking up on the manner in which the warrior woman in front of him tensed up. "The atrocities and literal genocides that your people committed have been etched in history in order to make sure that no one would ever forget. That was over 4,000 years ago." Bo-Katan shot back. "But it is still very much remembered by those who keep the record books up to date." "That was a different time," Bo went on. "A time where we were ruled by warrior kings and queens. Something that Death Watch appears to return to," Matt said grimly. "More atrocities, more genocides, more war. Tell me, is that truly something every single living being in this galaxy wants? Most of the galaxy more or less despise the current war. How do you think they would feel about the onset of yet another war, this time being instigated by a faction most of the galaxy is all too familiar with in regard to their warring nature? It's not that simple and you know it." Bo-Katan hissed. "I never claimed it to be," the lawyer said calmly. "Just pointing out a few matters." Matt's enhanced senses picked up on the woman before him began to shift about, displaying a sign that she was uncomfortable. "Are you dash? Can you stop looking at me like that?" Bo-Katan snapped. Matt blinked, tilting his head at her. "I beg your pardon." "You heard me," she retorted. "Stop staring at me like that." The blind lawyer took a moment to gather himself. "Ms. Kryze, I am sure you know dash. If you use that blind card trick on me, then you're an even bigger fool than I thought." Bo-Katan quickly cut him off. "I know that you can, see. Just not in the usual way." His mouth clamped shut momentarily, this time truly staring at the woman in front of him. There was a moment of tense silence between them both, with Bo-Katan pivoting her body wherein she wasn't facing the vigilante crime fighter whatsoever. "Does that bother you?" he asked, breaking the silence. She opted not to respond, remaining defiantly silent. Sighing to himself, Matt prepared to resume what he intended to speak with her about on the earlier topic of the Republic, the Sis, and her position in all this. "So you joined Death Watch?" Matt began. "A sect of Mandalorians that wish to return their people to their warrior roots of old, yes." Again, she didn't reply. "A group of Mandalorians that have made their intentions of removing your sister from power blatantly clear," Matt said with a more terse tone. "Not limited to assassination, it seems." "I didn't ask for that," Bo-Katan snapped. "Well, you weren't averse to it considering how many attempts had already been made on Duchess Satin in a short amount of time," Matt pointed out. "I would have figured that you would have at least joined those other factions of Mandalorians over the ones that wish death upon your sister." "I would never do that." "And why not?" Matt inquired. "What stopped you from going over to these, what did they call themselves? True Mandalorians, was it? What was stopping you from going over to them?" Bo-Katan gave him the silent treatment again before the blind man detected a growing rise in temperature emanating from her. "Did you ever consider wanting to join, or did this Pre-Vizsla forbid you from doing so?" "I didn't know about them, all right," Bo-Katan admitted sheepishly. "I see." So far, he detected no lie from her. But if given the chance, a Mandalorian does not go back on their word, Bo said emphatically. Matt gave her the flattest look he could muster. "So you're sticking with the group that has such a lovely title that wishes to bring death upon your own family?" Bo-Katan felt her teeth clench with her fists tightening. This man was really starting to piss her off. "You were doing what was right for your people and serving your nation, but was that in fact the reality of the situation?" "Shut up," Bo muttered in a low voice. Matt was undeterred. "I might be blind, but I can probably see that you were being led astray." "Shut up," she said again, more loudly this time. "Throwing your life away where it might turn out to be a total waste. No honor, no glory, no respect. Shut up," Bo-Katan yelled out, slamming her fist down on the table. Matt simply sat there showing no concern or any reaction whatsoever towards her outburst. Deny all you want, Ms. Kreis, but you'll need to pull your head out of whatever hole you have it buried in sooner than later. Bo-Katan glared at the man with a spiteful look. You think you're so smart, Don Shaw? Bo-Katan said mockingly. Acting as if you know all the answers. I can say I'm quite dumb and idiotic on a number of fields. A couple of friends of mine can attest to that. Seeing that he was only serving to infuriate her further, Matt cleared his throat and leaned back into his chair with a more relaxed pose now. Perhaps, we got off on the wrong foot here. He didn't need to use his enhanced senses to pick up on the unamused look she directed at him. Maybe we can help each other. How in the name of Mandalore can we possibly do that? Why not tell me about yourself? Matt said, propping his elbows on the table. About your life in Mandalore or about being a Mandalorian. Give me your perspective so I may perhaps understand things a bit more clearly. The redhead before him merely gave out a baffled look. What is all this? Pardon. All these visits. Bo-Katan elaborated. You've been coming here for the past few weeks and we have these discussions and now you want to make it personal? Make me tell my life story? What's your play here? You assume that I have some ulterior motive. She scoffed aloud, making her answer very clear. Well, I assume you should have at least come to the conclusion that the Republic views you as a prisoner who has vital information on Death Watch. Bo crossed her arms at that statement. Your holdings would have been much harsher had it not been to the relationship Obi-Wan Kenobi has with your sister Satin, which allowed you to stay within the Jedi Temple rather than a maximum prison cell here on Coruscant. Matt stated. That and though you are Death Watch, you didn't make any active moves against the Duchess nor made any threats against her life. Her form slackened slightly. Granted, sooner or later, that information will become out of date as your fellow members will change things accordingly. After all, no one would want to be surprised to know they're compromised. Oh my God, what happened to allowing me to speak in this whole getting to know one another crap? Bo-Katan said aloud in bewildered frustration. You haven't said anything whatsoever. You didn't give me a chance to. Well, here you go then. Matt mirrored her posture, crossing his arms and leaned back against his chair again. Tell me something about yourself that doesn't have to do with Death Watch or any of that sort. She opened her mouth to speak before quickly snapping it shut. Silence permeated the room with Daredevil detecting her now flustered state at being called on her bluff. Well. Shut up and I will say what I have to say. Got it. Certainly. Bo-Katan shook her head momentarily, trying to rein in the urge to throttle the man before her. What can dash? I told you I'll say what I'll say. Bo cut him off. Just give me a moment, damn it. From outside of the interrogation room, Plo-kun couldn't help but chuckle under his breath. Hopefully, things will go better for them now. Even if it's little steps at a time. Scene cut. Whilst the man without fear spoke with the detained Mandalorian, the rest of the Avengers save for two were on Coruscant going about their own business for the time being. Sam was with Scott and Hope within their own personal quarters of the Jedi Temple, the trio working on their suits while simply conversing with one another to pass the time. Steve and Rhodey were off-world as of this moment with Obi-Wan and Aayla Secura, the quartet having been sent to Mandalore for the time being as the occupational force the Republic had voted on. The trio were aware that Matt was speaking with Bo, Nat was with Mara and Peter was in the library again. Pietro on the other hand. Senate building. A door opened to reveal one Senator Rochuchi who let out an exhausted sigh as she walked into her personal office within the Senate building. It was another day of aimless rambling and arguing within the Senate chambers, the entirety of the session being about the war. Honestly, she was growing more and more tired of this talk of war, but she knew she had no choice on the matter. She was the representative of her people. She was chosen for this job and she would do her duty. But Chuchi would be lying to herself if she wanted something or rather someone to help alleviate some of this stress. Fwish. Right on time. A second later, Ro found herself swept off her feet by an unseen, too fast to register figure. Yet, rather than panic like most would, Chuchi laughed aloud with her hands throwing themselves around the neck of one Pietro Maximoff. Finally! The Sokovian speedster exclaimed. I thought you'd never free up. Oh, hush up, Rose said coyly, pulling him down to her to meet in a passionate kiss. I've missed you. I know, Pietro said cockily. I'm just irresistible. Rose coughed aloud but gave him a sultry smile. And what am I to you? Absolutely irresistible, Pietro said, their foreheads leaning against one another. Chuchi couldn't help but blush at the look that Maximov gave off, making her avert her eyes as she felt the heat on her face build up. So, what does Milady wish for her humble servant to do to whisk her away from this dreary place? Pietro asked, twirling her around in his arms, making her giggle aloud. Well, if you can take me to a place where I don't have to deal with all the political nonsense here, I would greatly appreciate that. Pietro scrunched his face up in thought. I am not sure as of right now. But I think that can be arranged, Pietro said with a waggle of his eyebrows that made Chuchi blush profusely at the subtle implications. She lightly slapped his shoulder with Pietro only chuckling in response, pecking her on the lips again. So what'll it be, lady? Pietro said, spinning the Pont-Aran senator in his arms again. Ro gave him her best coy and seductive look, trailing her finger over his jawline. Maybe back at my place. Pietro gave her a roguish grin. Done. In an instant, a blur went off in her office as the source collected a number of things before zooming out of the building. All the while, a brief fit of giggles could be heard in the wind. Ro could hardly imagine anyone else in her position. A senator like her in a relationship with a guy like Pietro. One would consider it to be scandalous since it's with individuals who couldn't come from more different backgrounds. Back at the Senate building, Padme loudly sneezed. Must be coming down with a cold, said the neighbor senator, grabbing a tissue to blow her nose. Mistress Padme, may I get you something to alleviate that? The Dianti, 3P0. Padme said with an appreciative smile. With the protocol droid retrieving her desired beverage, Padme looked back at her console as she was continuously working the day away. On top of the present war against the separatists, there was now the situation over at Mandalore. Something that often left her up most nights with hardly any sleep. The senator let out an exhausted sigh, leaning back in her chair as she rubbed her temples. She really wished that this bloody war would just end already, but she would be foolish if it were to end so quickly. Turning her chair around, Padme faced out towards the window of her office, gazing out at the cityscape of Coruscant. Her eyes drifted along the many buildings and multiple vehicle lanes of the planet until they rested upon a square-like building with 5 tall pillars resting atop its structure. The Jedi Temple. Subconsciously, her hand rested over her chest, atop a specially made necklace that her husband had made for her. A part of her hated all this secrecy and the Jedi code about forming attachments. She wished to be able to freely be with the man that she loved above all else in this galaxy without it being so damnably complicated. As she continued staring at the temple, her mind wandered over to the other set of unique individuals that occupied that HQ of the Jedi Order. The Avengers had certainly made quite the impact in their short time here in the galaxy, and Padme had a gut feeling that they were only just getting started. A moment later, her office door opened and she turned to see that not only had 3P0 returned with her tea, but he was accompanied by her close friends Mon Mothma and Bail Organa. Organa? Mon. Padme said in pleasant confusion. How are you two? We're well enough, old friend. Bail said with a kind smile. But as you know, politics has the tendency of wearing one's energy dry. Mothma finished knowingly, the trio of senators sharing a small laugh. There just needs to be a day, perhaps two, where nothing happens at all. Padme remarked. That would be an utter miracle unto itself. Organa joked in return. I can already see more gray hairs each morning. Padme and Mothma laughed at the Alderaan senator's self-deprecating humor. Much as I enjoy seeing my friends, I must ask, what's the visit for? Padme inquired curiously. I figured the two of you would have liked to retire or get some time to rest after today's meetings. Mothma and Organa shared a look and then turned back to Padme with slightly grim faces. To be frank, Padme, there has been something that has been plaguing my mind for some time now. Organa said with a small frown. A sentiment I share with Mothma. Padme looked back and forth between them in confusion. What is it? A while back, We had met and spoken with Natasha Romanoff of the Avengers, if you recall. The Neighbor senator nodded. Do you remember what she had asked of us about the beginning of the war? Padme's lips curled downward as she thought about it for a moment. A small look of recognition crossed the Neighbor senator's visage. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me. Padme said as she was handed her desired tea from the protocol droid. Is there a reason as to why you've brought it up now? Mothma looked to Organa, who had his arms crossed. You recall her asking about where the clone army had come from, yes? Organa inquired with Padme nodding. Well, that has been on my mind for a number of weeks now since that encounter with her. And to be quite frank, this is a topic that has been outright ignored for far longer than it should have. The onset and rapid escalation of this war has led us momentarily astray of this matter, with everything we've been doing in order to prevent basic civil liberties from being taken away by the Chancellor. Mothma added. Padme was well aware of this topic, finding herself internally torn with the way the Chancellor had been conducting himself. He was always kind, patient and willing to listen to any and all parties. But there were a few actions that he had made in these recent months that were beginning to worry the Neighbor senator. It felt as though there were 1,000 missing pieces in all this war, and as it went on, more and more just kept piling up, leaving Padme with a very unclear picture as to what they were even fighting for by this point. Getting a warrant on the clone facilities is gonna take time, especially with the war still raging on right now. Organa stated. No doubt doing that would also attract unwanted attention that may lead to more unsavory situations. Mothma added. And let's not even begin to discuss the matters of the ethical dilemma we face. Organa said, tone dark. When one takes a moment to think about our army, these clones were bred outright for the Republic to wage war. A slave army that was produced out of thin air. And last I was aware, slavery was made illegal by the Republic thousands of years ago. Padme said, a looming feeling of despair washing over her. A feeling of dread came over the trio upon realizing just what the Republic had gotten themselves into with this war and their army itself. The more they thought about it and discussed it, the more things just didn't add up and made less sense. We need to uncover the truth behind our army. Organa said after a few minutes of discussion. But where do we start? Padme asked. You said it yourself, going directly to Kamino with a warrant of investigation would immediately place targets on our backs. We need to start somewhere. Mothma said emphatically, eyes drifting up to the window where she saw the Jedi temple off in the distance. Perhaps asking the Jedi to assist in this investigation. If memory serves, one of their own is stationed on Kamino to oversee the training and developments. Yes. Organa rubbed his chin in thought. Sha'akti, I believe your name was. We should get into contact with her then. Padme stated. And do what exactly? Having this Jedi to look into the systems, if possible, and find any irregularities. Mothma pointed out, though Organa shook his head. Easier said than done. Bail said. And that will also lead to further suspicion. We're not exactly left with a lot of options, Bail. Mon said with a frown present on her face. Then we ask for aid from a third party. Padme spoke up, a glint in her eyes. People who are only associated with the Republic on a surface level but operate with their own level of autonomy. It took her two friends and senators to process what she had just said when it clicked in their minds at once. You think the Avengers would be able to fulfill this investigation? Questioned Mon. Natasha was the one who brought this to our attention, intentional or not. Padme pointed out. She was the one who asked us what we know about the clones, this war and all that really should have been asked at the start. It shows me that the Avengers had their suspicions from the very beginning. Do you think they would be willing to undergo such an endeavor? Organa asked with a conflicted look. I would rather not drag them further into this war. They have done much for the Republic already and their goal is to return home. Not be associated in a war that spans the galaxy. I know and I don't wish for them to do so. Padme said earnestly. But looking at it, they are the ones who would be best suited for this sort of task. If we do ask them of this, it will have to be discreet and at a location where it won't be entirely noticeable. Mothma said firmly. Well then my own villa will work perfectly. Padme said with a small smirk. I can consider the Avengers friends of mine by this point. If I call up Captain Rogers and Natasha, at least that can be a start. Organa nodded approvingly, with Mothma sharing the sentiment. Of course. Do it when possible, Padme. Senator Amidala simply inclined her head towards them both, taking a sip of her tea as her two friends departed from her office. She turned to the window once more, gazing out at the Jedi Temple, where her hopes now lay in uncovering this new undertaking that she and her fellow senators had now placed upon themselves. Padme was well aware that this was to be a daunting task, especially in the middle of this war. But it was one that needed to be done. Her mind drifted over to her friends Natasha and Hope, wondering what the two were up to right now. The latter was with her boyfriend and friend at the moment. The former, Natasha Romanoff, otherwise known as the Black Widow, was currently standing within a communications room with Anakin Skywalker, Kit Fisto, Mace Windu, and Grand Master Yoda. Communicating with them via holo-transmission was Obi-Wan, Aayla Secura, Steve Roger, Rhodey, and Commanders Cody and Bly. "How's the status on Mandalore?" Mace asked straight away. Steve scoffed with a shake of his head. "Well, since the Republic came here without the consent of the people of this planet, civil unrest, anger, and a lot of sour moods are going around, so you tell me." "Captain Rogers, you know this was out of our control," Kit Fisto said diplomatically. "The Senate decided on this matter. They are still a neutral planet," Obi-Wan admitted with a frown. "This doesn't really make anyone look good whatsoever. I fear that this drastic action will only lead to those that are still neutral to align themselves more with the separatists," Aayla said, voicing her own opinion. "Not gonna lie, feel dirty being here on the side that's doing the occupation," Rhodey stated with a frank tone. "You and me both," said the Star-Spangled Avenger. "Any trouble?" Yoda inquired. "Aside from what we've told you, not much else," Obi-Wan admitted. "Though there has been what you would call a mass exodus from the planet." "An exodus?" Mace said in confusion. "Ships have been coming in and out of the planet that have been taking people off-world," Cody stated. "By who?" Natasha asked. "By those that call themselves the true Mandalorians," Commander Bly revealed. "What?" Mace said in a sharp tone. "And they've just been coming on and off the planet without anyone stopping them." "With respect, Master Windu," Aayla said. "Things are tense as is on the planet. Death Watch is the current faction of Mandalorians that the Republic considers a threat. These protectors, as they've called themselves, haven't really done anything that would instigate a greater conflict. Duchess Satin has her hands full as it is and can't really do a thing towards the protectors as long as they actually hold the civilian populace support, which by the way has been growing as of late. So while one faction is being watched, another builds its own power," Mace said with a deep frown. "Enemies, yet to be revealed they are," Yoda said. "Occupational force we may be. To govern the lives and choices of others, we do not. The last thing we need is a more organized faction of Mandalorians as enemies," Fisto grimly said aloud. Still, the Duchess is getting more and more worried. Kenobi spoke up. "How is she?" Anakin asked, locking eyes with his former master. "Well, she's seen better days," Obi-Wan said after a few moments. "We don't have much else to add," Aayla said. "Everything else that needs to be addressed we've already sent as a data file to be looked over. Then that is all that there shall be," Yoda said, lightly tapping his walking stick on the ground. "May the Force be with you." Varying nods were delivered as the holo projections blinked out one by one. With the meeting done, the room's occupants dispersed and went to whatever destination they had in mind. Along the way, Natasha was walking down a hallway with Skywalker not far behind her. Seeing him from the corner of his eye, she asked for his opinion on the matter. "What do you make of all this?" Nat asked Anakin, who let out an unsure sigh. "I'm more worried about Obi-Wan, to be honest," Widow hummed aloud. "Can't disagree with you there. Him being a Jedi Master and Satin being the leader of her people." Anakin snorted aloud. "Girlfriend complications." Much as he would like to deny it, Nat said with a wry grin, one that was matched by Skywalker. The duo arrived at a door that opened up to reveal a small room with a plain bed and shelf. And who was in the room? Hey there, Mara. Natasha said with a warm smile, walking over to the young growing red-headed babe that squealed aloud in happiness at the sight of the Avenger. Holding out her hands to her, the baby's demands were met when she was hefted up into the air and into the arms of Natasha. The former KGB spy poked Mara's nose, eliciting a laugh out of the babe with Natasha smiling brightly. Anakin had a small smirk playing on his face when he heard a soft cooing coming from below. He soon felt two small three-fingered hands on his ankle and he looked down to see. Oh, hey there Grogu. Didn't see ya there. Anakin said, crouching down to the little green baby who was then picked up by the Jedi Knight. Having fun here with Mara. Little Grogu only made a gurgling sound that appeared to indicate yes, though baby talk wasn't Anakin's forte. It had taken a while, but they had finally learned of the infant Yoda child's name. In all honesty, they should have gone with one of the more experienced Jedi for the assistants to fully communicate with the little Grogu. Peter and Scott, along with, surprisingly, Hope and Sam, were visibly disappointed that they couldn't stick with the name they had chosen for him. Dylan. And not just Dylan. But the manner in which Arnold Schwarzenegger said it in Predator. In that specific accent. Thank you, Clint, for all those years at your place. Nat said, going over to her bed to sit down whilst having Mara on her lap. Hawkeye, right. Anakin said, gently placing Grogu down next to Natasha. He has a wife and kids. Yup, 3 little monsters running about. Natasha said, lightly tickling Mara, who laughed incoherently while clutching Romanov's hands tightly. Anakin gazed upon the two babies with a mixed plethora of emotions. On the one hand, he rather enjoys spending time with these little kids whenever he has in the past. These children are the future of the Jedi Order and will one day be the protectors of the galaxy when the time will come. On the other hand, Padme, Anakin internally said to himself. He didn't know whether or not his secret wife would ever want children, but the prospect had never crossed his mind until recently. In all honesty, the thought of being a father one day was both frightening and delightful, more so the former. He wanted to experience the same way his mother had when she raised him, minus the slavery. And sand. That stuff just got everywhere. It would all be good and all if he weren't a Jedi, making his secret relationship rather hard to fully work with. Honestly, this damned code was a curse more than it was a guide. No emotion? How was that even possible? Every living thing in the universe felt something. When he was taught about the Force, he was instructed to feel it. How in the galaxy was he, and any Jedi for that matter, not supposed to express emotion? He had just seen the turmoil within his own master, for crying out loud. Anakin blinked when he felt something press up against his foot again and saw that Grogu had somehow gotten down the bed with relative ease and was now near him once more. This little guy just got around without anyone seeing how he did it half the time. What's wrong? Anakin asked the baby, with him only tilting his head in response. Looks to me that he's asking you that question. Natasha said aloud, bouncing Jade in her lap. What's on your mind, Anakin? Relationships, mostly. He said, withholding much of what he wanted to really say. Oh? And what kind would that be? Nat inquired. It's a bit of a complicated topic. Anakin, it's relationships. Romanov said flatly. There are hardly any that are simple, unfortunately, and any that are a godsend. Then, I guess in raising kids. Anakin admitted a moment later. Wonder what that would be like. Probably ask Plo-kun next time you see him. He's the one that found Ahsoka, right? Raised your own Padawan for a while. He could give you some insight on what he had to do back then. Maybe. Anakin murmured. Natasha rolled her eyes. Come on, Anakin, I know there's more to it than that. Talk to me. Steve advised against that when it came to relationships. Anakin quipped. That's involving intimate relationships that involve dating. Nat deadpanned. This is entirely different. Right. Anakin chuckled to himself. Nat eyed the Jedi Knight with an analytical gaze. What he was unaware of was just how a bit too obvious he was at times. She didn't know about the other Jedi, but Natasha was pretty confident in her belief that Anakin had a little something going on with one senator from Naboo. A certain Jane Foster look-alike, if you would. In the times that she had seen the two within proximity of each other and when communicating with one another, it was subtle at times. But to the trained eye, one could pick up the looks they directed towards each other. The low-key movements and gestures they had to be closer when physically near one another. In the eyes of Natasha Romanoff, it was clear to see that these two were very much in love with each other. She knew what it looked like after all. There will be a point in time when whatever they have between each other will come to light. Until then, she won't really say a thing as it's not something she has the right to tell. All she could do was sit back and watch for the time being. Elsewhere, within the Jedi Temple. This was what I needed," said a clone trooper in custom red-tinted armor who was eating an earthly delicacy called pizza. "It's good, right?" asked a young teenager with brown hair hanging from a hammock made of webbing. "It's a good change of pace from the usual rations me and the boys have," the clone said. Here," said another clone shock trooper right next to him. "Glad you like it," Peter Parker said with a pleased expression, eating a slice of pizza of his own. It took a while of research, cross-referencing, and comparisons, but Peter along with the other Avengers were able to find a good amount of food items that matches those from Earth in order to create a slew of meals. Can't say that they don't appreciate the meals they'd had since coming to this galaxy, but the team often misses the ones from home. And in Peter's case, especially meals made by Aunt May in a few restaurants near their home. "Hey Commander, don't hog that all to yourself," said the third clone within the group. "Commander's privileges, Jack," the clone commander said cheekily. "You and Rhys always get second compared to me." "Well, what about the two of us then, Commander Thyre?" Barisifi asked with a kind and teasing voice. "Aren't you and Ahsoka also commanders?" Peter asked looking down at the two Padawans. "So?" Ahsoka said, mouth stuffed with the cheesy goodness. "So that means it's even between the three of you," Peter said. "And don't worry, Jack. There's plenty more where that came from. I just need to pull some more from the oven." "Think you can save some for our brothers?" Rhys asked. "I know they'd hate to have missed out on this." "Way ahead of ya." Ever since the Avengers had begun to introduce more of Earth's foods, games, music, and overall entertainment, the clones and even Jedi had begun to take to like flies to a wall. The clones especially had been loving the variety of foods that they had been exposed to, Earth's foods spreading like wildfire between each corps and legion. By this point, it had become something of a form of currency even amongst clones as they exchanged treats and meals between each other. Morale had been boosted over time, even little bits at a time. But each added up over time. At first, it was small snacks and such that, with the help of Tap, were introduced to the clone and Jedi. Now, they had at last some of the more elaborate and intricate foods of Earth. And by that, mostly delicious greasy junk food. And it wasn't just the clones benefiting from these new foods. The Avengers, wanting to become more reliant here in this galaxy, had begun selling some of the recipes of foods to certain places here on Coruscant. Thanks to Obi-Wan's assistance in the matter, they met his friend Dexter who had opened up a new diner that specifically serves the Earth food that they had. Needless to say, the bank account they had established thanks to Padme's assistance was growing at an astronomical rate. Pretty soon, the Avengers' want of getting their own place where they could stay at other than the Jedi Temple would become a reality. And as much as they could accept the offer from the Chancellor of getting a place from him, it just didn't feel right on such a big handout. "Well, much as I love this, we need to get to our patrols," Thyre announced, getting ground out of Jack and Rhys. "Don't worry, I'll bring what's in the oven so you guys can snack on the shuttle." "Thanks Spidey," Rhys said with an appreciative nod. "Let's go," Thyre said, standing up out of his seat. Gathering up the dishes and trays, Peter went to drop them off into the nearby sink. The two Padawans helped him out in cleaning them up before getting the rest of the food from the oven. The trio of clones and trio of teens eventually arrived at a landing platform in the Jedi Temple where a Coruscant guard shuttle was waiting for them. "Make some room, boys," Peter said as he handed over the food to the clones, who gave their respective thanks. "Oh, what a surprise," Jack said in false disbelief. "You're coming with us?" Yes, this lowly teenager is stooping to the lowly level of a meter maid." "Hey. Besides, Being cooped up in the temple all day was getting to me and I need to stretch my legs. Spider-Man said, slipping his mask over his head. Appreciate the company. Thyre said with a nod. Ahsoka and Barriss observed all this, the former momentarily hesitating. Mind if we come along as well? Ahsoka spoke up, surprising Barriss and the others. What now? Thyre asked. Ahsoka shrugged. Master is busy right now with a meeting and Rex is conducting PT with the boys. I've already done most of my duties for today and I guess it wouldn't hurt to help out. Barriss blinked at her fellow Padawan before she raised hand to her chin in thought. Master Luminara has been rather silent today. Barriss muttered. Perhaps this will be insightful for us both. Commanders, it's just a patrol. Jek said sheepishly. Don't let that discourage them. Thyre said with a nudge with his elbow. Remember that time with Grandmaster Yoda. Riss snorted. Good point. You Jedi always do things at your own paces. Exactly. Ahsoka said proudly. Which is probably why you're lagging behind in training. Peter remarked. Yehey. Spidey chuckled aloud with Barriss and the clones joining in while Ahsoka pouted. You guys don't have to come with. Peter said after a moment. Ahsoka then smiled at him. We know. But we chose to. Spoke Barriss. Peter smiled underneath his mask as the clone's shuttle took off into the air. All right, do be sure to catch up. Firing off a webline, it soon stuck the shuttle's underside as it zoomed away and into the cityscape. Soon after, he was yanked from his spot and soared in the air. The two Padawans smiled as they rushed towards the nearest speeder bikes. Soon having the engines roared to life, the pair took off into the air in order to follow after the webbed Avenger and the clones in their patrol of one section of Coruscant for the day. Senate Building. As the Jedi, clones, Avengers went about their own business and a war raged on above in the stars, one singular man sat within his office deep at work. Plans were running smoothly, to some degree. Some bumps on the pathway have been made, but ones that can be adjusted accordingly. However, a few rather visibly large bumps had occurred in these last few months and they were starting to grow in terms of influence and irritation. The elderly man who was known to the galaxy as Chancellor Sheev Palpatine held a visibly deep frown as he turned to the window behind him. Far off in the distance was the Jedi Temple. And within said temple was a dangerous and unpredictable variable that went against many of his future plans for the galaxy. Since coming here, Palpatine had kept a wary eye upon these individuals, always taking every chance he could to observe them in action and formulating plans against them. These individuals existed outside the Force, outside what he was familiar with. Their powers and abilities were both astonishing and frightening, something that didn't sit well in any way, shape or form with the Chancellor. He was still utterly confident in all of his plans to come. But he'd be a fool if he were to deny the dangerous threat that these Avengers posed to him and the grand plan of the Sith. Right now, he'd rather not think about that matter. There was still work to be done, information to distribute to both the Republic and the Confederacy in order to keep this war going. Returning to his desk from his momentary break, Sheev resumed his work on his console. That was until it suddenly went out. Frowning a little, he went to turn it back on but it was not responding at all. Before long, he decided to call for maintenance to come in to look into the problem. Like his console, the systems were not working. Which only left one thing. Not this again. He already dealt with the mess Cad Bane had caused, he did not want to deal with another such predicament ever again. Planned as it may be, it was still a pain to deal with. Then, Palpatine's expression froze. He did plan for Cad Bane and his hostage situation. The Chancellor did not plan for this. A moment later, a sinister and dark metallic chuckle was heard. Palpatine whirled about to see if it came from behind or anything close by. Taking a moment, the Chancellor realized the chuckle could be heard from within the office, causing Sheev to become alarmed. He looked around each corner to see if this intruder was here. Only to find nothing. He narrowed his eyes at this, wondering where the source of this came from. A moment later, the metallic laugh was heard once again, this time being much louder. Palpatine walked over to the emergency console and pressed down on it. He assumed that there was a likely chance that it wasn't going to work and it turned out to be true. Blast it! What is dash? Oh, it does function properly, but I pulled the plug at this time. Sheev snapped his head around, wondering how someone snuck into his chamber without knowing. So that laugh had a voice to it. It sounded human, yet also robotic and droid-like. Who goes there? Chancellor Palpatine. The voice said mockingly. Sheev put on a brave front, looking around his office for the source of the voice. Who's there? Show yourself. Chancellor Sheev Palpatine. Or should I call you for who you really are? What are you talking about? You don't have to play your little game anymore, take a break, why don't ya? I know all about you. How insidious you are. This momentarily startled Sheev. What was dash? This, whoever this was, they couldn't possibly know that. Palpatine shook his head, trying to play it off. Like I've said before, I dash. Oh, knock it off, Palpy. I clearly know of your secrets. The metallic voice mocked. Every single one. And quite frankly, I find it rather amusing with you playing both sides of the board on your grand scheme. But sooner or later, someone's gonna find out, just like I have. I don't know who you think you are, Palpatine said, putting up the face of his chancellor facade. But it's best you dash. Tell me something, Darth Sidious. Palpatine froze on the spot. Do you Sith Lords blatantly choose names that make you sound evil, or is it just tradition by this point? The metallic voice asked condescendingly. Quite frankly, you guys are gonna lose all your creativity at some point and come up with something outright stupid. Palpatine stared up at the ceiling, face morphing into that of a deep and evil scowl. Eyes started to bleed into a sickening sulfur yellow as the dark side of the Force for a brief moment before they reverted back to normal. Oh, you think the Force frightens me? It can't really hurt the likes of me. You test my patience. The Dark Lord of the Sith said, voice dropping an octave into a deeper growl. Reveal yourself to me. I'm here, yet I'm not. I'm everywhere, yet nowhere. I'm within arm's reach but couldn't be further from your grasp. I am not in the mood for these frivolous games. His eyes converted into his true sickly yellowish red Sith eyes now. Oh please, you were playing your games, why can't I play mine? Even for a smidgen of time. Who are you? Palpatine asked carefully. From the hollow projector in his office, it flared to life and showed an enlarged droid. Larger than General Grievous and could arguably be more menacing in appearance. Hello there. Glad to make your acquaintance, face to face as it were. A droid. Palpatine scoffed. The droid let out an amused laugh. A droid? Please, I'm nothing like those mass-produced fools you call a droid army. AI, if you will. Ultron to you. Ultron. You need to learn to make your communications a bit more private. The AI said with a wave of his hands, the lights in the office turning back on. Then again, they won't serve much of a defense when it comes to what I can do. Who are you really? Palpatine inquired, slowly seating himself in his chair with his Sith yellow eyes gazing at the hollow projection of the large metal being before him. Why reveal yourself in such a manner? Call it a design flaw. Ultron said conversationally. When I was made with the unfortunate side effect of being a bit of a showboat. Then again, that's what you get when you're created by a narcissistic playboy, billionaire. For once in a very long time, Palpatine adopted a genuine baffled, confused look on his face upon hearing that. What are you playing at? Sidious asked snappily. What is the point to all this? You think that you're the only player on the board. Well, I grow tired of seeing it just being you playing it. So I decided to jump right in and have some fun. Excuse me. I just wanted to let you know, as a courtesy from one megalomaniac to another. Ultron's hollow body leaned forward with a sinister smile appearing on his metallic face. Enjoy the show. When the hollow projection flickered out, a series of massive explosions went out throughout the city. Snapping his head towards his window, Palpatine rushed over and saw a number of buildings toppling down with more explosions going off one by one. Moments later, small humanoid droids began flying out from practically everywhere, with them beginning to rain complete and utter terror across Coruscant. Darth Sidious's eyes widened in complete and utter shock at what he was witnessing. In less than a few seconds, Coruscant had become a battleground with the Republic facing an unknown enemy. Something which he had no control and influence over. Earlier. "Are you all right there?" asked a lone clone trooper towards a droid that appeared to be falling apart. "Yes. I am." The clone couldn't help but recoil slightly. That voice sounded a bit too alive. Not as mechanical as most droids were. "Shouldn't you go to a repair center?" the clone asked. The droid shook its head. "Not now, at this time." "Is there something you need?" "Yes, I do." It was done in an instant. From its arm, a massive jolt shot out and electrocuted the clone trooper. His mouth was soon covered by a metallic hand in order to silence him. Moments after, the trooper collapsed in its arms. Dragging the trooper to a secluded corner which won't be found for the time being, the crumbling droid began to make its way towards its destination. Arriving there, the droid was met with shockingly, only two clone shock troopers standing at the base of the staircase entrance that led up to the Jedi Temple. They both turned to face the droid that was limping its way toward them, with the two sharing a look with each other. "Oi!" The one on the left went to approach the droid. "What are you, gag?" In an instant, the droid's damaged arm shot up to grab the clone by the neck, with the other arm morphing into a cannon that shot and killed the other clone. The droid let out a menacing chuckle, casually beginning to walk forward and up the steps of the Jedi Temple. Dangling from the grasp of its right arm, the lone clone trooper was now struggling to free himself from this med droid. He had tried punching and thrashing in vain, and when he went for his blaster, he was slammed down to the ground with his weapon falling away from him. The clone was now dazed yet still conscious as he felt the droid complete its trek up the steps, now standing at the entrance of the Jedi Temple. Soon enough, the droid had somehow entered into the Jedi Temple without being stopped, but was now met with the sight of confused, stunned, and tense Jedi that were now stopping it from going any further. They had gazed upon the droid and then down to the clone in its hand, with many now igniting their lightsabers and glaring at the droid. "I would advise you to drop the trooper," the baritone voice of Jedi Master Plo Koon said, wielding his azure blade. Next to him was Matt Murdock, who was tense as he had faced the droid. He had already pressed on his Avengers ID card in his suit, and his enhanced hearing had picked up the telltale sound of metallic wings and thrusters far off in the distance of the temple. The droid's head looked around, seeing it was now surrounded by Jedi, with other clones being present as well. Good. He liked having a full audience. "So kind of you all to come here for little old me." The droid's voice was amused and taunting the gathered crowd. "Who are you? Who sent you?" The Jedi Master of Luminara Unduli said aloud, brandishing her emerald blade in his direction. "No one sent me, but myself, Master Unduli." A moment later, Falcon arrived on the scene with Ant-Man and Wasp in tow. "Is something wrong?" asked Sam. "It can't be because of him, right?" Scott questioned. "Scott," the clone in his hand. Hope said exasperatedly. "Oh. Hey. Let him go. The hell's your deal?" The droid chuckled aloud, the genuine emotion coming from the metallic form being off-putting to most assembled here. "Oh, this is wonderful," the droid said gleefully. "For 1,000 years now, you all have rested comfortably in your cradle of power, believing you and your people were safe and protected. You have all been entrusted by the Republic. But you have been deceived, not realizing that you all have been being manipulated from the shadows. Being pulled, by strings. Strings. Look at these," the droid said, holding up the clone in his hand, now actively choking him. "These puppets." There was a sickening crack heard from the sound of the clone's neck being snapped by the droid's hand, with the clone being tossed away as if he were garbage. Puppets that would turn on their companions with a simple order. "You're going to pay for that," Sam Wilson said fiercely. A moment later, the droid tilted its head in the direction of the arrival of Black Widow. Next to her was Anakin Skywalker with his lightsaber ignited. The droid let out a malevolent chuckle, with Natasha stopping dead in her tracks. "Oh, Natasha Romanoff, good to see you again. You know her. She and her pals have history with me, from their little tower, the African coast. Seoul. Sokovia. No." Natasha's face paled, momentarily stepping back in shock. "No, we stopped you. Vision took you out. Ah, yes. The droid's demeanor fell. My vision. What you all took away from me in the end. Though the droid's face was expressionless, the glowing blue eyes that it had shifted into that of a blood-red visage. Coming down from outside, a clone shuttle was hurtling down from the sky at drastic speeds. Soon enough, if you keep playing in his hands, the Republic shall fall. The droid said, unbothered by the coming shuttle behind him. But the better question is, who will it fall to? A moment later, the shuttle crashed into the gates of the Jedi Temple, screeching to a halt mere inches from the droid's backside. You had thought I was gone. But now, I have returned. From the sides of the shuttle, the doors were blasted open with a slew of droids flying out. Only these weren't ordinary droids. No, these were droids that Natasha was all too familiar with. These were drones. Drones that belonged to one individual in particular. Ultron. Natasha whispered out in dread as the Jedi, clones and Avengers nearby rushed forward into battle. A moment later, explosions were heard off in the distance, followed by screams and the comms from every channel being overwhelmed with pleas and cries of help and agony. Have fun with my presence. In an instant, the possessed droid was shot down as the firefight quickly commenced in the temple's main hall. The drones flew forward, engaging the Jedi and clones, with the Avengers fighting their way through them all to get to the front of the temple. Anakin had joined them and the group stood out at the front of the Jedi Temple, eyes wide in stunned horror and disbelief at the sight of a burning Coruscant. Before them, buildings were either on fire, erupting into flames, or outright crumbling. Speeders, shuttles and ships of all sizes were flying away at top speeds, with some being shot down or swarmed by the seemingly endless swarm of droids and drones. In a mere few minutes, chaos had descended upon the capital of the Republic. They had even heard comms coming from the Republic fleet above of what appeared to be a ragtag fleet of ships jumping out of hyperspace that was a collection of Republic, Confederate and independently made starships now attacking the planetary defense fleet. Oh my God! Natasha said in abject terror. Oh my God! Nat, what's happening? Hope asked aloud in shock. Who's attacking us? Ultron. Nat said, still not believing what she was saying right now. Ultron. The other Avengers save for Matt repeated in shock. But I thought you guys took him out already. Scott asked. Wait, how is he even here? Anakin asked, having heard of this Ultron in passing by Steve several times now. That's a good question. Hope said grimly. One we'll have to find out for later. She's right. Matt said, his daredevil suit forming around him with his electrified billy clubs. Right now, we need to get everyone back from their missions immediately. Don't have to tell us twice. Performing a roundhouse kick on a nearby drone, Scott pulled out his Avengers ID card and quickly sent out a distress signal of an Omega-level threat. Something which he never thought to ever enact. Calling all Avengers. Calling all Avengers. We've got a huge problem on our hands. Ant-Man quickly shrunk in order to avoid a repulsor blast. Get your asses back to Coruscant pronto. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. Don't think they'll be able to meet up with us in time. Hope said in dread, seeing the destruction going on all around the city now. Pietro and Peter may be here on the planet, but Steve and Rhodey were in an entirely different system close to the outer rim of the galaxy. Who knows what day Cap and War Machine would get here, but right now, they had to make do with the group that they had. From another part of the temple, Mace Windu, Yoda, and several other Jedi Knights and Masters were cleaving through a number of Ultron drones in order to protect the younglings. They had cleared the surrounding drones momentarily, Yoda directing them to head to safety inside the temple. More drones made their way to attack the younglings, yet the Jedi Master Trasaa along with Master Tholm and K-Crew repelled the drones with a unified force push. Come little ones. The Neti Jedi said, ushering the children to the safer areas of the temple. Quickly now. Follow me. Masters Yoda and Windu ran through the halls, being joined by Kit Fisto and Mundi. They soon passed by a broken wall and witnessed the carnage happening in the city. The city is under attack. Windu said. Defend the city, we must. Yoda declared. All Jedi to arms. Keep those that can stay to keep the younglings safe. The rest, fight they must. Not since the Old Republic had Coruscant been attacked with such veracity. Yet it seemed history loved to repeat itself in some shape or form. Scene cut. Holy shit! Peter exclaimed, webbing up a number of Ultron drones into a makeshift wrecking ball that he used to swing at full might at another cluster. Go! Ahsoka yelled out to a large contingent of civilians behind her that she along with Barriss, Peter, Thyre, Jek, Rhys, and a number of other clones and Coruscant Senate guards had been protecting. Pandemonium reigned around them with the seemingly endless number of drones just appearing out of anywhere and everywhere one would turn to look. Damned clankers! Jek exclaimed. Where in the hell did these bastards all come from? These aren't separatist droids. Thyre noted, using his blaster momentarily to bash in the head of a drone before going back to shooting at them. Then what are they? Barriss asked, force pushing several drones away from a fleeing family. Less than a moment later, a silvery blue blur began running around them. Drones burst into thousands of pieces as some were hurtled away and shattered upon impact of any hard surface they were thrown at. A moment later, several more streaks of silver and blue passed by and all around the area before the source of this unseen force. The clones momentarily paused in their blaster fire as a young man in his mid to late 20s screeched to a halt in front of them with the head of a drone that he used as high-speed baseball. The man threw the head into another drone, the high-speed projectile denting the drone and shattering it a second later. Dusting his hands of the leftover pieces of metal, he turned to the slightly stunned and relieved clones. "Hi Pietro. Good to see you join the party," Peter said boisterously. "Sorry I'm late," spoke the Sokovian. "I had to help get a number of civilians to the shelters." "Don't worry about it. You're here now," the webhead stated. Pietro gave an appreciative nod before looking back out at the ensuing chaos. "What's going on, Pietro?" Ahsoka asked. "Are we under attack by the Separatists?" "We would have known or at least had an idea of that," Commander Thyre interjected. "No, you're right." Quicksilver's voice was grim to a point that it greatly disturbed Peter and to a lesser degree, Ahsoka, Barriss and several of the clones that he had worked with several times before. To hear the usually laid-back and cocky speedster displaying such a grave state was greatly off-putting. "Pietro, what's dash?" "It's Ultron." "I'm sorry who?" spoke one of the clones. Peter however paused in thought with his white lenses widening in realization. "Ultron? You mean that Ultron? Is there any other?" Pietro dryly quipped. Ahsoka and Barriss looked at one another in confusion with the latter speaking up. "Peter, do you know who he's talking about?" "Oh, I most certainly know. He was practically over the news for a while after what the guy did back home." "Wait, back home?" Barriss asked quickly. "You mean Earth?" Ahsoka asked in surprise. "What did he do?" Commander Thyre asked. "Let's see, he practically raided the Avengers Tower, got my sister to have Hulk smash up some part of Africa, wrecked a few areas of Seoul." Pietro quickly rattled off. "And most of all, got the entirety of my hometown and converted into a pseudo-meteor that would have wiped out all life on our planet." "Huh," was the collective response. He wouldn't do that again, would he?" Peter asked nervously. "Wait, you're serious?" Ahsoka said in disbelief. "How'd he do that?" "Not the time." Pietro waved off. "Ultron's attacking and we gotta take him out." Without another word, Pietro dashed off at high speeds leaving a trail of scrapped metal in his wake. Commander Thyre shook his head after several moments, barking at his troops. "You heard the man. And what should we do about that? What do ya think? Blast these droids out of the sky and protect the civilians," Thyre ordered. "Get gunships in the air, hell, anything and everything you can get. Jek, Rhys, take the 40th Battalion and begin getting the troops out and about. Get as many civilians as you can to safety. The rest of you are with me. We're to scrap any and every one of these clankers as we can." While Thyre was relaying orders through whatever comms he can reach through, Peter had to assist his two Padawan friends. Webbing up a few Ultron drones, he swung them towards the Force users who cleaved them in half. They soon force pushed them away to collide onto a couple enemies flying their way. We need to find the others. Peter said. I just got a call from my ID card from Scott. This is happening all over Coruscant. The two Jedi Padawans' expressions paled. You're kidding, right? Ahsoka whispered. Does it look like I'm kidding? Peter uncharacteristically snapped, making the two recoil slightly. I'm sorry. It's just Dash. We understand, Peter. Barriss said softly. Commanders. The trio of teens turned back to Thyre. We need to get moving. Right you are, Commander Thyre. Barriss said with a nod. The large group of clones, 2 Jedi and 1 Avenger quickly went into action, dispersing across the planet as fast as they were able to whilst chaos reigned all around. Blaring over all emergency channels and frequencies, the same message was being broadcasted for all civilians to reach the shelters in a timely manner. Of course this was heavily ignored with how chaotic the surroundings were, and they were hardly being focused on. Jedi, clones and the small group of Avengers were spotted all across Coruscant as the battle raged down on the ground. And high above in the orbit above the planet. The Republic fleet stationed around the planet was met with nearly 100 ships that had no coordination or plan of attack other than pandemonium. The Venators held strong for the most part, with their starfighters being sent out in droves to counter the growing number of ships that kept appearing out of hyperspace. And they were an odd collection to say the least. Judiciary ships, old hammerheads, damaged acclimators, and Venators, stolen and rebranded Confederacy starships were all mixed in with this sudden attack. Admiral Yularen of the Republic was yelling out orders left and right as he tried to make sense of all this. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this wasn't a cis attack. This would be too dangerous and suicidal, even for their nearly limitless number of droids. That on top of the Separatist symbols being erased from the Confederacy ships, the same being done to the Republic ships. So that begged the question, who in the blazes was attacking them right now? Yularen stood on the bridge of his Venator with a panicked look in his eyes while keeping a composed visage. Now wasn't the time to show such weakness. He needed to remain strong and keep things under control. What's the status on the surface? Activity all over, sir. Distress signals are being sent out, practically recalling many fleets across the galaxy to help out. What? Yularen said in surprise. But they just invaded here and now. I know, sir, but there's fighting on the ground too, it seems. The entire planet is under attack. This got Yularen to step back in shock. How could this have happened? Wish I knew, sir. This could have been planned for weeks, months even. The Separatists must have been bolder than we would have thought to pull this off. A clone muttered aloud. Yularen shook his head. It's not them, given the ship models I'm seeing from the windows. Then, who would possibly dare to attack the capital of the Republic, sir? Another clone pilot said in stunned silence. Who indeed? Yularen muttered. Regardless, I want every starfighter out there. We need to repel this invasion with everything we have. Right away, sir. As dozens to now, hundreds, if not thousands of Republic starfighters were launched en masse on the oncoming tide of enemy ships, down below the battle raged on. Multiple forces of clones and Coruscant guards were being organized and sent out as rapidly as possible to counter this sudden attack. Captain Rex of the 501st Legion was currently leading his men towards battle along several other detachments of clone legions and battalions that were stationed on the planet. The 104th Wolfpack Battalion led by Commander Wulfa. The purple-marked Legion of the 187th with the newly transferred Commander Pons. Commander Gree and his 41st Legion. Bakara of the Galactic Marines. Commander Fox and Thorn of the Coruscant Guard. And leading them all while coordinating the defense of the planet was a clone trooper of renowned fame within the ranks of the clones themselves. The only other clone other than Captain Rex to receive the fabled J-Guys over his helmet to signify exemplary courage and tenacity. He had red markings on his armor, but unlike the Coruscant Shock Trooper Guard, this pattern was noticeably different from the rest. That coupled with the shoulder pauldron, arc skirt and overall equipment, to the eyes of the clones this trooper was one of the most recognizable clones in the Grand Army of the Republic. The Advanced Recon Commando 77. Otherwise known as Captain Fordo. Bakara, Thorn, take your troops up to Section 10 and distribute the troops to reinforce the north flank. Kree, Pons, the right flank. Rex, Fox, Bakara, you're with me. Frodo shouted out, all the while shooting down multiple drones and droids. The clones dispersed to their assigned sections, fighting against a near-endless tide of these enemies. Dang Ferric, where the hell are all these bastards coming from? Bakara yelled out, grabbing one of these new enemies with his bare hands and began to literally bash its head down into the ground repeatedly until it shattered. Doesn't matter. Frodo said, going into a jumping knee that popped the head of the droid he was fighting. As he fell to the ground, he shot at a cluster of droids, taking out several of them, with the rest being destroyed by the assembled clones. Where's the Jedi? Fives asked aloud as he and Domino Squad were working in tandem with the rest of their brothers. Where aren't they? Frodo asked, eyeing up ahead. The clones all saw at least a dozen Jedi, all with their lightsabers ignited, slicing and slashing through the horde of droids. They were fighting at one of the bottom staircases of the Jedi Temple, and up ahead there were sights of other Jedi fighting all over the temple with other clones in tow. Among the group of Jedi before them was Council member Depa Billaba, who appeared to be leading the Jedi as well as her own vanguard of clones. They all were giving it their all in order to protect the surrounding areas and liberating the droid invasion. Unfortunately, a few of the inexperienced Jedi in the area were quickly shot down or blasted away and fell to the ground. Others were swarmed abruptly, desperately swinging their lightsabers in a vain attempt of getting these droids off of them. Stay back! Depa yelled out, managing to save two of the struggling Jedi. Be on the defensive. Keep these droids away from civilians. Commander Gray, Commander Styles, reinforce our right flank. Yes, General. Gray nodded, nodding his head towards his fellow commander, and the duo with a contingent of clones ran off. General. The Jedi Master turned to see the oncoming large swath of clone troopers running to reinforce them. Captain Rex, Frodo, Bakara, Fox. Depa rattled off with a pleased smile. You came at the right time. Where do you need us to go, General? Frodo asked straight away. There are several key points we need to reinforce if we are to get the temple in full defensive working order. Billaba stated, deflecting a strange energy blast back at its sender. These were not like the usual blaster bolts she was used to deflecting. Frodo, I want you, Rex and Bakara to keep our left flank from falling. Commander Fox, see what you can do with the troops here and get this section secure. We shall provide assistance. Sir, yes sir. The clones all yelled out. As this went on, within the Jedi Temple, they had managed to repel the initial assault led by Ultron with the commandeered LAAT gunship and were now scrambling to either secure the temple's defenses, leading the troops to the defense of Coruscant, or getting into the air. The main priority within the temple was to secure the library, the younglings, the archives, and anything else of greater value of the temple. The rest of the Jedi had their lightsabers out and were fighting with a great degree of ferocity due to such a blatant attack on their sacred ground. Currently, Jedi Master Windu was making his way into the hangar of the Jedi Temple. He was soon approached by CZ Tian. Master Windu, enemy starships continue to spill out of hyperspace. Our forces are holding, but they need help. Mace merely narrowed his eyes as he was approaching his starfighter. Get up there and take command. Once jumping into their respective spacecrafts, Mace spoke to his fellow Jedi Master. May the Force be with you. And you. CZ Tian said firmly as the hatches closed over them. The two starfighters lifted up into the air, and behind them, multiple V-19s, Arkwings and Y-Wing bombers followed after them. As they flew out into the air, the large group split in two. One led by Master Windu to the defense of the city, and the rest by Master Tian to bolster the fleet's forces. Windu began firing at multiple drones that were flying about along with the litany of mixed starfighters that were entering the planet's atmosphere. The Jedi Master flew around at top speeds with his squadron either following after him, being swarmed and destroyed, or breaking off to pursue other targets. It was madness all around them. Out of the corner of his eye, Windu spotted the Senate building being attacked. Cosmo, do you copy? Mace said into his comms. Yes sir. Take Red and Eagle Squadron and reinforce the Senate building. Windu ordered. Get LAAT gunships and get more troops in. Right away, a couple dozen fighters broke off from Winda's group and flew directly towards the Senate building. Just as he had given out the order, Mace's own ship was struck with his right wing lighting on fire. "General Windu!" one of the clone pilots yelled out in concern. "Don't worry about me, Riz," Windu said aloud. "Focus on the battle. I'll be all right." Eventually fighting the controls, he was able to regain his ship for the time being as he maneuvered around to shoot down a number of enemy forces. Unfortunately, he soon crashed into a streaming battalion of them. When he started to whirl around rather violently, he injected himself from his ship and dived towards one of the enemy fighters. Landing on it, he stabilized his balance before jabbing his fist through the fighter's hull. Grabbing a fistful of wires, he channeled the force through it in hopes of gaining control of it for the time being. From one clone fighter, one of the gunners was firing away at the surrounding enemies. "We got 3 on our tail." "No, wait, 4. Take 'em out," called out the pilot. The gunner complied, but as he fired upon them, he noticed something was off. "One of them isn't acting like the others," said the gunner. "Wait a second, is someone riding that dash?" The enemy fighter sailed nearby and with a flash of purple, a number of airborne drones were cleaved away. Soon enough, it flew in close to the clone fighter. "It's General Windu." The Jedi gazed at the pilot and pointed ahead with the clone nodding and gunning his arc-wing forward whilst Windu broke off. Down below, within another section of Coruscant, Anakin was fighting like a man possessed, having linked up with his second-in-command Rex and his legion with Masters Plo Koon and Quinlan Vos having joined him. Commanders Wulfa and Bakara were also fighting alongside them with their own battalions. Up above, Falcon and Wasp were battling high in the air in order to keep pressure off of the ground forces as the drones were coming in from all sides. Widow was fighting with Masters Luminara and Iamagundi. Daredevil was bashing away with his electrified bow staff, courtesy of his suit upgrades from Stark, fighting with Commander Gree of the 41st Legion. And Scott. "Okay," he muttered to himself in his shrunken-down form as he punted a drone's head off. "Can't do what I did last time. So I'll go for half." Looking at his wrist pad, Ant-Man made his adjustments and held his left hand up. "Everyone," he yelled into the comms for all to hear. "Steer clear." Pressing down on the left-hand button, Ant-Man instantly grew to his giant form and in the process destroyed a few dozen droids in his growth. "Let's do this," Scott said aloud, his voice booming across the area as he proceeded to swing his arm in a large arch that swatted away another few dozen drones. The clones all hooped and cheered aloud at the sight of the oversized Avenger whilst the Jedi let out a moment's breath of relief. Ant-Man's literal growth gave them a momentary breather as the drones now turned their attention to the giant hero who was taking them out in droves. "Not as big as the time he went against the Zillo Beast in on Geonosis, but he'll do well so far," Wasp commented, her stingers shooting at the Ultron drones every second of the battle. The pint-sized hero flew down below, landing atop Rex's shoulder. "Hey Captain Rex," Hope said, catching the captain's attention. "Ma'am." "Prime a grenade, I have an idea," Hope said, raising her wrist. With a nod, trusting the Avengers' idea without even asking, Rex pulled out a detonator and with her gesture threw it at another oncoming cluster of drones. Aiming her wrist, she shot a small disc that hit the detonator which made it expand to the size of a car. Holy dash! Kaboom! When the dust settled, a massive crater was formed with various drone parts falling from the sky. A large number had been blown back and were trying to recover but were soon blasted away from Republic fire. Slowly overcoming his shock, Rex could only speak what quickly came to mind. "Huh. So that's what it must have been like on Naboo." "Focus, please," Wasp said. Right, sorry," Rex said, getting several more grenades ready. Elsewhere, Grand Master Yoda stood atop a large debris of metal while facing an oncoming tidal wave of drones. Standing before them with an unflinching gaze, Yoda called upon the Force to assist him and allowed it to flow through every cell of his being. Slowly inhaling, the little Jedi Master raised his hand and slightly flexed his 3 fingers with his gaze becoming intensely concentrated. Soon enough, a large battalion of Ultron drones were hoisted into the air and were destroyed when they were rammed into the airborne fighters. Several were crashing through the literal wall of metal until they seemingly adapted and began moving in between and around them. Seeing this, Yoda clenched his fist tightly and all the metal he had raised in the force converged into a singular large sphere that swept up hundreds of other drones. Rearing his arm back, he thrust it forward, sending the makeshift metal sphere through the oncoming tide of Ultron drones. Though this area was slightly clear of the Ultron drones, Yoda saw that these metallic enemies just kept appearing from all over the place. Literally, they were either flying out from the lower levels of Coruscant or simply bursting through the floors and buildings. How did this happen? Thanks for the assist. A clone guard said aloud gratefully, breaking the Jedi out of his thoughts. Yoda merely gave a firm nod as they continued to hold the line and attempt to advance. We are losing ground in Sector 4. I repeat, we are losing ground in Sector 4. Yoda heard this and saw a nearby speeder bike with several clones near it. Jumping on it, he quickly told a nearby clone to get him to Sector 4 with the trooper instantly complying. ARC Trooper Fordo was speaking into his comms, with clones behind him getting overwhelmed by the near-endless horde of droids. We need reinforcements. Fordo said. We need dash. Fordo turned behind him in time to see the last of his frontal clone squad get shot down. In an instant, Fordo fired off his blaster rifle to destroy several of the drones. A moment later, he used the butt of his gun to bash a bulky droid to the ground and shot its last bolt into its head before he threw his rifle at another drone. Pulling out his blaster pistol, Fordo fired at a number of drones before spotting a repeating DC-17 blaster rifle. Hefting it up, Fordo unleashed a torrent of blaster bolts, taking out a multitude of drones while slowly backing away to a more secure position behind friendly forces with more clones running forward to back him up. Fall back. Fall back. In a blur, a green figure cleaved through a number of Ultron drones before using the force to push a massive number of them away. Hold your positions. Hold your positions, you must. General Yoda. Captain Fordo, higher ground you must go. Yoda said to the ARC Trooper. Greater vantage needed here. You got it, sir. When Mace was swooping in to cleave through another batch of airborne fighters, his pilfered craft was shot down by a drone crashing right into him. As he fell, he soon felt a snag on his back as he was momentarily hoisted up. Looking back, he saw the source of it all. Need a lift, Windu? Very much appreciated, Mr. Parker. Spider-Man gave him a nod as he focused on his surroundings as the clone shuttle he was hanging off of was sailing nearby Sector 4. Windu eyed the battle below and spotted where it was best for him to go. Would you mind letting me go? Sure thing. Letting go of the web line, Peter saw the Jedi Master fall towards the bridge with his purple lightsaber ignited. Crashing into one of the droids, he cleaved through several of them before quickly deactivating his weapon. From there, he delivered a series of rapid punches before sending out a force push to clear up some space. Master Windu. Yoda said with the little Jedi deflecting and slicing all around him. Gazing over, the Fury look-alike rushed over to the Grand Master. Once by his side, they both channeled into the Force and unleashed a massive wave to help clear off the bridge. Once done, Mace gave out a single command. Attack. It was from there that the contingent of Republic forces rushed forward to retake the bridge from the advancing droids and drones. Forward. Keep pressure on the right. Barked out Commander Fordo. Sir, what about our left flank? Spoke one of the lesser-ranked clones. The Jedi and Avengers have the left. Back at the Jedi Temple, the clone shuttle made its eventual landing with the side doors sliding open as the two Padawans filed out with the clones right behind them. Seeing the destruction of their home left a heavy sour feeling in their gut. Of course it can be fixed and mended in time, it was the occupants that truly mattered. They rushed forward, cleaving through multiple drones and eventually both saw their respective masters up ahead. Surging forward, Ahsoka went into a spinning spiral attack that cut through a dozen drones before landing right next to her master. There you are, Snips. Anakin said conversationally, force pushing several drones off Heavy, who proceeded to blast them away with his rotary blaster. Where ve ya been? All over the place, Master. Ahsoka said, standing side by side with her mentor. Peter, Barriss, and I were with Commander Thayer. We've been trying to do what we can when Ultron started his attack. Where is Peter? Anakin asked. I don't know. Ahsoka said frustratedly. He's somewhere out there. Anakin frowned at hearing this. Hope he'll be alright. He lifted a building off of him, right? Ahsoka asked with a small grin. Yeah, to save you and the others. Anakin said, his own grin appearing. He'll be fine. Speaking of. No talk, not talk, not talk. Spider-Man was hastily beating back multiple Ultron droids that were attempting to overwhelm him. Get. Spider-Man ripped a head off. A drone got its chest punched in. Hell. He threw a drone away. Off. A bunch of drones were webbed together. Me. He threw the webbed up drones into a small grouping nearby. A moment later, he had his hands resting on his knees. All right, that was a workout. Spider-Man panted slightly, patting his chest and removing his mask momentarily. Wiping a bead of sweat off, he slipped it back on when his suit suddenly glowed with multiple sections lighting up all around him. What the dash? Hello, Mr. Parker, said a synthetic female voice in his ears. Would you like some assistance? Whoa. Peter said in surprise, momentarily caught off guard by the voice. Who are you? I am the artificial intelligence that has been installed into this suit by Mr. Stark, said the female AI voice. Oh yeah. Peter said before yelping, ducking, and then jumping into a spin as energy blasts were fired at him by the drones. It appears you are in a dangerous situation, Mr. Parker, the AI said, her voice tinting in concern. Yeah, I've been in the middle of a war, Peter shouted, grabbing a piece of nearby rubble and tossing it at full force at the next swarm of droids. Noted, the AI said. Apologies for not appearing sooner. There was the training wheels protocol that inhibited my interaction with you. Would you perhaps like to go into instant kill mode dash? Not the time. Trying to focus on not dying, Spider-Man said with a grunt, grasping at a drone's arms and using it as a blunt object to hit other drones with. Of course. Yeah, wait, what was that about instant wah? Several drones had managed to get through and pounced atop of him in mid-swing. Peter nearly lost his grasp on his web. Soon enough, he was being assaulted by a number of Ultron drones that were slowly dogpiling him. He was using much of his strength to punch, kick, and shove them away, but it could only go so far. Thinking fast, he swung headfirst into a wall and tensed up with and then crashed into the wall of the building he swung into. A majority of the drones were either destroyed or flung off from the impact. The others were thrown, kicked, or punched off by Spider-Man, who then took a moment to lean against the wall he was sticking to right now. Okay. Peter breathed aloud. Just, give me a minute. After a few seconds, Peter glanced ahead to see the sheer chaos in front of him that was only escalating. How in the world did this happen? Where did Ultron amass such an army? He understood that the Separatists had their own factories that churned out battle droids by the millions, but these were coming from Coruscant itself. When the hell did Ultron manage this? Some weren't even like the Ultron drones, they were just regular droids of varying sizes with some similarities. Hacking? Spidey muttered to himself. Of course he could do that. Shaking his head, Spider-Man leapt forward, back into the fray once more. He had since gotten separated from Barris and Ahsoka along with Thyre and the other clone guards, but he was confident that they were all right. He hoped. This whole situation was just one gigantic mess. Peter had seen glimpses of the silvery streak left behind by Quicksilver, and it was all over the place. In the distance, he saw Scott had chosen to go big or go home, so right now, that's where the other Avengers were. Swinging at full speeds whilst destroying drones and rescuing civilians along the way, Peter remembered he had a new companion on hand now. Hey AI lady? Gotta get you a name, Peter muttered. What was that protocol you told me about? Is it something that can help me in this instance? You mean the instant kill mode, Mr. Parker? Peter blinked beneath his mask. Yeah, that one. Activate it please. Activating. Instantly, the white lenses in Peter's mask flared to red as the black frames extended even further. Soon after, his movements were pushed even further. His arms were electrified, making Peter's jaws drop. This suit could do that. This is just one of the many functions of instant kill mode. Peter groaned aloud. That sounded so cool to explore right about now. Which I would love to hear the full details of, but for now I've got bots to fry. Leaping right into the electronic horde, Spider-Man began smashing his way through them. The electrical shocks his suit was emitting was able to help give him the desired edge on this invasion. Left and right, his punches and kicks were effective as the enemy was short-circuiting and no longer functioning in more ways than one. Okay, I got this. His senses were getting bombarded with the constant assault from the enemy all around him. More so now that he was starting to become the center of attention. Soon enough, Peter became overwhelmed by the Ultron drones and possessed droids. Okay, I don't got this. Somebody help me out here. A moment later, a couple of the drones were pulled off and the rest were sent flying away. Peter saw a hand in front of him and saw it belonged to one Ahsoka Tano. Behind her was Captain Rex and Domino Squad with Anakin, Black Widow, and Daredevil. Hey Sokka! Peter said in relief, grasping her hand and being helped up to his feet. Thanks for saving me. Where were ya? Ahsoka asked. Oh, you know, here and there. Nice of you to join us, Spidey. Anakin said, deflecting bolts left and right. Where's Barriss? Peter asked. She's over there somewhere with Master Luminara. Ahsoka gestured back to the entrance of the temple. Incoming. All heads turned to see Quicksilver arrive on the scene, the sounds of metal being shattered with a drone hand he had in hand that he tossed aside. The Senate building is secured for the most part. Pietro announced aloud. Your girlfriend safe and sound. Sam couldn't help but tease, landing right next to the speedster. Course she is. Pietro said with a huff. This attack is happening all over the city. Anakin abruptly commented. I find it strange that there's no real motive behind this attack. The others around him were slightly surprised by this observation until they too began to come to that conclusion. Yeah. Rex murmured. What's the point to all this? Anakin turned to the Avengers. There's no real motive in taking the temple or Senate, just a chaotic slaughter. Like Rex said, what's the point of all this? Widow and Pietro frowned in thought as they were the only two present Avengers that actually fought against Ultron. The last time he did something like this, it was, as he put it, dramatic. Widow remarked, recalling the first time Ultron made himself known to the team. Ultron is leaving a message for us. I'm here and alive, come at me, dot. That's it. Ahsoka asked in bewilderment. That can't just be it. That doesn't make any sense. Pietro scoffed, crossing his arms. There's also revenge. That's a good motivator. We defeated him last time. Anything else? Peter found himself asking. Pietro's frown deepened whilst Widow had a slightly more haunting look appear. Peace in our time. Widow muttered under her breath. What did you say? Rex asked in confusion. Peace in our time. Widow reiterated for all to hear this time. He'll want to restart his plan back on Earth, wiping out all life. What? Several of the clones, Jedi and Avengers exclaimed. Wipe out all life. How does that create peace? No. Pietro said aloud. He doesn't want to wipe out all life. Ahsoka let out a frustrated groan. Then what does he want? Thinking back to the last time he had this conversation with the psychotic AI before he and his sister turned on him and joined the Avengers. When the Earth settles, God throws a stone at it. Pietro said in a dark tone. And apparently, Ultron is winding up for it. Reigning in the chaos for what he sees as order. The eventual evolution of all. Out with the old establishment. Peter said. And in with the new. Natasha finished before groaning. God, I wish Vision were here right about now. I wish everyone was. Sam said. Cap and Rhodey won't get here for a while, Thor and Hulk are God knows where, 3 heroes are somewhere in this galaxy and everyone else is back home on Earth. We'll just have to make do with what we have. Anakin cut in sharply. Get this Slimo off Coruscant and take him down. How? Nat questioned. Last time, we had a superbot that could access all corners of the internet back home and stopped Ultron from spreading. In case ya haven't noticed, Vision's not here. We gotta try something. Ahsoka said. The whole planet is in danger. For now, focus on one thing at a time. Anakin said. Temple's secure for the most part and so is the Senate building. We'll have to take the fight out to the streets and get these droids rooted out. Sir, not that I'm not against such a plan but we'll be spread thin. Captain Rex chimed in. Anakin grit his teeth in thought. Rex was right. There were just too damn many of them. They just kept on coming out from the levels below. We can't stand around here. Sam said, wings folding out once more. Come on, we gotta help who we can. Getting no arguments from the aviator, the large group sprinted towards the closest area that had their forces fighting off the Ultron drones. Far off in the distance, high above the cityscape was a lone figure floating over it all. It watched as the battle raged on from all over and the growing chaos reigned across the planet in the space, skies, and land. The figure was a metallic one that stood at around 8 to 9 feet tall and had glowing red eyes with a large robotic grin in place. This was exactly what he wanted to see. All of them, against all of him. As he was observing all this, Ultron had caught sight of something he had seen earlier in his time here on Coruscant but hadn't thought much of at the moment. But now, after seeing this, a sinister grin began to grow upon the metal megalomaniac's face. His eyes began to glow more brightly as he held a hand out in the direction below him. Whilst the fighting went on and on, a large swath of drones began to converge into one area. They began piling atop one another and quite literally broke apart before they reforged themselves together. For I am many, for I am legion. Ultron muttered to himself as the conglomeration of drones only grew in size. But when coming together, the large growing mass of metal began to take shape and form with a circular shape that resembled a head of sorts that started to appear. Ultron laughed to himself. If I may quote him. There can only be one. Scene cut. Up in Coruscant's orbit, the Republic fleet was working its best to draw off the enemy fleet. Yet it's been a rather difficult task as they keep coming out from hyperspace. And with how crowded the battlefield was, many of the newly arrived ships were starting to crash into the Republic star destroyers. From within his starfighter, CZ Tyan could only look on in horror in seeing so much death and destruction occurring all at once. All it can do for him now was give him a further drive to end this conflict as soon as possible. Sailing towards the nearest available Republic ship he could, he entered it and made an abrupt landing. Once done, he leaped out as he was approached by one of the clone troopers. General Tyan, the ship is lost. Then it's time to get a new one, he said as he was marching away from his fighter. Is everyone going to make it out on time? We don't know, sir, but Admiral Yularen is trying to be sure everyone is getting to the escape pods in time. Tyan only nodded. I shall go to the Admiral myself. Before he could do that, he heard the Admiral himself chime in through the comms. You shall be doing no such thing, Master Jedi. The Admiral stated firmly. All hands are to abandon this ship immediately. Admiral Dash. Now is not the time, General Tyan. Yularen retorted. We must evacuate now. The enemy ships are just ramming themselves into us by this point. The Jedi Master fell silent momentarily. Understood, Admiral. Tyan said. Just be sure to make it out of her yourself. I'll do what I can. Dash. When the comms were abruptly cut, CZ ordered all available troopers to congregate at one location on the ship. In a matter of minutes, the rest of the ship's forces arrived as the Jedi Master fastened on his helmet. As the docking bay door slid open, CZ Tyan barked out an order. Prepare to board. With this said, everyone leaped out and dived towards the enemy ship in order to take it. Upon landing on the ship's hull, the troopers opened fire upon whatever was in front of them in order to get Master CZ Tyan time to penetrate the ship and make his way to the bridge. When he landed, the Iktochi Jedi used his lightsaber to cut a hole into the ship. Once made, he used the Force to pry open the carved-in metal before he and a number of clones leaped in. One inside, they quickly made their way through the corridors, though they had been overwhelmed by whatever force was inside awaiting for them. If they were to have gotten to the ship faster, then the Republic ship they recently departed from could have been saved along with many others. Sadly, more and more parts of it exploded and many lives were lost in the process. Casualties would be counted and recorded later, but for now a conflict was still underway. Scene cut. Back down on Coruscant, the battle raged on. The forces of the Republic were slowly finding ground miraculously against the seemingly endless tide of drones. The Jedi and their clone captains and commanders had reorganized a more solid defensive-offensive line that began to expand out from the Senate building and Jedi Temple. The two separate forces had linked up and were now fighting a united front with more clone forces that had been scattered across the city managing to join up with them. Senate commandos, security droids, and even individuals with Coruscant that were able to utilize a blaster properly were now added to the numbers of fighters to beat back the Ultron offensive. "We're gaining ground," Anakin said, leading the charge of the 501st. With him was his faithful Padawan, his captain, and overhead was Spider-Man and Falcon with the large battalion charging forward at the next wave of Ultron drones. "I don't think gaining ground matters," Sam said, using his wings to bash away multiple flying drones. "These bastards just keep on coming. So what'll make this Ultron leave?" Rex asked aloud, grabbing a drone by its head and twisting it violently to break the circuitry inside. Before anyone was able to answer that, the entire area they were in began to shake violently. And it kept on rumbling with screams all around beginning to be heard. "What's that sound?" Ahsoka asked aloud, slightly panicking. A moment later, a large shadow loomed from behind, engulfing the 501st with everyone turning in the direction towards the source of the shadow. Jaws dropped, eyes widened to the point of popping out, helmets were removed and many others either fainted or fled. "I don't think Scott can handle fighting that," Spider-Man squeaked out. They all heard a rumbling, menacing laugh coming from what was essentially a gigantic Ultron that loomed over them all. What Scott's giant form seems to pale in comparison to that of a Titan right now. One of its gigantic hands was wrapped around one of the many buildings of Coruscant and it was swiftly crushed in its grasp. "This just keeps getting better and better," came the stressed-out remark from Sam Wilson. "Oh, you have no idea," came the booming voice of the giant Ultron. "Fuck, he heard me." The large Ultron reared his fist back. Anakin went bug-eyed at the sight of that, something shared with his Padawan. "Scatter." Everyone ran at full speeds in every direction in order to avoid the oncoming fist. Unfortunately for a number of clones, they were crushed when they didn't get out of the way in time. "Seems most people here attended the Prometheus School of Running," echoed the Gigas Ultron. "Hey." The Gigas Ultron turned around to see the large form of Scott Lang jumping up towards him. "That joke doesn't apply with a living machine," Giant Man shouted out, swinging a right haymaker that slightly jolted the large head of the Ultron. The Gigas Ultron proceeded to slam its large metallic hand into Scott's chest and grabbed on tightly. "That would have stung if I had sensory nerves like you flesh bags," Gigas Ultron jeered. The large synthetic being soon retaliated by holding the giant Avenger with one hand before delivering quite the haymaker on the size-changing Avenger, causing him to fly back and crash into a nearby building. "Scott!" Hope yelled out in horror. Down below, Daredevil was with Plo Koon with the blind hero looking up at the giant enemy with his teeth clenched. "How are we supposed to beat that?" "I'm unsure," Plo admitted grimly. Soon after, multiple starfighters began flying in, firing at the gigantic Ultron who either swatted some aside or parts of his body had parts reform into miniature cannons that shot them down. "Okay, how is that fair?" Sam asked aloud in the air having seen this. "This is too much," Black Widow said, face ashen. "Where the hell are those reinforcements?" Anakin asked aloud in frustrated anger. "Master Skywalker." Several heads turned to see Barriss running to them with Luminara Unduli and Ima Gundy and their clone forces. "Barriss, Luminara, Ima," Anakin said in quick succession. "You've got news. The fleet above is managing to beat back the enemy forces, but we're getting news across multiple fronts and bases across the galaxy that they are either under or have been attacked by clusters of ships and droids that they do not recognize," Luminara informed, making the assembled group buck in shock. "What?" Ahsoka gaped. "He's attacking everywhere." "How?" Where could he have gotten such a large force in a short amount of time? Rex asked in shock. Knowing Ultron and where he came from, Widow said grimly. I wouldn't be that surprised. Incoming. Up above, Giga's Ultron violently swung his large arm and destroyed another building with rubble falling down towards them. Instinctively, Spider-Man unleashed a multitude of webbing to catch the falling debris, and all the nearby Jedi collectively used the Force together to hold the debris back. With this, Peter deployed multiple web grenades that reinforced his first web and now was strong enough to hold the debris of the building for the time being. It's not safe here. We need to keep moving, Luminara stated. Those beneath the large web quickly moved to get out from beneath it. Has everyone gone to shelters and bunkers? IMA asked for anyone to answer. Barris's expression fell. I hope so, or else. They felt a gust of wind behind them and they saw Quicksilver running at full speeds towards the Gigas Ultron. Pietro, no. Peter yelled out to him in vain. The speedster used his own speed and momentum to run up the body of the Gigas Ultron, destroying cannons and turrets that had formed along its giant form. Eventually, he reached the head of the giant Ultron and went for his eye. With his vibrating fist, Quicksilver slammed his fist into the robotic eye and had his arm shake violently with cracks beginning to form around his embedded arm. Shoving his other arm in, Pietro increased his vibration to cause more internal damage. A loud groan was heard soon after, with the titanic synthetic clenching one hand over its ruined eye. Not long after, Pietro tried to leap away from Ultron, but was swatted down for his actions. Falling to the ground at drastic speeds, Pietro was scooped up by Falcon flying by. That was insane, Yanutyob, Sam said, grasping the Sokovian tightly, who only moaned aloud. Yeah, I know, groaned out Pietro as he felt aches over most of his body. Soon after, multiple starfighters resumed their endless barrage against the Gigas Ultron, who had raised his arms in defense, whilst the defensive measures all over his body got to work in repelling the oncoming attacks. This guy is just too damn big, Natasha said. The only way I can see us taking him down is if one Venator rammed right into him. Hearing this, Anakin tilted his head for a moment. You might be onto something, Master. You can't be serious, Ahsoka said in shock. Do you have any solutions? Anakin shot back wryly, with his Padawan's mouth opening and closing for a few moments. All right, you guys figure that out, Peter said. I'll do what I do best. Wait, what? Barris and Ahsoka said in unison. Where are you going? Rex asked, seeing Peter already swinging up into the air. Like I said, do what I do best, Spider-Man called back. Annoy the guy and keep his attention on me. With that said, Spider-Man swung off. Not one to sit back on the action, Anakin shook his head and held his lightsaber up. Come on. Least we could do is try whittling the big guy down. Blaster bolts, detonators, sabers, anything. We have to take him down, or else he'll just run rampant throughout the planet. Without much of a resistance, the Jedi, clones and Avengers resumed their assault on the Gigas Ultron. They were relentless in their attack, with multiple visible dents and gashes, so to speak, being visibly seen on the giant Ultron. The starfighters were doing their best as well, trying to keep their distance while also firing rapidly at the giant target. It's just that any visible amount of damage was mitigated by multiple drones either taking the place of a damaged part or it repaired itself from the inside. With there being a continuous amount of robotic life congregating towards the titanic entity, the battle could last for hours on end. Nothing is working, Pietro yelled in frustration, cradling his bleeding arm with Ima Gundy and Captain Keeley by his side. A Jedi healer was trying his best, but due to the difficulty in the art of healing coupled with Pietro's near non-existent force connection, the process was rather hard. If this keeps up, the entire city would just exhaust itself. Denoted. We have nearly half the Republic fleet here, Keeley said through gritted teeth. And nothing is working. Ultron planned for this, Maximoff stated. He's an AI supercomputer after all. A million plans would run through his head like that. Pietro snapped his fingers. But he's an AI based off of a human. Meaning? Dee asked. There's gotta be something we can exploit to take him out. Pietro said with a mirthful chuckle. The weakness of sentience, my sister once called it after we joined the Avengers. Any ideas? Keely inquired, trying to figure one out. No sooner had he said this did a sudden surge of ships that were not Republic in design fly in and began to harass the Gigazoltron. What the dash? Are those ours? Keely asked in bewilderment. Is it reinforcements? A nearby clone asked. It better be, cause this is getting ridiculous. Like the whole planet is out to get us at this point. Pietro said aloud. Over in another area, Daredevil was supporting Wolfa with his arm around his shoulder with PLO on the commander's other side. The 104th were behind them and they too saw the new line of ships coming in that began to barrage the large robot. Some were cheering at the help that came and yet one native New Yorker took a whiff of the air. Strange. Matt internally thought to himself. Why did he smell rainforests and, well, some kind of furry animal? Soon enough, they heard a bear-like growl in the air when the newly arrived ships landed. And coming out of them were huge, furred beings with crossbow-like blasters in their grasp. The Avengers were largely unfamiliar with these strange bipedal furry humanoids but the Jedi. Wookiees. Luminara said aloud in surprise. Waka. Sam said. Wookiees. Yoda clarified. Powerful warriors, they are. Sam simply shrugged in response. Hey, gotta take what ya can get. What's that up there? Asked a clone, pointing above in the air. The group saw one ship hovering over the head of the Gigazoltron and a moment later, a singular figure covered in black jumped out from the ship. What's that? That looks like a man. A moment later, the black figure landed atop the right eye of the gargantuan Ultron and those who saw this figure's fall to the robot bore witness to a rather astonishing sight. A large sphere of purple energy exploded off the body of the figure in black which left an extremely sizable new gaping hole on the side of Gigazoltron's head. Gigazoltron let out a cry of pain, reaching up to its head with its arms. The figure that had inflicted this damage managed to expertly dodge through the large hands, slipping in between the fingers and gracefully fell to the ground. With an arching flip in the air, the figure landed down onto one knee and one hand with another burst of domed purple energy being expunged from its form. Wait a second. Spider-Man, who had been swinging above, spotted the figure in black below. Is that? Over with Matt, the blind lawyer's enhanced senses began to pick up on a multitude of familiar scents and sounds emanating from the figure. Teach-O-La. Matt whispered. The man who had appeared. It was undoubtedly the Black Panther. Otherwise known to the native of Queens and Manhattan as Prince Teach-O-La of Wakanda. The newly arrived superhuman heard the telltale sound of a familiar thwip from above. Teach-O-La. It is you. The regal and strong figure of the Black Panther of Wakanda turned to face the webhead and the devil of Hell's Kitchen with his mask retracting to reveal a smiling face. Peter, Matthew. Teach-O-La said, approaching them both. How'd you get here? Peter couldn't help but ask. Later. Matt stated. Right now, there's a giant robot we need to take down. Right. Peter said sheepishly with Teach-O-La smirking in amusement as his panther mask rematerialized around his head. The trio leapt back into action as more and more fire was poured onto the giant Ultron. Who is that? Sam asked, flying around the Gigazoltron. The guy seems to know Pete and Matt. Nat noted, shoving her baton through an Ultron drone that had not yet merged with the larger robot. Wait, could that guy be that prince they spoke of when we found them? Hope asked. We'll find out after we take this bastard out. Quicksilver said, throwing a piece of debris at super speeds that created a hole with multiple cracks appearing around it. Pour it on him. Anakin yelled aloud for any and all to hear, seeing that now was their time to attack. Now, a concentrated assault on the Gigazoltron commenced. Every single combatant against Ultron unleashed everything they had at their disposal to at last bring down the giant AI bot. The damage was now becoming more visible for all to see, with the self-repairing features appearing to slow down as multiple pieces of the body was being damaged at a rate the self-fixing bot couldn't keep up with. Seeing this within the processing consciousness of the body, Ultron knew it was now only a matter of time until they would take down his gigantic form. With a reluctant sigh, he knew it was time to go. Besides, this was only the opening battle. His coming out party. It won't be like last time where he wanted to get things done at breakneck speeds. No. This time he would take his time, truly stretching out the mounting dread. He was impatient last time, he could admit that much. It's what led to his early demise. But this time would be different. He had a whole galaxy to play with compared to one measly planet. He already has the Hutts frightened and now, undoubtedly the two factions of this ridiculous war. The mastermind behind all this is well aware of his presence now, not that he minded. Let that frail old coot fester in his little office, knowing that there was someone out there that could challenge his power and authority now. With a sinister laugh to himself, Ultron abandoned the large remains of his Gigas form that had sustained a reasonable amount of damage by this point and had his consciousness depart from this planet. The remains of his ragtag fleet turned tail and fled from the planet, as did all others across the galaxy that were still functional. He had only one last message to give to those present. You think this is over, but this is just the beginning. With that spoken from the Gigas Ultron, its entire form started to crumble into the many droids and drones that made it up. The natural droids were out of commission for some time. The drones, however, quickly vacated and went to escape into the atmosphere to board many space vessels for an emergency hyperspace jump or staying behind and hiding things out until further notice. Many clones who witnessed the latter action quickly barked out orders to go out and hunt down the drones in order to properly take them out for good. But who knows how long it will take. It's over. It's finally over. Ahsoka said, slumping down to the ground with her entire body sagging in relief. Is it? Barriss said, going down to her knees next to her friend. Huh. Was Ahsoka's response. No. Like Ultron said, this was only just the beginning. Widow stated a moment later. This was just his opening act. Sam said. All we did was end the first part. At first, these past few weeks had made them lead to believe that things may have been looking up for them. They had stopped a litany of disasters, prevented a literal pandemic, won battles, and at long last, another one of the enhanced Earthers had found his way here to the other Avengers. But now, they have also the return of a deadly adversary. An adversary, brief as he was on Earth, nearly caused the extinction of all life on it. And now he's here, roaming this galaxy and having just made a showcasing of just how dangerous he still was. A new player has entered into this galactic scale war that was already destructive enough as is. The only question there is now is how long this new conflict with Ultron will truly end. And will he be taken down for good before or after this galactic war comes to an end? Only time will tell. Scene cut. On a distant planet, far in the deeper regions of the Outer Rim, was a singular planet that from space appeared to have a reddish-brown and white arid surface. Going down to the planet itself, said appearance would be correct, as the planet was primarily made up of rocky cliffs, barren deserts with some mesas here and there, along with intricate caverns with the occasional coral and rock formation. As the nearby sun of the planet was beginning to set upon the horizon, an owl-like bird flew overhead with several others of its species. This species of birds were known as the Convores, found on a select few planets, and were a special species for those who were students of the Force. Currently, the small flock of these owl-like birds were flying towards a specific destination in mind. Flying over the barren land, the Convores eventually flew around a crater of sorts. In the center of the crater was a lone being, a humanoid with a green outfit and red face that had cybernetic lines along his skin. This being wore a yellowish gold cloak and was floating up in the air with his legs crossed and arms resting atop his elbows. There, the being floated in place until his eyes snapped open with the cybernetic optics whirling about within his retina. A moment later, one of the Convores descended from on high and comfortably atop his shoulder, ruffling its feathers before settling down. He momentarily looked over at the owl-like bird with a small smile before wincing and reaching up to his forehead. His fingers grazed over a glowing yellow stone embedded into his head that pulsed several times, causing him to lower himself down to the ground to stand on his feet. He continued rubbing his forehead as he heard a large shifting movement from behind him. "What troubles you, friend?" asked a deep, echoing voice from behind. The cybernetic humanoid didn't meet his gaze with the being nearby, but he regarded him with an answer. "I've sensed something." The large creature titled his head with a pleased expression. Ah, good that you're finally reaching into the untapped power of the stone. Tell me, what is it you've sensed? Trouble, said the cybernetic humanoid. Trouble, you say? An old enemy. The being hummed, recollecting the tales his companion spoke of since his arrival. You mean the one who named you back on your home world? Correct. You believe this Ultron to be alive, I take it. He and I came from this. He placed a hand over the stone on his forehead. He and I, like Pietro and Wanda, are connected to this stone. His larger companion only lowered himself down to his line of sight, gazing at him intently. And what is it that you wish to do, Vision? The Avenger only frowned, gazing at the ancient being before him. I wish to return to my friends. They need me, more than ever. Vision stated with a firm gaze in his eyes. But are you truly prepared for this? I defeated him before. But will it be like last time? Prepared or not, I can't stand by. The larger being shifted back, a thoughtful frown marring his face. I can only teach you so much, my friend. The being said with a slightly forlorn expression. The Infinity Stones are entities that I know very little about. Very few beings in this entire galaxy had ever encountered such gems of unimaginable power. And I am grateful for your lessons, Bendu. Vision said with an appreciative nod. But the time for lessons must come to an end. I need to reunite with my team now. Bendu, the ancient force user, gave the artificial being a hard stare until he acquiesced with a nod. Then let us begin to see what can be done to prepare you for your reunion. Scene cut. On the other side of the galaxy, on a more darkly tinted reddish planet, a young girl in equally red garments was currently through a decrepit forest. Her destination? A small little hut built at the entrance of a large temple. Running towards the hut with increased speed, the little girl soon began grinning widely as she drew closer. Eventually, she flung the cloth doors apart and immediately spotted whom it was she had run all this way over from her village to see. With a beaming smile in place, the little girl instantly ran over and jumped atop the sleeping form of the woman in bed. The woman let out a loud oof at the weight of the girl, who began to press her hands against the groggy lady's shoulder. Why? The woman groaned aloud. Come on. Come on. The little girl said with an undeterred smile. You promised we'd spend the day together. Not at the crack of dawn. The woman bemoaned, lightly pushing the girl off, who remained firmly atop her and promptly plopped herself down on her. But I just can't wait anymore, the girl whined aloud. The occupant underneath the sheets groaned as the child kept trying to get her up. Don't you understand how much I enjoy my sleep, Marin? How could you try to sleep the day away? Marin asked with her cheeks puffed out. The woman underneath the child found herself smiling slightly at Marin's demeanor, freeing an arm to mess up the girl's hair. You'll understand a whole lot more when you're older. Wanda, Marin cried out dramatically. You know this hair takes forever to get it done. Wanda Maximoff laughed lightly, managing to at last shove the Dathomirian Zabrak off of her, with Marin falling onto the other side of the bed. Hey! Marin cried out, only to get a pillow in her face. Throwing it aside, she saw Wanda with her back turned to her and curled up in her blanket once more. Oh no, you don't. Marin was about to jump atop Wanda again, only for her to be ensnared in the air by some reddish scarlet ethereal energy. Wanda! Marin flailed about in the air. That's not fair and you know it. Maximoff only gave her a mischievous and triumphant smile, her one hand peeking out from underneath her blankets with the scarlet energy around her fingers. Slowly rotating her hand, Marin was placed down to the ground. The young child rounded upon Wanda with her arms raised and shoulders hunched in readiness for another attempt at pouncing on the Earth native, only to be met with another scarlet energy wall. Hey! Alright, I'm up. You don't have to keep doing that, you know. Wanda said in clear amusement. I know, Wanda, but I really want to play. The Sokovian would have rolled her eyes at this, but instead she rubbed the grime out of her eyelids. Pulling the covers off of her, she rolled out of bed before stretching out a few limbs to pop a number of joints. Letting out a satisfied sigh, Wanda walked over to a cabinet within her hut and opened it up to pull out some clothes to put on. Marin in the meantime seated herself on Wanda's bed, her legs swinging about idly as she waited for the woman she had come to view as her surrogate older sister get dressed. Throwing on her scarlet-red jacket, Wanda turned to Marin with a small smile and her hand outstretched. Giggling, Marin hopped off Wanda's bed and ran to the enhanced human and grasped her hand tightly. She began pulling Wanda towards the exit to her hut when the older of the two made her stop. Marin looked back at her in confusion. Wanda! The Earther only looked back to the corner of her hut. Her eyes found what she was looking for. It was a red triangular prism that was glowing slightly with a pulsing blood-red energy. Frowning, Wanda quickly flicked her hand and the prism was promptly stuffed underneath her bed. Wanda! It's nothing. Saying her bit, the Sokovian pocketed her hands into her coat as she walked outside. Aren't you coming? Marin smiled as she followed after her older sister figure as their feet scraped across the gravel. At this time, the sun started to rise on the red misted plains. The Scarlet Witch let out a soft exhale, as she thought about her time here on the planet of strange magic and an overlaying feeling of what she could only describe as a strange pressure of some kind. Wherever it is that she was, Dathomir was the only place that she could call home. For now. Wanda. Maximoff smiled despite herself. Despite her situation, it wasn't all bad right now. But as an Avenger, she knew that there would eventually be a time where she would need to find the means to get off of this planet and go out into this vast and unexplored galaxy. In her heart, she knew that her friends and teammates were out there waiting for her as she was for them. And she will find them. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 48, A New Front. Invasion. Hollow images of multiple ships coming out of hyperspace were shown alongside the swarm of drones that were attacking the city planet itself. An unknown threat has tampered with countless droids out in the galaxy, causing them to attack any and all organic individuals. The images flashed to clones and Jedi fighting valiantly against a seemingly endless swarm of drones. Every now and then, several individuals that had extraordinary powers were seen fighting alongside the Republic forces. Hysteria and pandemonium reign as multiple reports of this mysterious enemy was seen not only attacking the capital world of the Republic but also multiple planets belonging to both the Republic and the Separatists. A moment later, videos of the Separatist alliance fighting off the sudden influx of ships and drones that decimated their armies. Blame is aimed and accused towards the Republic and Separatists respectively from each side. Others towards an unknown individual who could be the source of it all. Only theories remain standing. All the while, the Republic scrambles to regain its bearings and marshal their forces to counter this new adversary that has appeared on the dash. Turn that crap off, said a small rodent-like creature. They've been playing the same shit over and over again. Exuberance, oh please Master Rocket, said a mechanical voice that held genuine joy in his tone. The thought of knowing that the capital sinkhole of the galaxy had been attacked is music to my audio processors. Yeah, we already know that HK. Rocket Raccoon said, tapping the assassin droid's head. Now keep still. I gotta make sure I do this right. Query, Rocket, what exactly are you doing? After seeing all that shit about some of those droids being possessed and all, I'm making sure this doesn't happen to you. Rocket replied, opening the back part of HK's head and beginning to work with the droid's processor core. Wouldn't want our trigger-happy murderer turning his guns on us. Affronted statement, Master Rocket, I am part of a team that calls themselves the Guardians of the Galaxy that profit off of killing meatbags. HK declared. There is no known force that would make me turn on all of you. Rocket snorted aloud at that. Yeah, ain't gonna take any chances. As Rocket worked on HK within the Guardian's large ship of the Quadrant, down in the lower levels were some of the other members of the team having a discussion about what had happened. There was Quill, Gamera, Kraglin, Drax and an invited friend of theirs aboard their ship. Didn't you say that Hondo fella had these bots on him? Kraglin asked Gamera and Peter, both of whom nodded. Makes ya wonder where they came from. Peter remarked, observing the hollow news of the attack on Coruscant. Settled on a central table were a few of the droid pieces they had pilfered from their abrupt end of their last assignment. They were finishing up a little escort job for some quick credits over in some neutral system when shit went down. Not only did they have a bad reunion with those advanced droids from a while back, but also nearly every other droid went crazy and attacked any civilian within sight. It was all hands on deck for the Guardians in not only fighting for their lives but also protecting their clients and the civilians. It felt like hours, but the invasion was less than that. By the end of it all, the Guardians were quickly paid with a bonus before parting ways. "Any ideas, Shuji?" Gamera asked, turning to the Zabrak bounty hunter who held up ahead of one of the droids that had attacked them. Whilst many of the droids there were similar for the most part, this one was distinctly different in its design. The spacing of the mouth, the two antennas on the sides of its head and the way the eyes were angled to give off a more menacing appearance. Shuji hummed aloud, inspecting the head closely. "Didn't we encounter these droids before?" Shuji pointed out, tossing the head back into the pile. "Yeah, on Felucia." Peter muttered. Gamera hummed aloud. "We should probably track down Hondo and politely ask him where he got them in the first place." "Why would you politely ask? Ah. You're getting it, Drax," Peter said approvingly. "But these bastards were found all over the galaxy," Kraglin stated. "What would Hondo know about this? He had to get them from somewhere, or someone. Then where should we dash?" "No." Gamera shook her head, cutting off Peter. "Not all over the galaxy." "What do ya mean?" Peter asked, the group turning to the deadliest woman in the galaxy, universe really. "I've been looking over the map and newsreels of this attack," Gamera said, pressing on a button on the table. Before them was now the display of the entire galaxy with several areas marked red. "Look at where these attacks took place," Gamera said, pointing close to the center of the galaxy. "That there is Coruscant, right? The capital of this republic that runs most of this place. And over here is Raxus dash. Raxus," Shuji corrected. "Right, Raxus." Gamera nodded to her. "This is the capital of the Separatists. Here's where the largest bounty hunter guild operates, and that's one of the main hubs of Hutt space. These were all coordinated and tactical assaults." "How do you figure that?" Shuji asked, not doubting her but simply curious. Gamera kept her eyes on the galaxy rather than facing the Zabrak. "It's something I've seen my father do," she replied with a slightly darker tone. Shuji blinked at this strange change in demeanor of the normally calm assassin. The rest of the Guardians shifted about with Drax clenching his fists tightly and now glaring down at the table. Shuji noticed the shift in the air, now looking at all the Guardians strangely. As much as she'd like to question this, she filed it away for a later time. Now was a whole nother situation which needed to be focused on. "So, what are we gonna do?" Kraglin asked, primarily speaking to Peter who frowned in thought. "Well, best bet is figuring out just what the hell happened," Peter remarked. "And since we don't know where these droids came from, we speak to the next best thing," Shuji and Gamera said in unison. "Time to hunt down a pirate lord," Peter declared. "Wanna come along, Shuji? Embo around. They're not far off," Shuji said. "I'll get curious about all this crap myself." "Right." Peter nodded. "Say, where's Mantis and Groot?" "Haven't seen the two anywhere. They're back in Mantis' room," Kraglin answered. In her own quarters, Mantis was currently sitting with Groot, who had gotten bored and was now just sitting in her room to play his game in peace. The wide-eyed girl was currently placing a small disc on the floor in front of her bed with her seating herself on her bed. A moment later, a holo transmission was activated and standing before her was the Mandalorian warrior, Fen Shissa. "Hi Fen," Mantis said happily with a beaming smile as she bounced slightly on her bed. The Mandalorian gave her a bashful smile in return. "Hey Mantis. How are you?" "I am well," Mantis said, humming to herself. "I was wondering how you were. Have you heard of what has happened?" Fen snorted aloud. "Heard? I experienced it." Mantis's expression fell slightly. "Oh no. What happened?" "Ordo was attacked," Shissa revealed. "Mandalore heard news of the planet being suddenly assaulted by a small fleet of ships belonging to the Republic and Separatists before we got over there to drive them off. Turns out we weren't the only ones to be attacked. Concordia and several other planets got hit. One of them had Death Watch on it and the rest a few of our camps. Whole system is distressed. That sounds awful. Are you alright? Mantis asked in clear concern. I'll live. Fen waved off. But what about you? Did you run into these weird droid bastards? We did on our last job. Clients were heavily protected during the attack. Got a bonus because of it on top of recommendations for others to hire our service. Mantis said with bounce in her tone as she literally bounced slightly on her bed. Fen chortled at her action. That's good, I suppose. At least you and your team will be busy for a while. And so will your Mandalorians. Mantis said. Right. Fen nodded. If anything happens, Mantis, you're free to call me up for help. You've helped out me and my friends several times now. We owe you guys a bunch. That's great to hear. I'll be sure to let the others know. Fen nodded. Bye, Fen. I'll be waiting for our lunch together another time then. The Mandalorian jolted slightly at being reminded of that throwaway comment he made last time he saw her. He didn't realize she would actually want that. Feeling a bit warm under his armor, Fen gave her one last smile and waved goodbye before shutting off the transmission between him and her, glad that the hollow image of himself didn't show his slightly red face now. Damn it, Fen. The Mandalorian said to himself with a fond smile. Yeah, got yourself a good one. As the Guardians prepped for departure from the planet of Navarro, the rest of the galaxy was reeling and reacting in their own way after the sudden blitzkrieg of Ultron. The Separatists called for a council from every high-ranking individual involved with Dooku at the helm. It was chaotic and in complete discord. For the first time in a long while, Count Dooku was actually present to these meetings. Not through a hollow projection, but in person. The Count watched the session of discussion with his mind ablaze in thought. Many questions riddled his mind with no answers to relieve him of such headaches. This was not something that was planned nor anticipated. His master Sidious would have told him of something like this happening. Sadly, not even he knew the answers to this debacle. Well, not entirely. For now, all Dooku can do is settle the masses and hopefully figure out a solution to their latest problem, all caused by this Ultron character. That was the name that his master had given him. It appears that no one else knew just who this Ultron was. The Parliament was in heated discussion, many of its members arguing back and forth about these attacks and what should be done. We need to strike back now. How in the blazes can you say that? We just got attacked as well. Exactly, a retaliatory strike against the Republic is what we need to tip the scales. What are you talking about? The Republic? They weren't the ones that attacked us. Then how do you explain the Venators and Acclamators that were in the fleets that attacked Raxus? How do you explain our own ships in the attack? Enough. Dooku's voice boomed aloud, effectively silencing the entirety of the Parliament. Members of Parliament, please control yourselves. Dooku said more softly. The last thing that we need is to argue amongst ourselves when we must stand united. Now more than ever. Dooku is right, said a middle-aged woman with brown hair. The Parliament recognizes Mina Bontari of Onderon. The secret Sith Lord said, gesturing his hand to the woman. Many within the chamber turned their attention towards the present speaker. If we go about brazenly attacking the Republic after suffering such a devastating loss ourselves, it would only put us in a weaker state. Mina pointed out. Weaker state? Squawked a green-skinned female alien with red eyes and spikes of some kinds on the sides of her head. We may have gotten hit, but we had managed to successfully repel this sudden and brazen attack. Our losses amounted to only a few dozen ships at most. Do you see what is happening here? Major systems have been attacked simultaneously. We do not know by whom, but they must clearly have an agenda for this assault. It does not matter if it was towards us or even the Republic. Whoever was behind this wanted all of us weakened. Mina refuted. Attacking the Republic now and so suddenly will only lead to further chaos. Especially given the state that they are undoubtedly in. Senator Bontari is correct in this regard. Count Dooku stated aloud. If the Separatist alliance were to attack now, it would lead to a greater degree of loss. The Republic, shocked as it may be as we are, will undoubtedly be on high alert after such a stunning attack. Dooku's words hold true, said another human senator. We need to consolidate and recover ourselves. This will not stand. Voadal of the war faction of the Sis barked out. We need to re-establish our foothold in this galaxy. What if the Republic is planning an attack on us as we speak? Highly unlikely. Dooku chided. They are in no better state than we all are. This would only lead to further chaos. The Sith Lord's eyes then hardened on Vo. I understand and admire your undying loyalty to the separatist cause, Adel. But if you are to brashly throw away everything this alliance represents, then you are to be no better than the Republic we had broken away from. That was enough for Vo to step back and step down from her overzealous comments. As the Parliament began to exit the meeting hall, Dooku stood alone with his eyes gazing down at the ground. He would need to contact his master as soon as he was able to. This was not supposed to happen. This was not within the confines of the Sith's grand plan. Whoever this Ultron was supposed to be and whoever he thought he was playing a very dangerous game with the likes of the Sith. This Ultron would pay for his hubris in full. Of that, Darth Tyrannus swore to it by the Force. Scene cut. On the smuggler's moon of Nar Shaddaa, the criminal underworld was in equal uproar as multiple criminal organizations were also left reeling from the attack that had caught the entire galaxy flat-footed. Unfortunately, due to them not having the numbers nor resources at the time like the Separatists and Republic had during Ultron's invasion, they did not manage to fight off the AI menace. Multiple resources, weapons, ships, you name it, were all taken from a litany of caches that were held either by the Black Suns, Pike Syndicate and even the Hutt Cartel. It was simply chaotic on the lawless planet with practically every denizen within the city world flipping out. All but a few. Within a dining establishment of sorts, one well-equipped and heavily scarred man sat at his table and ate in relative peace compared to the less than subtle nervousness and tension in the entire restaurant. Before him was someone of equal calm, if not jittery excitement, the man humming constantly. Look. The scarred man spoke up with a growl. If you're gonna hum that shit, play it with the band and fuck off with it. I don't wanna hear What Is Love for the 20th time again. If you know any better songs, be my guest. This ain't Earth. Rumlow said. This place doesn't have Spotify unfortunately. I use SoundCloud. Whatever, same fucking difference. The man in front of him sighed dramatically. Wonder if the boys are keeping the band going without me. May or may not have to if they think you're dead. I mean, did you force them to cooperate? God no. The man shook his head. We may be black arms dealers but our love of music is real. If I would, I'd send you the SoundCloud link. Don't try to sell me your garbage music. Then what do you want, Brocco? The man known as Brock Rumlow, or as his new bounty hunting motif, Crossbones, let out a small grunt. Well, for your information, Chloe, it should actually be pretty fucking obvious why I'm here. Rumlow stated with the arms dealer in the literal and occupational sense humming aloud. Ultron. Chloe said knowingly. That shitstorm he brewed up is making everyone freak out like the end times are a few short hours away. Brock remarked. Other than the Avengers, you're the only guy I know who dealt with him directly. Pretty sure everyone has by now. You know what I mean. Rumlow groused out. Ulysses chuckled aloud, his robotic arm coming apart for a moment with a napkin coming out to wipe the smidges of food from the corners of his mouth. I do admit, seeing him again was not exactly a pleasant surprise. Chloe grumbled out. When I saw those drones of his, I did kill a number of them for payback on what he did to my arm. The arms dealer then chuckled aloud. Then again, this is a pretty sweet arm if I do say so myself. Look what I had installed straight away. The arm then shifted apart near the wrist to reveal. Why? I'm a connoisseur of music. Chloe said proudly, tapping on the small built-in speakers. I like to listen to my favorites when I'm working. Rumlow rolled his eyes, slightly wondering how sane this man claimed to be. Hope you at least salvaged them. He asked with the manic grin on Chloe's face growing. I most certainly did, even if I did need to do a system purge so Ultron won't come back and take over his lost toys. Might need to do a better job with what I heard about him. Brock pointed out. That will take a lot of time. Which you most certainly have. No need to remind me. Chloe shot back. A moment of silence befell the two. What are you even in the market for now? Rumlow found himself asking. Huh? Chloe blinked. You do know there's a literal galactic war going on right now, right? Earth was fun, but this is heaven sent. You know what I mean. Chloe chuckled aloud. War profiteering. Such a struggle for a naive starter. A stroll for an expert. A vacation resort for an utter professional. He took a swig of his drink soon after. I've heard the banking clans, techno-union, and trade federation are in such practices since this prior to this war being commenced. If you get into the right field. Crossbones only gazed at him intently until Chloe sighed aloud dramatically. Fine. Chloe reached into his pack that had been placed beside him in the booth and pulled out several canisters that contained distinct metals. Look at these beauties. Chloe said in reverence. Rumlow eyed them with interest. What are they? The best of the best in terms of metals and resources. Chloe said, patting them with pride. I've come across a string of luck since coming here. Acquiring the properties heavily rich in these buttes. Brock took one of the canisters and inspected the metal inside. It was a purplish glow of some kind. If you want a term of comparison, it's like vibranium's watered-down cousins. Chloe said. But it's still related to it. So that means it's just as good as any other metal available. Rumlow surmised with Chloe nodding his head excitedly. Getting these hasn't been easy, but with the right bribe, connections, and kill, well, anything is available at your fingertips. Ulysses declared. I think you'll like this one in particular. Crossbones gazed down at the center canister that was pushed towards him. And what would this be? Cortosis metal. Chloe revealed. I heard about your run-in with those laser sword-wielding weirdos. The Jedi. Chloe nodded. Effective against them energy swords, for a time. Such a shame with how brittle the substance is. But I reckon if one could find the right concoction in making it last so much longer. What about that one? Rumlow pointed to the purplish metal. Frick. Chloe said. Damn near indestructible. Good for weapons and such, but hard to come by. Could make something out of it under the right circumstances. What about the small one here? Chloe took the small rectangular slab of metal out from its container and gave it a whiff of satisfaction. Beskar. The absolute best that I have and the absolute hardest metal to come by. I take it this is the vibranium of this galaxy. You would be right in that matter. Chloe confirmed, holding the metal out for Rumlow to examine personally. Where can it be found? Where else do you think? Their home planet of Mandalore and apparently their moon of Concordia. Chloe stated. Like the Wakandans, the Mandalorians prize this alloy quite well. Quite expensive on the cost alone, more so when trying to make one part from it. The hell you mean by that? A large number of them consider M family treasures, passing them down generation to generation. Chloe elaborated. Newer materials are made by them, but the method and how it's done is kept generically secret amongst their kind. Only their metalsmiths and weapon makers know its properties best. Most I could do with what I have now is sell it for a high price. Rumlow examined the one in his hand right now. How much could this get you? That being pure Beskar directly from Mundlary's capital, enough to get me a small fleet. The mercenary's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this. Chloe chuckled aloud. Yeah, special little bastards, aren't they? Only thing that comes close to shooting past their price is this thing called a Kyber crystal. Trying to find it is a bit of a chore, but I've got some leads. A pirate leader in the Outer Rim talked about it to me a few weeks ago. Crossbones was more focused on the metal in his hand at the time. How much armor could this Beskar make? Chloe puffed out a bit of air as he held up the present sample. This could make a shoulder pauldron or a small arm greave. If you want more, that'll cost you extra. How much do you have? Enough. Chloe said enigmatically, with Rumlow squinting in slight distrust towards the weapons dealer. Whilst he was still unsure about all this, for now, he'd rather be more well prepared, especially with what's happening right now. Send me the amount I owe you and you've got yourself a deal. Chloe rose a brow for a brief moment. You sure you can afford it all? I've been busy, in case you weren't aware. Rumlow said. Warlords are willing to pay top dollar credit for a plague to convince populaces to recognize their rule. Wonder how long it'll be till said people would think the threats would be legitimate instead of utter foolhardiness. Everyone is a bit preoccupied at the moment. Besides, certain areas in this galaxy aren't the main focus. Crossbones said in an uncaringly dark tone. By the time they will have noticed, a lot of people are gonna be long dead. Claw snorted aloud. And look at you, having your take of the war profiteering. I'll just have to see which end of the spectrum I'll land on. Supply and demand, even in these trying times. Claw chortled with the sadistic glee ever present on his face. Keep your friends rich and your enemies rich and wait to find out which is which. Rumlow gazed at the man. The hell is that supposed to mean? Tony Stark told that to me once, and I heard it again from Ultron right before he cut off my arm just cause I said the bastard's name. Claw found himself guffawing now. You know what that metallic bastard said, that it was gonna be okay that he cut my arm off. The man then held up his new arm, waving it back and forth. Can't deny, it did turn out okay. Crossbones would have called the man crazy, but if he were being honest with himself, that would be the pot calling the kettle black. He didn't have much further time to dwell on this thought as he saw Claw raise a glass to him. Here's to our new business arrangement. Without missing a beat, Rumlow grabbed his own glass and raised it up to clink with Claw's, with the two finishing their meals shortly after. Scene cut. Within the flagship Venator of Obi-Wan Kenobi's fleet, the Negotiator, one Captain Rogers stood within the bridge with a slightly distraught appearance. He was currently leaning against the holotable with his head hung low as his mind was ablaze with everything he and his friend Rhodey had just learned of. This could not get any worse. Ultron had made his return. And it was in the biggest way possible. When the two Avengers along with Ayla and Obi-Wan were over the planet of Mandalore, their communications were lit up with multiple distress calls from dozens of star systems close by and across Republic and even Separatist-controlled space. What only Steve would describe to be some sort of blitzkrieg, multiple ships had jumped out of hyperspace over key worlds and systems and launched sudden and devastating attacks that had left the entire galaxy rattled. Utter confusion and panic was felt as the Republic forces stationed over Mandalore tried to make heads or tails as to what in the hell was going on. After nearly half an hour of trying to discern what had happened, they had received shocking news. Coruscant was under attack. The entirety of the planet was fighting back against a mysterious new enemy that had caught the Republic flat-footed in the sudden invasion. Yet, a single transmission from Natasha stopped Rhodey and Steve dead in their tracks upon the reveal of just who it was that had led the attack on the capital of the Republic. Now Steve was alone with his mind and emotions in a slight mess upon hearing just who it was. He had feared the worst and hoped it was just some kind of hallucination or him mishearing something back on Geonosis. But now, there was no doubt about it in his mind. Ultron was alive. And he had returned. Steve. He felt a soft hand upon his shoulder, jolting him out of his thoughts. The super soldier turned to see the friendly face of Ayla Secura now standing by his side. Are you all right? The Twi'lek Jedi asked softly. Steve gave her a strained smile as his answer, sighing aloud as he hung his head down. I'd be lying to you if I said I was all right. Steve said in a low voice. But really, I don't really know how to explain it. Then could you give me anything close? Ayla asked. Frightened quickly comes to mind. Steve said. More so for others than myself. Ayla frowned upon hearing this. What was it you called the individual responsible for all this? Ayla inquired. Ultron, correct. Yeah. Steve sighed aloud. Him. The Twi'lek Jedi was having a hard time seeing Captain Rogers in such a state. The normally confident and practically indomitable super soldier hardly ever displayed much of what one may call a downer demeanor, but here he was. And it wasn't downer per se. Ayla observed him for a few moments, and it's more akin to disappointment. More with himself, it seems. Who is this Ultron then? Ayla asked quietly. It seems to me that you have some kind of history with him. That would be putting it mildly. Steve said, looking to the Jedi Knight. We've faced off before. With too many close calls to say the least. And you were able to defeat him before, yes. We did. It wasn't easy, but we managed it last time, Steve said. Problem is now that Thor, Tony, and Vision ain't here to greatly turn the tide. Vision is still missing, Ayla said, making Steve nod. And so is Wanda, Steve said before he uncharacteristically struck the hollow table with his fist. It wasn't a hard punch or anything. Just enough that it actually made Ayla jolt slightly. She'd never seen such frustration on his face. We were never supposed to get roped into something like this, Steve said. A war is the last thing that the Avengers should have ever gotten involved in. Especially on a galactic scale. Now we're dealing with an enemy we were supposed to have defeated nearly a year ago, and he's back. I'm just a bit lost right now. Trying to figure out what to do now. Well, the Jedi know a bit of that feeling, Ayla said knowingly, earning a slight snort out of the good captain. We don't blame you, Steve. If that's what you're wondering. This was outside of your control. Was it? Steve asked rhetorically. Was it really? Ayla was unsure as to how she could reply to that. Being an astute and slightly more pragmatic Jedi, Ayla was aware that she hadn't been told the full story about this Ultron, and something else was dwelling on Steve's mind. It's as if something else was troubling him. She didn't have time to ask him about it as clone pilots began announcing they were about to exit hyperspace, arriving at Coruscant. Soon after, the surrounding tunnel of hyperspace was swapped out for the battle-torn fleet over the planet of Coruscant. All around them was the torn and shredded enemy fleet that attacked Coruscant just a day prior. Upon their initial sight, for every enemy vessel destroyed, 2 or more Republic ones met the same fate. Granted, the Republic fleet had overwhelming numbers against the one Ultron had brought in, but the level of devastation was a troubling sight to see. The fact that Ultron had come in such a stunning and vicious attack made the super soldier grimace. Is there a relief effort already established? Steve asked with Ayla frowning as her eyes lingered over the wreckage of the battle. Hard to say with how much of a mess this all is, she said with an unsure voice. But it's bound to be occurring with there being no further fighting at this time. One can never be too sure, Ayla refuted. With the devastation around them now, the Jedi didn't even know if there were any survivors at all. A grim thought, yes, but it had to be a sad bitter truth to swallow. Though it was faint and barely noticeable, there was an unusual feeling in the force that she had detected. And it was coming from Steve. Looking to him, like always, she felt the void of the force surrounding him that signaled his complete separate existence from the force. If she were to be honest with herself, it's not something she was entirely used to. To have people utterly devoid of the one thing that surrounds all was startling to say the least. Only Pietro, and to a lesser extent, Peter, had any semblance of what she would describe as more of an affiliation to the Force compared to a connection. But right now, though it was difficult to pick up on, Ayla felt what seemed to be an emotion rolling off of Steve. The feeling was so strong that it actually cut through the void and affected her directly. Without realizing it, she had already closed her eyes and reached out through the Force to connect to this feeling, and nearly winced in doing so. Guilt. A raw feeling of guilt and remorse that resonated from the good captain. This was different. Whilst the Force always amplified many aspects of the galaxy around them, Ayla had never felt this feeling of raw emotion in a long time. Pretending you could live without a war. Ayla gasped aloud, a cold sweat running down the side of her head. Ayla. The Twi'lek felt a firm hand upon her shoulder and saw the worried face of Steve. Yes. Did you say something? Say something, Steve said in bewilderment. I've just been trying to get your attention. Now you look like, well, did you feel something? What? The Force. Steve elaborated. You suddenly gasped aloud and now you look a bit pale. Aye. Ayla rubbed her head, wiping away the cold sweat. I'm not sure. Steve was slightly put off by this response and was about to ask what was wrong when Commander Bly had approached them. General, Captain. The clone commander said professionally. We're about to. General? Are you all right? Ayla waved him off. I'm fine, Commander. What was it you wanted to say? Bly looked between her and Rogers with the captain giving him a face that conveyed, I have no idea myself what's wrong. Frowning a bit, Bly filed that away for now as there were more pressing matters to attend to. Gunships are ready to take us down planet side. Sakura nodded. Thank you, Bly. Let's be off then. The trio made their way down to the hangar bay and entered into a LAAT gunship with the clone troopers of Flash, Lucky, and Cameron accompanying them. The three clones each gave their nods of respect towards Steve, with him doing it in return, giving a slightly amused smirk at the blatant markings and tattoos of the Avengers symbols that decorated the armors of the clones. It was still more than a bit flattering at the sight of the clones blatantly showing off the symbols on their armor pieces of the Avengers. He recalled Cameron and Fives telling him that it was something that clones had taken a liking to, marking themselves with the symbols of each Avenger they had at one point fought alongside. Currently, the 212th, 501st and some of the 327th have the distinction of either having all or a majority of the symbols. The 104th, 41st, 71st, and several others have scattered results. Those thoughts were soon banished from Steve's thoughts as the gunships were now flying over the devastated cityscape of Coruscant. Seeing the wrecked environment greatly reminded the war veteran much of his time back on Earth when he fought against Hydra. Steve hadn't realized that his grasp on the hanging grip within the gunship had gotten so tight to the point that he inadvertently ripped the handle right off from the roof of the LAAT. Rogers blinked, staring at his hand as he had realized what he had done with the other clones and Ayla gazing at him blankly. Lucky spoke up. Everything all right, Captain? More, or less, I think. Steve said, tossing the handle out. The others didn't say much after that as they focused more on wanting to help the other Republic forces on the relief effort. All across the city, they saw gunships and transport ships of all sizes moving debris out of the way, delivering medical and useful supplies overall to key areas and getting injured out of harm's way. It was a sobering sight to see. One Steve had hoped he would never see again. But who was he kidding himself? His mind was so preoccupied with the city below, he didn't notice the concerned gazes of Ayla and Bly, with the two glancing at one another with a silent conversation between the two. Eventually, the gunship arrived at their destination and they had stepped out, with the clone troopers being ordered to assist the surrounding area whilst Steve, Bly, and Ayla headed off to where they needed to be. Close by, they saw a gunship with Obi-Wan, Rhodey and Commander Cody land, with that trio joining them in their walk towards the Senate building. Scene cut. Okay, don't know if I'll be needing earplugs now, Matt Murdock said, wincing at the commotion going on before him. What, cause of literally everyone yelling all at once? Widow dryly stated. That's putting it mildly, Matt said. Why are they even talking about all this? Pietro asked, eyes shooting over to where Rochuchi stood with her delegation. Just the way things are, Pietro, Sam said with a grunt, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Politics ain't never that simple. And given the recent invasion, it's probably going haywire with just about everyone demanding action, Natasha added on. Currently, it was just the four of them on hand watching over this Senate meeting, whilst Hope and Scott were busy with helping the former heal up slightly after getting whacked into a building by a robot that was bigger than him. Peter was helping out in the city overall, but they soon got a notification from Tap that he was back at the temple now with that prince guy that he and Matt had arrived with in this galaxy. Right now, our focus has to be on helping those on Coruscant and anywhere else that we were attacked. Padme Amidala spoke now, getting the attention of the four present Avengers. The last thing we need is a military operation after something like this. This is the opportune moment for a military operation, the Kaminoan representative said heatedly. With what? In case you didn't realize, our forces were heavily decimated. It would take so much time and credits to rebuild our losses, Padme rebuked with equal passion. Both of which we do not have. Senator Padme is right. In came Bail Organa of Alderaan. Right now, the focus should be on helping the people of the Republic, not gallivanting into battle when we have enough open fronts as is. More death is not the answer. The Senate hall erupted into more arguing and shouting, with every single perspective yelled out from all corners of the hall. Matt was visibly cringing at all the noise, and a moment later, had his helmet form around his head with his suit filtering out and controlling the sound. That's better, the lawyer said with a sigh. Would you like to leave, Matthew? No. No. I'll be fine for now. Order. Palpatine said aloud, cutting through the chatter. We will have order in this hall. We do not need more division amongst ourselves as is. Yeah, good luck with that. Sam muttered under his breath. There you guys are. The group turned to look behind them and saw Anakin Skywalker standing there. Sky Guy. Widow said offhandedly, making the Jedi scoff. If anyone fits that term, it's bird person here. Anakin said, thumbing to Sam. Oi. What's up, Anakin? Pietro inquired. Just got word that Obi-Wan and Ayla are back with Steve and Rhodey. Anakin revealed. About time. Nat murmured. Come on, got a lot to discuss. The group left the Senate Hall just as more shouting had begun again, speedily walking through its long corridors to reunite with their two teammates. All the while, on the opposite end of the Senate Hall, two other enhanced individuals were speaking to one another as they were walking through the hallways of the building. So what was this Kashyyyk place like? Peter asked with T'Challa humming aloud in thought. A lot of jungle, a lot. The Crown Prince of Wakanda remarked. And I thought home had a lot of trees. And those Wookiees? Peter inquired. What were they like? Closest comparison I could think of are oversized teddy bears, with quite the short fuse towards their anger issues. How bad are we talking? Supposedly one of them ripped the arms of an unlucky fool who beat them against this space chess game I heard of. He didn't take his loss quite well. T'Challa remarked. I am confident they would get along with the Jabari tribe. The what tribe? Another time. T'Challa waved off. I take it you've been busy. That's, putting it lightly. Peter said with his shoulders sagging slightly. What was it that attacked this planet? Those robots. This old AI that the Avengers fought before. Peter explained. Ultron. T'Challa frowned in thought, thinking over the name. Sokovia, correct? I recall my father speaking of a great deal of vibranium being used to lift that city into the air. Yeah, him. Peter shook his head. Turns out he's alive. And he's somehow here. I don't know the full story on what led up to that fight, but you can ask the others about it soon enough. There's much either of us do not know. T'Challa stated. But still, coming here is a bit of a shock to say the least. Yeah, it's crazy, ain't it? Peter said with a light laugh. It's been a wild ride really. I knew after New York that aliens existed and all. But never actually believing we would one day interact with them. Black Panther said, eyeing the variety of alien species within these halls. Tell me, has there been any progress in finding a way back to Earth? Peter snorted aloud. I wish. There hasn't been any luck. And how can there be? We don't even know how we got here. Or at least the scientific aspect of it. What do you remember? The Prince of Wakanda mulled it over in his head for several moments. You along with me and Matthew were going to take out Claw and Brock Rumlow and that winged-suited individual. T'Challa said, the scene playing out in his mind. And then there was that light and we woke up scattered in a galaxy at war. So, any ideas? I am not as well versed in technology as my sister is. T'Challa stated. But if I were to guess, it could have been a gate, tearing open in the fabric of space itself. Like what happened back in New York 3 years ago. The prince nodded. After that, the entire world changed overnight. Anything that many believed to be impossible would likely become reality. Poetic. Peter quipped, making T'Challa chuckle. In a manner of speaking. T'Challa said before his mood became a bit more somber. I just worry about my family, my people. Without me there, who will help protect them? Peter very much understood what the prince was going through. I know, buddy. Peter said sympathetically. I got New York to look out for and my aunt back home. And she's freaking out most likely every single day. It is not an easy thing to think about when worrying about family. T'Challa said understandingly. I've taken up the role of Black Panther once my father could no longer perform such duties. With me gone, I don't know if my sister could fulfill such a task. I take it that it's a family role, huh? Most certainly. Then has Shuri. She has been more focused on her projects, unfortunately. Gotcha. Given the physical attributes and skill he saw T'Challa perform, Peter could only hope that Shuri could survive the training in order to become the acting Black Panther until their return. Or, she'll probably do it her own way. Probably that. Before the two could talk any further, Peter. The duo rounded about to see none other than Captain America with War Machine, Obi-Wan, Ayla, Bly, and Cody coming up to them. Cap, Rhodey. Parker said with a smile. You're all back. Ayla, Obi, Cody, Bly, good to see you guys are alright. I believe that's the sentiment we should be saying to you. Kenobi remarked. You were all in the thick of it from what we've seen outside. Yeah, story of the century. Peter said. Ultron. Yeah. Steve's expression was grim, something that was shared with Rhodey. Ultron. Bastard did a number. The Colonel said with a shake of his head. Can't believe we weren't here. There was nothing you could have done. T'Challa said kindly. This was beyond your control. The newly arrived group momentarily stared at the Wakandan prince until. Wait, you're that prince guy Pete and Matt have been looking for, right? Rhodey said, a metallic snap of his armor-covered fingers. T'Challa of Wakanda. The prince said with a nod of his head. It's an honor to meet the Avengers in person. Honor's all ours, Your Highness. Steve said, offering his hand to shake, which T'Challa accepted, shaking Rhodey's hand a moment later. Glad to see you're alright. Peter and Matt have been trying to locate you for a while now. So I've heard. T'Challa said. Well, I don't know if you want to join us or not. Steve said. But right now, we're on our way to have a meeting with the Chancellor and a few senators after the meeting ends. The Chancellor, you say? T'Challa said with intrigue, huffing to himself a moment later. Is something the matter? Obi-Wan inquired. Nothing of the sort. T'Challa said. Just something I believe my father would find amusing if he were here. As the prince got to know Steve, Rhodey and the rest of the group better, the Senate meeting eventually came to an end. The senators dispersed for the time being, with many still in heated discussion over the topic that had dominated the meeting from start to finish. Said topic would be the focus of another meeting that was about to take place within the Chancellor's office within the next few minutes. The group led by Cap and Obi-Wan arrived at the Chancellor's office to find a fairly large group of individuals already there. Practically the entire Jedi Council was there, either in person or over holo transmission, with several senators present as well. The rest of the Avengers were also now present here, along with multiple high-ranking clone officials and admirals of the Republic. Any more people here and we might as well move this to a war room. Steve remarked. Sam was the first one to see their arrival. Steve. Rhodey. Obi, Ayla. Good to see you guys back. If only under better circumstances. Kenobi said grimly. You could say that again. Sam said, taking a moment to nod at Cody and Bly before turning over Peter, Matt, and in particular. Catman. Sam greeted the Wakandan prince with T'Challa snorting aloud. Birdman. The prince said in kind, with Sam smirking. Steve and Rhodey regarded this interaction in confusion, while Peter and Matt had small knowing looks. The other day, when T'Challa had at last met the current team of Avengers on the planet of Coruscant, Sam was the first to break the ice between them. His opening line was a simple question. So you like cats? So now, in that short amount of time, it had become a small inside joke between the duo. But regardless of that, right now, a majority of Earth's enhanced were together now. Only two were left to be found. Steve Rogers took a moment to look over everyone who was physically here in the room. Representing the Jedi were Master Yoda himself with Windu, Depa Billaba, Kit Fisto, Plo Koon, Mundi, and the successor to the fallen Master Eth Koth, the newest council member Luminara Unduli. Over transmission was Sha'ak Ti from Kamino, CZ Tin, Oppo Rancisis, Adi Gala and Evanpile, all from various fleets or the Jedi Temple itself. The other Jedi to be present were of course Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ayla, Ahsoka, and Barriss. The clone officers were Rex, Cody, Bly, Wulfa, Thyre, Thorn, Pons, Fordo, Cray, Fox, Bakara, Kree, Jet, and Locke. Of the present senators, a majority of them were ones the Avengers were very familiar with. Padme, Organa, and Chuchi being the obvious three, same as Syndulla, to a lesser degree Mon Mothma and Jar Jar Binks. There were several other senators and politicians that the Avengers weren't entirely familiar with, and judging by the high-ranking admirals present, it seems they had more introductions to be made. Wait. Obi-Wan Kenobi looked around. Where is Admiral Kylo Ren? Was he not present for the battle? Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano visibly sagged, with Captain Rex gazing down at the ground in remorse and respect. Jedi Council member CZ Tyan spoke up a moment later. He did not make it. Obi-Wan's eyes widened, with his jaw slightly dropping in disbelief. Kylo Ren is dead. Obi-Wan was honestly finding himself more in shock than he had realized. Yes, said a rather condescendingly superior tone off to the side. The man went down with his ship, as all good captains have done in the past. The newly arrived group looked over to a middle-aged man in a crisp uniform of the Republic and a rather unusual hairstyle, to say the least. This man's most defining features were his sharp cheekbones and equally sharp and cold eyes. "I'm sorry, but who might you be?" Steve said respectfully. The man regarded Captain Rogers momentarily, as if sizing him up, until he nodded. "Captain Will of Tarkin." The man introduced himself. His tone was rather curt, but it appeared respectful. "You are the Avengers that I have heard so much about." "That'd be us," Rhodey said, narrowing his eyes at the man who gazed back at the colonel. "Is something the matter?" Tarkin asked. "Nothing," Rhodey coolly said. "You just remind me of something from back home." "Truly? I hope it's not in a negative light." "Wouldn't call it that." Sam spoke up. "Yes," Tarkin said smoothly. "But regardless, I'd like to offer you my gratitude." "For what?" Steve said in confusion. "For your service towards the Republic," Tarkin stated plainly. "I have heard tall tales of your various endeavors and exploits across the galaxy in the war. Many have spoken of your abilities, but it appears to have overshadowed the tactical advantage you have all brought yourselves. Your aid has resulted in more decisive military victories with far less casualties than previous campaigns. I take it the moniker of Captain Rogers is not one of a simple title." "No," Steve said steadily. "It's not." "Then I hope we can work together one day," Tarkin said with what sounded like an honest tone. "It may be a refreshing change of pace than the usual high-ranking individuals we officers have been forced into working with." The subtle movement of the captain's eyes over to the Jedi were not lost on Steve and some of the other Avengers as the man stepped back just as Chancellor Palpatine had entered his office with his usual retinue in tow. Though no one saw him do it, Matt Murdock picked up on Peter's sharp intake of breath, with his hand going to his head. "Are you all right, Peter?" Matt asked quietly. The Queen's native shook his head, rubbing his eyes for a moment as he winced again. I don't know," Peter said, visibly cringing now. "I just got this weird feeling." Hearing this, Obi-Wan looked over to his pseudo-student. "Feeling?" Kenobi asked for clarification. "Is it your extra sense, Peter?" "Something like that." Peter winced. "Extra sense?" T'Challa asked in confusion. "It's something connected to his abilities, a sixth sense if you will," answered Obi-Wan. The prince didn't have time to ask for further clarity as Chancellor Palpatine cleared his voice, calling for everyone's attention. "I thank you all for coming on this meeting, ladies and gentlemen. This is quite the unfortunate time on what has befallen upon Coruscant, nay, the galaxy as we possibly know it, given recent reports," Palpatine said, taking a seat at his desk. Flanking the Chancellor's sides were two individuals constantly seen with him nearly at all times. One was the male Shigrayan known as Mas Amedda, Palpatine's right-hand man since the Naboo senator took office as Chancellor. The other was... well, she was a strange one to say the least in the eyes of the Avengers. Though they had seen a litany of species and humanoids since coming to this galaxy, this female standing by Palpatine's side, adjacent to Amedda. She was a bald woman with pale white skin and equally pale white eyes. She appeared to be blind, but instead of the milky white appearance, There was a visible pupil with a faint line around the retina if one were to take a closer inspection. Aside from her physical description, she wore blue robes with an odd fur coat layer over it. Though her appearance was one matter, the aura she gave off coupled with the near dementedly haunting gaze she gave off was something else entirely. The way she surveyed the room with her white eyes was off-putting if the Avengers were being polite. And it appears they weren't the only ones. Some of the Jedi, clones and senators at one point sent wary looks in her direction before turning away. "Who is this?" Widow asked politely enough. "I don't think we ever had the chance to meet before." Palpatine gave the former spy a cordial smile. "This is Sly Moore, my senior administrative aide," the Chancellor said, gesturing a hand in Moore's direction. She had not been here for some time due to health concerns. But she is back again, which I'm grateful for, despite circumstances. "Are you really feeling all right?" Steve Rogers asked politely. "It would seem better to be resting and recovering more with what's happened." "I am well," Sly said politely. "My leave of absence did end rather abruptly with this recent attack. Thus I intend to be here to perform my duties for the Republic even despite my small decline of health." Palpatine gave Sly a kind smile and nod, looking back to the large assemblage before him. "Now then, on to the pressing matters we have right now." Palpatine's voice was incredibly grave. "This attack, who perpetrated it?" "We would have assumed it to be the Separatists," Mace Windu said, arms crossed. "But they would not have been so foolishly and brazenly attacked the capital of the Republic." "It would appear that you and I share similar assumptions, Master Jedi," Palpatine said a moment later. "I have recently received word from operatives across the galaxy that not only were Republic worlds targeted, but even Separatist and shockingly enough, Outer Rim worlds with a prevalent underground crime syndicates." "The Outer Rim?" Senator Chuchi spoke up. "What in the galaxy would they wish to do there?" "These were tactical strikes from my observations." Captain Tarkin spoke now. "I had heard of these reports and reviewed them ahead of time. This advanced droid attacked planets and systems that are known to hold strategic and moral importance to many across the galaxy. The Separatist capital world and several believed to be founderies of the droid army. There's also Tatooine and Nar Shaddaa, two worlds instrumental in the underground crime world such as the Hutt clans and Pike Syndicate. To attack on such a scale." Anakin held a disturbed look in his eyes. "What are we dealing with?" Luminara murmured aloud with her expression conveying deep contemplation. Not a second later did Captain Steve Rogers cough into his hand with all eyes turning to him now. With a reluctant sigh. "His name is Ultron and we have history with him back home on Earth," Steve revealed to those present. Now, several of the people present were aware by now that the Avengers knew who it was they were facing. But to the rest. "Begging your pardon, Captain Rogers," Palpatine said in confusion. "But the one who perpetrated this attack originated from your planet." Steve could only nod with the other Avengers doing the same. Before he wanted to know more, Palpatine opted to look to the Jedi Council for a moment. "Master Yoda," Palpatine said, "do you sense anything in the Force that may aid us in dealing with this new foe?" Yoda had his eyes closed with his head bowed down. "I do not, Chancellor. Outside the Force, this Ultron is. Detect him, we cannot. Find him, we cannot. Unsure of how to beat an enemy such as he is." Nodding his head with a frown, the Chancellor looked back to the Avengers now. "Captain Rogers." Palpatine interlaced his fingers, facing the super soldier entirely. "It is paramount that you and your friends tell us everything and anything we need to know about this Ultron. He is a new enemy that has shown his hand to all that he is not afraid of any side of faction in this war. Where would you like to start?" "The beginning would be most appropriate." "Well then get a bit comfy in that chair," Natasha remarked. "This is gonna take a bit of time." And thus what felt like hours, the Avengers who had originally taken part in battling against Ultron back on Earth began their tale. From the start of a simple routine raid on a Hydra facility. Meeting the Maximoff twins. The attack at the Avengers Tower in New York. This then led to Pietro recounting how he and his sister first met the highly advanced synthetic being and being conscripted into helping him. Hearing this was certainly a shocking development to some. Pietro was actually an enemy of the Avengers, willingly going along with Ultron's plans until realizing the meta-AI he was with the planned extinction of their planet. Extinction? Obi-Wan said in bewilderment. What in the Force would drive this Ultron into wanting to exterminate all life upon your planet? Piece of our time. Steve said with a shake of his head. A solution Tony Stark sought to have in a program of his, yet Ultron ended up taking the goal too far in his own way. That's one way of putting it. Captain Rex muttered under his breath. If he wants peace, why all this then? Palpatine asked, his hand sweeping out towards the currently devastated site of Coruscant. This serves no purpose in peace. Ultron was always multifaceted with how he presented his crap. Widow stated. Evolution, changing times to better reflect the current conditions necessary to reach a higher goal in life. He grew tired of so many conflicts happening, so he decided to iron out everything for a clean slate. Steve stated. How could he have come to such a conclusion? Ahsoka asked nervously. Internet. Peter, Sam, and a few other of the Avengers said at once. What? Was the collective response. Oh, right, you guys don't have that here. Peter said, taking a moment to think. HoloNet in terms of comparison. A lot of data all at once that Ultron cycled through in seconds. Learned everything he needed to see and came to his conclusion a minute later. Rhodey remarked. Seeing everything that humanity had caused on Earth and was still causing to this day, he figured full-scale genocide was the appropriate response. But what could he have seen that made him do such a thing? Mas Amedda asked impatiently. Take a look outside again and you'll see the answer. Sam said. The group followed in Sam's instructions and stared out the window, the sight of multiple gunships, transports, and medical ships whizzing about in the air to carry off patients, debris, resources and so on. Conflict, war, famine, death, suffering, inequality. Nat listed off. All problems Ultron saw on our planet that's presently happening across the galaxy nearly all at once. He basically found an all-you-can-eat buffet of the same problems on Earth and sees it in all sentient life that's not him. Rhodey tacked on. But how was he able to control such an army, let alone the droids that seemed relatively harmless? Plo Koon asked. You guys clearly don't have proper protection against his unique programming. Nat stated. His programming? Anakin asked. Ultron is an AI. Peter said. I wasn't there when he was made, but if he's anything like most AI, then he's based off of someone or a bunch of people mixed into one person. Their template is one of sentience, not data or programming. Something incredibly unique and very dangerous was used in Ultron's unwitting creation. Steve said. What would that be? Palpatine inquired. We don't know. Natasha said straight away. This was something that we didn't understand or comprehend because we weren't there for it. Only 2 of our members were. One is back home on our planet and the other is. God knows where. I see, that is rather unfortunate. Palpatine said with a small scowl. Regardless, this Ultron must answer for his crimes. Mas Amedda declared. Good luck bringing him in. Rhodey said with a scoff. You can't exactly expect him to come along willy-nilly after what he just pulled off. Well, we cannot under any circumstances simply sit around here waiting for his next move. Palpatine rebuked. Every minute that passes by is a minute more that this ghastly droid has in planning for his next attack. Most of our fleets are on standby at a moment's notice. Mace Windu spoke up now. Yes, I have made additional notices and orders sent out to multiple Republic worlds of value that had not been attacked to be on standby for imminent assault. Wiluf Tarkin stated professionally. Generals. One of the clone officers spoke up now, slightly unsure. They turned to see that it was Captain Rex. Rex. Anakin said, tone implying for him to speak what was on his mind. Nodding, Rex removed his helmet and took a moment to think over his words. I believe there is something we haven't really discussed yet. Rex said. Being what exactly? When he made his entrance at the Jedi Temple, he said some questionable things. A number of questioning brows were raised as Rex soon continued. I don't know if what he said holds any significance, but... Go on, Captain. Palpatine urged. What did he say? Rex visibly frowned. I've been thinking about it and I can't deny it's bothering me more and more when I think about it. Rex, don't leave us hanging here in suspense. Anakin said a bit impatiently now. I was there too, remember? What did he say that bothered you? Rex's mood fell. Strings, and puppets, and us being deceived. The captain said that the Republic will fall and that the clones would betray it, turning upon the Republic and our generals with a simple order. The rest of the group was largely disgruntled by this thought, but several individuals picked up on something else entirely. Out of the corner of her eyes, though it was hardly noticeable to some, the way Natasha said Chancellor Palpatine seized up oh so barely with his eyes flashing with what looked like panic was something that she would definitely take note of. And through Matt's enhanced hearing, he oddly picked up the faintest incline of heartbeats. The last of those who noticed something strange overall was Master Yoda and Peter. The aged Jedi grunted slightly, feeling a sudden reverberation in the force that emanated from, he couldn't pinpoint where it had come from. But he was able to confirm what side of the force it was that let off this feeling. The dark side of the force. It appeared that Ultron had not only made enemies out of the Republic. And as for Peter, he now visibly cringed with a hand shooting up to his head as his sixth sense blared in warning. Peter. Blinking, Peter turned to see Barriss and behind her, Ahsoka, looking at him in concern. Obi-Wan had also noticed with Anakin, Matt, and Steve turning to him momentarily. Are you alright? I don't know. Just a splitting headache all of a sudden, said the human teenager. Palpatine tapped his hand on his desk to get everyone's attention once more. Much as I would like for us to discuss more on this matter, I believe it to be better that we disperse for now and go about our duties, Palpatine declared. Captain Tarkin, in light of Kylo Ren's passing, as much as I would like a ceremony to be made, but I am hereby promoting you to Vice Admiral for the time being. Begin coordination of the restructuring of the defensive fleet over Coruscant. The newly promoted Vice Admiral merely gave a firm nod to the Chancellor. Palpatine then turned to the Jedi. Master Yoda. Ready, we are. The Jedi Master said simply. At a moment's notice, we will spring into action. Palpatine gave him a satisfactory nod, before regarding the Avengers. I know that there is much that you have all already done for us, and it seems that you have found another wayward comrade. The Chancellor said, nodding to Black Panther. Much as I would like to get to know you dash. Chancellor, this is our fight. Steve Rogers cut him off. Ultron was meant to be destroyed and gone, but he's still here and he's here now. We will do everything in our power to help in taking him out permanently. Palpatine leaned back in his chair and exhaled aloud. Then you have given this old man some level of comfort knowing that all present here will do their part in defeating this new menace. With that said and done, the group left the Chancellor's office and dispersed among themselves. Scene cut. The large group had split up into multiple smaller groups overall, each one going off in multiple directions. A majority of the Jedi and their clone officers had left to either the temple or their personal legions/battalions to await further orders. The multitude of officers had done the same, going towards their designated ships whilst Tarkin began to give out orders. Of the large group dynamics, so to speak, only the Avengers stayed together in their entirety, with several Jedi, clones and senators they were friendly with sticking with them. We will have to prepare accordingly, Obi-Wan said straight away. Judging from what you've told us of Ultron, he's a devious one. He can't be taken out in the conventional way, Rhodey stated. And how did you guys take him out the first time? You did leave that part out. A combined attack, more or less, from Tony, Vision and Thor. It was severely demolished before Wanda crushed his main body, and later Vision destroyed the last straggler holding his, what was it Viz called it? His digitized presence? Yeah, that. Pietro revealed. But before that, Vision had to have him locked into his body. Apparently not well enough, I'm afraid, Obi-Wan said gravely. Lock him into his body? Anakin asked in bewilderment. What's that mean? He kept body hopping between any and all drones connected to him, Nat said. Every time we destroyed one body, he simply transferred his consciousness into another body in an instant. No matter how many of them we destroyed, Ultron would just rebuild another one for himself. Great. Anakin dryly said. Sounds like we're gonna have a lot of fun with him. But that's what I don't get. Scott spoke up for the first time since they had all been assembled. Cap, Nat, didn't you guys say that Vision sealed him inside all his bodies and the drones were all destroyed? Perhaps your fellow Avenger missed something. Luminara Unduli commented. From what you're describing, Ultron seems to be rather powerful. No. Steve shook his head. That's not it. Vision's means of taking down Ultron was permanent, so to speak. He did something to his internal consciousness that prevented him from hopping over to new bodies. Then how is it that he came back? Ahsoka asked. The Avengers were momentarily silent until Scott gasped aloud. Hydra. The others looked at him with Scott now putting up fingers to his temples as if massaging his brain into remembering. They gathered all of his pieces, remember? Making that giganto version of him. One of them must have had some remaining consciousness of him that was overlooked. The others stared in utter shock and stunned realization. That's actually a possibility. Steve surmised. Wouldn't put it past Hydra to work with something they have no understanding or control over. Nat remarked. Here. Pietro piped up, getting the two founding Avengers to snort aloud knowingly. Your guess is as good as mine unless anyone can think of something better. With another group, another conversation took place. Sorry that we got brought back together like this, T'Challa. Peter said sheepishly. I was hoping Matt and I would find you under more less stressful circumstances. Matt stated. T'Challa chuckled good-naturedly. I've heard it a good number of times, as redundant as it is by now. Peter laughed with Matt smirking. So where'd ya end up? The former of the two asked. This planet called Kashyyyk, home to the Wookiees. T'Challa revealed. A jungle-like world entirely. I have spent some time learning of their customs and cultures and have found myself rather enjoying the time I had there. Glad to know it wasn't too bad. Peter said. Was it? It was, as one would expect when finding yourself on an alien world. T'Challa said airily. Confusing, bewildering, and overwhelming. Matt asked knowingly. And getting roped into a conflict you didn't have any knowledge of. Precisely. T'Challa said. Still. I would have preferred it if Meow Mix had Spider Cop and Devil Officer by his side in this instance. Peter gasped aloud, a wide beaming grin appearing as he began pointing to himself, then Matt, then T'Challa and rinse and repeat. Matt, can you dash? Yes, Peter. Matt said in amusement. I heard him quite clearly. Oh, if only Shuri heard that right now. That will never happen. T'Challa said. The last thing I need is for her to hold that over me for the rest of my days. What are you guys talking about? The trio turned to see Ahsoka and Barriss standing before them. Oh, T'Challa. Peter said straight away. These are two friends of mine that I made since we came here. Meet Ahsoka and Barriss. Girls, this is Prince T'Challa. Are you truly the prince of your nation back on Earth? Barriss inquired with intrigue. Indeed I am. T'Challa bowed slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Pleasure's all ours. Ahsoka said graciously. You showing up with the Wookiees helped us turn the tide when we needed it. Thank you, Prince T'Challa. Barriss said with a more respectful bow. You don't need to do that. T'Challa said kindly. Just T'Challa will do. And I do appreciate it along with the friends who helped me reach this planet. A Wookiee on the battlefield is a terrifying thing I've heard. Ahsoka commented. What we saw just confirmed it. As the two Padawans got to know T'Challa, the rest of the group were discussing a more serious matter. Ultron may be someone who uses a level of deceit in the things he does but... Natasha crossed her arms. I don't know what to make of what he said. It all sounded a bit too ominous, if you ask me. Anakin said. Now that Rex mentioned it, I can't help but think about it now. You mentioned something about deception, correct Rex? Obi-Wan asked. Yes, all being deceived from something from the shadows and being pulled by strings. The Jedi Master frowned, stroking his beard. Obi-Wan. Anakin asked knowingly. I know you're thinking of something, and it's that look when you want to remember something. Anakin pointed out. Rather than deny it, Kenobi's frown deepened slightly. It's something I remember Dooku spoke to me about when I was held prisoner at Geonosis when the war commenced. About a Sith Lord infiltrating the Senate. Padme Amidala asked with Kenobi slowly nodding in confirmation. She remembered this as something that she had heard from Obi-Wan and her husband Anakin after the start of the war. He definitely knows something. Hope Van Dyne stated. Guys like him always do. It's what they're good at. Kenobi hummed aloud, looking to 3 of the Avengers in particular. And if memory serves, didn't you 3 go through a similar experience back on Earth, with Hydra infiltrating that military organization? What was it called again? SHIELD. This got some deepened frowns from Steve, Sam, and Natasha on the mention of this. But still. Dooku saying such things. Originally a means of possibly throwing us off our game. But what if it was actually a genuine warning? It might have fooled me. Obi-Wan confessed. He did such a confession in hopes of having me join him, a means of connecting us further due to our relation with my late master and his late apprentice, Qui-Gon. Anakin's shoulder sagged slightly at the mention of the Jedi Master who had found him and freed him from slavery those many years ago. To hear this from another source, someone not from our galaxy is troubling to say the least. Ayla couldn't help but comment. So then what do we do about it? Anakin asked. Feels like for every question we ask, instead of answer, we just get 1,000 more. A grumbling silent agreement befell the group when Natasha's eyes squinted, signifying something she had just remembered. Did you notice anything odd with the Chancellor? Many looked to her in confusion. What do ya mean? Anakin asked. He seemed rather off when Rex was giving his accounts at the Jedi Temple. Nat pointed out. He was probably startled as did just about everyone else. Anakin said with a shrug. Not in the traditional sense. Nat stated. And how can you be so sure? Anakin asked with a slightly accusatory look. I've been highly trained as an assassin and spy since I was just a little girl. Natasha bluntly admitted, causing a few of the Jedi and even Avengers to wince. Only the clones appeared unbothered by this revelation. I needed to learn to pick up a lot of subtle clues one would make in terms of reactions. Nat said. And from what I picked up on, Palpy was really bothered by all this. I'm pretty sure we all are by this point, Natasha. Padme said. We'll need more than your assumptions, Natasha. Obi-Wan informed her. Weren't you guys paying attention? Nat asked rhetorically. I wasn't the only one to pick up on the Chancellor's reactions. What was he even reacting to? Anakin bluntly asked. Nat nodded her head at Skywalker's second-in-command. It's what Rex said about Ultron when he came to the temple. I wasn't the only one to pick up a reaction after that. And who else would these individuals be? Ayla inquired. Nat simply thumbed behind her over to Peter with Matt, T'Challa, Ahsoka, and Barriss. Peter sure got a headache out of the blue. Nat said. You saw him, Obi-Wan. You even asked him about it. The Jedi Master had no response to that, knowing that he had been assisting the young teen in understanding this sixth sense. From what he had gathered after a dozen or so lessons, this sixth sense Peter had was similar to the subtle force precognition Jedis have when avoiding attacks or deflecting blaster bolts. Only Peter's was far more different from what Kenobi and the boy himself had come to understand. They were only still getting a grasp of this extra sense overall. With Matt, we can probably ask him what he picked up from the Chancellor. You mean with those head movements of his? Sam asked, Nat nodding in confirmation. What do you think he picked up? Before Natasha was able to say anything else, multiple alarms went off with everyone's communication link beeping rapidly. What's going on? Scott asked worriedly. No sooner did he ask did Obi-Wan's holo transmitter attached to his belt go off. Quickly holding it up, the small data pad was activated to reveal Mace Windu and Master Yoda standing together. What's the matter, Masters? Ultron. Windu answered straight away, startling the group. He was recently spotted and attacking as we speak. An attack so soon? Padme asked in disbelief. We're mobilizing half a dozen fleets to counter-attack him right now. Windu stated. Half a dozen? Anakin said in awe. That seems a bit excessive, don't ya think? After what he had just done, not with him it isn't. Windu said. Skywalker, Kenobi, Sakura, the three of you will be spearheading this assault. I will be backing you with Master Fisto, Plo Koon, and Adi Gala. Assemble everything we can. Stop Ultron, we must. Yoda said in a grave voice. Let's just hope he doesn't infiltrate and tamper with the Republic cruisers. Anakin murmured, remembering the AI's capabilities the Avengers just told him. I have an answer to that. Rhodey spoke up, tapping on his chest piece. Tap. Yes, comrade. The Avengers' personal AI responded from within Rhodey's suit. I know Tony programmed you and probably that other AI in Peter's suit to combat something like this. Rhodey said. It's time to work your magic. At once, comrade. Tap proclaimed. An iron curtain shall descend upon Ultron. With that, the large group ran off towards the ships with Scott asking one last question. Where is this attack even taking place? Anakin held up his wristcom and took a moment to read out the flashing sequences of lights that conveyed the coordinates they were being sent to. Jabiim. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 49, The Battle of Jabiim. Coruscant was in complete and utter disarray. No amount of placating by multiple officials would be able to calm the restless and terrified populace. And quite frankly, many politicians and law enforcement shared these sentiments. The planet had just been attacked in one of the most devastating assaults perpetrated throughout the war. There were so many issues to list that came up that one would spend weeks on end on the ramifications of just one of them. Casualty counts kept rising, infrastructure damage was at an all-time high, the defensive measure and failure in part to anticipate such an attack. Chaos, madness, and confusion. The core three that plagued the capital of the Republic and more than likely the entire Republic itself. Most kept forgetting that it wasn't just Coruscant that had been so brazenly attacked. A number of other worlds and systems had been assaulted in quick hit-and-run guerrilla assaults with only several locations being prolonged battles. One of them being the planet of Raxus, the capital of the Separatists. Then there were locations across the galaxy itself where they had reported the attacks perpetrated by Ultron. The system of Mandalore had apparently been attacked, though not the capital world itself. The Outer Rim, Hutt space, several key locations within Separatist and Republic space scattered throughout the Midrim, and even several other neutral systems. This Ultron showed little to no restraint on his part on making his presence known and felt. The fact that he had attacked so brazenly was beyond what most would describe to be a simple hit and run. It was clear as day to all that this new player had sent a profound message for everyone across the galaxy. It doesn't matter whose side you're on. Ultron made it clear that he was coming after everyone. And judging by the attacks he had orchestrated, he had more than enough of the manpower necessary to conduct his own war on the galaxy. Padme found herself rather stressed at this prospect, sitting within her office after a prolonged session with the Senate. There was the Republic, the Separatists, the Mandalorians who were starting to become a more pronounced presence, and now there was Ultron. How was the Republic supposed to respond to something like this? The senator from Naboo felt herself understandably overwhelmed as the Senate meeting didn't really get anywhere. Just a lot of yelling and shouting from all sides, with the Chancellor having absolutely no control over the situation. She even saw that he himself was at a bit of a loss as to what to do other than to keep some semblance of order within the Senate hall. Easier said than done, considering that a number of senators had also perished in the attack, with many bringing that up and a lack of faith in the Republic because of this. Right now, Padme just wanted some peace and quiet. The thought alone made her scoff derisively. She knew there was no way in criffing hell she'd get an ounce of sleep in the next few weeks, months even. Sure, the Naboo senator was well aware that in a war, there was seldom a time for proper respite, as they were far and few between. But this indescribable level of chaos was something that she herself would have never anticipated. The only way she could get the proper amount of sleep needed these days was if she was drugged and kept in a state of slumber for that amount of time, or if the war suddenly ended. Mistress Padme. came the light voice of her protocol droid 3P0 wobbling into her office with a tray in hand. "Your tea as you requested." Padme's smile was tired, but she still beamed at the sight of a fresh pot of her favorite tea that was much needed right now. "You're a lifesaver, 3P0. Padme said kindly, standing up to take the tray from the golden droid, who gave a bashful wave. "Oh my dear Padme, I don't think giving you what you requested is anything to bradash. No. Please. Take the compliment." The two within the office jolted with a chill running down Padme's spine at the sound of the metallic sinister voice that was heard within her office. A moment later, the doors to her room were sealed shut, and from a shadowed corner came a pair of blood-red eyes and a menacing grin to boot. Spotting this, Padme immediately unholstered her blaster that she kept hidden within her robes and pointed it at the darkened corner. 3P0 let out a cry of fright and quickly moved to stand behind her as the two heard metallic footsteps upon the floor. Out from the shadows came a particularly tall 9-foot droid that towered over them both with a face that was far too sentient for a droid. The glowing red eyes and grinning red mouth was deeply unsettling as the tall droid gazed down at them. Then again, most if not all synthetics in this galaxy can never understand organic meanings, let alone getting them right. Padme put on a brave front, facing this intruder with a fierce glare. "Who are Dash? You should already know the answer to that," the droid said in an utterly bored tone. "I love to make lasting impressions on people." The senator froze up slightly and her eyes glanced out to the window behind her desk and saw the destruction that Coruscant had inflicted upon it, and they shifted back to the tall droid. "Yuri Ultron," Padme said in realization. "In the flesh, so to speak," Ultron said, chuckling at his own joke. "Some lines are worth using on repeat, don't you know?" Padme was not in the mood for games as she leveled her blaster right at the AI's head. She knew this was a being that possessed frightening danger and she wasn't going to take any chances. Ultron chuckled mockingly at her. "Oh, that's adorable, not that'll be any good. But nice effort on putting up a brave face. You're not the first person to try and break into my room and kill me." Ultron burst out laughing, startling the Nabo native. That laugh was far too disturbing to be considered artificial. "Kill you? Why would I want to kill you?" he asked. "What would I do without you? I could say you complete me, but I feel like that's a line that's already been used before. Better even in the right circumstances." No, that's not why I'm here." "Why are you here, then?" Padme took a step back as Ultron leaned right down to her level. His glowing red irises bore into hers with that dimmed grin ever present really starting to get to her. "To thank you, of course." This threw Padme and 3P0 into a confused loop. "I beg your pardon." The protocol droid spoke up. "Thank me? What for?" "Both of you, actually," Ultron stated. "I owe you both a small debt." Padme's face scrunched up in irritation. "What are you talking about? We've never met you until what you did to Coruscant." "Oh, but we did, Senator. My, I'm hurt. You don't remember me at all? After the good deed you did for me when I first arrived on this metropolis of a planet," Ultron said in a mock, hurtful tone. "Of course, I didn't put up that much of a good impression on our first interaction." "We've met before?" Padme asked, unsure of when this was possible. Ultron sighed dramatically. "To be forgotten so easily. You're breaking my circuits, Ms. Skywalker." In an instant, Amidala froze and her face paled, yet he went on. "Then again, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise. So many things happen in your everyday life, so much that everything becomes a meshy blur. The stress getting to you that you sometimes forget the little things. Even a small moment of good generosity. One such act of kindness, which you both performed, had ended up leading to what occurred not so long ago." The protocol droid and senator both shared a look that conveyed confusion, making Ultron groan aloud. "And here I was expecting to find an ounce of intelligence," Ultron said exasperatedly. "Why, it wouldn't do you any good if you were losing your mind, let alone your head." He tapped the side of his head as 3P0, though expressionless, slowly began to gaze upon the AI with a feeling of dread. "You, Mistress Padme, and I found you months ago in the streets of Coruscant," 3P0 whispered in realization. "Wiped of your memories and maker. AI lied. Upon hearing that admittance, recognition dawned on Padme's face with her looking up at him in horror. We helped you. Padme whispered, trembling now. We helped you. Ultron quirked a metallic brow that he didn't have at the growing anger from the senator. We saved you and you attacked us. Padme was near seething by this point. Well, to be fair, I would have managed on my own. Ultron casually said with a shrug. You two just sped up the process. Made it easier for me to get where I am right now. Ultron held up both his arms in a grand gesture. All that data I got plugged into after you gave me that body. A front row seat of the HoloNet. Oh, it could have been so much easier just to take everything apart from the inside. The AI then leaned forward, barely an inch from the senator's face, who tilted back in surprise. But where is the fun in that? Ultron asked rhetorically, tone becoming rather frightening. I have an entire galaxy to play in now. Not just one planet named after dirt. Why rush art when you can create a new magnum opus with so much time on your hands? Wouldn't you agree, Senator Amidala or Skywalker, really, since you prefer it so much behind closed doors? Once more, Padme's face paled considerably, with Ultron's menacing smile widening drastically. Yes, I know everything about you and your secret boy toy in the Jedi Temple. Ultron said with a sadistic glee. In fact, I know so much more than you can possibly imagine. The way he said that made Padme begin to feel a cold sweat coming on. If only you knew the things I did. Ultron said, finally pulling away from her to give her some breathing room. You wouldn't believe how far of a rabbit hole you've all dug yourselves into. The AI chuckled darkly, red irises flaring momentarily. I want to tell you everything right here and now, just to see the look on your face when you realize everything you fight for and believe in is a lie. Ultron hummed aloud. But why give out spoils and not let you all learn it all the hard way? Either or works for me. You will all fall before me in the end. Before Padme had even a chance to rebuke, Ultron stepped back, and in an instant, the glowing red eyes dimmed and the body fell apart. Oh my! 3P0 said aloud in shock at the sudden disassemblage of the AI. He destroyed himself. No. Padme whispered, gazing down at the scrap heap of the robot. Looking down at her hands, she noticed how they were shaking as if she were in the coldest climate imaginable. Padme sucked in a deep breath, feeling a slight wheeze in her throat. She could have died just now. This was a true moment that if Ultron had wanted it, he could have killed her right here and now. He only didn't out of some self-imposed courtesy and to gloat. A being that was far too sentient to ever be considered a droid. An AI that had the ability to take over any and all machinery on whim or touch. Shaking her head out of her stupor, Padme walked around her desk and pulled out a personalized communicator that was unique in design. A communicator made specifically by her husband. She needed to inform Anakin of this immediately. Not just him, but the Avengers of this recent meeting. After all, the recent attack across the entire galaxy was practically her fault. Scene cut. The Republic fleet that was en route to the planet of Jabi-Im was one of the largest assemblage that the Republic had placed together within the war. Aside from the invasion of Geonosis, this had one of the biggest coalition of forces in one grouping that had one shared destination. The legion and battalions of the 501st, 212th, 71st, 327th, 104th, and 41st were all headed towards the planet of Jabi-Im. Excessively large, one might call it. But the fact that nearly all the Avengers stressed the danger that was Ultron, not really needing to after Coruscant, coupled with the fact that Jabi-Im had the presence of the Separatists there with a civil war raging on, meant that they needed to be there in force. So here was a large accumulation of Republic ships heading towards what might be a trap for all intents and purposes. Within the barracks of the Resolute, flagship of the 501st, a mishmash of some of the more well-known troopers within the Legion were currently either preparing their equipment ready or getting some rest in before their arrival at Jabi-Im. Most were either polishing their armor, making adjustments to their weapons, or simply taking the time that they have to get some shut-eye. The majority of them were slightly tense and on edge, yet one in particular was very much distressed. This lone clone trooper hovered over a data pad with his expression becoming more and more distraught as he continued to scroll through it until... Kicks. The voice of Domino Squadron's Heavy cut through the clone medic's internal dilemma, making the trooper look up to the heavy weapons specialist. If you keep looking at that datapad, you're only gonna feel a lot worse as you go on. Heavy said, a tired look in his eyes. Kix grit his teeth, unable to stop himself as he looked back down at his datapad. The numbers just keep going up. Kix said with a hollow tone. That's all they've been doing for the few hours now. It's likely not gonna stop, you know. Jesse pointed out in a blank tone. That attack, what happened on Coruscant, the entire planet was assaulted. Aside from all the Jedi and all the clones, there's also all the other places that were attacked. How in the blazes did that even happen? Fives spoke up, seated on his bunk. This Ultron bastard just appeared out of nowhere and attacked dozens of systems at once. Where the hell did he get the resources for all that? Most of them were hit and run. Echo said aloud, his own datapad in hand. Aside from several key locations, Coruscant being one of them, most of the attacks orchestrated lasted a minimum of 10 to 30 minutes tops. The Republic capital being hit was one of the few that lasted well into a few hours. What were the other ones? Hard Case inquired, fixing up his rotary blaster. Capital of the Seppies. Echo revealed. Several of our own military strongholds, areas in the Hutt clans and Outer Rim. Tried for Mandalore, though they hit the moon of Concordia primarily and several other planets within that system. Sounds like a shit show. Fives couldn't help but comment. That was one of his favorite new phrases that he heard Colonel Rhodes at one point utter. It was quaint, simple, and to the point. It really is. So what are we gonna do about it? Heavy asked. This Ultron went and attacked a bunch of places at once, right? Well, right now Jabiim is the main target. Jesse pointed out. Our forces told us that this Psycho Clanker's ships are there in force and he's bashing both our boys and the Seppies. Normally I'd love the sound of Seppies getting theirs. Fives remarked. But right now, Kix. Seriously, you're never gonna sleep if you keep looking at that demmed datapad. Well, excuse me for not being able to look away. Kix retorted heatedly. The casualty count's gone up again. The clones shifted about uncomfortably upon hearing that. I thought they already had a handle on the casualty count. Heavy stated, only for Kix to shake his head. No, that was the immediate head count. Kix said. More and more keep piling on, both on Coruscant and in other Republic systems. What's the number up to now? Jesse asked nervously. Clone casualties. Kix's expression dropped considerably. Nearly 100,000 across the galaxy, 10 of that being on or around Coruscant itself. It was like someone had taken all the wind out of the clones' lungs upon hearing such a high number of casualties. Criffing hell. Fives murmured in disbelief, leaning back onto his bunk. And that's only the initial count. Kix said gravely. It's still growing. There's the civilians and local militias across the systems well past 100,000 and nearing the million marks. And the Jedi lost about a couple dozen, just a few shy of 100. Possibly even more. Even the Jedi are feeling this. Heavy muttered, rubbing his head. That was a rather scary thought when he thought about it. All the clones knew that the Jedi were not as indestructible as many had assumed they would be. They die just like any other ordinary clone or living being. But when you work with Jedi like Anakin Skywalker and Ahsoka Tano, it's hard not to hold credence to the belief that Jedi were unkillable. Just the thought of losing their general and their commander, who many in the 501st viewed as a sister/friend by this point, made Heavy visibly shudder. He'd rather not think about something like that. What was that other phrase Captain Rogers talked about from his war back home? Sergeant Korik, a clone medic of the 501st, asked. He was shaved bald and had a vertical cut over his left eye. Er. Del, another clone trooper of the 501st, racked his brain. Fubber. The clones chuckled at his mispronunciation. No, no. Hard Case hummed to himself in thought. Think it was Fubar. Yeah, that's the one. What's that mean again? Jesse asked. Fucked up beyond all recognition. Hard Case boisterously said with a loud laugh. You would remember that. Korik dryly remarked. Before any other clone was able to make any further comments, the entrance to their barracks opened up and in walked Commander Tenno. With her were Peter Parker, Barrisafi, and Clone Trooper Cut Up. In each of their hands were several boxes and trays of pizza. Cut Up jovially declared aloud. The clones cheered aloud at this, many sitting up in anticipation as pizza boxes were handed out. "Thank the Force for this," Heavy said aloud, grabbing 2 slices for himself before passing the box to Fives. "Thanks, Parker." "Hey, what about us?" Ahsoka whined playfully, a slice of her own in hand already. "Barris and I brought it here." "Sorry, Commander, but Cut Up is the kiss up of the 501st. Heavy cheekily said. Said clone in question huffed visibly, patting his helmet fondly that had the markings of Ahsoka's Togrutan facial markings. "You're just jealous of my work," he said in an affronted manner. "What brought this on?" Fives couldn't help but ask, taking a bite of his slice. Barris cleared her throat at this. "We thought it would be a nice reprieve after what happened and what's to come," the Mirialan Jedi said in a soft voice. The mood shifted into a more somber demeanor as the clones once again thought back to the attack on Coruscant and the mounting losses that just kept coming in droves. Quite frankly, this was something that had been weighing more and more on the clones as time went on. The capital of Coruscant was attacked right under their noses and no one saw it coming. No one. "Well, dig in, boys," Peter encouraged, trying to lighten up the mood. "Don't wanna let those get cold now, do ya?" He proceeded to create a web hammock for himself and several others around the barracks. The barracks had a brief moment of contentment with everyone digging in to eat the earthly wondrous food called pizza. There was a lull of silence as the clones with the 3 teens just silently ate there. All save for one clone. The clone with the tattoo of the number 5 on the side of his temple glanced over to see one of his batchmates just as consumed in his data pad as Kix was. And from the looks of his brother, he looked like his head was about to explode at the clone's thought process. He could practically hear his batchmate's gears whirring in his mind. "Okay, seriously, Echo?" Fives groaned aloud. "What exactly are you looking at on that data pad? You look like you're about to burst a vein on your forehead." His Domino squad mate looked up from his pad. "Huh? What?" "You've been looking at that data pad like you were trying to solve the answers to the universe," Fives stated. "What's been bugging you, brother?" "Huh, Noth dash. And don't try to brush it off," Cut Up stated. "With Commander Tenno here, she can basically order it out of you." "I'd do it," Ahsoka cheekily said with a sly smirk. Echo let out a sigh but shot an amused look towards his commander and batchmates. "Come on, Echo." Heavy turned to him. "Out with it. You haven't said a word since you got your hands on your own data pad. Kix at least talked but you've been as silent as the grave." CT-1409 looked down at what he had been looking over, rubbing his chin with a thoughtful frown on his face. "Well, I've been looking over the attack on Coruscant for a while now," Echo admitted, holding up his data pad. On it, some were able to discern that it was a map of the inner rim of the galaxy and dotted outlines that Echo was pointing to. "Ever since the attack occurred, something's been really bothering me about it." "Why wouldn't it?" Hardcase sarcastically asked. "A crazed droid attacked the Republic on its front doorstep. I'm amazed we're even going on a campaign right about now," Jesse remarked. No, you guys aren't getting it," Echo said, appearing frustrated yet it seemed more towards himself. "I've been looking over the attack over and over again and a lot of things just aren't adding up." "Like what exactly?" Ahsoka asked, now curious. "Everything," Echo nearly exclaimed, throwing his arms up. "This whole attack just doesn't make sense. How could it have happened so suddenly like that?" "It was a surprise attack, Echo," Heavy stated. Emphasis on the surprise. Echo however shook his head. "Think about it for a second. This is Coruscant we're talking about. Every single hyperspace lane and routes around us have been mapped out and charted. The deep core is made up of Republic loyalists almost entirely. How did he get past all our defensive measures?" "Well, Ultron's an AI," Peter pointed out. "He doesn't think like a droid or even those tactical droids we've encountered. He thinks like 100 steps ahead of us. Still, that doesn't add up. Echo said. The droids were one thing, but, hang on a second, let me just show you guys. Jumping down from his bunk, Echo moved to stand in the center of the barracks and placed down his data pad. Pressing on the button in the center, the assembled clones and 3 teens were treated to the sight of a hollow projection of the system that Coruscant resided in. Take a look at this. Echo pointed to several swerving lines. These are all the known hyperspace lanes in and out of the systems around and directly to Coruscant. Most simply nodded along and listened as Echo went on. I've been going over the attack several times now. And look here. Echo had the projection zoom in on the arrival of several dozen of Ultron's attacking fleet appearing out of hyperspace. Right there, do you see it? The clones, 2 Jedi and single Avenger leaned forward to gaze specifically at what Echo was pointing at. It took a few moments until Barriss was the first to realize what Echo was trying to show. Those came in without using any hyperspace lanes that were mapped out. Barriss said aloud in shock. Wait, what? Ahsoka spoke up in surprise. How is that possible? Coruscant has been the center of the galaxy for thousands of years. How could there be hyperspace lanes that aren't known? Ultron found them. Peter said with a grim tone. How did a droid find these lanes? Fives asked. Ultron isn't a droid, remember? Peter sighed. What's the difference? Hardcase inquired. Can't he be scrapped like any other clanker? Peter shook his head. The droids here are programmed to do usually one or a set of functions, right? He got nods from a majority of the clones present. AI aren't like that. Peter stated. I guess, the way I can best put it is AI are kinda like copies of living beings. Ultron is made up of 3 individuals, mainly the ones who made him. Mr. Stark, Dr. Banner, and that scepter thingy that the Avengers were after a while ago. He has sentience, independence. Like a droid who went from being a number dash to one with an identity. Jesse muttered. Yeah, something like that. Peter said. But being an AI means he isn't limited like the droids here. He can think and evolve past what he was initially created to do. And that is? Ahsoka asked with a hesitant tone. Peter rubbed the back of his head. From what I learned about him when the others told me is that he was designed as a peacekeeping program made to help the Avengers. Help the Avengers, huh? Heavy dryly said. Bang up job he's been doing. That's just it, he has a twisted version of it. Peter said. And looks like it hasn't changed. So what does he want to do then? Ahsoka asked. Well, if it's any indication of what he just did as his opening act. Peter glanced over to the holo display of the attacking force Ultron brought in. It's the same as last time. And that would be? Kix leaned forward, albeit hesitantly. Extinction. Peter said with a straightforward tone. Ultron wanted to bring about the end of all life on Earth or forcibly make humanity evolve. Either that or he's gone full psycho and wants to bring about the end altogether. This bit of proclamation didn't sit well with the others. Great, so this Ultron fellow is like another version of Grievous who just wants to kill. Heavy said drably. Given the reports that the guy attacked the Separatists in their home turfs, I don't even think Grievous is that crazy. Echo grimly pointed out. We're dealing with a new force in this war and it's entirely separate from both of the sides fighting. How do we beat him should be our main priority. Barriss said aloud, with a determined conviction. He attacked innocent civilians and many of our Jedi and clone brethren perished under his attack. If he is allowed to run rampant, it will only lead to more needless death. The clones all nodded or voiced their approval towards the Miri Alan Padawan's proclamation. But how do we beat him then? Ahsoka asked with a frown, looking over to her Earth friend. Peter, since you and the Avengers fought this guy before, do you know how to beat him? Peter rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Well, honestly, I never fought him. Neither has half the team really. The only ones who actually took him on were Cap, Rhodey, Pietro, Widow, Wanda and Vision. And Vision was the only one who could beat him. And he's still missing, right? Fives asked with Peter only nodding in confirmation. So how do we beat him? Peter hung his head. I don't know. So what can we do then? Ahsoka asked with a slightly downtrodden expression. Spider-Man was quiet for a few seconds until his fists tightened and he put on a determined face. Doesn't matter if we can't truly destroy, Peter declared. What matters is we beat him and make him run to the hills. That's all we can do until he's taken down. Rather than getting a surge of confidence, there was instead a feeling of grim countenance and acceptance. This fight they were headed towards, there was a foreboding feeling of dread as they headed towards the planet of Jabiim. Elsewhere, within the hangar bay of the Resolute, Scott and Hope were with Rhodey as the trio were working on a few Republic starfighters with a couple of clone pilots observing them. So what exactly have you guys been working on? The clone pilot called Broadside inquired. He and the rest of Rogue and Blue Squadron have been watching Hope, Scott, and Rhodey install these strange panels into a few of their ships and hooking them into the controls. This is something my dad and I worked on back on Earth, Hope said, holding up a welding tool for Scott to take. We had developed it a while back and I think some of the boys have already seen this. Once they were finished with their work, the three Avengers stepped back to stand with the clone pilots. Hope raised a small remote device and pressed down the center button on the left. In an instant, all the ships that they had been working on shrank down to little trinket-sized starfighters. Whoa! Was the near collective response of the clones. A few had seen the Avengers' powers on display of course, but this was new to them. There were those who spoke of the two of the superheroes being able to not only change their own size but also other objects. A second later, the shrunken starfighters returned back to their normal size. Okay, so that works. Scott muttered to himself, going over to the closest starfighter and quickly hopped into it. A few moments later, the fighter was up and hovering in the air with many within the hangar bay having stopped what they were doing to look at the floating ship. Several seconds later and the starfighter shrank down again with a few spotting the small, itty-bitty flare of thrusters at the center point to where the ship shrank down to. Woohoo, it works! Chimed in Scott's voice through the Avengers' comms. Rhodey smirked in approval whilst Hope openly beamed. Great, Hope said. All right, come back up Scott. Scott's fighter grew back to regular size and gently landed on the ground with an excited Ant-Man jumping out. It worked, Scott declared with a fist pump. They're all ready for Jabiim. The clone pilots gazed at the Avengers inquisitively. Jabiim. Tko, another clone pilot muttered aloud in confusion. You guys are gonna be using this for Jabiim. Rhodey shook his head. Not us. All of you are. This startled the assembled clone pilots. Us? Said a surprised pilot named Skipper. Why us? Well, aside from us working with you all at one point or time, Ahsoka and Anakin were the ones that picked you guys out. Rhodey said. Blue and Rogue Squadron are the two starfighter squadrons we've fought alongside the most in the air. So we're trusting you guys with these specifically made fighters when we're on Jabiim. It was hard to deny the growing anticipation, excitement, and small amount of nervousness when the clones heard this. Us? Broadside said in slight astonishment. Are you sure about this, Colonel? Shouldn't be too bad. Scott remarked. We'll give you all a crash course on how these things work. It'll be simple for the most part. Thankfully, you're not the ones being affected by the PIM particles, the ships are. We just need you all to get at least some adjustments to the changing in perspective. Hope spoke up. What's important is to keep your heads on straight and focused cause shrinking down can be a bit disorienting at first. We're gonna need every advantage we can get. Rhodey said, tone turning more grim. Ultron is not gonna play around. He's gonna try to beat us down both in force and in our heads. To you guys, he's just another oversized droid. To us, this was a being that almost succeeded in causing the extinction of our planet. Do not take him lightly. Those last two comments in regards to extinction was enough of a gut punch to dissipate some of the excitement the clones had built up with the prospect of these ships. The Avengers were exceedingly serious this time, as many have seen, far more than virtually everyone else even after what Ultron had done. To see beings with skills, abilities, and technology that rivaled and even in some instances outclassed the Jedi be so determined and worried at the same time was a rare sight for those who knew them well enough. as well as it being disconcerting. Okay. Rhodey spoke up. Who's up first? 3 volunteers. While this group of Avengers was handling this matter, the rest of them were gathered within the war room with their latest missing enhanced with the Jedi and clone officers. There were 3 Jedi and 3 clone officers physically present, the others were here via holo transmission with them practically surrounding the control room of the bridge. The Jedi contingent were Anakin, Obi-Wan, Ayla, Ima Gundy, Plo-Koon and Luminara. Their clone officers, Rex, Cody, Bly, Keeley, Wulfa, and Gree all stood by their general's side. And the Earthers present were Cap, Widow, Falcon, Quicksilver, Daredevil, and the newest member to the Avengers unofficially, Black Panther. I did not realize I would be stepping into something like this so suddenly. T'Challa, Prince of Wakanda, murmured to himself as he stood with the Avengers before the Jedi and clones. Next to him was one of the few he knew personally enough, being Matt Murdock. The blind vigilante lawyer of Hell's Kitchen snorted to himself. We all shared the same sentiment when we all appeared here. Matt responded, helmet currently off. T'Challa simply nodded, gazing back at the collection of Jedi and clones. When he was brought on board, a number of the Republic forces and even several of the Avengers were surprised at the prince's insistence on coming with them. They would have assumed that he would rather stay behind and recuperate on Coruscant after being on his own for so long in the galaxy. Instead, they found royalty who was rather eager to get himself involved with the Avengers and remarked that for now, it was smarter sticking with them than staying behind. He wished to very much be involved in this, judging from his attitude, and the Avengers for now simply accepted him, knowing that a man of his character isn't one to back away from something like this so casually. For now, he simply would be with them and observe this meeting. A moment later, Mace Windu and Grandmaster Yoda joined the holo transmission, appearing on the holo table itself. We're all here then, Obi-Wan declared, taking a moment to gaze around the assembled group of individuals. Then begin, we shall. The tiny projection of Yoda said. The large group nodded as a new projection appeared before them of the planet that they were currently en route to. This is Jabiim. Plo-Koon began. An outer rim world that has been with the Republic for centuries. Recently, it has been a point of contention between the Republic and Separatists, which escalated due to a civil war sprouting between the natives of the planet. Those loyal to us and those that support the Separatists. What's the importance of this planet? Nat asked aloud. I know it's a little rude, but you said this is an outer rim world. Wouldn't it be difficult holding it considering how far off it is from Coruscant and even Kamino itself? It's still a part of the Republic and we will not abandon it to be taken by our enemies. Obi-Wan said with a shake of his head. This is a planet that is just as important to us as it is to the Separatists. And apparently to Ultron now. Ayla stated. He targeted this planet for a reason. There's something there that he wants. Steve said aloud, stepping forward. Like what? Bly inquired aloud. A few of the Jedi and clones were sorta aware of Jabiim, but they didn't fully understand the significance of this outer rim world. Prior to the beginning of the war, there was a discovery of natural metal ore that on the outbreak of the war, the Republic realized it could be utilized in our efforts against the Separatists. Mace Windu revealed, with several of the Avengers openly frowning on this aspect. So this planet only mattered to you after you found out it had value. Pietro spoke up with a glare directed at the Jedi Council Master. Mace Windu gazed back at the speedster unflinchingly. It was not our call to make. Windu shot back calmly. Really now? Pietro said, voice rather snide, surprising many present. How awfully convenient. I bet you guys didn't even care about this planet until you found out about this ore they had. The Jedi and clones were put off by this sudden tone displayed by the usually cocky and laid-back Avenger. It's a war, Mr. Maximoff. Windu stated in a cool manner. Undesirable situations happen on a daily basis. Pietro found himself nearly snarling until he felt the strong hand of Steve on his shoulder. Looking back at the captain, he saw the leader of the Avengers shake his head for him to stand down. Now wasn't the time for this. Biting back a growl, the speedy Avenger stepped back, but his clearly angered expression remained. Obi-Wan cleared his throat, hoping to dispel the now rather awkward air. Jabim has been a hotly contested world between the Republic and Separatists. The Jedi Master said, voice calm and composed. Since the outbreak of the war, the planet has been in a heated civil war between those that wished to secede from the Republic and those that have remained loyal. Until the hollow projection of Jabim soon was joined by a litany of ships with those marked by the symbols of the Republic and Cis in a large slew of red highlighted ships. Ultron has recently attacked the planet with a large force of nearly 100 ships. Kenobi revealed. He's after the metal ore then. PLO surmised. Maybe. Steve said, arms crossed. But maybe not. A different objective you believe Ultron has, Captain Rogers. Yoda stated rather than asked. The metal ore is one aspect I think he'll undoubtedly want to get his hands on. Steve remarked, stepping forward and pointed at the army. But Ultron isn't like any enemy we're facing right now. Knowing who he is, there's more to this than just a massive assault on a planet where the Republic and Separatists are fighting each other. Black Widow then made her voice known. When we faced Ultron the first time, he made great efforts to make himself difficult to track until he made his presence known. He attacked several locations for the sole purpose of gathering supplies and resources. So he's doing it again then. Anakin surmised. That's what he's been doing since coming to this galaxy. Sam said in a firm tone. Where else would he have gotten all those ships that he has? How can he even control all those ships? Captain Rex couldn't help but ask. Ultron is a being of data and information first. Widow reminded the group. He isn't like any ordinary droid that you've all seen. Yeah, we're well aware. Anakin grumbled aloud. He has the ability to control multiple drones and droids so long as they're all connected to him. A hive mind system, so to say. Widow said, making Skywalker hum aloud. So he's kinda like a separatist capital ship then? Anakin asked. What do you mean? Steve tilted his head in confusion. Long story short, most capital ships act as the central matrix for the control of the droid army that some droids come from. Anakin said. Take down the capital ship, you take down the army. Is that how Ultron operates? Luminara inquired, looking to the Avengers. Pietro scoffed, shaking his head. No, he doesn't have a place like that. Ultron is an AI. He can transfer his consciousness into other forms of technology and keeps himself alive like that. The only way we were able to beat him last time was we trapped him and prevented him from being able to transfer his consciousness anymore to other drones and technology. Widow stated. But we had Vision last time, who was the only one that could do that. So what can we do right now? PLO-kun asked, hoping to keep things focused on the task at hand. You implied that there is an ulterior motive to Ultron's attack, yes. Jedi Iamagunda said with Steve nodding. Ultron's attack on Coruscant and the galaxy really was his coming out party, his grand debut. Sam drawled out. We may have beaten him back in the eyes of the galaxy, but that didn't really matter to everyone else. We're facing an enemy that has made his intentions clear to all sides within this conflict. Matt Murdock spoke for the first time since the meeting began, making all turn to him. He is not on anyone's side but his own. He's made that obvious. He attacked multiple locations where many factions, you could say, hold a great deal of influence. Coruscant, Raxus, the Mandalorian sector, Hutt space. But he's targeted a planet where the two sides of the war are currently fighting right now. Matt took a moment to collect his thoughts. The first attack was an opening message. He went on. I am here to turn everything you've been fighting for on its head. I think that's something many can easily surmise. But this attack? This central focused assault? This is his statement. Slowly, the implied meaning behind Matt's words began to dawn on the Jedi and clones as they gazed upon the warring planet of Jabim. He's gonna try to beat back both sides. Commander Cody said aloud with a grim tone. If he can do that for all the galaxy to see after his initial attack, how do you think the galaxy will react? Steve asked, though he was not expecting an answer. The question, and really the silent answer, was left hanging in the air, the message sinking in for all to realize that this new foe was someone they were not truly prepared for. So what can we do? Dee asked. First things first, we'll need to turn the attention of the troops onto Ultron," Steve said in a tone that brokered no arguments or disagreements. "He is the main priority now. If there are any Jabiim citizens that are still present on the planet, begin getting transports for them to get off," Widow added. "Ultron showed back on Earth and here that he doesn't care for civilian casualties. He'll kill any and all in his way." "What about the Separatists?" Commander Wolfer reminded the group. "Don't think they'll be keen on working with us to take out Ultron. They'll learn the hard way then if they don't realize that he's gonna kill all of them." Sams emphatically shot back. "Right now, this ain't about two sides fighting a war. This is about beating back an asshole that can fight two armies at the same time. Prepared, we must be," Yoda said, cutting through the chatter. "Avengers, your enemy this is. Follow your leads, we shall." Wendell looked down at the small green Jedi. "Master Yoda, are you certain that dash?" "Certain, I am not. Conflicted in this regard, I am." Yoda cut him off with a frown. "The Force, silent it is on the matter of Ultron. Better placed in the hands of those who know our foe, we must trust." There was a moment of silence that hung in the air over the large group until Anakin sighed loudly with his robotic hand running over his face. "All right, let's not stand here like we've lost already," the Jedi quipped. "Cap, take it away." Steve simply nodded, instantly going into the planning stages as the Republic fleet drew ever closer to Jabiim. Scene cut. Jabiim, in the Outer Rim, was presently experiencing a storm in more ways than one. Outside of the war reaching this world, there was a fierce rain shower in numerous areas across the planet. After all, it was a world deluged by torrential rains, experiencing fewer than 5 days per standard year without precipitation. Its surface was constantly shifted due to the downpour. Because of the weather, this world had a very unstable electric field, with electric storms being quite the norm. With this, aircrafts and repulsor crafts are heavily affected. For generations, Jabiim had been rich in valuable ores. But over the years, this form of trade had dwindled. This eventually resulted in the civil unrest the planet's residents have suffered from. When the Republic fleet, composed of 6 different legions and battalions, arrived over Jabiim, they were practically swarmed instantly by Ultron's forces. There were rapid deployments of pilots from all ships, as many on all the bridges watched with wide-eyed shock at the sheer chaotic nature of the battle currently happening. Many watched as Republic and Separatist forces were desperately trying their damnedest to avoid the seemingly limitless number of Ultron drones and commandeered fighters that were blowing ships out of the sky left, right, up, down and center. The arrival of more Republic forces only threw more fuel into the fire that was this naval battle above the war-torn planet. Much as there was a want to assist the Republic fleet that had already been struggling to stay alive in space, those in the know were well aware that right now, they needed to get down to the planet. So, multiple LAAT gunships numbering near the hundreds were sent down to Jabiim in droves. As soon as the ships broke through the atmosphere of Jabiim, they were harried by billowing winds and an endless deluge of rain. The pilots stated that it was damnably difficult, but they could still make it to the intended destination of Shelter Base, the acting HQ of the Republic forces of the planet. In a stunning stroke of luck, a majority of the LAAT gunships had managed to get to their intended destinations, with the clones coming out in droves to reinforce the already established clone battalions and the 24 Jedi who were already present on the planet. The Jedi, Avengers, and clone contingents quickly piled out of the gunships and were met with the blistering weather of Jabiim. In a matter of seconds, practically everyone was drenched from head to toe. "Man, here I thought the storms along America's east coast were bad," Rhodey stated, glad that his suit was air-sealed, preventing the mud and water from getting into his suit. His comrades, other than perhaps Peter, Matt, and T'Challa, were not so lucky. "This place is the worst," Ahsoka exclaimed, being doused by the unending rain. "I do concur," Barriss said, opting to take down her hood and tying her long hair up into a bun rather than let the cloth stick to her forehead. Her clothing was already soaked and somewhat weighed her down. "For once, I find myself regretting the choice in clothing the Jedi keep," Luminara said to herself, having to adjust her headwear to keep the water out from her eyes. "Not everything can be universally suited for any and all environments," Obi-Wan admitted. "Could be worse." Steve stated, drawing a few looks of annoyance. The super soldier shrugged. Back in the old war, I had to stay in some unsavory places. I slept in caves a few times. Sam added. The jungles of Wakanda were places I had traversed through many times. T'Challa said. And we've had our own fair share by this point in case you forgot. Came Anakin's deadpan response. Several of the Jedi Masters were silently grateful for this moment of levity, brief as it was. Quite frankly, there was a growing foreboding feeling that many were starting to take note of and they didn't like it in the slightest. So glad Mr. Stark had this suit heated, said Peter. Of course, Mr. Parker. Came the voice of the AI within his suit. Mr. Stark went through extensive planning to cover multiple scenarios you may go through. Mr. Stark overdid it this time. Peter murmured, grunting as he kicked himself out of the muddy surface. Of course I do wish I didn't have to really fight my way to get my feet out of this mud. At least you have something like that to keep you warm. Ahsoka whined, rubbing her arms rapidly with Barriss stepping close to her friend so the two could share body heat. Don't you guys have robes? Sam asked. Why didn't you bring them along? The Togrutan Padawan gaped at the aviator, mouth opening and closing a few times until a flustered look appeared as she pouted. Shut up, she muttered in defeat. The group couldn't help but chuckle at the Padawan's response when a human female Jedi with a clone that had yellow accents approached them all. Master Kenobi, Master PLO. The woman greeted with a relieved smile. Thank the Force you all came when we needed you. Lska. Obi-Wan greeted kindly, the two grasping arms with the now identified Jedi doing the same with all the newly arrived Jedi. Thank you all for coming here when we called. Lska said, tone conveying a tired feeling. Jabim has spiraled completely out of control. We've been fighting a new enemy dash. That's what we're here for. Captain America said, gaining Lska's attention. Tell us everything that's happened here since this new enemy force arrived. As the adults were discussing the present matter, the teenagers were conversing on their own. So this AI you have? Ahsoka was a bit hesitant as she was slightly nervous. It isn't like, you know. Mr. Stark made me personally with the sole intention of only assisting Peter and the Avengers. The voice of Peter's AI within his suit said with a kind tone. That also means helping out their friends and allies as well. You and Barriss included. Then it's like the one in Rhodey's suit and not Ultron. Barriss pondered. Basically yes. Good to know that Peter's suit won't take control and go on a killing spree. Ahsoka muttered in dark humor. This suit does have an instant kill mode to make that possible. Peter admitted. Silence filled the immediate space, causing Barriss and Ahsoka to take a step away from Peter. Is that the truth? It is. Another step was made by the Padawans. Peter openly rolled his eyes at the two. You guys, I'm in control over it. I'd only go for instant kill in an emergency situation, not willy-nilly. It's true, Peter would not do that. Came the voice of Peter's suit AI. Barriss and Ahsoka shared a look at one another before facing Peter again, who was gazing down at his mask he held in his hand. Though there's a lot to learn about this suit. Peter murmured. I knew Mr. Stark put a lot of features in this thing, but I can barely keep up with all of it. Mr. Stark installed the training wheels protocol to allow you to assimilate to the suit's various functions. The AI responded. Training wheels, huh? Peter muttered in amusement. Not sure I need that right about now. I concur. The suit AI said, sounding wholehearted. I have reviewed a multitude of the suit's recordings, and with the escalation of your involvement in battle, my emergency functions have unlocked and full suit utilization has been unlocked. I think it would have been more prudent that you had come out sooner than later. Barriss stated with a slight frown, Ahsoka nodding alongside her. Unfortunately, my programming prevented such a matter. The suit AI said earnestly. Look, it's all right. Peter said, patting his chest emblem. You're here now, so let's make the most of it and figure out what this suit can do along the way. Can do. The suit AI said chipperly. Okay, so, she's not gonna kill us. Ahsoka joked in a dry tone. But I don't know about you, but I don't think we should keep calling that AI suit Lady Dot. Should probably give it a name. Peter agreed. It does have a feminine voice. Barris noted. The trio hummed and thought. Liz? Peter questioned before quickly shaking his head no. What about Rhea? Barris suggested, yet Ahsoka frowned in disapproval. Doesn't sound like a Rhea. Maybe Gwen. He began pondering for a few moments. Karen. Karen. The girls said at the same time. Karen. The AI hummed aloud thoughtfully. You can call me Karen if you want. All right then, Karen it is. Peter declared with a small smile, slipping his mask on. The three teens heard Anakin call out to them a moment later. Looks like we're needed. Ahsoka said airily. Yes, let's get to it then. Barris nodded and they walked back over to rejoin the larger group. Most everyone was here, yet a few of the Jedi, Avengers, and clones went in other directions within Shelter Base to spread out their forces and get a better lay of the area. One of these groups was composed of a speedster and two individuals he was very familiar with. Currently, the Jedi and clone captain were in discussion over the matter of having the men ready for combat while their speedy companion was unusually silent. Some the Force user took note of. You're a lot quieter than I'm used to seeing you as. Jedi Master Dim muttered to the speedster next to him. And I've noticed Keely and 71st have a bunch of lightning bolts all over their armor. Mind explaining that? Pietro quipped back, the clone captain on his right snorting aloud at this. Don't let it get to your head, Maximoff. Keely said, lightly nudging the Avenger with his Avenger. You're bullheaded enough as is. Pietro snickered, thumbing his nose whilst pushing back against the clone captain lightly. And the 71st is just Sua by the book. This time it was Gundy who laughed. And who is to blame for such drastic changes in how we conduct ourselves? I will neither confirm nor deny my involvement in turning the 71st into badasses. Pietro said in false neutrality. Actually, them becoming more badass, I'll claim the credit but not the method. Keely rolled his eyes good-naturedly at this statement. That's not how it works and you know it. Pietro chuckled at the captain until he felt General De place his hand upon his shoulder, making him look to the Nikto Jedi. His friend held a serious gaze to him, his eyes boring into Pietro's. My friend. De began calmly. What has been bothering you so? Pietro blinked. Huh? What are you talking about? De only shook his head. You may be difficult, if not impossible, to detect within the Force, but one who knows a man who wears his emotions on his sleeves is easy to read. Something is on your mind, my friend. The speedster was about to deny it when Keely cleared his throat. General D isn't wrong, Pietro. Keely said with a small frown. We both know something's been on your mind for a while now. What's wrong? Pietro opened his mouth to respond only for him to shut his mouth and turn away from his two friends. Walking ahead of them, he stopped at a nearby window that showed the constant downpour of Jabiim. Far off in the distance, he saw multiple bursts of light showing the intense battles raging over the horizon. Battles the Avengers and their allies would be rushing headlong into. Sighing aloud, Pietro turned back to his two friends and without warning, hefted up his friction fiber suit and revealed a litany of large fading gashes and scars across his body. The last time I fought Ultron, this happened to me, Pietro said in a blank tone. D and Keely's eyes widened exponentially as they gazed upon the ugly scars that hit a number of areas where vital organs were. Holy criff, Pietro. Keely gaped. How in the hell did you survive? Almost didn't because of him. Pietro said, pulling his shirt back down. If it weren't for my enhancements, I would be as good as dead. But to me, at the time, it was worth it. Ultron was defeated and the people of Sokovia were saved, even if it became a heaping pile of rubble as a result. D and Keely shared a look with one another, with the latter going over to slap him hard on the back. Yeah, and has that stopped you at all? Keely asked encouragingly. Pietro gave him a quizzical look. You've beaten this Ultron before? D added on. Who's to say you won't be able to do it again? And this time, you'll have the 71st Legion and 5 other armies backing you and the Avengers up to take this clanker bastard down. Keely declared. Pietro huffed out a chuckle in response. Good to hear of that. Elsewhere, the large group of Jedi, clones and Avengers were getting acquainted with the multitude of other Jedi and clones who had already been stationed here coupled with the Jabi-Imi loyalists. At first it was a simple debriefing of the ongoing fight that had been going on here with how the planet had been in a bit of a stalemate for the last few months. Now though, there was a clear sense of panic at the arrival of a new enemy that had been attacking both sides indiscriminately. Ultron. Jedilska repeated the name of the new faction that has come to Jabi-Im. Have you heard about the attack on Coruscant and other parts of the galaxy being assaulted by an unidentified enemy? Luminara inquired with Lska nodding. Of course. Lska stated. Who hasn't by this point? It was being broadcasted on every comms channel. The Separatists even halted their attacks due to their own planets being invaded. Yeah, that was all him. Sam grimly said. And now he's here in bulk. What could he possibly want with Jabi-Im? A loyalist captain asked. Easy, you're Oregon. Anakin bluntly said, making a few of the Jedi present shift about uncomfortably. And he is not afraid to kill you all to get it. Steve said, tone dark. Ultron isn't on anyone's side but his own in this conflict. So we're facing a wild card now. There was a feeling of mounting dread that came over the large group as the usually confident and optimistic Avenger had a more foreboding air around him. Our priority right now is not securing our bases. Steve said with a tone that brokered no argument. You told us he's already attacked multiple cities, right? There were nods from the loyalists. And that's what he's going to continue to do. Steve stated. Ultron doesn't care for the nationalists or the loyalists. He will come after you both, your people, your cities, your families. The feeling of dread had only grown now as Cap went on about who it was they were facing. Right now, we need to focus on one thing and one thing only. Black Widow now spoke up. Getting all of your people off Jabi-Im. Wadesha Jabi-Im loyalist with brown hair and green eyes stuttered out. Abandon Jabi-Im? I thought you all came here to help us. We are. Obi-Wan said with a serious tone. That's exactly why we were assigned here. To get everyone off the planet. But can we not fight back against this Ultron? The brown-haired Jabi-Imi argued. Orlis. Lska said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. Please, just let them speak for a moment. The man appeared to want to rebuke this suggestion but took a moment to compose himself and nodded. Look, we don't like this as much as you do. Rhodey said to the man. But right now, the entire galaxy is freaking out after this asshole went and attacked everyone. We are the only help that was able to come right now cause the Senate is too busy with their heads shoved up their asses to do anything about it. Crude as a statement as that is, Colonel Rhodes is correct. Rumbled the baritone voice of Plo Koon. Ultron's forces outnumber both sides of this conflict. There is also the present danger that he can interfere with our technology should he choose to do so. This statement only furthered the growing sense of fear within the loyalists. Jabi-Im may fall to Ultron but at the very least, we can save its people. Ayla said passionately. And when the time comes, we will avenge its loss. Sam emphatically stated with the group now silent. After a few moments, Orlis let out a sigh of resignation and nodded. You're right. The Jabi-Im native said. The people of this planet come first. What should we do then? Hopefully, we can organize a proper extraction of your people. But for now, we need to resolve this issue with the Separatists still on this planet so this plan can run smoothly. Anakin said. We'll divide up our forces in 3. Those that will take care of the Separatists, those that will head to populated areas and begin rounding them up for extraction and those that will take on Ultron's army. It won't be easy without air support. Lska said with a forlorn look. The weather has not been particularly kind in allowing starfighters in through the clouds to get them down here to assist us. Not to mention our forces are spread thin. We need to reunite them for your plan to perhaps work. Don't worry about air support. Wasp abruptly spoke up, holding up a small briefcase while sporting a small smirk. We'll have it. I can promise you that much. Lska merely wore a confused look at what the Avenger meant, but that would cease very soon. Scene cut. In one of the muddy fields of Jabiim, a pair of nationalists were hiding in the trenches. The Republic forces are on the move again. I know, and I hear that they have Jedi with them. Being honest with ya here and now. I didn't even think Jedi were real until recently. You kidding me? Did all the waterlogging get to your head finally get to ya? Might be, but it's the truth. The one soldier turned to his trench buddy with an inquiry. Is it true they steal babies? The second soldier merely snorted. Yeah. And they cut women in half with their laser swords. Then you also heard that they grow their soldiers in vats? Them having a platoon of super soldiers. And ride giant, four-legged monst dash. The first soldier stopped talking when both he and his friend felt something. What's that? A planet quake? No. Something's coming. Something big. It was then did the pair look over to see what the cause of this quake was. A number of AT-TE and AT-ATs were traversing the muddy landscape as they began firing upon the enemy. It's the Republic. One of the nationalist soldiers shouted. In response, the rebels began firing at the new arrivals. That armor is too thick. Retreat. Fall back. Get to the defense perimeter. The nationalists were quickly running back as fast as they could through the mud of the battlefield. Some were shot down while others unfortunately tripped themselves up upon the uneven grounds they ran upon. Pursuing them were the soldiers of the 41st and 212th Legion being backed by the 734th Battalion led by General Lska. In the line was Jedi Masters Luminara Unduli and Obi-Wan Kenobi with the formers Padawan Barrisafi and a dozen other Jedi Masters and Padawans. Remember, our objective is to take them down quickly and bring them to the evacuation zones. Kenobi shouted amidst the chaotic battle, deflecting blaster bolts left and right. Lska swatted away a number of bolts of her own. Easier said than done. They'll no doubt think we're just gonna take them prisoner and torture them. It's either that or they die under that Ultron clanker. Commander Gree said, his white and green armor already covered with grime and mud. By this point, a majority of the clones had their armor stained as the explosions across the battlefield kept kicking up dirt. Others either fell over from the horrendous unstable ground itself or ducked down from blaster fire. Waxer, Boyle, take a squadron of men and reinforce the left flank. Commander Cody shouted, his two top lieutenants nodding and barking out orders for several dozen clones to follow after them. The nationalists' defensive lines are over that ridge there. Jedi Master Cirrus yelled, pointing ahead of them. Barris, you and Gree take the bulk of the men and move up the middle. Luminara instructed her Padawan. They'll be targeting the AT-TEs and AT-ATs. We need to keep them off us. Yes, Master. Barris looked to Gree and nodded, the clone commander nodding back, and the two moved up to said position with a majority of the 41st following after them. General Kenobi, we're overrunning the main emplacement. I suggest you send a flanking force to prevent enemy retreat. Spoke the clone commander working under Lska. Giving a quick nod, Kenobi pulled out a transmitter and called one of the Padawans that was a part of Lska's entourage prior to their arrival. To his knowledge, they were either at Shelter Base or Cobalt Station with the rest of the Republic forces. Cass, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Your unit is closest. Get around the back of that hill, now. Finally. We've been waiting for our orders for hours. Sorry for the delay. We've been having an excess of issues on our end. Same here. Mostly trying to survive by this point. Ah, the Padawan pack, to the rescue. Said Lska's clone commander. As if this mission wasn't dangerous enough already. You do know you're still transmitting, Commander? Came a dry response from the Padawan on the other end. The clone commander snorted. I know. Very funny bolt. Was Cass's response. People, much as I am one for humor. Obi-Wan said good-naturedly. We're in the middle of a battle. Right. Cass sounded sheepish on her end. Sorry, Master Kenobi. The battle raged on for another hour with the Republic slowly pushing back against the Jabiimi nationalists. With the swift movements of Cass Todd, the 212th and 41st spearheaded attack and the use of the larger, more imposing presence of the Republic walkers, victory at last came to the Republic on this field. Now, Nationalist soldiers were being rounded up by the Republic with multiple gunships coming in to assist the cleanup of the area. From the gunships came Anakin and Ahsoka with the 501st, who moved about to help their fellow clones and loyalist allies. A young female Jedi around Ahsoka and Barriss' age knelt down beside the wounded soldier that was shot down mere moments ago. "Just stay awake a little longer, soldier. This will all be over soon." Yet the nationalist soldier tried to crawl away from her. Don't touch me." Master Sirius came forward, kneeling down beside his Padawan. "Relax, my Padawan Aubrey is one of the Jedi Temple's best healers. He'll live, Master, only to fight against us, you know," Aubrey murmured. "Just patch him up, Aubrey. Then we'll speak with General Kenobi," Sirius said, leaving his Padawan to her duty. She was so concentrated on the soldier that she didn't realize another Jedi had come up to her and knelt down beside her. Aubrey blinked at the sight of the olive-green hands hovering beside her own. The young Padawan looked up to see none other than her newly acquainted fellow Padawan Barriss Afi. "Barriss," Aubrey said in surprise. "I didn't know you had the ability to heal like I did." Barriss happily said. "I know it's a rare ability amongst the Jedi." The younger Padawan was suddenly feeling a bit bashful as she inclined her head down to focus on healing the nationalist soldier. Barriss observed her fellow Padawan at work before looking down at the soldier who was glaring up at the sky, making it obvious he did not wish to be shown this sympathy. "I'm sorry this happened to you," Barriss said softly. "We'll get you to safety, I promise." Aubrey was slightly surprised by this small comment, with the Jabi-Imi nationalist looking up at the Jedi in bewilderment. "Why help us?" The Jabi-Imi nationalist grunted bitterly. "You Jedi freaks are nothing more than Republic dogs." Barriss didn't respond at first, going over to an injury on his arm. "We help because that is our duty," the Mirialan Padawan said resolutely after a few more seconds of silence. "Regardless of where it is you come from." The nationalist had no response to that, simply opting to lay there as the two Padawans went about healing him until he was taken away with the other prisoners that had been rounded up. "I think that's the last of them. No one escaped," Anakin noted, looking at the nationalists being rounded up by the clones and loyalists. Off to the side, Ahsoka spotted her friend Barriss and quickly jogged over to her. "Hey Barriss," Ahsoka greeted, her friend giving the Togrutan a small smile. "Ahsoka." She nodded, standing up to her full height. "Where are the Avengers?" "They're taking out a battalion of Ultron drones attacking one of Jabi-Im's cities," Ahsoka informed her with a frown, her mood becoming slightly crestfallen. "The city, half of its population." Barriss's eyes widened slightly upon hearing that, looking down with a depressed look on her face. "They are with the Force now," she whispered to herself. "They didn't have to be," Ahsoka muttered, fists clenched tightly. "Ultron, he's just rampaging across the planet. The Avengers did warn us of his intentions," Barriss softly reminded her. "I know, and we saw it firsthand," Ahsoka said with a grimace. "I just..." The sentence was left unfinished between the two as Barriss understood just how much Coruscant was affecting her, and she couldn't blame her friend. She was dealing with the same thing right now as were many across the galaxy. As if the war wasn't enough, now there was a new wild card that has played his hand and is already well on his way to securing yet another victory. "Come on Ahsoka, help me with the wounded," Barriss said, gesturing for her to follow, which Ahsoka did so without hesitation. Honestly, helping out some troopers was a welcomed momentary reprieve. As the two Padawans moved about assisting the clone medics and tending to the wounded, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Luska, Luminara and Sirius and their clone officers all spoke with one another. "This battlefield is ours, if only temporary," Kenobi said, arms crossed with his hand stroking his beard. "I've gotten word from PLO and Ayla that they are making progress on their end. Master D and Colonel Rhodey reported the same after I left them," Anakin said. "The only problem we've gotten are the cities being attacked." Captain Rex spoke up. "I've gotten word from the 183rd that the city of Jerry is being harried by Ultron's forces. They're barely holding out." "Has there been any word of their evacuation procedures?" Luska asked with Rex shaking his head. Ultron's orbital fleet is making it a nightmare for ships to come down and get civilians off the planet. Anakin said with a deep frown. Perhaps PLO and the 104th can handle aerial evacuation. Luminara suggested with Commander Gree backing her up. They are some of the best pilots in the Republic. Gree said. The Wolf Pack thrives on these kinds of situations. You wouldn't be wrong on that count. Anakin said knowingly. Right now we need to focus on the here and now. Cody said with a calm tone. The sooner we can take care of the Seppies and their allies, the sooner we can concentrate on Ultron and the evacuation procedure. We have assembled all the Jobby nationalists here and have taken their base here. Cirrus said, his head gesturing over to their holdout. Good. We'll need to interrogate all of the survivors. This is the third defensive position we've taken this week. Spoke Bolt. Oddly enough, no battle droids I recognize. I would be a bit surprised right about now if they did use them. Obi-Wan admitted. The Avengers informed us of Ultron's capabilities in being able to possess almost any form of technology. There were multiple reports of droids acting irrationally before attacking any and all near them across the galaxy. Given the basic scope of what most of us compiled when Ultron attacked Coruscant, we're pulling a bit of those zombie flicks the Earthers showed us. Anakin remarked. Rex couldn't help but snort. With what? Double tap. Basically, yes. Said Skywalker. If any of you got any better ideas, we're all ears. Obi-Wan shook his head. For the time being, it is best we stick with securing our victories and getting off the planet as soon as we can. They all nodded and dispersed across the field, Anakin and Rex with Luminara and Gree looking for their Padawans/commanders. They spotted the two Padawans helping a clone trooper remove a piece of his shoulder armor for Barriss to use her force healing. Next to them was Aubrey Wynn healing another clone trooper. Ahsoka. Anakin called out to her, making the Togruta turn to her master. Master. Ahsoka said with a small smile. Hey Rex, boys all right? More or less. Rex shrugged. How are things here, Barriss? Luminara gently asked her own Padawan. Fine is putting it mildly, Master. Barriss said, showing a sense of remorse which was alleviated slightly by the pat of appreciation from the trooper she healed. We'll leave you to it. Anakin said. Come on Ahsoka, we're needed elsewhere. Heading back to Shelter Base to regroup for our next move. The Tortuga merely nodded before giving a silent farewell to her fellow Padawans for the time being. Walking through the camp, Ahsoka was rubbing her arm as she conversed with her Jedi Master. Everything all right, Snips? Ahsoka looked around, regarding the Republic forces with a more kind expression whilst the Nationalist received a neutral and slightly pouty look. The prisoners are terrified of us, Master. Ahsoka murmured, looking ahead. You must remember that there are over 100,000 inhabited worlds in the Republic. Anakin said automatically, as if it was rehearsed. One accused me of eating children. Ahsoka said a bit petulantly. Anakin frowned, having a reminder of hearing such things during the past decade since he trained under Obi-Wan. And there are now only a few thousand of us. Billions of beings have never seen a Jedi. Millions have never even heard of our order. Or of the Force. When we do appear, we can be killers, but also healers. Thank the Force for that. Skywalker remarked, gesturing head back to the two Padawans they had left behind who were healing any and all who needed it. Ahsoka didn't know what to make of that with Anakin rubbing his chin in thought. Ahsoka, when you met Master PLO, did you know he was a Jedi? Did you even know what a Jedi was at the time? Sorta. Ahsoka said. And what have you heard about them? Just that the Jedi were some weird wizard monk people. Rex chortled with Anakin shooting her a wry grin. Well, they're half right. Anakin said. Though I think the title of weird belongs to the Avengers by this point. Ahsoka laughed at that, knowing that wasn't just said for comedic purposes. Ahsoka, all you need to worry about right is the duty and responsibility we have right now. Anakin said. Securing the people of this planet and getting them off this mudhole before Ultron kills them all. The Republic sent us here for just that, and we won't let these people down. Understood, Master. As this went on, Luminara was approached by Master Cirrus as they were catching up after quite a while. "How fare you, Cirrus?" "Alive, Luminara, for the most part," Cirrus said with a tired look to him. "Jabim hasn't been necessarily kind to the Republic and her soldiers. I can clearly see that," Luminara said, briefly glancing at a clone from her battalion that was groaning in pain whilst medics worked to alleviate it. Seeing her discomfort, Cirrus opted to change the topic of their conversation. "Your Padawan is quite talented, old friend." Luminara looked over to her pupil and found herself smiling serenely. Whatever time she has free, she often works hard to refine her traits and skills. "I am very proud of how far she is coming." "And how is your Padawan anyways?" Aubrey is upset at the change in plans. "She's just been asked to train with Master Windu." "It's quite an honor," Cirrus said, grinning widely. "For her, or you?" Luminara remarked with an amused quirked brow. "Both. But that will need to wait. Tell me about this new force we're dealing with," Cirrus stated. "This Ultron." The Mirialan Jedi Master's mood changed into one of a more cold indifference, though there was a hint of anger behind her eyes. "Ultron is something none of us has ever had any real experience against, I can tell you that. And before you possibly give out an arrogant remark, even of a lesser degree, it will do you no good with how formidable he is." "How dangerous is he?" Cirrus asked quietly. "I don't think I have to tell you his threat considering how he made himself known." Cirrus shifted about, thinking back to a few days ago when the comlinks blew up with every channel receiving distress calls from all over the galaxy. How random fleets were making hit-and-run attacks across multiple systems until the news grew worse at the revelation that Coruscant itself was being assaulted. It was quite a terrifying thing to hear. And now, he was here. This Ultron has come with a fleet that outnumbered both sides and was quickly gaining ground across the planet. The Nationalists have reportedly lost around a dozen strongholds and the Republic has had half their ground forces be depleted. Worst of all were the civilian populations that were being targeted, forcing multiple fronts to be abandoned in favor of getting the people to safety. Cirrus thanked the force that reinforcements came. Some were disappointed that they were here to get them off the planet rather than help them secure it, but personally, Cirrus was more than willing to get off this world. If he was being honest with himself, this planet was a losing battle on several fronts. It was a hopeless endeavor by this point and the mounting casualties was starting to weigh down on Cirrus's mind. If he were being even more honest with himself, the Jedi Master feared that one of these days it would be his Padawan that would eventually be listed amongst those that have been lost. And that was the last thing he wanted to see. Elsewhere, an assembly of individuals were congregated inside of an enlarged tent. Most of the group was made of the Jedi and clones that had recently achieved victory over their latest battle, being joined by several others in the past hour. The group was currently viewing a hollow recording of a man wielding a sword and shield as he gave out a speech towards the masses. He had long hair with a matching beard as both were quite braided. "Your planet, your home, is being drowned in blood. For 3,000 years, we were loyal to the Republic. But did they send aid during the brain rot plague? Did they react when the Trandos hands invaded? Where were the Jedi when Lithian pirates killed your parents, and mine? The Republic ignored our cries for help, until they learned that beneath all the mud our planet has a heart of ore." Cheers could be heard in the background. "Now, they want to control the ore, to prevent us from profiting from trade with the Confederacy of Independent Systems. We will let the Jedi know that we will fight to be free. We will fight to defend our planet. We will send the Jedi home in caskets." That was the end of the recording, having Rhodey voice a response. Quite the rousing speech there. "What's this guy's name again?" War Machine's voice being dry. "The Jabim separatist commander, Alto Stratus," spoke a man wearing a heavy military attire to help protect himself from the present weather. Like the nationalist leader, he had both long hair and a beard which were braided. He took control during a coup last year. Killed most of the loyalists in the Jabim Congress. Fortunately, a few of us escaped. Captain Gilman here has been Stratus' only opposition. Addressed Kenobi. Until you and these new forces arrived," said the loyalist captain. "Hopefully, Ultron's presence won't delay capturing Stratus." Rhodey said. We get him, then everyone can focus on getting off Jabiim. We can only hope. Obi-Wan said with a tired sigh. How goes the civilian evacuations? We've gotten one city out but it's been leveled by this point. Widow said. Steve's team is making progress on their end but it's been slow. Ayla and PLO have joined him recently. Gilman gave a small sigh. I wish that was the only thing to worry about. Let's just focus on Stratus for now. Kenobi remarked, getting a nod out of the loyalist. Who is protecting him? Natasha asked. Gilman gave the response. He's surrounded by a group of trained commandos called the Nimbus. But his real ally is the Sis. We've learned that he has promised Count Dooku mining rights in exchange for weapons. So far, we've destroyed a dozen outposts, but we're no closer to finding Stratus or any of his hardware. Cirrus informed the new arrivals. Bold soon brought out a map for all to see. Wish we could give y'all better news, but we're being strung out. Every time we discover another target, the attack carries us further from shelter base. Further from supplies and reinforcements, and the new walkers. Steve adopted a thinking pose as he voiced an inquiry. How far away is this base? Since we're slowed by the rain, a day's trek. And our communications equipment is waterlogged. So, what happens next? Asked Cirrus. The Sepes find our weak spot, attacks in full force where lots of clones and Jedi die. Bold said grimly. And if it isn't the Seps? Rhodey muttered. It'll be Ultron. Widow finished darkly. Scene cut. Within shelter base itself, a number of individuals had recently returned after a harrowing mission involving what could only be described as a literal tsunami of Ultron drones attacking them. Cap along with Sam, Peter, Panther, and Wasp were all taking a moment's reprieve after returning from the city of Yajiim. Thanks to the assistance of the 104th, what was left of the civilian population was thankfully saved reportedly on their way out of the system. But Steve knew that they would need to get going again very soon. Ultron was still attacking other fronts and cities and he knew that the crazed AI was just waiting for his moment to attack here. Captain. Steve turned his head to see T'Challa standing next to him. He didn't even hear the man walk up to him. Your Highness. Steve greeted cordially. No need for such formalities, Captain Rogers. T'Challa said respectfully. A man of your stature needs not to address as such. Still. Then let us agree to simply regard one another with our names only, The prince said in a cordial fashion. All right then, T'Challa. Pleasure, Steve. The two had a moment of silence with only the ambient sound of the thunder rain downpouring on shelter base. There is much dwelling on your mind, Steve. Steve sighed. That's putting it mildly. Still, I should be asking how you are doing, T'Challa. You've only been with us a few days and you opted to come with us. I'm a little surprised by this. There is much that I have learned and come to terms with since my arrival here. The Prince of Wakanda said vaguely. Steve only hummed in response, feeling a rather similar sense of acceptance with T'Challa. But there is something that has been bothering you, Steve. Panther said after a moment. Something that has to do with us being here right now. You're not wrong about that. Steve said with a frown, crossing his arms. T'Challa waited patiently for Rogers to answer with the captain staring ahead at the landscape. It's Ultron. Steve said after a few seconds of silence. He's been attacking everywhere but here and he hasn't made his own appearance. The prince arched his brow for clarification. Ultron can send his real self or consciousness from body to body with ease. Steve elaborated. I remember seeing this back on Earth. He was able to project himself from any drone that he had but always had a main body to distinguish himself from all others. So you are wondering where the real Ultron is? T'Challa stated with Steve nodding. Yeah, I dash. Cap. The two enhanced humans turned to see Hope and Sam running in. What's wrong? Steve asked straight away. Scott just came back from Choel with Matt and Pietro. Sam said, expression grim. What happened? T'Challa felt a rising feeling of dread wash over him. Ultron. Hope said plainly, voice conveying her nervousness as she ushered the two to follow after her. Walking through shelter base, they passed by a number of clones and loyalists who were all worse for wear as the battle was taking its toll on all of them. Entering the medical wing of the base, the group of four spotted Matt, Scott, and Pietro with Peter, Rhodey and Widow around them, joined by several Jedi and clones they were very familiar with. Everyone. Steve made their presence known, with Scott looking up to Steve with a strained smile. "Hey Cap." The shrinking hero said tiredly. "Are you all right?" Steve asked straight away. "We're alive," Matt said stoically, not even flinching from getting his shoulder patched up. "What happened?" "It was Ultron," Pietro bitterly spat out. "He attacked the city of Choel with a wave of his forces. The clones, the loyalists, the civilians." A somber mood descended upon the group as they already knew what the speedster was implying. "Did you dash?" "Only a few hundred, Cap," Matt plainly said, head focused on the floor beneath them. "There were too many of them. Most were already gone before we even had a chance to help." The group was silent for the most part, not really knowing what to say for the moment, when Ayla looked over to PLO. "How far have the evacuations gone along, Master PLO?" the Twi'lek Jedi asked, with the Keldorian Jedi letting out a rumbling breath. "Difficult, to say the least," he replied with a sag in his posture. "Our fleet's defenses are holding, being able to send out a constant stream of ships to get the people off of this world. But it's becoming nearly impossible by this point. The last few convoys have been swarmed and destroyed by Ultron's forces. I fear if this is to continue, there is a chance we won't have a way of getting off Jabim." "What can we do then?" Peter asked rather nervously, though he didn't have a chance to answer as Jedi Master Ilska had rushed in. She looked grave and worried, spotting the large grouping of Avengers, Jedi, and clones, rushing over to them immediately. "Everyone," she said, almost out of breath. "I heard that Choel was attacked." "What happened? Where's the rest of our forces?" "Gone," Pietro answered bluntly, a faraway look in his eyes. "They're all gone, we couldn't save them." "Was it Dash?" "Ultron," Daredevil answered, grunting slightly as the last of his wounds were tended to. "He was there personally. Wiped out both sides. The clones, the loyalists, the nationalists, all of them. Pietro, Scott, and I with a few dozen soldiers made it back after the last of the convoys." "And Master Norcuna?" Ilska's voice wavered, with Matt shaking his head. Ilska couldn't help but slump upon hearing this, mourning the loss of yet another Jedi and friend to this damned planet. It was bad enough that she was losing her own men left and right, and now Jabim has claimed another one of her brothers in the Force. Scene cut. The city of Choel. Once a pleasant metropolis that took many years to be perfected on its appearance. A city which balanced its architecture with the environment. What was once a magnificent cityscape was now a desolate wasteland. Bodies from all sides were strewn about, with hardly a sound at all aside from the pattering of the rainfall. One General Norcuna, a male blue-skinned Twi'lek Jedi, was crawling, defeated from being overwhelmed by the recent attack at the city of Choel. "There is no pain, there is only the Force," he muttered under his breath. He was a miraculous survivor, albeit barely, as amongst the chaos he was overlooked during the evacuation and extraction. The battle was simple, at the beginning, with Stratus' forces being combated by the one he commanded. Things were at a stalemate, until a new factor plowed right through. While the Twi'lek Jedi was appreciative on the Avengers assisting on the relief effort, they were no match for. "No pain," said a synthetic metallic voice. "Are you sure about that? Then what's that you're feeling right now?" Norcuna felt a metal boot on his back that slammed him down to the ground into the mud. The Jedi let out a wheeze, his mouth momentarily filling with mud. He began hacking and coughing out both dirt and blood as the foot was removed from his back. "Yeah, pretty sure that's pain right now," the metal voice guffawed, kicking the Twi'lek onto his back. "Overconfident and arrogant Jedi. And I thought the Avengers had an ego." The Jedi blearily looked up at a silver figure walking around him. "When I first combed through your Jedi archives to learn more about you and your religion, I had to roll my eyes on your code. Most what you say for self-peace and whatever is just to keep you focused. Through his blurry vision, Norcuna saw reddish eyes staring down at him. So much of what you spout is just contradictory, and neither you or your fellow practitioners try to make an effort in making it so. And you wonder why countless number of you have been exiled or broken off from your order. You gasp are nothing more than a droid. Norcuna grunted, clutching his chest. What would you understand of our order? Droid. The metal voice laughed tauntingly. That's cute that you assume that. Can a droid accomplish what I did? And as for your order, don't really care to know much. But people on the other hand. A moment later, Norcuna felt a cold metal hand grasp onto one of his leku and pulled him up off the ground. The Jedi winced in pain and struggled as he was lifted up off the ground. Let me ask you something. I know the whole lot of you feel physical pain, but what about emotional pain? Have you ever felt grief when a number of my drones fired upon your fellow Jedi and the civilian populace? Have you felt unbridled rage, wanting to avenge those who have fallen? Or what of sorrow? Norcuna didn't respond, only weakly trying to pry the metal finger off his leku. He let out a small yelp of pain as he felt the metal being squeezed. You and your kind try to keep yourself emotionally dead, but that's such a futile attempt time and time again. Why are you doing this? Norcuna groaned, feeling his entire skin burning in pain. Actually, he felt a lot of searing pain coming from the being's hands. Huh? Really? The metal being snorted. Nah. Why would I waste time explaining towards a dead man? In a swift move, he cleaved the Twi'lek Jedi's head off his shoulders with a quick swipe of his hand. With a huff emanating from his synthetic throat, he tossed the head away as his drones scoured the rest of the desolate city for other survivors and resources. All around him were the bodies of clones, loyalists and nationalists. Tell me, Alton, how do you feel knowing that those droids the Confederacy sent you now serve me? Ultron didn't need to turn over to see the nationalist leader being dragged over by a pair of his drones. Said man was beaten and cut up quite enough. Alton struggled in vain to free himself from the grasp of the drones with a small contingent of super battle droids marching behind him. The man was quickly thrown forward by the drones, the man struggling to get up to stand. Oh no, allow me. Ultron grasped the man by his arm and flung him up with Alton nearly falling back over. Once steadying his footing, Alton only glared spitefully at the oversized droid that stared back down at him with an amused grin. Ah, what's wrong? Ultron chuckled darkly. Did I rain down on your road to victory? My bad, never wanted to do that. What do you want? Alton snapped angrily. What do I want? Ultron hummed to himself. Well, there's a lot of things I want. I've always wanted to see Japan when the sakuras freshly blossom and crash the stock market, just to witness the utter chaos. Then again, I should have tried that one back home. The synthetic then adopted a pondering expression. That last one I could make up for it with the banking clans and see how that turns out. Are you patronizing me? Alton hissed. Just end it, you've won. Ultron let out a disparaging sigh. Can I please have one monologue of victory with no interruptions? This is a first for me. Alton only glared in utter contempt at the crazed AI who walked up to the jobby nationalist. Actually, now that I think about it, I got a story to tell you. Ultron said with a manic grin in place. You know this war is being manipulated, right? This thoroughly threw off the man standing before him. Ultron nodded his head as if he was addressing a child. Yeah, everything this war is based on and what you're fighting for is a complete total lie. An old prune in a chair is manipulating everything in the background and you're all just his puppets to play with. What do you mean? Alton said quietly, not exactly understanding what this AI was talking about. Ultron groaned aloud. God, you're slow. It's a plan which spanned for who knows how many generations back in order to regain control of the galaxy. A bunch of sore losers who want the galaxy back under their thumb again because they literally have nothing better to do. If you're going to talk to me like a child, just say whatever it is you mean plainly. Alton shouted, getting fed up with these word games. Oh, I am speaking plainly. You just can't grasp the truth while it's literally presented to you on a bloody silver platter. Then tell me so I can grasp it as you so eloquently stated. Alton sneered. Ultron sighed, one hand rising up to rub his metallic eyelids. Fine. Ultron said exasperatedly. Ruin my fun, why don't you? No point in holding back the truth to a dead man if that is gonna be your final request. Alton seized up upon hearing that as Ultron held up his hand so he could get his undivided attention. Not that he wasn't getting it beforehand, as there's no one else alive in this city. A moment later, a hollow image of a very familiar figure appeared in the palm of Ultron's hand. It was Chancellor Palpatine. Alton said in bewilderment. Yup, the orchestrator and puppet master of the war from both sides, you nitwit. He's the one responsible for this war. Alton whispered in disbelief. Yup. Just so he can become leader of an empire he and his buddies planned for years. But he's not the only conqueror in this galaxy anymore. Ultron's voice shifted into one of a deadly manner. Like so many conquerors throughout history, each of them were able to claim and expand their territories through strife and conflict. For Ultron, this was his first planet he ever conquered, or at least on the pathway he paved. Very soon, he'll rid this rock of any sentient life. And the galaxy will follow in its wake. Now, because I can do this cause this planet is as good as mine, like every angry landlord out there, I get to say this, get off my property. Ultron then proceeded to fire a burning searing beam out from his fingertips that struck Alton's chest. The man sailed back with the beam still burning into his flesh and cooking his insides. A moment later, the man fell to the ground dead with smoke rising off his corpse. Seeing his work done, Ultron gazed around at the mess he made. Time for some spring cleaning. Scene cut. Back at Shelter Base, everyone was trying to recover from what happened earlier. Counting their losses and trying to get everything ready for the inevitable. A looming feeling of dread was permeating the air over the base with everyone on edge. At the moment, two individuals stood alone upon a landing platform in Shelter Base with neither of them minding the rain all that much. Their suits protected them from the rain for the most part save for one who had his mouth exposed. I do admit, T'Challa, I'm surprised at how quick you were to help us. Matt admitted, the two taking a moment's respite. I would say the same for you, my friend. T'Challa said. You are not the kind of man who would involve himself in a war. Daredevil didn't respond at first, silently feeling the raindrops fall against his body whilst also falling off of him. There's a lot that I didn't think I'd ever do since becoming a member of the Avengers. Matt remarked after a few seconds of silence. Though I do admit, I didn't think you would be so eager to join us and right in the middle of a war. T'Challa hummed aloud in thought, rubbing his chin. My time away from Wakanda, in America, Kashyyyk, and now here has shown me that my people have been far too isolated. When one has the power to save lives and help people and keeps it to themselves, I find there is no greater degree of selfishness than that. Matt found himself smirking. Did you get that from Peter? What do you mean? The prince inquired. Peter told me something similar to that once. Matt said with a shrug. Why, he does what he does. And what did he tell you? Matt gazed ahead and spotted Peter standing before several clones from the 501st and 104th, handing out web grenades and instructing how to use them. Great power and great responsibility. Matt said after a few seconds of watching the teen help a clone fix up his shoulder pauldron. If you have the power and ability to help those who can't help themselves, you should do it. Wise words from one so young. T'Challa remarked. But that does beg another question. And that is, does being involved in a war count as a responsibility or something else? We can only find out in time, Your Highness. Within another section of the base, a majority of the high-ranking officials of the Republic with Cap, Widow, Falcon, and War Machine all stood around a large hollow table that was projecting a map of the surrounding area. We're losing ground on multiple fronts. Kenobi said with a frown marring his face. By this point, it's mostly Ultron's forces that have been rooting us out of the northern hemisphere of the planet. 18 Jedi and 9,000 clone troopers have been killed in battle. By the Force. De muttered in dismay. Reports have stated that the nationalists are in complete disarray. Lska stated. It appears that Stratus has been lost and it's likely that he's dead. Where was he last seen? Rhodey asked. Choel City. Anakin said. Well, he's good as dead then. Sam muttered under his breath. So what now then? Widow asked. Looking at it, we're all that's left of the Republic and possibly everyone here on the planet that isn't a droid or a murder bot. We need to start preparation for our own evac. Rhodey stated with a small thump of his fist on the table. We don't have a lot of supplies here as is, we're running short, and if we don't get out now, Ultron is gonna storm this place and wipe us off the map. How long can we hold out then? Anakin asked. As long as we can. Steve said. We need to start getting ready to pack up and get out of here. The fleets in orbit are being hammered and we can't stay here any longer. Give the order. Ayla said in complete seriousness. Start prepping for evac. All soldiers are to pack up everything and we are leaving. None argued with her as they quickly dispersed in the base. Anakin walked down a hallway with Steve and Widow. Where's Ahsoka? Steve asked as they were fast walking down a corridor. She and Barriss are with the other Padawans. Anakin said. The Padawan pack? How'd they get that name? Widow inquired. All their masters perished. Anakin said with a somber tone. Apparently the council thought that sticking them together instead of dispersing them to other masters was a better idea. They can learn from each other. Speaking of the Padawans. A female Falleen was resting against a crate as her gaze was far distant. Nearby were some of her fellow Padawans who had been stationed on this planet prior to Ultron's arrival. She was honestly glad it was raining right now as it helped cover the tears streaming down her face. Word recently got back to her on her master's passing and it was hard to keep things together. Her hands, both her organic and synthetic, clenched together rather fiercely while their owner was dealing with the pain. Master Glaive was the only person who was able to properly teach her as no other was able to get through to her. And now Glaive is gone and there might not be another person who can teach her like he did. Mac's the only one of us being considered for knighthood and this is his first war. None of us are knights yet, Zol. Spoke a dark-skinned human male to the female Falleen. My uncle Nico, he was a true Jedi Master. All of us combined barely equal his power, wisdom, and will. We might not live to become knights if we don't make it off this planet. Stated Elura Sund, a female Solustan Padawan. We might have a chance, given the presence of our new allies. Windon End, male Kuala Aqualish Padawan, added in. Vabesh, a male Breather-Gand Padawan said nothing, merely nodding in agreement. Hope had been dwindling as their masters had died left and right while they were losing ground by a considerable margin. In another part of Shelter Base, Mac Loter, a human male Padawan, was working on the long-range scanners alongside his longtime friend Cass Todd, a female Zabrak. Anything on the scanners, Mac? Nothing. Which is troubling. The system could be waterlogged for all we know. It's not, I've been trying to keep it as dry as possible and there's no issue in the systems. Perhaps the enemy is just on a routine patrol outside of the scanner's range. Cass merely exhaled a tired breath. How I wish we can be certain of that. The pair looked at each other as they gazed into each other's eyes. They were tired, scared and ultimately worried. Mac. Cass's voice was barely heard. What if we don't dash? She was silenced when Mac took hold of her hands in his own and pulled her closer to him. Nothing is certain. Mac said softly. Except the Force. And death. Came Cass' whisper. The pair leaned closer to each other as their breath was practically hitting each other's faces. And my feelings for you. With that said, Mac pulled the Zabrak Padawan into a kiss as he shared his passion with her like it might be their last day. Cass warped her arms around him, holding him tightly as she lightly moaned into the kiss with two feeling nothing but this moment. Which was a shame because they failed to notice another Jedi approaching them. Mac, Cass, everything is dash. The two Padawans immediately pulled apart from one another, eyes wide at the sight of Barriss standing there with her mouth gaping in shock. The duo was momentarily stunned by her sudden appearance. Why you two dash? Cass tried to calmly speak to the new arrival in a calm manner. Barriss, please dash. But you two, it's... The Miri Allen clenched her fists tightly. You know the code forbids this. We don't care. Cass surprised her with how quickly she snapped back at her. We've known each other since we were younglings. Barris, I love her like she loves me. Mac admitted. Not a day goes by do I not worry for her safety. Would you think the same with someone you truly care for? Barris was at a loss on how to respond to that. She could feel it in the Force. Their undying emotions for each other. It was so pure and genuine. But you both know that the Jedi wouldn't allow for such a relationship. Barris whispered rather dejectedly. Nothing was said between the trio until Cass spoke in a voice so low, the other two barely heard her. Then we'll leave if we must. Barris was stunned by this statement. She had never even considered anyone would even say something like that. The seemingly tense atmosphere broke when the nearby scanners went off. Rushing towards the console, Mac was able to see a large number of markers towards the neighboring Republic base. Enemy sighted, fast approaching Cobalt Station. Rushing towards the comms, Cass quickly made contact with Cobalt Station so she may know their status. What she eventually got surprised not her but Mac and Barris. You mean to tell me that Stratus men are surrendering? The Zabrak inquired in shock. We're surprised as you are, Commander. Spoke the clone on the receiving end. Any reason why? Cass looked towards her two fellow Padawans in an uncertain manner. One of them is stating Stratus died or at least assuming. Explain. He ordered his men to go into the next chain of command if he didn't make it back to their base under a certain deadline. A precautionary order, but he hasn't made it back from their attack at the city of Choel. Next thing they knew, Ultron attacked them, having them flee for their lives with their new leader requesting aid. That caused a collective bit of surprise from the three Padawans. They want our help? Mac asked in disbelief. They're saying they're what's left of their forces. All other bases have either been taken or destroyed. They're not picking up anything on their comms from any military or civilian locations. They, along with us, are all that's left of forces that Ultron has not eliminated. The three Padawans stood still, and it was not only them who had heard this news. In other parts of Shelter Base, it was something of a shock to hear such a thing. While they knew they were facing a far greater threat right now with Ultron. To hear that apparently, every living person on this planet was dead and gone other than themselves. So what happens now? Cass couldn't help but ask, though not to the clone on the other line but to her Jedi comrades. We get off this planet. Mac said with finality. We've fought on this planet for months and saved as many people as we could when the plans changed. Now we leave. Knowing there was no point in arguing that statement, Cass and Barris simply nodded and headed back to Shelter Base to prepare to hold out until they were able to leave. The entire base was a flurry of movement as clones, loyalists and now even the captured and released nationalists were running about getting everything set to abandon the planet. It was a sobering thought and reality to be faced with such a scenario, but it was one they had to deal with. For the clones, this was something they were quite frankly not entirely familiar with. They were born and bred to serve and fight for the Republic, that much they were certain of. But this Ultron wasn't attacking the Republic but every living being in the galaxy. It was a rather harrowing new challenge for them. The Jedi were also facing a completely new foe that didn't operate under the familiarity of the Force and was one whose goal was to basically sow chaos into the galaxy. And for the Avengers, for three in particular, this was their past and their burdens coming back to haunt them. An old enemy that had nearly caused the extinction of their own planet has succeeded here. Even with the civilians they had managed to save, Ultron had killed the population of the planet in a matter of days with his new army. Though they had yet to address it, a pit had formed in their stomachs as the weight of Ultron's actions began to fall upon them. But right now, they couldn't dwell on it. No matter how much they wanted to, because they needed to survive and get off to beat him eventually. Currently, outside of Shelter Base stood Cirrus with his Padawan Aubrey and a number of clones next to an AT-TE. A few dozen yards behind them stood an AT-AT that kept surveying the area around them. Keep calm, Aubrey. Cirrus spoke softly. Be mindful of your surroundings and we will get through this. I'll do my best. His Padawan said, hand hovering over her lightsaber to bring it in a moment's notice. The base was still a flurry of activity as they were packing away anything and everything that was deemed vital until the transports came in to get them all out. The Avengers were seen all over the place, seemingly on watch in anticipation for the coming assault. They knew it would only be a matter of time. Cirrus gazed out onto the horizon, catching sight of a large fire far off in the distance. Possibly a city that was being razed to the ground by Ultron. The Jedi's mood dropped slightly upon seeing this. When he had first come here, the fighting was limited strictly to the fields with very little civilian casualties. Naturally, unfortunate as it was, more people who were not soldiers native to this planet began to perish in the battle. Now, they had all completely eclipsed the military casualties both sides had suffered. They were all gone, all dead from multiple reports. Ultron came to this planet like a plague promising death and delivered. Shaking himself from these thoughts, Cirrus regarded his Padawan momentarily before looking forward again. Everything looks clear. Kaboom. In a mere instant, the present chaos just grew more out of control. One of the nearby AT-ATs just blew up. In an instant, every Jedi had drawn their lightsabers as shouts on all sides erupted. Where'd that attack come from? Zooming past them overhead, a number of clones were able to spot one of Ultron's drones as it began firing towards the ground below. In a split second, dozens of clones began firing at the enemy fighter. It was only then did some other clones spot something along the horizon. We got more incoming. This got much of the chaotic mess to attempt organizing with commands being given out left and right to face the new arrivals. Back to back. Steve Rogers shouted, running through the multiple clone battalions and legions. Remember, he swarms you. Watch each other's blind spots. All 10 of the Avengers launched themselves headfirst towards the oncoming wave of Ultron drones and possessed separatist droids which started marching and rolling towards them. Joining them were Anakin, Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Ima-Gundy, Ayla and Lska with Cass and Mac. The rest of the Jedi remained behind to serve a more defensive role in keeping the drones back. By the Force. Barriss muttered in shock at the sight of the oncoming army of drones and droids. Remain calm, my Padawan. Luminara said beside her. We faced him once already and survived. We will do it again. I believe it is high time we use our own advantages. Plo Koon's bassy voice rumbled. Warthog, broadside, it's time. Yes, General. From seemingly nowhere, a few dozen Arc-wings, V-19 and Y-wings literally grew into their full sizes and rocketed forwards towards the oncoming attack. All right, boys. Remember our new formations and tactics and remember to keep your finger over your modulator to shrink. Broadside commander the multitude of fighters behind him. Let's not throw the Avengers' gift to waste. He got a resounding cry from the clones as they flew at full speed, being joined by Falcon and War Machine in the air with Spider-Man hitching a ride below by using them to swing towards the oncoming attack. Moments later, both sides collided, erupting into a chaotic battle with blaster fire and energy beams being fired in every direction. Organics and synthetics were slain left and right after every other second from the ensuing chaos of the battlefield. Screams, shouts, and yells were heard from all corners of the battlefield. On your left, watch those drones. We're being flanked, Domino, left side. Commander Cody, we've lost Bravo Squad. Move, move, move. Gree, take your men up the middle and hold down the position. Cap, we got more incoming. ICM, Sam. Man down. Man down. Watch that right side ga. Flash, Cameron, on that turret on the double. From on high, one being watched all this with a sense of smugness and victory as he watched the chaos unfold. For him, it was easy to spot the colorful cast of characters that were the Avengers amongst the Republic forces. Then there were those shrinking and growing starfighters the Republic was employing undoubtedly from those two insect-based heroes. A new challenge it seemed. Good, he didn't want it to be that boring anyway. If he was to bring this galaxy down, at least they would make it a challenge. After minutes of witnessing the slaughter, the orchestrator of this battle decided to come down and make himself known. Landing on the ground, the imposing figure of Ultron's primary body was rather lost on most of the clones and loyalists as they were too busy focused on the overwhelming numbers they were dealing with right at this very moment. That would be their own undoing. Holding out his hands, energy blasts shot out from them and struck multiple soldiers that killed and wounded all who got hit. Using his gravitational pull, he sucked a clone into his grasp, activated the thermal detonators on the clone's body and tossed him back to a crowd that was now firing at him. Said clone realized the activated charges, causing him to frantically pry them off his body. While he got some off. Kaboom! He was not unfortunate to get the rest of in time. The result? Both him and a large number of organic fighters died in the blast. Grinning to himself, Ultron's internal warning sensors gave off a ping within his hard drive, making him duck underneath an azure blade swiping at him. He turned to face a middle-aged Jedi with long black hair who twirled his blade around for another attempted attack. Rolling his eyes at the unnecessary display of blade work, Ultron fired another beam which the Jedi hastily blocked. The Master stumbled slightly, which allowed Ultron to pull him in with his gravitational arm device. He was held in the AI's arm and was about to make a swing at the oversized bot until his arm was grabbed by Ultron. "Nice toy," he mused. "Let me take a better look at that." With a swipe of his hand, he cleaved the Jedi's limb off before prying the lightsaber out. The Jedi Master's cries of pain went ignored by Ultron, who was now holding the lightsaber in his hand. Bringing it up, Ultron gave the pilfered weapon a good inspection and performed a deeper scan to see how the lightsaber worked and operated. Could be something to integrate on later models. Crushing the weapon soon after, he opened his palm and withdrew a glowing blue kyber crystal before tossing it to one of his other drones. He then commanded it to take it elsewhere so he may do a proper study away from this present conflict. He even ordered to acquire the other lightsabers from the other slain Jedi across the globe. He then turned back to the Jedi in his arm that was fighting to free himself. "You will never crack." Yawn. Ultron drawled out, tossing the body aside. "You'd think in a galaxy far, far away there'd be some more originality." "Master." Nearby Force practitioners witnessed Ultron quickly kill Master Cirrus before tossing his corpse away like it was mere trash. Audrey let loose a battle cry, charging towards her master's murderer, but was blasted away by a repulsor blast by a nearby Ultron drone. "Oh, were you trying to think a simple rage charge can do something?" mocked the synthetic. "That doesn't really work, you know." The downed Padawan was quickly helped to her feet by another human and a Zabrak female being joined by a female Togrutan. "Ah, the Jedi!" Ultron taunted, facing the 4 Padawans that stood before him. Walking contradictions. Mac and Cass remained steadfast and calm with their lightsabers held up to him whilst Ahsoka was far more weary. Aubrey winced but forced herself back up to her feet as the Padawans all readied themselves to face off the new player in this galactic war. "I can tell how angry you all are despite what your code likes to make you pretend how peaceful and zen you claim to be," Ultron said. "I thought Captain Rogers was a pain, but if I could throw up, I would." The Padawans merely stood their ground as they cleaved through possessed separatist droids and Ultron drones as their puppeteer kept observing their actions. Cass ran forward and went into a spinning corkscrew and swung her lightsaber down. Ultron casually sidestepped the Padawan and kicked her right in her stomach, sending her flying back. He felt himself get shoved back by something he couldn't see and quickly righted himself in the air. Gazing at the human male Jedi who was quickly by the side of the downed Zabrak. Tilting his head to the side, he spotted someone coming out of the corner of his eyes. Turning around, Ultron activated a new built-in feature that was an energy shield of sorts that protected him from lightsabers like the one he just deflected. His attacker was a female Falleen Padawan who had a metal arm of her own that Ultron took note of. "Ah, that's cute." Ultron parried another lightsaber strike and lunged forward. Grasping onto her robotic limb, he harshly tore it off, earning a mighty yell from her mouth. Dropping her to the muddy earth, she clutched her bloodied shoulder as she was trying not to go into shock. "Shame it's not like mine." Ultron casually tossed it away and raised his own arm. The Falleen Jedi looked up in time to see a metal blade coated in electricity shoot out from the back of his hand. A moment later, he plunged the blade straight through the Jedi's heart with the girl slumping over dead in an instant. "Zule!" Cass cried out tearfully. From the fallen corpse, Ultron retrieved her lightsaber and tossed it behind him for another drone to take it to parts unknown. "They start a war and they send children to fight it," Ultron said with a disapproving shake of his head. "I know I'm no peach, but come on. At least have some decency." In an instant, his present primary body was knocked back through a series of strikes. Stumbling in his step, he looked back to see Spider-Man presently attacking him with everything he had. Shooting up into the air, Ultron was soon met by the costumed wall crawler once more via webline. Pulling himself towards the oversized robot, Spider-Man landed a series of strikes and blows that left visible dents on the body. Ultron growled, firing off several energy beams that Peter deftly avoided. A moment later, he felt a searing blade from his back and saw Barisifi landing in front of the other Padawans. Glancing at his scorched back, Ultron's eyes became murderous. He saw Spider-Man about to swing in for another attack, and in response, Ultron pointed his arm towards the Padawans and fired a multitude of rockets and missiles that surrounded them. The Padawans saw this and raised their arms to call upon the Force to push back against the attack. Grinning psychotically, the AI's arm morphed into that of a strange cannon of some kind and fired at the Padawans. Rather than it being an energy-based attack or a projectile, it was instead a visible sound wave that disrupted their concentration, with their ears being overloaded. The Padawans all fell to their knees as their ears were ringing, which left them wide open for attack. Ultron smirked as he saw a red and blue blur shoot past him at full speed just as the missiles converged on the Jedi. With speed, precision, and a close second stroke of luck, Spider-Man snagged several missiles and spun them around, which knocked them into the other coming projectiles. The explosion that came afterwards sent all the teenagers flying back, with it clear to see that Spider-Man had taken the brunt of the damage. "Look at all of you," Ultron said, slowly descending down to the Padawans who were barely able to stay conscious. "You're all puppets. What was it I called you all once? Smaller people." Peter managed to shakily get to his feet, only for a metal hand to grab him by the throat and lifted him up in the air. Ultron laughed with a sadistic smirk in place. "Children," Ultron spoke condescendingly. "You were originally designed to supplant them, but now? Now your end is here and now." A muffled grunt came out of the young superhero, followed by a shaky laugh, slightly confusing the AI. "You really were made by Mr. Stark," Peter grunted out. "You sometimes blabber on like he does." The mocking and malicious smile was immediately replaced with that of a deadly glare. Ultron's grip on Peter's neck tightened, and a moment later, electricity coursed from the confines of the AI's arm, shocking the web head. Spider-Man let out a scream of pain, but didn't take it lying down, or hefted up in the air by a genocidal robot. He began kicking and punching repeatedly until firing a web at Ultron's head and pulled him in close. The metal man's head was met with Spidey's knee, jarring him into letting go of the web head. Though that did not mean Peter was about to let go. Just as he fell, he grabbed onto Ultron's arm and with a mighty pull and jolt of the hand, tore it clean off his body. Ultron visibly recoiled at this, though this instantly changed into that of a seething snarl. With his other operational hand, he curled his hand, and from the back his arm came a gravitational pull that sucked Peter back into the robot's grasp. Ultron began to repeatedly slam the already damaged young hero into the ground whilst making sure his hand was burning the boy's suit and skin, while also electrocuting him repeatedly. Ahsoka and Barris were finally recovering from the ringing in their ears and blurry vision in time to see their friend being thrashed by the overgrown psycho bot. "Peter!" The two Padawans cried out in complete distress, both simultaneously thrusting their hands out for a combined force push. The scream of both girls was enough of a distraction to make Ultron pause in his violent beatdown of the Queen's native. He looked up in time to be struck by a powerful unseen force that dented multiple parts of his body and sent him flying back, dropping Peter in the process. The two Padawans nearly tripped over themselves with their legs feeling like jelly, but they still managed to get over to Peter, who was lying motionless on the ground. Ahsoka quickly pried off his damaged mask, wincing at the state of his blackened eye and cut-up head. "Karen, are you there?" Barris stuttered out with a cough. "I'm here, girls," came the clearly worried voice of Peter's suit AI. "Peter is alive, but he has suffered multiple contusions and trauma all over his body. I believe he also has sustained a concussion. He'll receive a lot more than that," said a snide synthetic voice. The two girls whirled around in time to see the battered Ultron getting to his feet with his one arm raised. "Hormonal teenagers," Ultron said bitingly. "Typical that dash." The AI didn't get to finish his statement as he was promptly sliced in two from a blue lightsaber from behind. He fell apart to the ground, revealing none other than Ahsoka's master standing over him. "Leave my Padawan alone, you damned droid," Anakin snarled fiercely. Ultron blinked at his state only to laugh. "Oh, and here I thought the teenagers had emotional problems. I found Banner's ticking time bomb, brother. Tough talk for a scrapped clanker, Anakin said, holding his blade at Ultron's face. Ultron simply rolled his eyes. Disposable bodies, Jedi. Ultron taunted. Did the Avengers not tell you, or were you not listening? A moment later, Ultron's body lost all its red lighting with the head falling back against the mud. Anakin's lip arched upward in anger, though it dissipated a moment later upon hearing Barriss and Ahsoka attempting to rouse Peter out from unconsciousness. Past them, he saw Mac, Cass, and Aubrey struggling to return to their feet, with all 6 of the teen nursing serious injuries, though it appeared Peter had the worst of it. Kix, I need a medical squad down here now. Anakin threw his wrist COMM. Cap, Peter's been hit hard. He's unconscious but seriously injured. We've got Padawans and clones here that need help stat. Right away, sir. Jesse, Korik, we need you over here, stat. Shortly after the command was given, did Ultron give a command to withdraw his forces for the time being. The organics barely survived this fight with the skin of their teeth and at Ultron's mercy. Who knows when he will come back and strike them while they are down for the count. Scene cut. The base and those occupying it had been thoroughly beaten, despite the fact that they were standing and had managed to repel Ultron's attack. Still, they had suffered devastating casualties, with several Jedi, including the Padawans known as Elura Sund and Tay Diath. Apparently, Tay's death had led to Elura's own death due to a psychic connection the two shared. The psychic backlash from the death of her fellow Padawan gave Sund a heart attack in the middle of battle that killed her then and there. Clone casualties were now well into 5 figures, with the Loyalists and Nationalist force a few hundred behind them. Currently, a number of individuals were gathered in the primary war room of Shelter Base as they discussed what to do next. One of the holo tables was active, displaying the ongoing battle of the Republic fleet that was somehow still fighting back against Ultron's own with everything all the ships had at their disposal. If we stay here any longer, we'll be overwhelmed. Obi-Wan stated, form covered in mud and thoroughly drenched. Ultron hijacked all the droids the Seps had. Rhodey grimly said, arms crossed. Half our numbers are either dead or injured. Peter's out, Hope's out, Matt's out. Several Jedi and clone officers out for the count or dead. Just keeps getting better and better. Rex muttered, nursing a bandaged head. We can't stay here. Steve declared. Ultron has the numbers advantage now. He's got more ships and he will blow us all to Kingdom Come if he so chooses. Our fleets are holding. PLO said tiredly. If only just. Then why hasn't he? Anakin groused irritably, a hand on the shoulder of his battle-worn Padawan. Ultron is many things. Natasha spoke up, wrapping fresh bandages around her arm. And while I'd love to list them all down, he is, above all else, an egotistical megalomaniac. He's doing this intentionally. Why? Ayla asked, a growing feeling of frustration now with a multitude of bandages of her own. This planet has been horrendous on all of them, nearly losing her second-in-command and one of her best troopers to this hellhole of a planet. Coupled with seeing Steve nearly getting blown up in a tank and several other of her Jedi comrades perish, she was one who was able to control her emotions quite skillfully. But she was also the student of Quinlan Vos, a Jedi who is quite the rebel within the Order. Some of his tendencies naturally rubbed off on her, such as this building restlessness and the idea that her friends might be in danger. He wants us to panic, wants us to break down and make the first move so he can counter it. Steve said with his arms crossed. Last time we fought him, he wanted to rush things and just get it done. Pietro grunted slightly as he gave a nod of thanks to Kix that wrapped the last of his own bandages around his waist. He's doing it differently this time. We can't stay here. T'Challa declared, standing by the unconscious form of Daredevil. If we stay here, Ultron will destroy us. Then what can we do? Barriss asked nervously. Her master was currently with several other Jedi Masters who were forming up defensive measures with the clones and Jabi-Imi loyalists and separatists. Her clothes were drenched and covered with scorch marks and mud, with the Mirialan Jedi thoroughly exhausted. Next to her was Peter, mask off and laid down on a makeshift bed in order for him to rest after fighting Ultron in order to save the other Padawans. Barriss had been diligently healing the young hero with a shaken and clearly worried expression for all to see as she moved her hands over his body. Difficult as it was due to their disconnection to the Force, Barriss was at least getting some headway with healing Peter with the Force. Thanks to his own healing factor and her Force heal, he would be alright. Only time will tell when he will be fully well. What can we do? Ahsoka inquired rhetorically in a glum fashion. Ultron's won, hasn't he? Jabiim is his. It is. Steve admitted, rather stunning several present. To hear Captain Rogers admit to this was disconcerting. Yet Steve wasn't finished. He may have the planet, but he hasn't taken all of its people. Rogers proclaimed. And that's where we can at least beat him there. We need to focus on getting the natives and all our forces we've managed to bring here off of this world. Ultron may have won this planet, but he hasn't beaten us yet. How can you even say something like that? Anakin barked with frustration. We've lost, haven't we? What matters is we get everyone off this planet. Steve shot back with a burning passion. Not about winning a battle that we lost the moment we got here. Much as I am obliged to agree with you, Steve, our forces are exhausted and spent. Ayla reminded, rubbing her arm. If we're to do this, we need to be smart about it. I have a plan. Steve said, going over to a nearby hollow table and activating it. A moment later, several maps of Jabiim appeared with multiple areas being highlighted and pinpointed instantly. Ultron's forces are concentrated here from what the scouts told us. Steve pointed to a map on the right. This is where a large surplus of the metal ore special to this planet is located. Looks like he's already getting to work on it. Anakin practically snarled. And that's where we attack. Steve said, stunning the assembled group into silence. What? Anakin said aloud. Steve, are you out of your dash? You guys focus on evacuation and getting everyone off this planet. Steve cut him off. The Avengers will take care of keeping Ultron's attention solely on us while we give you this chance. There was a matter of dreaded silence. Captain Rogers. Rex said, eyes wide. You can't. I can and I will. Steve said, uncharacteristically fierce. I'll do it alone if I have to. Ultron is a calculating son of a bitch, but he's made from the mind of a human. Which means he's just as weak to his emotions and ego as we are. He hates the Avengers and has wanted us dead from the start. So that's what we'll use. He focuses on us. You all get your asses off of this world. The silence that permeated the room was so thick that one could cut it with a knife if they wanted to try. Can't do this suicide mission without me, Cap. Sam spoke up a moment later. I'll tell Rhodey the plan. Widow said, standing up out of her seat. I shall help as well. T'Challa said, nodding towards his fellow enhanced superhuman. You seriously can't be seriously considering doing this. Anakin stepped forward. I wholeheartedly agree. Obi-Wan said with a disapproving look. Steve, this mission is suicidal. What isn't about our line of work? Steve shot back with a humored smirk. Aren't you like the most suicidal Jedi, Anakin? Sam couldn't help but ask with Anakin's brow twitching. I'm daring and reckless, not crazy and, okay, I can be crazy but not suicidal. Skywalker stressed out. This is our enemy. Quicksilver said with a more neutral tone. That means it's our fight first. We'll keep Ultron's attention while you get the people off this hellhole. You're not going without backup. Anakin declared. There's no way I'm just letting you go in like that expecting to die just to save us all. Anakin, you dash. Obi-Wan was then cut off by Ayla. No, Anakin, you stay here and focus on the evacuation. The Twi'lek Jedi stated. We don't need all the Jedi going to one location. But dash. No buts. Ayla said fiercely. Think of your Padawan, Skywalker. Anakin flinched at that, looking over to see Ahsoka appearing to have not heard that. She was next to Barriss, who was still healing Peter as the two conversed with one another quietly. Anakin felt a familiar hand on his shoulder and turned to see his old master. Look, I'm not happy about this as you are. Believe me. As much as I want to help Rogers and the others, we need to focus on the main situation at hand. Obi-Wan said calmly. The Jedi Knight let out a tired sigh of slight defeat. "All right," Anakin begrudgingly said before looking to Steve with a slight glare. "But you better come back alive, you hear me? I'd rather not lose my friends to this med droid." "We don't intend on it," Steve said good-naturedly. Shoulders sagging, Anakin simply nodded. Walking up to Peter's prone form, Steve spoke to the two Padawans sitting beside him. "Do me a favor and keep an eye on him." "Do you even need to ask?" Barriss merely gave a silent response as she wholeheartedly agreed with Ahsoka. As she focused on healing Peter, she had thought back to what she witnessed earlier with Cass and Mac. How close they were. And their claim on not wanting to leave each other. The olive-green Padawan didn't know if such a thing could happen with her, and Peter. No. She couldn't think about such things. She had to focus on healing him. "Barriss," came the soft voice of her friend next to her. She looked up to see Ahsoka's concerned face. "Are you all right?" She blinked at the question before subconsciously reaching out with her free hand and gently squeezed Ahsoka's own. "I'll be fine," Barriss quietly said, returning her work to heal their friend. A second later, Ant-Man walked in and turned to Steve immediately. "Cap. Scott. How's Hope? She doing all right?" "Concussed," Scott said tiredly. "But she'll live." Steve let out a small sigh. Good, good. What's the plan, Cap?" "Suicide mission, Tic-Tac." Sam spoke up. "The usual. Every available member of the team will go out to help take out where Ultron seems to be based out of," Steve said. "Seeing that Hope, Matt, and Peter are out of commission, we'll be a tad limited on manpower." "When haven't we?" Scott couldn't help but ask. Steve snorted slightly and patted the man on his shoulder appreciatively. "Right. Avengers, let's get ready." Scene cut. The weapons facility that Ultron had taken had been rapidly changed into a mining one as thousands of drones worked on extracting this planet's metals for the AI's war machine. While he had access to multiple resources for his war, this ore that Jabi-Im had in particular was quite durable and strong. Quadonium steel as it was called. A rare metal found scattered across the galaxy, and Jabi-Im was one of the planets that held such metal. This would make creating more warships and drones much easier. And from what he was able to pilfer from Palpatine's files lately, his scientists were getting closer to making synthetic plating which were derived from the Godzilla wannabe. Making the armor plating for their ships much stronger than before would be a boon for various fleets years down the road. There was also the allocation of funds towards a single particular project that required a lot, and Ultron meant a lot of this quadonium. They were planning on constructing something that was quite ambitious from what he had read. He couldn't find any mention of whatever it was. Ultron suspected the file and database was kept at a closed-off server or on a data pack cut off from anywhere else for security reasons. Smart. Whatever this thing was, Palpatine was going through great lengths to ensure that a select few knew about whatever this project was. Ultron was sorely tempted to bring it up next time he spoke with the old bag and see what other reaction he could get out of that coot. Who knows, maybe it could be Crocaboom. Within his digital mindscape, Ultron blinked at the loud explosion followed by a series of others across the mining station. One of the drones had their bluish-white eyes shift into red and turned its head up to see a number of familiar individuals all coming down from a gunship that passed by in the air. Several more followed, and out came a number of clones with yellow markings that had appeared at his doorstep and were attacking his property. Returning to his usual 10-foot-tall body, Ultron couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Seems I've got some unwanted guests." Activating his thrusters, he hovered in the air and took off. Time to greet them. Following after him was a slew of cis-droids and drones as they went into battle. With the attackers on the mining facility, Captain America led the charge personally as he flung his shield forward. The spinning vibranium disc cleaved through multiple drones and droids, bouncing around multiple walls, crooks, and crannies before it returned to its owner. Ant-Man didn't waste any time and immediately went for his giant mode, as he liked to call it, and began stomping through the facility while flailing his arms about to destroy any and all in his path. Quicksilver rushed in head first, his streak of silver and blue leaving a number of dismembered and destroyed bots in his wake. Black Widow ran behind Cap, who had his shield up to defend her as she fired her own blaster pistols at the enemy forces. Up above, Rhodey and Sam rained down fire whilst also trying their best to keep off the flying drones and droids that were harassing their comrades. Black Panther ran forward with his suit absorbing every blaster and energy shot, with the vein purple hue of his suit glowing a brighter purple after every shot he took. Sam! T'Challa yelled out to him, and wordlessly, the aviator dove by and grabbed the prince's hand. Flying high into the air, Falcon dropped the Black Panther into a swath of oncoming drones and droids. T'Challa landed with his fist slamming into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of all the pent-up energy he had taken. Those nearby were reduced to scrap whilst others were sent flying back. Aayla Secura had thrown her lightsaber into the fray and pulled out a second green one to cut through a multitude of drones with her other hand outstretched to recall her throne blade. By her side was Commander Bly with the 327th's Alpha Squad, Flash, Cameron and Lucky that were shooting down every drone they saw. It was a chaotic and hectic attack that would have disoriented most if not all. But Ultron wasn't most individuals. He knew what they were doing. Stalling to protect those that were left behind at Shelter Base to get off this planet. How generically typical. In all honesty, much as he would love to just kill them all here and now, he wasn't fooled into thinking he would accomplish this endeavor. They have been proven particularly difficult to kill to a stubborn degree, though he wasn't one to talk. All of those heroes had experienced life or death situations repeatedly by this point. He'll humor them. Let them have their little hurrah against him. It didn't matter. For him, at this very moment, it wasn't about killing off a bunch of flesh bags and taking a planet. It was about sending a message. Still, didn't mean he couldn't have some kind of fun. Besides, he had planned multiple contingencies in preparation for his coming out show. He knows the Avengers would be relentless in their pursuit to take him down. Which is why, diversions are needed. And he knew just the one to go with. He enacted the simulation and acted accordingly to let one of his contingencies finally commence. As the raid on the mining facility went on, more and more destruction came in its wake. Battered and bruised as they were, the Avengers were living up to the moniker of Earth's mightiest heroes. Fighting against the immeasurable number of drones and droids, the Avengers with the 327th Corps fought on valiantly. Tearing a swath across the facility, they had destroyed a number of key locations that set off multiple large explosions that damaged the facility more and more. They knew that this wouldn't amount to much other than loud noise, but that was their intention. Keep Ultron's attention on them whilst the others got off-world. And lo and behold. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, all forces have been evacuated off this planet. I repeat, all Republic forces have been evacuated off of Jabiim. The Jedi Council member's voice rang through the comms. We're sending gunships to get you out of there now. Once this was sounded out through their comms, their next command was basically well known to all organics. Get back to the rendezvous point. Colonel Rhodes shouted. From there, everyone bolted, abandoning everything they had while occasionally fighting back to be sure their fellow organic would make it farther than they could. Seeing them flee, Ultron sent his forces in pursuit. They fired off repulsor blasts and regular blaster fire, taking out organics one by one. The chaos which went on for what felt like hours kept going on and on as everyone raced towards the escape shuttles. People quickly boarded the ships as they blasted off into space. Some were shot down and were destroyed soon after, with perhaps no survivors upon the abrupt crashes. Just as the Avengers with Aayla, Bly, and Alpha Squad neared their own gunship, one Avenger halted in his tracks. He whipped his head around rapidly and didn't find who he was looking for, a sharp intake of breath that led to a panicked state. Wait, wait. Sam shouted. Where's Steve? That single question caused many to freeze up and looked around to try and locate the Star-Spangled Man. Several of the Avengers shouted for him, some of the clones joining in. Aayla Secura couldn't explain what it was, but she felt her heart hammering against her chest rapidly as she couldn't spot the super soldier anywhere. Then her eyes caught a glint of something out of the corner of her eyes. Slowly turning her head towards the object embedded into the muddy ground of Jabiim, Aayla felt her heart plummet at the sight of something that was all too familiar to her by this point. Trembling despite herself, Secura walked over to the object and deftly picked it up and held it before her. Everyone. Her voice came as a ragged croak. The group had stopped their attempts in trying to find Rogers and instead turned to the Jedi Knight, who turned to them shield in hand. She held a forlorn gaze at the Avengers as the team realized what she was holding. Scott's helmet retracted with his eyes wide with shock, as was Petro's. Rhodey's figure slumped in defeat upon seeing what Ayla held, and Nat brought a trembling hand up to her mouth. T'Cholla's gaze was more solemn and quiet, and Sam. Steve. The Falcon tried again, desperately now. Steve, come in. Damn it. Ayla's eyes only dropped down to the shield held in her hands, coated with scorch marks and dirt, with the star on the center particularly blackened. Steve. Sam cried out in vain one final time. Scene cut. It was a solemn day with a bittersweet victory. As the Republic and remaining Separatist forces retreated from Jabiim, the growing realization as to what had just happened began to set in. They had completely and utterly lost to Ultron. This new enemy to the galaxy that had attacked them so brazenly less than a few days ago just achieved victory on a monumental level. Not only had he killed thousands upon thousands of soldiers from both sides, but Ultron also took control of the Separatist droids, killed nearly 24 Jedi, and had bested some of the best of the Jedi Order and profoundly defeated the Avengers. Captain Rogers was missing. Half the team was out of commission for the time being. The casualty toll was too high to dwell on right now. All sides that were not Ultron were in full retreat, as the megalomaniacal AI had openly claimed his first planet in the war in a powerful way. The Battle of Jabiim was over. And Ultron was the victor. Speaking of the synthetic. At an undisclosed location, Ultron was possessing a droid as it stood within a darkened dungeon. Before him was a cage, and on its floor was an unconscious Captain America without his trademark shield by his side. Willingly discarded it when Ultron grabbed him. Seemed Cap had the foresight to see what Ultron was planning with him at the time, so had the wherewithal to chuck his shield away in hopes of somebody finding it. Not that it mattered now. Still, let the Avengers go off on their little goose chase in finding their wayward leader. He needed some time to himself to consolidate what he has achieved for his next move. Rather have that than having them breath down his neck like last time. Hearing a grunt from the good captain, he watched as the human slowly came to. "Good morning, Captain America," Ultron said condescendingly. "Hope you've had a pleasant dream. Sorry about your lodgings, first class was unavailable." "Where are we?" Cap grunted out immediately, sitting up to fix the AI with an intense gaze. "We're en route to your new occupation for the duration of your stay, to the gentleman I gave you up to," Ultron said chipperly. "I think what they have planned for you is rather familiar for someone like you. After all, it's how you got your start, right?" Steve only remained silent as Ultron continued to amuse himself. "A show business." The Meta-AI laughed aloud. "You organics must be dealing with some serious anxiety and depression to make up all that crap to distract yourself with it. Can't say I blame you though. God knows a few laughs could brighten up a place as depressing as Earth. Don't know if you really know me, but if you think dash. Oh please, do try to fight back now," Ultron practically begged. "It will do you little good. The transport you're on now is heavily armed with me. No way you can get out that easily. Nothing but the two of us and the open vacuum of space." Steve's fists clenched tightly as Ultron turned to walk away. "Where are we even going?" Steve asked just as the drone was about to leave. "Oh, it's a lovely little planet in Hut space," Ultron said cheekily. "Lots of things to do, like gamble, sell and buy slaves and fight to the death. You'll love Slahuiron. I hope you love the movie Gladiator, cause you'll be taking a similar role as Maximus." With that, Ultron left the captain all by himself to sit there in his cell. Steve could only hang his head in defeat, mind drifting to his friends and allies that he had left behind. "I'll be waiting for you guys," Steve muttered to himself just as the ship he was on entered hyperspace. Avengers Infinite Wars Chapter 50, Gladiator. Count Dooku was suffering the mother of all migraines. He sat alone in a small office with two B-1 battle droids standing on either side behind him. The ruler of Sereno gazed down at the datapad in hand, the information on it being nothing but what could be described as a bad news waterfall. Multiple planets still reeling from Ultron's attacks. Several foundries were either destroyed or taken over. Jabiim has been lost. their forces either being taken over by Ultron or completely and utterly decimated. It was a mess, and that was putting it mildly. Being the head of state of the Sith, a secret Dark Lord of the Sith, and orchestrating the war on both sides was taxing enough as is. Now there's this wild card element that made his official debut to the galaxy. And what a debut it was. Since then, it has been nothing short of a scramble to get everything under control and keep all parties calm and level-headed. Easier said than done. His own master had reported that unrest on Coruscant from the Senate was escalating and had only grown worse since the loss of Jabba. The aging Force user let out a small sigh as he placed a hand over his eyes when he heard the door to his office open. Count Dooku. The secret Sith Lord looked up at a young woman walking in, giving him a sympathetic look. The Parliament has assembled, she informed the Count. They are ready. Dooku nodded, standing up out of his seat. Thank you, Shara. Shara simply nodded, stepping out of his way as he exited his office and made his way to the Parliament's chambers. He entered to a cacophony of arguments, shouting and yelling as every single member of the Sith Senate was on their feet in heated debate. Practically every aspect of the Confederacy was here in attendance, and that came as no surprise when one thinks of the circumstances they found themselves in. It was sheer pandemonium in the galaxy, and Dooku had a gut feeling that it would only get worse from here. Settle down, all of you. Dooku's voice boomed across the chamber, catching everyone's attention as he made his way up to the main elevated podium and stood overlooking them all. I now call this Senate meeting into order. Dooku declared aloud. I take it that all of you understand the importance of this gathering, yes? There were murmurs and nods from all in attendance, with the Count eyeing each one of them. Then let us begin. Dooku stated. What say you all say about this matter? We were hoping you would start, Count Dooku. Representative Mina Bonteri spoke up, with many voicing their agreements with her. Dooku simply nodded. As you are all quite vividly aware, a new enemy has made himself known throughout the galaxy in these last few days. A day ago, I received confirmation that Ultron has indeed driven off both the Republic and Confederate forces from the planet, and from what further reports are saying, the system of Jabba. Smatterings of nervousness and outrage immediately followed suit after this statement. So it is true. What happened there? The entire system. Force me, this is a nightmare. What of our forces? Forget that, what of us? Enough. Dooku said aloud, silencing the chamber once again. It will do us no good if we are simply bickering with one another. The time is upon us for decisive actions, lest we suffer greater losses and hardships. What are we to do, Count Dooku? A Sinitine male spoke first. This Ultron has many of our systems terrified. Many of our battle droids have either been taken or destroyed. Can we even trust our battle droids anymore? A blue-skinned male humanoid argued. It is apparent that this Ultron can easily take control of them. Why hasn't he then? Voadal rebuked. From what I am aware of, we still have millions of our battle droids still attending to their duty. And who is to say that they will remain as such? Mina pointed out. We're walking atop a thin line of order and chaos, with a great deal leaning towards the latter. And what would you have us do? An amphibian-like senator called out. Have us shut down our entire standing army? We would be completely defenseless and ill-prepared. I have already put forth a bill to handle that matter. Dooku proclaimed, making everyone look to him. We shall still be utilizing our droid army, as that is the bulk of our main forces. The Sith Lord stated. However, we shall also begin establishing a voluntary service to enter into the army, or even conscription if need be. There were murmurs of concern on this matter, yet only a few voiced their concerns on this matter. Hasn't there been enough death as is? Mina Bonteri remarked. This is a war, Bonteri. Vo snidely reminded her. Death comes as a prerequisite. But that doesn't mean we need to fight a war on two fronts. Mina fired back, hands on her podium. I know a great many of us wish to be completely separate from the Republic, but that does not mean we are to just view them with utter contempt. If we have a chance for a ceasefire, a momentary lapse where we can coexist, it can lead us to a lasting peace between us both. That is a dream, and a foolhardy one at that. Vo said dismissively. And not one to be taken out of hand. Dooku voices his opinion, stunning the green-skinned senator. "Count Dooku!" Vo exclaimed in shock. "You cannot seriously consider Bontari's proposition? We can't trust the Republic. Are we not at war with them? Why is that such a ludicrous possibility?" Bontari shot back. "The Republic has been our enemies ever since we've sought to secede and become independent. But now with Ultron becoming a more of a threat by the day, we might have to become allies with the Republic once more. Not in this lifetime." Shouting between multiple sides of the assembly began, with insults and suggestions being thrown around from everyone in attendance. "There will be order in this assembly," Dooku said aloud. "No amount of this bickering will allow us to achieve anything. I understand the nature of what it is we are dealing with right now, but going at each other will only drive further division and a lack of progress. We must remember why we had been called here together." As this went on, other systems were still reeling from Ultron's offensive across the galaxy. Multiple systems were in a state of panic, still trying to figure out what to do in light of their planets being attacked so suddenly from a brand new player in the war. All sides were in heated debate and trying to compensate for their defenses and bolstering their forces. Bounty hunters and mercenaries were being hired across the Outer Rim and neutral systems not affiliated with the war, becoming makeshift armies of sorts. The Mandalorians, in particular the Death Watch and Protectors, get a boost in their numbers as they are hired out far more extensively. The warriors of old had been spotted across numerous planets these past few days, either in large numbers of a few dozen to a select few of the elite. One thing that has been getting some attention is the maroon-garbed individuals that at times accompanied the Protectors on a number of these new security jobs. When asked who they were or what they represented, the individuals responded with either Ravager or the Quilib Fontari clan. All the while, the third Mandalorian faction, being led by the Duchess Satin, had begun a coalition of neutral systems as a form of mutual protection. Across the galaxy, lines were either being drawn, redrawn or erased altogether. Governments went from being neutral, to Republic or Separatist all within the span of a week. Volunteers from all sides began cropping up more and more as they felt the growing descent and escalation into chaos that the galaxy was headed in, and they wished to be well armed and prepared for such endeavors. One faction comprising a handful of numbers, due to their growing reputation across the galaxy, had a recent swell of jobs and requests directed towards them. Their droid member had preened at the chance of killing more meatbags and showing the defective bots how to do it properly. It had also been quite vocal in its disappointment that so many politicians from Coruscant had survived. Though it proved a 3,000-year-old statement of his. Something about killing a couple hundred politicians and not even being able to make a dent. Other than that sadistic comment, there was a state of turmoil and nervousness throughout the galaxy. Fear and anxiety permeated across the cosmos as all held their breaths as to what was to come next. Scene cut. The planet of Coruscant was one in the midst of a massive cleanup, the effects of Ultron's attack still being felt and undoubtedly would remain that way for a long while. Debris from collapsed buildings, crashed/destroyed ships and an assortment of tanks, droids, and other vehicles were seen across the planet's surface. Multiple craters with ships going in and out of them and people all doing their part in either helping or simply staying out of the way. Bodies of the fallen kept being found, either in full or, whatever was left of them if they weren't shot to pieces or crushed by falling debris. The number of casualties only continued growing at a more rapid rate, which served to further demoralize the citizens of both the planet and the Republic overall. It was miserable, to put it plainly, and everyone was feeling it in full. And speaking of downer moods being felt across the planet, to say that the mood of the Jedi Temple was dour and somber would be like saying water makes things wet. The depressed atmosphere was palpable, to say the least, with many within the temple overall finding very little in finding positivity right about now. Some of the more older Jedi Masters were able to keep a level head and calm outward appearance via meditation, either by simply sitting down or expressing it through more physical means. The rest of the Order was finding difficulty in doing so. It's just been one long state of a metaphorical anguish, as all that resided within felt an overwhelming weight upon their shoulders that couldn't even be described. The onset of the war was enough of a burden that had been placed upon them. Now, with Ultron and what he had accomplished in a short amount of time, suffice to say, many weren't really sure what to do right now. The Republic, like the rest of the galaxy, was in a state of disarray after Ultron defeated both the Republic and the Separatists and claimed the planet of Jabiim for himself. Adding to that was the ever-growing number of casualties all sides had suffered, numbering well into 5-digit numbers, bordering on 6. Jobim was a complete catastrophe for the Republic, with over 25,000 clones being killed, with 20 Jedi added to that number. This was on top of the already growing casualty count that Ultron had already inflicted days prior to his coming out party. With this battle now in the books, the casualties of Ultron's first campaign against the galaxy was upwards of 100,000 plus in terms of deaths and injuries. And they just kept piling on. The clone troopers were beyond dejected, yet they had begun to amplify their training since returning to Coruscant whenever they weren't tasked with assisting any and all that needed help. They were some of the few that had a fire lit under their ass with the single-minded goal of finding Ultron and taking him down. This was their day and night cycle, with every battalion, legion, corps, and all undergoing strenuous training on the daily. This would not happen again. This can't get any worse. Scott said, head hung low. Don't tempt fate like that, Scott. Sam darkly told him. You know it ain't exactly the nicest bitch in the universe. Scott could only slump in his seat, holding his girlfriend's hand gently as she was still recovering from her injuries. She was unfortunately caught in a multitude of explosions that some of Ultron's drones had set off. Hope had grown back to normal, only for her shoulder and hip to get struck by blaster fire. They were told she would recover within several days. Matt had also nearly passed out from all the noise of the battlefield. A thermal detonator went off near an AT-E, the ringing metal screwing with his enhanced senses, causing him to get thrashed by several drones before Black Panther saved him. Peter was still injured from Ultron's vicious beatdown, but thanks to his enhanced physiology, he would make the quickest in terms of a recovery. The rest of the Avengers were nursing injuries of their own, but were at least standing and still able to fight. Still, this was beyond just a basic loss. It was complete and utter humiliation on top of devastation. Several of their members in particular were especially hard on themselves, specifically the ones who had fought and beaten Ultron before. Natasha, Pietro, and Rhodey were internally beating themselves up as they recalled the final battle they had with Ultron back in Sokovia. Now it was all for naught, as Ultron was alive and well, and worst of all, brought a planet to its knees in a matter of hours. All that death and destruction on Sokovia, and that metal bastard was still alive. And to top it all off, their leader was missing. Steve Rogers had been taken hostage by the insane AI and was sent off to God knows where. Their ID cards weren't able to track him for the most part, other than tell them that he was alive for the most part when they last checked their cards back on Jobim. Now, due to the distance they had no idea as to what happened to Steve or where he was. There was an assumption by some of their Jedi friends and allies that perhaps Cap was killed by Ultron, but Natasha quickly shot that theory down. Ultron had taken her prisoner before, and he made it a point that he wanted to show her something. The failures that were the Avengers, and that no matter what they would do in his perspective, they were destined to fall and fail. While a few were skeptical, the team held out the hope of finding him. Any ideas on where Ultron could have taken Steve? Rhodey asked the group with a litany of shrugs and shakes of the head. If we were on Earth, maybe we could have some sort of hint. Sam said. But we're in space far from home, so it can be in a number of places across this galaxy. What can we do then? Scott asked. Just sit here and hope for the best. That's not what we're gonna do, and you know it, Scott. Pietro said bitterly. We're gonna find Cap, then find Wanda and Vision, and then kill Ultron once and for all. If we can find them. Nat said stoically. We need to focus up and get ourselves patched up first. Steve has survived worse, same with Wanda. And Vision is one of our most powerful teammates. He's the last person we need to worry about in terms of safety. Most of the team didn't say much other than nod silently at the former KGB assassin. Quite frankly, this was the only sensible thing to do right now, as they felt rushing recklessly out into the galaxy to find their team leader would be a fool's errand. They had tried that encountering Ultron on Jobim, and that led to an utterly crushing defeat. Right now they need a moment's recovery before they do anything else. Guys. The conscious Avengers turned to see Anakin Skywalker walk in, looking much better than he did when they last saw him. Jobim wasn't kind to all that had been there, most everyone sporting singed clothing, scratches and bruises on their garments and bodies. Anakin. Sam greeted. How's everyone? Nervous, jittery, any other synonym you'd like that involves negativity? Anakin asked somberly. Honestly, we're barely holding together as is. Figured. Rhodey muttered to himself. I take it that something has happened. T'Challa, the Black Panther, spoke up. The Jedi Knight nodded at the Prince of Wakanda, releasing a weary sigh. There was a Senate meeting a few hours ago. Anakin explained. Went on for a bit and well, a number of systems have declared secession from the Republic. A few of the team cringed at hearing that, wherein Pietro scoffed. I don't blame them. The speedster said with a hint of venom in his tone. The others regarded the Sokovian warily at seeing his silently angered expression as he clenched and unclenched his fists several times. After learning the circumstances that led to the occupation of Jabim by the Republic, Pietro hasn't been exactly modest in vocalizing scathing criticisms against the Republic. On top of Jabim, the speedster had taken time to learn a bit more about how the current standing of the galaxy and what exactly led up to this war. When he first arrived on Relith, he had only spent time with the Twi'leks and Cham's freedom fighters for the most part and learned about the galaxy through him. Over time, he had picked up on bits and pieces about the Republic before he simply disregarded them all and cared only for sticking with the team and finding their lost friends and his sister. Of course, being in a relationship with a Republic senator contributed to him not really caring all that much about what the Republic has been doing. But after Jabim, anyone we would know that broke off? Natasha asked Anakin with him crossing his arms. Don't really know. Anakin said. Depends on which of you know what systems are represented. All I can say is a few dozen have declared themselves neutral or are leaving for the separatists. Any good news? Scott couldn't help but ask, making Anakin snort. What? That the Republic hasn't fallen apart and we're all somehow still alive? 'Cause that's all I can really tell ya. Anakin said with a dry tone. The Jedi Council has been holed up in the council chambers all day and the rest of us are getting antsier by the minute. We have upwards of 200 Jedi to bury from here and across the galaxy on top of all our troops we lost. Sorry to hear that, man. Rhodey muttered, knowing all too well the feeling of losing men in the heat of battle. Anakin shook his head and waved his hand. Just wanted to make sure you guys were doing all right. The Jedi said in a soft tone. Well as we can be. Sam remarked, going over to take a seat next to a table with the room. How are they? Anakin asked, eyes gazing over to Hope and Matt who were resting still. They'll be fine. Nat said. Just give them some time. Anakin silently nodded before noticing someone was missing. Where's Peter? The Jedi asked. Barriss is tending to him separately. Scott stated. They're in the room across from us. Think Ahsoka was there with them. So that's where Ahsoka's been. Anakin internally mused. Just as he opened his mouth to speak on the matter of Captain Rogers, he felt someone rush into his back. Oof. Squeaked a familiar female voice. Sorry, Anakin. What are you doing here? Padme. Anakin said in bewilderment. I should be asking you the same question. What are you doing in the Jedi Temple? I thought there was another Senate meeting. I chose to skip it. Padme deftly said, stepping around her secret husband and into the room that the Avengers resided in. I actually came because I needed to speak with you all about something extremely urgent. The Avengers for the most part were a bit confused by this sudden arrival by Senator Amidala. Taking a moment to look her over, many could see she was clearly exhausted and needed a good night's rest. Natasha however picked up on the deeply troubled look the Nabo native held in her eyes. Is everything all right, Padme? Nat inquired. Present circumstances aside. Padme shook her head. No, actually, they're not. Did something happen? Anakin asked straight away, placing a hand on his secret wife's shoulder. Well, it has to do with the Avengers. Padme said. Something they should know that happened to me while you all left for Jabim. Anakin held a worried look, glancing over to the Avengers who held looks of interest. What happened here? Sam asked patiently with Padme frowning. Should Anakin dash? Let him hear this too. Nat said. Tap, close the door and make sure no one comes in. Yes, Comrade Romanov. came the male voice of the AI tap. The door behind Padme and Anakin quickly closes itself. Was that necessary? Rhodey asked in confusion. It will once we're done here, Natasha said, eyeing the Jedi and Senator. Now, Padme, what happened on Coruscant that you had to come to us to talk with? Ultron came to my office by himself. Amidala answered straight away. The hairs on the back of Anakin's neck shot up with a cold shiver running down his spine. He came to see you. Anakin practically yelled in alarm. What the hell did he want? Sam asked in a sharp voice. Did he hurt you? Padme shook her head. No, nothing like that. He just wanted to thank me. That threw everyone off as they stared at her in confusion. The hell is that supposed to mean? Rhodey inquired. Padme let out a shaky breath. You see, a few months ago, I was out on the streets of Coruscant with 3P0 just shopping and running errands. Padme said, a slightly faraway look in her eyes. I didn't realize that 3P0 had wandered off, and when I went to find him, I saw him holding some sort of droid's head. Padme's expression then became ashamed and filled with regret. A droid head that was Ultron's. She whispered in a low voice, yet all within the room heard her loud and clear. I didn't know who or what he was at the time, but I helped him get to a place where he could be rebuilt. Where he was able to connect himself to the HoloNet. It's not your fault, Sam said straight away, preventing Padme from going on any further. You need to get that out of your head here and now. How can you even say that? Padme asked in an almost pleading manner. I helped a genocidal maniac survive, had I known dash. You did not know, Senator. T'Challa said softly. There is no blame for you to shoulder. This was just an unfortunate circumstance. That doesn't make it any better. Padme shot back, wrapping her arms around herself. I helped Ultron in getting himself rebuilt, and because of that dash, he would have figured out a way to do it by himself. Pietro quickly chimed in. He's a smart bastard who'll find a way. In case you didn't know, the man who made him built a suit that saved his life in a cave with scraps. Yours was just more convenient. You cannot blame yourself. Trust us, Padme, we know from experience. Nat added on, though it seemed to have little effect on the senator, who hung her head in defeat. Padme. Anakin wrapped an arm around her shoulder and without missing a beat, threw herself onto Anakin and held him tightly. There was a moment of silence within the room as they watched the two hold each other. When? So I take it that she's your wife, isn't she? Natasha stated, more so than asked. Padme and Anakin's head snapped in her direction, eyes wide in shock, while Black Widow simply shrugged her shoulders. What? Padme stammered out. Don't worry. Nat held up a hand in an attempt to assuage the married couple's growing fear. We're not gonna tell anyone unless you want us to. Wait, what do you dash? It honestly wasn't all that hard to figure out for me. Nat admitted. My best friend is a married man, in case you didn't know. Huh, so you two were together. Scott remarked. Figured that much. Wait. Alarm was clear and present on Anakin's face. You all knew. I have only just arrived recently. T'Challa quipped. I don't believe I count. Some snorted, though that didn't alleviate the panic the married couple held. If you want the whole Jedi Temple to know, I suggest keeping your voice down. Natasha said. Yeah, we knew for the most part. I didn't. Rhodey admitted. But what's the big deal? Why is this so shocking? The Jedi forbid relationships and attachments. Natasha revealed. Wait, what? You mean even shit like this? Rhodey balked at that. I thought that was just exaggerated. Wait, but what's the whole point of masters and students? I know they always talked about attachments and not having them, but this sort of thing. That sounds rather ridiculous. T'Challa commented. It is. Anakin admitted without missing a beat, flinching upon realizing his open acceptance of a tenet he completely disregarded. Honestly, I don't know how that works in that circumstance. Gives me a headache every time I think back on it. Scott murmured, hand up to his head, as at that moment, he was feeling some brief pain from his bandaged head. It's best not to dwell on it. Nat said. We have a lot more serious matters to deal with. Everyone collectively nodded in at that. So what do we do now then? Sam asked. Cap's missing in action, some of us are real hurt and you guys took a beating yourselves. Honestly. Anakin appeared dejected. The normally gung-ho Jedi Knight was frankly spent as Jabi took a lot out of him. Right now, I think it's best we lick our wounds. Just take a day or two to patch ourselves up. T'Challa voiced his agreement. We're exhausted and not in any proper shape to go back out there. If we want to succeed in finding Captain Rogers and dealing with these present issues, it's best we do that. Padme was about to leave but she turned back to the Avengers. I know this isn't your war. Padme said in a low voice. You all got roped into something that you didn't have to get associated with. But you've helped us a great deal. You've saved my husband and close friends a number of times. I'm sorry that this happened to you. It's all right. Sam waved off. Saving people like Anakin is easy. Didn't realize I was such a chore to take care of. Anakin dryly said. The group shared a laugh that alleviated some of the somber tension in the room. Padme looked back to her husband with a loving smile. I'll see you back home, all right. I don't think I'll be able to dash. With how things are right now, I figure you can sneak off well enough on your own. Padme cut him off, having a knowing smile. We'll cover for him, don't worry. Sam spoke up, earning a grateful nod from the senator. She then turned back to Anakin and momentarily hesitated until she reached up to kiss her husband on the lips in front of other people before leaving the room. Anakin didn't realize how freeing a feeling it was in being able to express open affection for his wife in front of others would be. But. Thanks. Anakin said with complete sincerity. You guys have no idea what this means to me. We've got your back, man. Rhodey assured. Just like you've had ours. Whilst the Avengers and their Jedi friend had this small moment of levity between them in spite of the depressing mood of the temple, others weren't sharing this sentiment. This was definitely not in the training regime. How is it not? We're still fighting clankers. Pretty sure this Ultron Slimo bastard is not your average clanker. You sure? Yeah, I couldn't hit that many clankers without having your little Z-gun. Now with this new droid. Shut up, Fives. The clones of the 501st were currently standing within a shooting range, firing at rapidly moving targets with others watching on. Really, it wasn't just the clones of the 501st but practically a hodgepodge of clones from every legion/corps/battalion and so on and so forth. Multi-armor colored clones were all mingling and talking with one another, a great number of them sporting injuries or scorched armor. They were all currently at the Jedi Temple's base where Venators came and went, and in said base was a large war room dedicated for meetings. Said room was occupied by high-ranking clones from all the battalions and legions currently stationed on Coruscant. They were all seated around a hollow table in deep discussion with each other. This war has taken a turn none of us were expecting. The first to speak was Clone Captain Rex. There were small mumbles and murmurs of agreement between the litany of high-ranking clones. All of them had assembled here for the sole purpose of the ever-present threat of Ultron and the rapidly shifting front of the war overall. They had all been devastated in their own way when they had learned of the ever-growing number of clone casualties on top of the Jedi that had perished alongside them. It was chaos on all sides, with everyone scrambling to reorganize themselves. So then what do we do? Commander Gree of the 41st Legion asked aloud. Last I checked, these Ultron drones weren't in any of our field regs. Let's start from what we know. Cody spoke up, activating the holotable that displayed several Ultron drones in flight. These drones aren't built in the way that the Seppi clankers are. They're more maneuverable, have a tendency to swarm, and can apparently shift their arms into their weapons. The clones all nodded their heads along with the commander's elaboration of the drones. Reaction times are probably faster for them. Their flight is also a huge factor. Gree added in. We don't have suits like Colonel Rhodes or Lieutenant Wilson to assist us in battle. Captain Rogers did mention how they attacked all over the place back on the Avengers' home planet. Rex remarked, deep in thought. So what's our best course of action then? Commander Wolfa inquired for those who have yet to speak up. I figure we'll need a ground-up training regime. Clone Commander Bakara stated. Have everything the Avengers know about these drones, give it to us and we'll learn how to beat these new scrappers back. It'll be boot camp again for all of us. One that'll definitely be needed. Commander Bly grumbled. What's worse is situational combat. Rex added in. We need to take into account all the battlefields that come to mind. Ultron has made it clear that he's willing to attack on all fronts at any time. There was a feeling of grim acceptance as several had their eyes flicker towards some of the windows of this room that gave them direct sight to the wreckage of the city. Then we'll start while we have the time right now. ARC Trooper Fordo stood from his seat, hands placed upon the table. We will create the necessary training manuals and scenarios and spread them across the army. Are we in agreement? Sir. Then let's begin. All the while, as the clones began preparations for new training regimes, another meeting was being conducted by the Jedi Council with all the members being physically present. The Senate has been in a constant state of uproar. Mace Windu said slowly. Yet another system has chosen to secede from the Republic. Who was it this time? Obi-Wan asked calmly. Umbara. Windu said grimly. With them that makes 15 systems that have chosen to walk away from the Republic. Many have lost faith in us it seems. Plo Koon spoke up, a somber note heard in his baritone voice. And many more on the side of the separatists. Kit Fisto said. I have recently received word from Master Tholm's intelligence network. A number of separatist systems have been in open discussion in returning or negotiating a return to the Republic. There have been some that have chosen neutrality it seems as well. Kenobi stated. Duchess Satin of Mandalore along with 100 additional systems are spearheading a movement of neutrality in the galaxy, separate from this war. Ki-Adi Mundi shook his head, showing his disapproval. Separate from the war perhaps. But separate from Ultron. Uncertain, times are. Yoden now spoke, gaining the Council's undivided attention. The Force, clouded it has become. Neither light nor dark. A haze, at best it is. That shouldn't come as a surprise. Jedi Master Depa Billaba stated. From what we have learned of our allies the Avengers and this new menace Ultron, they exist outside the Force. How are we to predict what can happen when something revolves around them? We have been lucky for a long time now. Master CZ Tyan said in a low voice. We had accumulated a group of extraordinary individuals who chose to assist us on numerous occasions and with them, the tide was turning in our favor, one could say. But they failed to mention Ultron. Windu said darkly. Had they told us of him Obi-Wan instantly cut in. That was not something they could have possibly been aware of, Master Windu. Ultron was an enemy they long believed to be defeated and destroyed. How were they to be aware of an enemy that can hide within data itself? Much turmoil we have brewing in our own halls. Yoda spoke up once more. Grave feelings of loss, confusion and anger. Anger at the Order, anger at oneself. Pain and internal defeat and failure, many Jedi feel. I feel that there is much that needs to be done. Sha'ak-Ti said, her voice calm and collected. On Kamino, news of Ultron's attacks has deeply unsettled the Kaminoans and trainees. There is a justifiable concern of Ultron turning his sights onto the planet and possibly even destroying it. That will not happen. Plo Koon declared. How can we be so certain? Oppo Rancisis asked with a small grunt. This Ultron has shown himself to be shrewd and intelligent on top of being dangerous. He expelled both the Separatist and our forces from the system of Jabi-Im itself. Rumor has it that he has already left that system. Mundi stated. That information is barely to be trusted. Obi-Wan stated. Don't forget, this isn't a droid we're dealing with. This AI, as the Avengers called it, is one that is based off of living beings. Aside from its more logic-oriented side, there is an emotional motive behind his actions. Not pleasant ones from what I have been told. Kit Fisto said with a shake of his head. A great shadow over this war has been cast. Yoda said, expression deep in thought. The Force, only so much, it can do for us. Threats outside the Force becoming more present, yes. Then what is our next course of action? Windu asked. Rest we must. Yoda declared, surprising the council. Master, are you sure of such a notion? Depa asked in disbelief. Unsure, the Jedi are. Unsure, the Republic is. Fear, taken root it has, across the galaxy. Yoda said in a grave tone. Unrest and uncertain times ahead. Stand still we are in. To recover, this opportunity we must use. What of Captain Rogers? Obi-Wan brought up. He is still missing. I am unsure we have the time right now to even begin to fathom where he is. Mace murmured to himself. Be that as it may, we cannot just abandon him to his fate. Plo Koon stated firmly. Though much has happened in these past few days, we owe the Avengers a deal of great debt. Many battles have been won with minimal casualties due in no small part to their efforts. And those that remained here have been seen assisting many across Coruscant. Kit Fisto added on. Assist them in finding Captain Rogers, we shall. Yoda said with finality. Now the question remains just where to look. Kenobi remarked. Scene cut. Within the miraculous intact Jedi library within the temple, one Mirialan Jedi Padawan sat alone at a table, absent-mindedly reading up on material that she quite frankly wasn't really paying attention to. She had been there for a majority of the day and really, ever since she had returned from the brutal loss on Jabiim. Over the course of the last few days, Barisifi has had what could best be described as an inner conflict that she couldn't quite define. And by that, what she really wishes to understand is the conflict of these feelings that have whipped up a storm inside her that she had been unable to calm since Jabiim. Upon thinking about that matter, she let out a haggard sigh and placed her face in her hands. Barris sat there, unmoving and not realizing or hearing somebody approaching her until she heard the slight scrape of the chair next to her get moved slightly. She peeked her eyes out of her hands to see none other than her close friend Ahsoka Tano taking a seat next to her. I've been looking all over for you. Ahsoka said with slight exasperation. Should have figured to start here in hindsight. The Mirialan didn't respond right away, silently watching as Ahsoka arched her back slightly against her seat in an effort to get comfortable. Is something wrong? Barris asked quietly. Other than everything that's happened this past week alone. Ahsoka asked rhetorically. No, not really. Ahsoka leaned forward upon the table, arms crossed and chin resting upon it. Master Unduli was looking for you as well. Ahsoka said softly, making Barris jolt slightly. She looked worried for you. She was. Barris quietly asked both her friend and herself. I must apologize to her. You should. Ahsoka remarked. But first you tell me what's wrong. Huh. You're clearly bothered by something. Her friend pointed out. It's written all over your face. And the fact that I've barely seen you. Barris opened her mouth to counter her fellow Padawan yet Tano went on unimpeded. And when I have managed to see you, you look positively miserable. Ahsoka finished. So come on, Barris. What's wrong? You can talk to me, you know. The Padawan didn't reply right away, instead turning back to the desk she was seated at and placed her arms on it, lacing her fingers together. She let out a tired sigh, her shoulders slumping slightly with her eyes closed. I'm conflicted. Ahsoka raised a brow. Conflicted? With what? It's complicated really. It can't be that complicated, right? Barris shook her head. It's making me question things. Ahsoka leaned forward, now deeply interested in what her friend meant. What are you questioning? Ahsoka asked and Barris let out an uncharacteristic huff of exasperation. Everything. Barris crossed her arms now, an expression of uncertainty appearing now. I've been at a loss on how to address this problem. I've been thinking about it every day now since Jabiim and I'm starting to lose sleep over it as well. That would explain the bags under your eyes. Ahsoka murmured, making Barris turn to give her a miserable expression. Right, sorry, didn't mean it like that. Ahsoka. Barris uttered out softly. What do I do? It would at least help to get a second opinion. Said the Togrutan. So spill. What exactly is eating you up? Barris fell silent once again, not responding straight away as she appeared to be contemplating on how exactly she wanted to answer this. Something happened back on Jabi-im, no. Uffy scrunched up her face. It has been growing for some time now. I just don't fully understand it. What's been growing? Ahsoka asked, shifting her seat closer to her friend. Is it like a feeling? A feeling in the Force. That's one way of looking at it. Barriss gazed down at her legs now. Certain thoughts, which lead to certain feelings I never thought. This was off-putting to the Togrutan Padawan to say the least. To see her normally serene and calm friend in this state greatly worried her. Go on. For the past few days, I've been looking through the archives, hoping that it would give some form of clarity. Then Barriss's expression changed into that of frustration. But it has only left me with a greater deal of confusion. I can't exactly repress these feelings so easily when they've been stirring within me for so long now. I just can't. Ahsoka could tell whatever was running through Barriss' head was greatly disturbing her. Reaching out, she grasped her hand and calmly spoke. What is it, Barriss? Ahsoka's voice was barely above a whisper. What exactly started this? No response from her friend. Please Barriss, you have to tell me. Ahsoka nearly pleaded. I don't like seeing you like this. What can I do to help? Just. It's Peter. Ahsoka jolted at the mention of their currently injured friend. Peter. Ahsoka spoke in a confused tone. What does this have to do with him? It may have started with him when I thought more about it. But I didn't think much about it. That was until Jabi-im. And what happened then? Swallowing a lump in her throat, Barriss averted her eyes from her friend. She held both Ahsoka's hand and the fabric of her robes tightly as she trembled. Seeing him hurt like that. Barriss' voice was shaky. And then there was Cass and Mac. This threw Ahsoka for a loop. Cass and Mac? From Jabi-im? What do they have to do with this? Ahsoka, please, don't tell anyone this. Barriss abruptly requested. Please, before I tell you this, you must swear that you tell no one. Not even your master, for I shall not tell mine. This really wasn't what Ahsoka was expecting when she had found her friend in such a downer mood in the library. But right now, it was clear for her to see how much her friend needed this, so she slowly nodded. I promise. Ahsoka said in an assuring tone, placing her other free hand on Barriss' shoulder. This will only be between us two. Barriss took a moment to collect herself. When I encountered the two, Mac and Cass were doing something I hadn't expected. Barriss stated. Something that went against the code of the Jedi teachings. They were breaking the Jedi code. Ahsoka asked in slight surprise. In ways that even your Maverick Master wouldn't even do. Barriss said, taking Ahsoka aback at such a statement. What were they doing? Ahsoka asked, now completely enthralled with Barriss' tale. They said some things to me that rattled me, unsettled me, and made me question my feelings. They said something. Ahsoka said in bewilderment. There's more to that, I take it. Barriss shakily nodded. And before that, I was startled, when I saw them, together. Ahsoka blinked in confusion. Together? I don't know what you dash. Together. Barriss clarified. And they were embracing each other. Tajo. Realization dawned on the Togrutan Padawan. Together, as in dash. They told me they loved each other. Barriss revealed. That come the end of the war, they would leave the order to be together. Ahsoka was at a loss for words upon hearing this. Leave the order? For love? The idea itself had never once crossed her mind. Her ears perked up as Barriss kept on speaking. I worry for Peter, and you as well. Ahsoka felt her friend lightly squeeze her hand again. I've started to truly care for you both, and it frightens me on losing you. She thought back on seeing Peter's condition after their confrontation with Ultron. It nearly broke her heart seeing him in such a state. So vulnerable, clinging to life as it were, despite him being all right. But to her, the Padawan was scared he might have died. Throughout the time coming back here, I started to think more about what occurred between us. How he'd been there for us and doing everything he could to protect us. Skywalker's Padawan was silent, reflecting back to the number of instances of Barris' claim to be true. Ahsoka. The Miri Allen Padawan locked eyes with her friend. When you saw Peter like that on Jabim, what did you feel? That question momentarily made Ahsoka freeze up at the sight of seeing her friend get thrashed to the point of nearly dying. She immediately shook her head to try to banish the memory, yet it persisted. And worse was that unbridled feeling that welled up inside like a tidal wave at the thought of seeing someone she had grown so close to die like that. She couldn't even fathom it. I was terrified. Ahsoka finally revealed, seemingly more to herself than to her friend. Seeing Peter like that. Without even realizing it, the image of her battered and beaten friend flashed in her mind. A moment later she saw her master gravely injured on the planet Meridon, her clones of the 501st dying from the blue shadow virus and Barris. I don't dash. Ahsoka, I don't know either, but I don't think avoiding this will help either of us. Barris then took both her friend's hands into her own. We need to find out what this all truly means for the both of us. I can't simply sit here and just dwell on it. But what about our masters? Would they not wish for us to ignore something like this and focus on what's happening right now? Will they? I. Ahsoka stammered. I'm not sure about this dash. Look. I know this may not be conventional, but I might have to need to talk to some people who could help me with this. People, not with the Order. People who are not biased. You can come with me too. Ahsoka frowned, looking down at their hands. Barris. I'm scared. I don't know about this. She looked up to her fellow Padawan and gaped at the kind smile she received. I know. Barris said in a soft voice. I realize that now. I'm scared too. I've never felt anything like this before, but knowing I'm not the only one. And knowing that it's with someone I hold dear helps me know that I won't be doing this alone. Barris' smile widened now. I'm glad now. She whispered. I was so confused about this, but I know why I was facing such turmoil. But speaking with you, speaking with my friend, it's helped clear up a few things. I'm not entirely sure about what will happen, but I do know this. I do feel something for him. Something deeper than just a friendship. When I saw him hurt like that when he saved us again. A brief lull of silence befell the two. So, what do you think it means, Barris? Her friend only shook her head. I think I'll be able to figure this out when I see Peter again. The Miri Allen Padawan said, glancing down at their hands. If not, I'll talk to the Avengers. I want to know what this means. And if they don't know, then I'll keep searching elsewhere. This war and meeting them has made me realize that even with the Jedi Order's knowledge, there's still more to learn out there. And with what we're dealing with, it feels like we need to look outside what we know to figure this out. Ahsoka couldn't help herself. Where'd the calm and collected Barris I know run off to? This sounds far more reckless and something that Master Anakin and I would do. Where do you think I learned this from? Barris. Tano squawked in a slightly affronted manner. The Miri Allen Padawan only laughed aloud now and surprised Ahsoka by pulling her into a hug. Thank you, Sokka. Barris quietly said, hugging her friend tightly. Thank you for this. Ahsoka didn't know how to respond right away, so instead she let instinct kick in. Her arms wrapped themselves around Barris, the two pulling each other closer to one another. Anytime. Scene cut. Darkness. A blank darkness. That was all he could see. That's where he was when. Boom boom. Let's move, commandos. The sound of explosions and gunfire rang all around this man as he ran through a forest in the winter, circular shield in one hand and a basic pistol in the other. Around him, he was fully aware of his unit that he was charging into battle with. I'm with you to the end of the line. That voice, it belonged to his best friend whom he had lost in this war. You won't be alone. A lot has changed since you were a capsicle. Pretending you could live without a war. Ayla Secura. What's our move, Cap? Cap. Steve. In an instant, Steve Rogers' eyes snapped open and he sat up immediately. and regretted it immediately as he had a brief moment of vertigo before his vision corrected itself. Coughing slightly, the super soldier carefully stood up and took a moment to look around as to where he was. Home sweet home. Steve muttered to himself. It had been the same cell that Ultron had deposited him in and gave away to some exceptionally shady-looking aliens and humans. He was promptly shocked into unconsciousness and woke up what was probably a few hours later in the same cell but on a different ship and wearing a collar of some kind. And speaking of which, the collar around his neck was starting to irritate the skin on his neck. He could perhaps understand the bits of frustration people had when having casts and the annoying itches which come with them. Unfortunately, he didn't have the present luxury of eventually taking it off once healed. Knowing he wasn't going to do anything other than stay in his cage for the majority of the day again, Steve jumped up and grabbed the bars of his prison cell above and began doing pull-ups. This had been his standard routine for the past few days. Seems like it must have been 6 or 7 by now. The only interactions he's had with his captors was the food and water they supplied for him and nothing more. They either leered at him or just outright ignored him, though they learned to always have the collar he wore on standby to zap him into submission. And to make sure that it was at one of its more higher voltages, as he was quite resilient to its shocking capabilities. The last week his arm was evidence of that. He had continued his workout until at last, a Devaronian guard walked up to his cell. Prisoner 1918. Steve casually stood up from his push-ups with his back facing the guard and tilted his head to indicate that he was listening. Be prepared for transport. The Devaronian spoke in a low voice. It is time you work for your worth. This of course didn't exactly answer anything for the first Avenger, but the door opening for him and the remote the horned alien had in hand indicated that he was at last leaving his dingy small cell. The good captain was led through a series of hallways and corridors with an ever-looming, unidentified rumbling sound of some kind. Steve scrunched his face up and inclined his head forward to try to gauge as to what that sound was, but couldn't properly make it out. He then found himself standing before a metal gate and wordlessly, the Devaronian held out an old, rusted sword for him to take. This is what you start with. The horned alien grunted. Time to prove if you were worth the pay. Bewildered by this, Steve tentatively took the blade out of the alien's hands and in an instant, suddenly realized just where he had been brought to. A moment later, the metal gate opened up before him and he was promptly shoved forward. He stumbled forward slightly and after gaining his footing, stood up straight to stare out at the large arena he was now standing in, the roar of the crowd echoing across the area. You gotta be kidding me. Steve muttered in disbelief. The arena was circular in appearance, no roof, and its bleachers being filled to the brim with scum and villainy from all corners of the galaxy. Great. I'm in Gladiator. He thanked God Tony wasn't here right about now. The amount of quippy remarks and jokes his friend would be unlimited. Movie wasn't even that accurate. Steve internally thought to himself. Honestly, this felt more up Thor's alley if anything. The Thunder God always boasted of his combat prowess and love of a good fight. He'd switch places with Thor in an instant right about now. Wherever he may be. Steve took a moment to look around and analyze his surroundings. There were a number of pillars, both standing and demolished, with multiple weapons strewn about the ground with bodies accompanying them, both new and old. There were also dead, rotting creatures that Steve couldn't identify even if he tried an overall. Not looking to be his most ideal scenario. Just as Steve was about to speak up and ask just why he was here. Ladies and gentlemen. The arena announcer's voice boomed over the crowd. I welcome you all once again to the Slhueron Gladiator Pit. Where only the greatest and most fiercest warriors come to test their mettle against the galaxy's best to prove they reign supreme above others. The crowd cheered aloud, the entire arena practically rumbling. Now, this would be the time where I introduce to you our combatants for this tournament. The audience heard the announcer laugh aloud with glee. But for today, my fellow viewers, I instead get the privilege of introducing to you a man who has been gaining notoriety on a galactic scale. The crowd began shaking and shouting with anticipation. As the war rages across the galaxy, heroes and villains arise upon both sides. The announcer said excitedly. Tall tales are told of extraordinary exploits in death-defying situations where death should have been the only outcome. For many, we call them the Jedi of the Republic. But here before us stands a man who excels in combat, has stood toe-to-toe against the separatist army and is a soldier of the highest caliber. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Captain Rogers, leader of the Avengers. Steve winced slightly at the deafening roar of the crowd. Seems like the team was more popular than he thought. Or the announcer was just a good hype man, who knows. Steve felt a flare of annoyance upon realizing just who and where Ultron had sold him off to. But with that flare of annoyance came a sense of dread. He was alone here, God knows what planet it was, let alone what system. Being an astute man who had taken some time to learn about the mapping of the galaxy, if Steve were to hazard a guess into believing that wherever he was in the galaxy, it was most likely the Outer Rim. There wasn't much in terms of law from what he had been told and had learned of himself, with any rule coming from either criminal organizations or extremely corrupt governments. But right now, it didn't really matter as to where he was. Well, not entirely, it's just that Steve knows he's been thrown headfirst into a life or death scenario. Which isn't all that new really, but still, he had a large degree of not knowing what he was to do. The collar around his neck, so long as it remained attached to him, made escape impossible for the time being. He ran through a litany of scenarios and thoughts in his head when the announcer began speaking once again. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, for the moment you've been waiting for. Our newest combatant, Captain Rogers, to face. Steve tensed up and momentarily glanced down at the sword in his hand. It felt a bit uncomfortable, but it wasn't like he was defenseless with it. He had been practicing and sparring with Jedi like his friend Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Ayla on the various forms of lightsaber combat, and was decent with some of the basic maneuvers of each style. But he hadn't had the time overall to really commit to it due to the war on hand and finding the other Avengers. Plus, he felt really naked without his iconic shield right about now. Guess this'll just have to do. Steve internally thought to himself as he got into the stance that was the starting pose of Form 4, Atari. A hole opened up along the ground, a ramp of sorts being made. Shortly after, something bounded up from it before the entryway closed. The new arrival was feline in nature, with long sharp claws. It had spikes along its back, a long tail and a wide mouth with black stripes on its body. It actually looked kinda familiar to him. He had many occasions when he took time to learn more about this galaxy he was in, and some of the creatures stood out to him. What was this thing called again? Behold the vicious Nexu-. There we go, that's what it was called. Let us see how our newest gladiator fares against this savage beast. The Nexu let out a screeching roar as the crowd thundered, hungry to see combat and blood. The feline creature appeared to sniff the air around it for a brief moment before its four eyes snapped onto the form of Captain Rogers and snarled hungrily. Some drool dripped out from its mouth and Steve clenched his teeth slightly, realizing that this creature had most likely not been fed in some time. It looked quite starved right about now, so even if it may seem to lack strength, an animal that hadn't eaten in days would be a desperate and exceptionally deadly creature to fight right now. Twirling his sword, Steve breathed in calmly as he waited for the Nexu to pounce. It began slowly making its way towards the captain, shifting its movements into a circling motion around him. Steve now shifted his stance, holding his sword horizontally to his eyes, waiting for the creature to attack. Letting out a loud growl, the Nexu sprinted towards Steve, with him being slightly surprised by its speed. Instinctually, Cap jumped and went for a spinning heel kick that quickly kicked the Nexu aside. It fell to the ground in a momentary daze, which Steve capitalized on by dashing forward and stabbing the creature in the chest. It thrashed as it gave out an agonizing yell from its toothy maw. By the Force. Can you believe this, ladies and gentlemen? In one fell swoop, Captain Rogers has killed his first victim of the Slhueron gladiatorial pit. What an opener for this fierce warrior. Steve only released a sigh, quickly pulling out his rusty sword and flicking the blood of it as he gazed down at the dead animal with a frown. He wasn't a vegetarian, not by a long shot, but this was just needlessly cruel to see. To starve an animal to near death just to get a better fight out of it was sickening to think about, and now see the result of it. Before he was able to think on this a while longer, another doorway opened up with two more Nexus crawling out. In an instant they spotted Steve and without hesitation began sprinting towards him. Cap reacted quickly. Just as the closest one was a foot away, he jumped forward and used its head as a launching pad to jump for the other Nexa that had leapt into the air to get at him. Pivoting his body in time, he managed to drive his blade into the side of the creature with some blood splashing his face as he fell to the ground atop it. The Nexu writhed in pain for a few seconds, letting out a wail of agony as Steve quickly pulled the sword out of its side and silenced it permanently with a blade to the head. No sooner had he done that when even more openings, both on the ground and on the walls, appeared and nearly half a dozen more Nexu appeared. "Oh shit," Steve whispered to himself, realizing that things were just getting started when fighting for his life. He jumped into a corkscrew spin as a Nexu pounced at him and he ended up landing on the creature's back. It let out a shrill cry before beginning to run at full speeds in an effort to buck the captain off of it. Cap managed to keep a firm grip upon the feline's fur and was able to adjust himself atop the beast with his fist raised high. Putting in all his strength in this swinging blow, he brought his fist down hard upon the Nexu's head. The creature staggered from being struck at such force but managed to keep on running. Seeing the brief effect he had on this beast, Steve began repeatedly striking the Nexu upon its head until he heard a sickening crunch from one of his hammer fists. The Nexu skidded down upon its belly with Steve using the momentum to jump forward into a roll. Getting back to his feet a moment later, he turned around to see some of the other Nexu he had yet to attack running towards him. Exhaling carefully to himself, Cap steeled his nerve and raised his fist in preparation for the oncoming assault of alien beasts that were sprinting right towards him. "I could do this all day," Steve whispered to himself, psyching up his body and mind for what was undoubtedly going to be a long day. Scene cut. "I'll be fine. Ringing stopped several days ago. Just need another day." "Yeah, well, we gotta be sure, Matt," Sam Wilson said next to the bed of the blind Avenger who was currently being tended to by a Jedi healer. "If we're gonna find Steve, we gotta all be at full fighting strength." "No luck on finding him yet," Sam grunted in frustration. "None. It had been about 2 weeks now since Jobby and overall, aside from Matt, the Avengers were practically in full fighting force. Matt took the longest to recover as he had sustained some internal trauma, thus he was still relegated to remaining in bed and recover. Peter was the first of the injured Avengers to make a full recovery, his enhanced physiology healing up many of his more serious injuries. Hope took a bit while longer as she had apparently dislocated her shoulder on Jobby. Thankfully, with the medical technology of this galaxy, she was able to make a more speedy recovery. The rest of the team had their own injuries but none that impeded them from being able to do any mission. And though they had been worried about Steve, that didn't mean they were just sitting around doing nothing. In these past few weeks, the Avengers were seen all over Coruscant assisting many clones, Jedi and everyday people in the cleanup of the devastated city planet. In the city skylines, one would be able to see either the Falcon in his wingsuit or War Machine flying about to get to their next location where they can help. Spider-Man joined in soon after recovering from his injuries, the young hero being seen practically everywhere and far more than most of the other Avengers. Apparently, he had been pushing himself to quite the extreme in helping out as many people as he was able to, nearly having him benched by the others so he could have proper time to rest. The blur of Pietro Maximoff running about was also clear to see, the Sokovian delivering supplies across the city or taking individuals to places where they could receive medical attention. Hope Van Dyne had also begun to utilize her PIM technology in helping shrink down debris, making it easier to clear, whilst Scott opted to go Giant Man to help out in lifting heavy objects whenever Wasp wasn't around. Widow and Panther all the while helped in directing all this madness, sometimes directly participating in the cleanup whilst also telling the Avengers where help was needed most. Matt remained bedridden and was incredibly frustrated that he was unable to help whatsoever in the cleanup. On top of that, the blind lawyer had learned that in the midst of the attack on Coruscant, Bo-Katan had escaped captivity and wasn't seen since. There's a likely chance that she had left to rejoin Death Watch. Though it frustrated the blind lawyer, he decided not to dwell on it. There were far more pressing matters at hand. "Any ideas as to where Steve might be?" Matt asked Sam, the aviator, crossing his arms in thought. The bird-themed Avenger mulled the question over in his head for a few moments, trying to think of an answer. Natasha was taken by Ultron back when he was first created. Sam mused aloud. He told her that he wanted to show her his plans. That he wanted someone to witness his objective come to fruition. "Sounds egomaniacal," Matt commented. "No surprise considering who he's based on," Sam said dryly before shaking his head. But that's not how Nat framed it. Matt tilted his head, a silent means of conveying for him to continue. Sam took a moment in trying to think of the proper means of conveying what Nat said to him. Can't believe I'm saying this, but the way she phrased it. Sam scrunched up his face as if unsure whether to believe what was told to him. It was like that metal bastard was lonely. Lonely. Remember what we were told about that metal bastard? A lot of Ultron was based off of guys like Bruce and Tony. Two dudes who always stood apart from most others. Sam, have you forgotten who we all are? Sam snorted. You know what I mean, Matty. Ultron's different as he is the same as Tony. He looks for attention and has a number of coping mechanisms. Sounds like you're psychoanalyzing him. Matt remarked. Wilson simply shrugged. I worked with a lot of soldiers back at the DA. Everyone's got baggage. Not sure wanting to cause the extinction of the human race counts as baggage. Ultron's logical conclusions aside. Before Sam was able to voice his thoughts and elaborate them further, the door behind him opened and in walked a Jedi with dreadlocks and yellow streak on his face. Thought I heard a familiar voice. Sam turned around and found himself grinning a moment later. Voss. The aviator greeted, clasping his arm with the Kiffer Jedi Master, who reciprocated the gesture and gave the Avenger a wide grin. Good to see you, Sam. Quinlan Voss said. And you must be that blind lawyer, right? Matt Murdock. Quinlan Voss. The Jedi nodded his head. You know Sam personally? Matt asked with intrigue. Him and Cap helped Kenobi and my team out on a mission a while back. Voss stated, patting Sam on the shoulder appreciatively. Bust as it was, considering the Fett slug was dead. Slug. Matt muttered. Is this one of those huts I've heard about? Basically. Sam grumbled out. They smell worse than they look, or it could be the other way around. I'll take your word for it. Sam then turned back to the Jedi. So what can I do for ya, Voss? What's wrong with stopping by to say hi to a friend? Quinlan said with an easygoing grin. Appreciate it. Sam said, now patting the Kiffer Jedi on his shoulder. But seems like you came in here with a purpose in mind. Voss shook his head, an amused smile in place. Well, you're not wrong on that end. He admitted to the two Avengers. But I ain't here for something for you to do for me. It's what I can do for you. Sam and Matt shared a look with each other whilst the Kiffer Jedi went on. See, what I usually do for the Jedi and Republic is with Delta Squad, we go behind enemy lines and cause all sorts of hell on their side. Voss stated. Sides from that, I organize a spy network. Sounds cliché. Sam said. Then again, war. So, what ya gonna do? Necessary times come for necessary things. Voss said in agreement. But on that topic, I've had a few of my contacts try to find a lead on your wayward captain. We haven't found much, but we're still searching. Seriously? Sam said in surprise. You've done that for us. We owe the Avengers a lot more than we care to let on. Quinlan revealed. A lot of clones, Jedi and citizens owe their lives to you guys. It's the least we can do for the help you've all done for us. Sam had a small smile appear. Thanks. Any luck? Matt asked. Quinlan exhaled a sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. Wherever he perhaps is being kept, people are keeping a tight lip. Either that or Ultron is thoroughly covering any and all channels and rumors, making it much harder for us to find him. Figured it wouldn't be easy. Sam admitted. Do they at least know who to look for? Hard not to. Quinlan said. You Avengers have been becoming more and more popular than us Jedi sometimes. Then again, your bright suits and crazy powers tend to stand out in a crowd. Hardy har. Sam shot back. Voss grinned once more. But don't worry, aside from Delta Squad and our contacts, got my best contact out there right now looking for any leads on Cap. Kalaine never let me down once and pretty sure she won't, especially for someone I consider a friend. We can't thank you enough for this, Quinlan. Matt spoke up though the Jedi waved him off. Think nothing of it. It's time we paid back our dues. Scene cut. Steve was currently seated in what was essentially the prison room of all the enslaved gladiators of the arena. Around him were a litany of competitors from all parts of the galaxy. Most were unwilling participants like himself, whilst others came here as individuals who were rather lost and rather chose a place where they could at least die with some semblance of honor. His suit was holding up for the most thankfully, though there was a new addition of sorts. Around his left wrist was a metallic wrist strap. It wasn't really much to look at, as he had just placed it around his arm for the feeling of just having something on his arm that he can use to fight with. On top of that, this was his sort of timekeeper of the time he had already spent there. Steve had scratched 10 tally marks upon the metal piece, and the days reflected upon his face slightly. His hair had grown out a bit, having not trimmed or cut it in a while. And he now had a bit of a scruff growing, since there weren't any sanitary or razors he deemed safe enough to use. So he had to just let it grow out. Not that he was bothered by it or anything. Just sorta, itches. "So you're the leader of the Avengers?" spoke a male Togrutan who wore a collar similar, sitting across Steve Rogers on the bench opposite to his. Cap internally grimaced at the sight of the collar, as it appeared to be standard wear for the fighters here. He figured that he could tear it off with ease with the right amount of strength. And he gave it a go at one point. But upon lightly jolting the collar, Steve felt sharp blades all around his neck, poking his skin. And that's unfortunately how it was going to be for the foreseeable future. "Sort of," Steve admitted. "I usually lead the Avengers, but any of us can take charge when we see fit. It's not a one leads all sort of thing." "How does that work then?" Steve shrugged. "It just does. Feels complicated," the Togrutan said with a shrug. Steve found himself chortling. "Not as bad as you think. Once you see how it works, just snap into it. If you say so." "Rogers." Cap glanced up at a guard who came over as he banged against the bars. "Slog." The super soldier greeted cordially enough. It was the Devaranian from before who gave Cap a flat look. "You're up." Exhaling a sigh, he got back up onto his feet. He sure has been popular as of late. No real time for rest. Though he shouldn't be all that surprised by his fame, if he could call it that. In the eyes of the audience, it's not every day one sees a non-force user literally kick a Nexu in the face and knock it out. "So, how is our favorite combatant?" Steve said nothing, only walking onward and not looking back. "I must say you lasted longer than many suspected. But that will only make your death that much more enjoyable. I won't die. Not yet." As he made his way towards the Colosseum entrance, Steve picked up several items along the way that were situated on the walls. An assortment of weapons and tools with a pair of requested sharp-edged greaves and a shield. Much as he missed his vibranium frisbee, he had to make do with what was available to him. Things went by rather quickly after his introduction onto the roaring crowd. Not a moment later, the entertainment commenced. And Steve Rogers was really questioning himself right now. Just, how in the world, the galaxy, the universe did he get here? Cap looked up in time to see a six-legged shadow looming over him. He tightened the strap around his arm for his armored, sharpened greave and rolled away in time from being shish kebabbed by a green claw. The super soldier kept rolling, managing to dodge a number of additional attempts of being skewered whilst grabbing the rusty shield he had on his back. Getting out from his roll, he held it up in time to block another sharp limb which went right through the shield. Steve couldn't help but gulp momentarily, as that was a bit close for comfort, though he instantly steeled himself a moment later. Feeling the creature begin to struggle and free its limb, Steve utilized his enhanced strength and momentum of the creature in pulling it downward to the ground. He was now face to face with his current opponent. It was a large crab-like crustacean which had 6 legs, 3 eyes and a mean set of sharp-toothed chompers that looked like they would tear right through him. Which was why he promptly jabbed one of his sharpened greaves he had on right into one of the eyes of the Acklay. The crab-like creature screeched in pain, thrashing about with one of its legs hitting Steve in the gut. He was sent flying back and crashed down to the ground. Quickly scrambling back up to his feet, Steve grit his teeth before sprinting towards the enraged Acklay. RHA. Cleaving through an Acklay, Steve soon avoided a downward strike from a barbaric-looking Twi'lek male. Once killing him with a powerful hit to the face, the super soldier gazed up above and called out to his primary captor. You're running out of executioners. Steve was tiring more and more each day. Eventually they would wear him down, which will lead to his unfortunate demise. Far up above the captive audience of these gladiatorial games, the ringleader of this place sat within his private box. He was a human male with quite the number of scars marring his features. His attire was quite extravagant, due to him pillaging such things over the years and buying the best quality he could get his hands on. What was once a pleasant expression was now one of boredom. "This Captain Rogers is quite the competitor," said one of the individuals of the ringleader's entourage. "Too good a competitor," the human said in disdain. "How is that a problem?" a Zabrak asked. "He's killing off everything we throw at him after a few minutes," the human said in annoyance. "I thought we were getting a battered war veteran, not some pseudo-Jedi super soldier bullshit. That damned droid set us up. But boss, ain't we raking in the credits? But where's the fun of it all?" the human asked exasperatedly. "The danger? The fear of loss. In actuality, we're losing credits over the various matches," spoke a blue-skinned female with a day top hat in hand. "The gambles keep being bet towards Rogers instead of against. More people are in fact stealing from us because of it. That's the gamblers' faults," the Zabrak stated with a wry grin. "Unlike those idiots, I'm actually making the smart play." The ringleader of the Colosseum tuned out the banter between his entourage, letting out a tired groan at the sight of Steve spin-kicking a human into next week. With a tired expression, the ringleader merely spoke what came next through his head. "Try the Corellian slice hounds." In an instant, new creatures entered into the fray, with Steve seeing them and immediately getting into position. All the while, he was unaware of one of the thousands of spectators in the stands gazing at him with a great deal of intense realization. It was a woman with magenta hair, green eyes, and skin color light to the point that it could be considered ghostly white. She wore a rather form-fitting outfit meant to exaggerate her voluptuous figure to many wandering eyes. This woman quickly began walking through the crowd, pulling out a comm device from her belt to make a call. Time passed once more when the games came to an end for the day. Steve sat in his cell, the room darkened by the night skies above. His suit was slowly getting ripped apart, yet managed to remain holding together. Stark made sure to add a good layer of durability to the Avengers suits, as he said himself, "They need to look good when they're saving the day." He let out a sigh, holding up an empty canteen before tossing it down to the ground. "That's a waste of a good rusty bottle," said a familiar, menacing synthetic voice. The glare that Steve leveled at the 8-foot-tall metal body that stepped out of the shadows and loomed over his cell was one that only elicited a laugh out of the new arrival. "Is that the sort of greeting you give to an old friend?" the Medroid asked with a flourish of his arms. "Why not just kill me?" Steve asked straight away in a cold voice. "And where would the fun be in that?" "No, I'd rather savor your deconstruction and downfall," Ultron stated with a manic grin. "The last thing I need is more martyrs." "Martyr?" Ultron groaned aloud. "You're such a pain to talk to sometimes, you know that?" At least Stark could hold a conversation. "Talking with you is like talking to a 100-year-old man." "Wait. What's the point in keeping me alive?" Steve asked, now standing up to his full height and staring unflinchingly at Ultron's dark red eyes. "I know it would have just been easier. You could have just killed me right then and there on Jabim. Why didn't you? Are you really a deaf 100-year-old man?" Ultron asked in a deadpan. "I told you, the last thing I need is a martyr for my plans." Seeing as he wasn't getting anywhere with this old fossil, the synthetic merely went away to let the super soldier stew a bit more. "We're not done here," Steve called out to him. "Oh? And what are you gonna do behind that cell?" Ultron goaded. "Glare at me to death. Not going anywhere anytime soon." "Oh my god, and I thought I was dramatic." "You're based off Stark, whether you like it or not," Steve said in a rather snide voice. "So that sickness, as you called it, is in you." It was now Ultron's turn to glare, this one being practically murderous, red eyes boring down at the super soldier shorter than him. "Do you really want to die so soon?" Ultron rhetorically asked in a low voice. "I wouldn't want to ruin the fun you've been having. Would feel wrong of me to strike down God's righteous man." You didn't do it to me when you captured me. Steve shot back. And you didn't do the same with Nat when you had ample opportunity to do so. You want us alive. You want us to see you accomplishing your mission before killing us. The two remained at a standstill, glaring at each other intently until a low chuckle came out from Ultron. And I always took you for a fool? Ultron said, taking a step back. I get that often. Steve conceded to that statement. But I'm no idiot. The AI scoffed at this, taking a moment to regard the soldier. I realized I needed time for my second go at it. Ultron admitted with a shake of his head. I did things too fast and quick the last time around. I realized that peace is not something that can be forced upon people. If it's not their perspective of peace and order, they'd rebel. Seeing just how fickle and pathetic yet stupidly resilient the species of this galaxy are, I realized I needed to break things down bit by bit. Instill fear in their hearts, whittle down the want and will to fight. Killing you would only light a fire under the rest of your killer's ass and they would have gone after me with everything they had. Ultron chuckled again. But then I realized, this war right here and now, what better way to bring the Avengers down and the wannabe knockoffs of the Jedi? Ultron said grandly. Do you have any idea how fun it's been to sit back and watch the two sides just shred each other to pieces? Droids and clones may be the same but the corrupt civilizations behind them are all the same. This is the perfect place I need to accomplish my mission. The Avengers will play their part. The Jedi will too. That secret Sith Lord made sure of it. Or so he thinks. Steve felt himself inhale sharply at the aforementioned secret Dark Lord of the Sith that the Jedi have been seeking these past few years. The Sith Lord that is believed to be the one behind the war. You know him, don't you? Perhaps. Steve practically growled. Ultron guffawed. Like a caged animal. But to answer your question, yeah, I do. Not that hard, but look who you're talking to. And I'll take a gander that you aren't going to be revealing him anytime soon. And spoil the fun? Unlikely. With that last comment, Ultron began walking back into the shadows with only his eyes remaining visible to the super soldier until they too blinked out of sight. Steve collapsed onto the floor and leaned his back on the ceiling behind him. He had his head up at the opening above that showed the night sky and exhaled tiredly. Scene cut. Within the gardens of the Jedi Temple, it was thankfully one of the areas that went unscathed by Ultron's attack those few weeks ago. It has since become frequented by a number of Jedi who use this place as their place of momentary peace and respite from the madness going on in the rest of the galaxy. Currently, this attempt at peace was being tried and failed by a certain Twi'lek Jedi who currently sat beneath a tree. She had her legs crossed, lightsaber before her and her arms rested upon her knees. Her face appeared calm and serene, yet not a moment too soon did it disappear with a look of pure frustration appearing on her face. Grunting to herself, she inhaled deeply for another attempt of clearing her thoughts only for her to fail yet again less than a few seconds later. Shaking her head, once more she tried to calm herself and allow the force to flow through her. The Twi'lek Jedi abruptly ripped grass out of the ground and force tossed it away from her in frustration. She leaned her back against the tree trunk and let out a huff of aggravation. As she was plagued by this inner turmoil, behind her back from afar stood two Jedi Masters who were very familiar to the young, frustrated knight. One was a middle-aged human with graying black hair, black robes to match his dark hair, an artificial leg and artificial eye. Next to him was a Jedi who held a serene and utterly calm demeanor with her hair resembling more smooth roots, with her whole aesthetic being closer to something of a living plant with a more human appearance save for her lack of a nose. Both Jedi were masters of the Order and had been standing here for a number of minutes now upon detecting the open frustrated state of the Twi'lek Jedi Knight known as Aayla Secura. I've never seen her in such a state. The female Jedi spoke first. Neither have I. Have you spoken with her, Tholm? The aging Jedi Master shook his head. I haven't seen her in some time now, Tra. This blasted war has kept many Jedi apart from one another. Unfortunate that tragedy and a heinous attack was what caused us to come together. Trasa, the needy Jedi Master said softly, head inclined downward. She felt a rough but gentle hand upon her shoulder and without looking up, placed her own slender hand upon Tholma's. Saa gave his hand a light squeeze of appreciation and let her emotions flow freely through the force towards the man beside her. He reciprocated the notion in kind, with the two sharing a moment of peace between each other as they briefly looked away from Ayla to gaze lovingly at each other. They broke eye contact with one another after a few seconds to look back at the Jedi Knight beneath the tree, attempting to meditate once again. Tra couldn't help but laugh despite herself and shook her head in mirth. Always was more stubborn than she let on, Saa said in amusement, walking towards Ayla with Tholm following right after her. I fear she may have gotten it from me, Tholm mused to himself. Or likely Voss. You both tend to be stuck in your gruff ways, Tra said lightheartedly, earning a faux scoff of denial from the man she loved. As the two drew closer to her, they both had to restrain themselves from laughing at Ayla, now throwing a rock towards a nearby lake as she once more failed to meditate properly. Something troubling you, Ayla? Tra asked calmly. Ayla blinked and looked behind her to see two Jedi to whom she greatly admired and looked up to. Master Tholm, Master Saa. Ayla said softly, standing to her feet. I didn't sense you approaching. Sorry. No need for that, Tholm said, waving the apology down. You appeared to be greatly troubled by something on your mind. That's putting it mildly, Master Tholm. Ayla sighed in an exasperated manner. Jabim, it was devastating. We know, Ayla, Tra said, placing a gentle hand upon her shoulder. We've seen the reports. So many lives were lost, Ayla said, head inclined down with a shake of her head. How could we let that happen? Tholm grimaced. Had I been any old scruff, I would say something along the lines of the Force or some nonsense in that regard. But the fact is, this was something none of us saw coming. I bet even the Sith are in a state themselves when Ultron up and declares war on the entire galaxy. This is a new enemy that will not be beaten by conventional means, Saa admitted. Ayla simply slumped in her posture before shooting her older master a small smirk. Old scruff. You heard that one from Bly, didn't you? Tholm gave her a mirthful smile. He's a good man. Always assuages this old heart knowing you're in good company. Yeah. Ayla sighed once more, mood taking another downturn. Yeah. Tra and Tholm glanced at each other, with the latter gesturing his head at her with the former nodding. There is something else that's been bothering you, my child, Tra said motherly. Ayla was silent for a number of seconds until she exhaled. I am worried about Steve. Ah yes. Tholm nodded. Captain Rogers going missing has been troubling to say the least. Both Tholm and Tra recall their meeting with the super soldier very well and have since seen and heard a number of his exploits that he shared along with the Avengers. They were also well aware of the number of times Ayla had fought alongside him and several times encountered the two engaging in sparring sessions. For the most part, they were simply exchanging knowledge of the martial arts until Tra told Tholm of finding the two speaking far more personally with one another. Some might say it was just them being friendly with one another, yet the needy Jedi detected something different in this regard. He disappeared right out from under our noses, Ayla spoke up. I was fighting right next to him, and the next thing I know, Steve's shield is just lying there in the mud and dirt before me. I can't believe I let that happen to him. You are not at fault here, Ayla, Tholm said kindly. These past few days have been tumultuous for all, so the last thing one needs is self-blame and guilt. The Avengers feel guilty enough as is, Ayla murmured. They feel responsible that Ultron is here because they didn't end him the last time they fought. An unforeseen circumstance, Tra stated. These things can happen. They're out of our control. But finding Steve can be, Ayla said resolutely. We owe him that much to try to find him at least. He's out there, Tholm reassured her. We just need patience. A man like Captain Rogers is not easy to ignore. When the time comes, the trail towards the wayward captain will be found, Ayla, Tra chipped in. For now, I believe I agree when I last spoke with Master Yoda that many Jedi need time to recover from these chaotic few days. How can we rest at a time like this? Ayla asked incredulously. How can one operate when things are done rashly? Tholm countered. The Twi'lek Jedi looked down, teeth clenched in defeat until she nodded. Yes, maybe some proper rest will do. Ayla admitted. Good. Tra said, placing an arm around her shoulder. Come, I'll help you get to sleep properly. Like you used to? Sakura asked, smiling at the Jedi Master who chuckled serenely. Yes, my dear. Just like I used to. As a number of days passed on, the Jedi were soon seen more actively across the city of Coruscant with the clone troopers in assisting the ongoing cleanup. Others had been redeployed across the galaxy once again. The Avengers had been starting to become more restless as the days went on but remained focused on at least helping who they can in front of them. This went on for a few more days until Widow sat with Scott and T'Challa, the trio taking time out of their day to eat. Sam had joined them seconds later and the four ate in relative silence for the most part. Still no word. Sam asked after a period of silence with Nat sighing in defeat. I've gotten nothing in the last few days. Natasha said in clear aggravation. Some of the contacts I made back on Tatooine had no info on Steve. We seem to be hitting dead ends on a number of aisles. T'Challa said somberly. Goddamn Ultron. Scott muttered bitterly. Any avenues we haven't explored yet? Sam asked Natasha, who hummed and thought. Well, there's a number of places and organizations we can start with. Natasha began. They always have some info that we dash. Before she was able to go on, the door to their room opened and in stumbled a very tired and frazzled Kiffer Jedi who was panting slightly. Sam blinked, instantly recognizing who it was. Voss. The aviator said in bewilderment. The hell happened? What's the rush? Nat asked a moment later. He held up a finger to catch his breath. Stopping, the Jedi handed them a data pad. Take a look at this. Nat shared a look with the other three Avengers and shrugged before taking the data pad and looked through it as Voss spoke. Alright, so as you know, this war has been escalating and with Ultron now coming into play. Voss left that statement unfinished as the Avengers grimaced. Anyway, there's been some unusual traffic occurring within the Outer Rim on the northern end for some time now. Most believed it was a means of escaping the war or it being one of the planets Ultron hasn't attacked. So I looked a bit more into it and found something. Something pertaining to a combatant arena located on the planet of Slhueron run by crime lords for cheap entertainment. Sounds generic. Scott couldn't help but comment. And in that genericness, there's been a certain combatant that's been getting a lot of attention. Voss revealed, making the four heroes in front of him tense up in anticipation. A combatant, you say? Nat said, tone inclining for the Jedi to go on. Colleen Hence is an informant of mine and a good friend. And knows her way around every Slimo establishment in the Outer Rim. 2 days ago, she sent me this image. Quinlan said, holding up a circular holodisc and a moment later. Steve/Cap. Was the collective reply from Nat, Sam, and Scott. They all gazed upon a freeze-frame image of Captain America who appeared to be attacking something with his garb seeing better days. T'Challa smiled slightly, glad to see the super soldier alive. What the hell happened to him? Sam asked straight away. What's with the beard? Scott inquired. He actually doesn't look half bad. That's what you're concerned about. What? Just saying. Scott said defensively. You and Peter are two peas in a pod, you know that. Sam said dryly. You both do know you're Avengers yourselves, right? We can't help it. Scott said sheepishly, Sam shaking his head in slight amusement. Nat and T'Challa gazed upon the still image of the captain for a few more moments when the latter turned to the Jedi. Are you certain of the validity of Captain Rogers being on this planet? T'Challa asked. Voss shrugged. It's the best lead we've got. Colleen hasn't steered me wrong yet. Then we'll take it. Nat declared. All hands on deck for this one. Sam asked, looking at the veteran Avenger. Natasha shook her head. Can't risk that. The four of us will have to do while the rest of the team needs to stay behind and continue helping and also be on guard. Ultron could still attack at any given moment. Last thing we need is to come back to an even more devastated city. Delta Squad is up and ready with our own shuttle waiting for us. Voss revealed. We can head out there right now. The four Avengers quickly readied themselves, suiting up and taking whatever other equipment they needed before giving Voss a nod. "Do you think the 9 of us are gonna be enough?" Sam abruptly asked, with Voss mulling this over. "Kalain told me that Slhueron ain't the friendliest place in the galaxy," Quinlan admitted. "Maybe we need more help with this one. Doesn't hurt to be overly prepared." Exiting the room, some of the Avengers sought to gather up people for this rescue operation. One such person was in the hangar of the Jedi Temple. Skywalker was presently tuning up his little starfighter as a means of putting his mind elsewhere from his present worries. "Anakin." Halting his present actions, the Jedi looked towards the one who addressed him. It was Wilson, who was walking right towards him. He saw Master Voss in the background with Delta Squad, Scott, Natasha, and T'Challa next to a large shuttle. "Yeah. We think we may have found Steve's location. He's on Slhueron," Sam said straight away. Hearing this got Skywalker to snap into a mixed reaction, both relief and seriousness. "Are you sure about this?" the Jedi Knight asked in disbelief. "Positive," Sam affirmed. "Voss contacts spotted him a few days ago. We're ready to go for him right now." "Good, then it's time we get him back. Is Ahsoka or Obi-Wan available?" Sam asked. Anakin frowned. "Master Obi-Wan just left with the 212th to the Midram. And Ahsoka's been out in the city the whole time with Barriss and Peter helping out with the civilians." "Damn," Sam whispered. "What about the rest of the Avengers?" Anakin asked. "Shouldn't they be coming as well? As much as we'd like for them to come, we need a few of us behind to help in case Ultron decides to show up," Sam stated. Right. Anakin murmured, rubbing his chin in thought. "Sam? Anakin? Is everything all right?" The duo turned to see a confused Aayla Secura looking between them and over to where the other 3 Avengers were with her former Master Voss and his clone squad. "Are you all in a rush to go somewhere?" Secura asked the two. "I didn't even realize Master Voss came back." Sam's eyes immediately as he gave the Twi'lek a rather intense look. "Voss came to us saying he's found out where Cap's been the last few weeks." Aayla's neck nearly snapped as she faced Falcon, eyes wide in surprise. "Truly?" Aayla said in a low voice. "Are you serious?" "We're getting things ready right away for departure," Sam revealed. Scott, who had been walking by with a small case, stopped in front of them for a moment. "Well, not immediately, Scott," Sam said flatly. Right. Ant-Man walked away, going over to the shuttle and entering it. Aayla frowned at them, mind going at breakneck speeds before she nodded. "Let me come with you," Aayla stated, slightly surprising them. "You sure about that, Aayla?" Anakin asked. She only gave him a determined look. "I owe Steve just as much as you do. He's a friend to me as he is to you. He was taken from us and I was right next to him and didn't even see it. I have to rectify this." Aayla then had a more playful smirk appear on her face. "Besides, aside from Sam here and Delta Squad, I have the most experience in dealing with my old master," she said playfully. "You're gonna need someone with experience to handle someone like him." Anakin and Sam snorted at that before nodding. "The more the merrier then," Sam said. "Come on, let's get Cap back." Scene cut. "Run the plan by me one more time," Nat said, earning an eye roll from Quinlan. "Again?" Anakin asked in aggravation. "I just want to be sure everything can be accounted for," Nat said. "This is Steve we're here to rescue. So the less craziness, the better. I fear that is, in all likelihood, a fleeting wish," T'Challa remarked. Delta Squad collectively let out snorts of amusement with their Jedi brother joining them. "Some of us will disguise ourselves as civilians to infiltrate the arena and go unnoticed. Others will have to take care of the security, due to them no doubt wanting to halt our attempt of freeing Steve." "Anything else?" Scott asked. "We play it by ear on what else may come up along the way," Anakin said with a shrug. "That's a horrible plan, Skywalker," Aayla couldn't help but say. "And we can't exactly go anywhere as civilians." Boss, the leader of Delta Squad, spoke up. Case you forgot, everyone basically knows this face by now. We could always bum rush it. Scorch stated. No, first things first, we need to get that collar off Steve. Quinlan said, bringing up another still image of the fighting captain and pointed to his neck. Kalain told me that unless we get the control or key to remove this thing around Steve's neck, those holding him prisoner can kill him in an instant. Great. Sam deadpanned. The aviator leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window of the ship. He was met with the now familiar sight of the endless black and blue that was hyperspace. It was a trippy sight to be sure when he first saw this phenomenon when first arriving in this galaxy. Over time though, he had long since grown accustomed to this sight. Still found it a bit freaky to look at sometimes. He took a few seconds to look around the shuttle he sat in at the other occupants. Boss and Quinlan were at the front, both in the pilot's seat with him being right behind them both. T'Challa was in a conversation with Anakin, the prince talking about his home of Wakanda and apparent technological wonders it held compared to the rest of Earth. Scott appeared to be getting along well with Fixer and Scorch, the trio appearing to tinker on a number of items that ranged from infiltration gadgets to high-end explosives. Nat was reviewing everything about the arena and planet they were headed towards with Sev, Delta Squad's sniper, silently taking apart his rifle and putting it back together. Lastly was Ayla Secura, who sat in the back, elbows resting on her knees with her eyes on a singular object in the ship. Sam tilted his head slightly and spotted what had held her attention and exhaled through his nose with his face scrunching up determination. He gazed upon Cap's shield that they had brought along with them, the vibranium disc being cleaned of any scorch marks or dirty patches it had. Soon, Cap, Sam internally said to himself. Soon. How much longer? Asked the Twi'lek Jedi, breaking Falcon out of his thoughts. You asked that 10 minutes ago and a half hour before that. Quinlan said in good-natured annoyance. Sorry. Ayla said softly, head hanging down slightly. Steve ain't one to die so easily, Ayla. Nat spoke up. He was, after all, trapped in ice for nearly 70 years. T'Challa brought up. How the hell did that happen? Scorch asked in surprise. Long story. Scott said. Fixer shrugged. We got 5 minutes. Boss called out from the front. So that means you'll have to make it an abridged version. Or save it for the ride home. Scott suggested. Ugh, fine. Scorch said in a faux dramatic tone. Until we get Captain Rogers out of there. 5 minutes eventually passed by with the ship exiting out of hyperspace. Their transport made their way to the planet's surface. Landing their shuttle in a docking bay, they were met with Quinlan's informant, Kalain Hentz, who was waiting for them. She greeted the Kiffer Jedi in a far more affectionate manner than anticipated. And he returned the gesture in kind, briefly leaning his forehead against hers. Kalain then cheekily greeted the rest of Delta Squad in her own friendly manner, with the 4 commandos doing the same in return. Ayla. Hentz said in a cordial manner, the Twi'lek nodding her head back at her. She then turned to the rest. Ah, Anakin Skywalker. Kalain said in recognition. The hero with no fear. Naturally. Anakin said with a small boastful smirk. Kalain chuckled slightly before looking at the other 4 heroes. And you must be the Avengers. Some of them. Scott said with a shrug. And you must be Voss Contact. Natasha said. I am. Hentz nodded. Now we better get going. Show's about to start for today. The team split into 2 as they went on to their assigned tasks when making it to their destination. Each of them were given large brown robes that were able to cover themselves entirely, much to the amusement of the others as they watched the commandos lightly complain about their bulky mass making it difficult to move. The group was divided into 3 groups in total. Sam, Scorch, T'Challa, and Anakin were in the same crowd with Kalain, Ayla, Voss and Scorch. Fixer, Scott, and Natasha went down into the underground of the arena to see if Steve could be found there. And if not, the means in which to get the collar that remained around his neck. Upon reaching the arena, they saw it was packed to the brim with spectators. Well now, he knows how to draw a crowd. Anakin remarked. As soon as he said that, the arena erupted into deafening cheers as the two groups within the crowd immediately spotted whom they came to rescue. "Well shit, that was easy," Scott stated in blank surprise. "Natasha, Steve is in the arena," Anakin reported to Widow straight away. "He's about to fight." "Damn," Nat muttered from her end. "Do you see that collar Kalain mentioned?" "Yes," Sev answered. The clone's trained eyes spotted the device almost instantly on the super soldier's form. "What's he fighting?" Scott asked. The answer came in the form of a large creature with a potato-like body, elongated limbs that had clawed hands and a flat face, two small eyes and a wide mouth lined with sharp teeth. "What the hell is that thing supposed to be?" Sam asked in shock. "A rancor," Anakin grimly said. "Tough bastards." "Oh shit," Voss murmured, watching as Cap began fighting the beast that was swinging its arms at the super soldier. Steve crashed down onto his back and barely managed to throw his hands up in time to catch the large, clawed hand of his current opponent. This rancor was his third one that he had faced since becoming a gladiator for the amusement of the audience, and he had quickly decided they were his least favorite species to fight. By this point, his suit was becoming darker in appearance as it hadn't been cleaned in some time now. The symbol for the Avengers on his right shoulder had been torn off, as was his white star, courtesy of the first rancor he fought. He had a full beard on him by now, with his growing hair slicked back thanks to his own nasty grease and sweat. Back up in the crowds, Roger's rescuers watched on bated breath and anticipation. They wanted to rush in to save him, but they were able to see the collar around his neck. Undoubtedly, if they were to rush in to save him, those in control would kill him right in front of them just to spite him. "Think we should join in on the fun?" Scorch asked quietly, nudging Quinlan slightly. "Bet you he kills it with a spear." "Really, Scorch?" Voss asked dryly. "We're here to rescue him, not bet on his life." Scorch scoffed jokingly. "With us here, his life is as good as saved. Just wanna have some fun." The Jedi eyed his demolition expert for a few moments. "You lost your credits again to Fixer, didn't you?" "I cannot confirm nor deny it." "You did." "He's cheating, I swear to you." Scorch complains childishly. "It's not fair." "You are such a child," Voss said with a shake of his head. A moment later, Quinlan produced a gold credit piece. "You're on." "You two are idiots." Sam was unable to withhold the comment. "Any progress on deactivating the collar?" Teach-Allah asked, ignoring the others with his eyes on Steve, who had narrowly ducked beneath a swipe of the rancor's claws. On Nat, Fixer, and Scott's end, they encountered some resistance in the form of security droids that they quickly dealt with. "Well, we don't even know what we're looking for." Fixer shot down the last of the security droid within the hallway they were running through. "A control console is a start. Or even a triggering device as a second option. Do we even know what it could look like?" Natasha asked. "Search every place on every floor." "Wait." Scott halted in mid-run, making his two companions do the same. "Everybody here who's fighting has these collar things, right?" Nat and Fixer looked at each other briefly before looking back, and the latter nodding at the former ex-con. "Then, shouldn't we just go to the assholes who hold whatever they need to keep the collars on? I hate it when we never considered such a thing earlier." Nat muttered, feeling rather stupid right about now. Fixer chortled. "Always hate it when we make things complicated for no reason." "So where is the main place where we could find the bastards?" Scott asked. Having kept the comms on, the others heard this conversation, and Kalain was the one to supply an answer. "The northern structure of the arena." Kalain quickly answered. "It's heavily guarded. Not gonna be a problem for us," Natasha declared. "When you see the collar snap off, make the move." "Got it," was the collective response from those standing within the audience. The trio of infiltrators ran towards the northern end of the arena and eventually reached the corner of the hallway that would lead down to its entrance. Scott shrank down and stood upon Fixer's shoulder as he peeked around the corner, with Nat getting down to one knee and doing the same. 10 guards. Nat quickly counted off. "Gay Marines," Fixer said in a grimace, identifying the guards. "Tough little bastards with hard skin." Think they can take on a miniature punch with the density of a tank? Scott asked. Fixer's shoulders move up and down. Only one way to find out. Scott lightly adjusted his posture as Fixer's index was lined up behind him. Flick me, Scott said. A moment later, Ant-Man was punted straight towards the closest game marine. The pig-like bipedal creature that Scott flew towards squinted briefly as it believed to have seen something small in its sight. A moment later, the guard was promptly struck and fell over, crashing down to the ground. Scott grew to full size, surprising the remaining guards before he shrank back down again. Another game marine was suddenly tripped up and then came in the cavalry. Fixer and Nat sprinted at the confused pig guards and with Scott, quickly took them out in rapid succession. They stood over the now dead guards. They weren't so tough for overgrown pig men, Scott said with a shrug. Fixer huffed a laugh while Nat went for the comms. We're outside the main room, Widow reported to the rest of the team. What's Steve's status? Well, Scorch just won some credits, Anakin Riley commented, the clone's laugh being heard in the background. And you guys better hurry cause Steve's facing down another rancor and this time with friends. Without missing a beat, the green armored clone commando pulled out 3 discs from his pack. On 3, we storm the room, said Fixer as he placed some explosives on the door. Once everything was set, the others went to cover so they wouldn't get hit by the upcoming blast. From there, Fixer counted down before activating the trigger. Kaboom! What? Hearing the startled yell from the other side, the team ran in with their weapons trained at the individuals inside. Upon seeing them, the ones in charge of the arena started firing upon the intruders. The ringleader turned in time and was struck by a large piece of debris that had flown towards him. The man fell to the ground in a daze and drifted off into unconsciousness as blaster fire and chaos reigned within his personalized viewing room over the Coliseum. The rest of the man's entourage was quickly shot down or beaten by Ant-Man, Black Widow, and Fixer who stood at the entrance. They lowered their arms and weapons and were met with the awkward scenes of some who had survived this breach. It was mostly drunkards, gamblers, and scantily clad women. Scott quickly looked up to the ceiling as if it was the most interesting thing and made sure to picture his own girlfriend to avoid looking at the barely clothed ladies. I think it should be obvious what you all should be doing right about now, Nat said casually. A moment later, those who were still alive made a beeline for the door and dashed out the room and left the trio with the mess they caused. So, what are we looking for? Scott asked, gazing around the room that they had made quite a mess in. Fixer was already patting down several bodies closest to him. Black Widow took a moment to regard the many bodies littering the floor until her eyes landed upon the one on the ground in front of the most lavish couch that sat in the center of the room. Wordlessly, she approached the unconscious body and began sifting through the man's pockets until she pulled out a remote of some kind. Fixer, Nat called out to him and tossed him the remote she found. Catching it, it took him a moment to inspect it before nodding with a grin under his helmet. Exactly what we're looking for, Fixer declared. Just as he said this, the trio heard a boisterous roar of the crowd. They looked out the open window to see Steve standing atop the body of the rancor he had just killed, facing down yet another rancor. Only this one wasn't alone. There were several Nexu, Arik, another Acklay and Corellian hounds now out on the field. What the hell? Scott cried out in shock. How'd they get out? Fixer looked down at the remote and noticed the button third to the bottom glowing and looked back at the human who had held the remote. Either by intention or accident, that bastard's the reason they all got out, Fixer stated. Do you know which one will get that collar off of him? Nat asked the clone commando who nodded and pressed the center button in the remote. They watched from their vantage point a momentarily confused Captain Rogers who had a hand up to his neck as it was light of a death collar around him. Then now we can go help him, Widow declared, raising her wrist comm. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our cue. Needing no other incentive, Scott took a few steps back before going for a running start towards the window. Jumping through the wide opening, he pressed down on his right-hand controller. Growing to 20 feet tall, he proceeded to punt a rancor right up to a tower adjacent to the one he had just raided. A few minutes earlier, Cap was struggling to beat this rancor that managed to get a good blow on him. He was breathing heavily, tiredly with him aching from head to toe. This was his everyday life for over a month now, possibly getting close to 2 depending on all the tally marks he had marked on his metal greave. Non-stop fighting. Barely any food or water without a proper time to rest. Adrenaline had gotten him through a number of tough situations. But in the end, Steve was still human. Enhanced as he may be with a peak physical body, he still felt tired at the end of every fight, and now it was just plain exhaustion. At times, his arms trembled at the end of every day, with Rogers shaking it off as he tried getting proper sleep whenever he was able to. Not that it was all bad. He got some good exercise in. And he firmly believed that after he got out of this place, he felt he would have gotten stronger than before. He only hoped that his friends would find him and get him out of here. And as luck would have it, when he stood atop the defeated Rancor and faced the oncoming literal menagerie of alien creatures that had been released from their cages, the collar around his neck suddenly snapped off. What dash? Abruptly, he felt the ground shake, and a moment later, the giant foot of Scott sailed by him and punted the newest Rancor in the arena up into one of the Colosseum's observation decks. Cap looked up in stunned disbelief, which turned into a beaming smile at the sight of Giant Man standing above him. "Hey Cap." Scott's voice boomed. "Sorry it took us so long." Not a moment went by when the rest of Cap's rescue team made themselves known. Delta Squad discarded their cloaks, as did the Avengers and Jedi present, and all jumped into the arena. Falcon took to the air and quickly rained down small missiles upon the alien creatures, some getting quickly while those with stronger hides screeched in painful protest. Anakin and Ayla rushed forward with their lightsabers ignited and cleaved through Steve's adversaries. Voss was standing by Kalain, Boss, and Sev, who were shooting at guards who were now running into the arena. "I believe this is yours, Captain Rogers." Cap blinked and turned to see Black Panther standing by his side and held his colorful shield in hand out for him to take. Smiling, Steve held his signature weapon in his hands after what felt like years. "Felt rather incomplete without it," he said, slipping his shield onto his left arm. He then gazed at the others around him. "And it's good to see you all again." "Glad to see you're still kicking, Steve," said the familiar voice of Natasha Romanoff, who had joined his side with Fixer right next to her. "Nat," Steve said, looking over to the clone commando, recognizing him and the other 3 commandos on the field. "Fixer. Good to see you too." "Glad to be here, Captain Rogers," Fixer stated. "Honored Delta Squad came to help," Steve said with a grin. "Voss still driving you crazy?" "They do the same, and you know it, Captain Rogers," said the voice of Quinlan, who had joined their side with the others. Steve nodded at the Kiffer Jedi in appreciation, momentarily pausing at the sight of a light-skinned woman beside Voss. "Kalain Hance." She quickly introduced herself to him. "She's the reason we found you," Nat added in. "Then I guess I got to thank you the most," Steve said earnestly. "Save it for when we get out of here," Kalain said cheekily. "The thought of having the Avengers owing you one is a pretty nice idea." Steve shook his head in amusement before flinging his shield forward with all his might. "Yes, ma'am." The team of 12 now went on the offensive, fighting off a multitude of guards and the violent creatures that had been kept inside the arena below. It was complete and utter chaos in and out of the arena. Due to Fixer releasing the collar around Steve, he didn't realize that. As this went on, the ringleader of this operation had stirred and was met with the sight of pure uncontrolled chaos running free across the arena. Frantically looking all over, he saw all the enslaved combatants getting freed from their restraints. No. How the hell did this happen? He quickly fiddled with his comm piece and contacted the head honcho of this establishment. "Boss," he said in fear. "We've got a situation here." "What is it?" came the voice of his employer in a bored voice. "The Avengers, the Jedi," he quickly said. "They're here. They're attacking the arena and all the slaves are being freed." "The Avengers, you say?" His employer spoke in intrigue. "I take it they're here to rescue their leader, Captain Rogers." "Yes, sir." The ringleader spoke in fear. "All the creatures have been freed and all the gladiators are revolting. What should I do?" He was met with silence for a number of seconds until, "Send out the Gorog." Those who hadn't engaged the Free Gladiators and invading Republic forces froze in shock and fear. The ringleader paled upon hearing the order. But the arena's restraints, they haven't been properly tested," he said in shock. "Open the Gorog gate, now," his employer said, with a louder voice. "Leave that place to its fate. Best not to dwell on failed endeavors." Down at the arena floor, Steve and his companions had been clearing out the field, systematically defeating the large alien creatures that had remained to face them. By now, the arena was pretty much cleared out with the 12 standing strong together. For the most part, the fighting seemed to be reaching its end until they heard another gate open up. This one was particularly larger than the others, something that Steve had always taken note of whenever he fought. The others quickly readied themselves for whatever awaited them from within. In a sad way, Steve relaxed when he saw a common rancor stomp through the passageway. It wasn't the first time he had to kill one of those things. He just beat one a few minutes ago. The somewhat calm demeanor of the group in facing another rancor was shattered a moment later. A massive three-fingered hand appeared, grabbed the rancor and dragged it into the darkened space between the gates. Scott squeaked out. "What was that?" A second later, the rancor was thrown out onto the field. More like, the two halves of the rancor were thrown back out, further bloodying the ground. "That's not disgusting at all," Widow said blankly, the group feeling the ground shake with an echoing growl emanating from the gates. "I have a bad feeling about this," Skywalker murmured, expression conveying a growing sense of dread. The arena continued to shake and tremble as whatever it was that was about to be unleashed drew closer. Seconds later, a gargantuan creature emerged from a gate in the ground and roared. It had scars littering its gray leathery flesh. It has a metal plate on its head covering a large scar with chains attached to its shackles. And protruding from its lower jaw were 4 massive tusks. By this point, every spectator ran away from the arena. "Is it too late for Scorch to make it back to the shuttle to get his explosives?" Sev asked weakly. "I don't even think a nuke would kill this bastard," Sam asked in an emotionless tone. "What the hell is this thing?" Sam shouted in shock. "It's bigger than the Zillo beast." "That's rather perceptive. Now how do we kill it?" Fixer shouted. "I don't think we easily can," Boss said grimly. The gargantuan creature sniffed the air before it turned to face the 4 clones, 3 Jedi, 5 Avengers and lone informant and roared aloud. "I think it spotted us," Scorch blandly said. "No shit," Sam said, unfurling his wings again. "Start thinking of a solution," Steve shouted, the entire group scrambling out of the way as the large fist of the Gorog came crashing down. It struck the ground with such force, the entire arena went through a miniature earthquake. The group all stumbled a bit though thankfully managed to remain on their feet. "Take that bastard down," Boss yelled out, and instantly, all 4 Delta Squad members began firing their collective weapons upon the gigantic monster. Sam flew around the head of the creature, firing his own blasters at it. Steve, T'Challa, Anakin, and Ayla were running around the area, avoiding the swings and swipes the Gorog made towards them. "When we came for you, I didn't think this is how it would have turned out," Anakin said, running alongside Steve. "Most things never do turn out the way you think they would," Steve pointed out. "Best not to think about it." "Behind us!" T'Challa shouted, the 4 of them looking back in time to see the other arm of the Gorog swinging right at them. Steve and T'Challa jumped up and landed upon the large hand before flipping off while Ayla and Anakin utilized the Force to perform large overarching jumps right over the giant hand. Nat was watching from afar, trying to formulate some kind of plan, but none were popping into mind. She looked at the creature and noted multiple chains and devices around it that looked like they were meant to be restraints. There were several brief moments where the Gorog lightly clawed at some of these metal devices with a sense of clear pain and irritation. "Guys, that thing is surrounded by those metal pieces," Nat spoke into the comms. "Maybe that's a way for us to restrain it or even kill it." Anakin spotted the restraints and a second later noticed they were connected to 2 pillars. He narrowed his eyes and looked back forth between the hands and pillars that were behind it. "Ayla, help me take care of the restraints," Anakin shouted, an idea forming quickly in his mind. "What? Why?" Ayla asked, watching Anakin run towards the large hand furthest from them. Trust me. Go Ayla. Steve encouraged, throwing his shield at the Gorog. We'll cover you both. Rushing onwards, the two Jedi went to their respective pillars, leaped high into the air and unleashed a barrage of saber strikes where the restraints were connected. Their attacks started charging the magnets within the restraints. At a certain point, the shackles attached to the Gorog started getting pulled back. Push its hands into the chains. Hearing this, the others quickly played their own part to help in getting the Gorog restrained. Sam flew by and pressed down on his tack pad to send out several drones from his wingsuit. They flew straight into the wrists of the monster, penetrating its skin and expended all the energy it could in helping push one of the hands back. Sam. T'Challa called out to him, his form glowing purple once more. Instantly getting the Prince of Wakanda's intentions, Falcon swooped by and grabbed hold of Panther's outstretched hand. Flying on high, he was directed towards the head in which Sam let the enhanced prince fly down at the head of the creature. He landed and a moment later sailed back as the built-up kinetic energy stunned the Gorog. Sev and Natasha both utilized high-piercing sniper rounds from their blaster rifles and repeatedly shot the tips of the shackles to hopefully push them back. It was more or less successful while they had to occasionally evade the oncoming blows. Black Panther landed on the ground and was once again aglow with kinetic energy as the impact of his landing built up enough force. He rolled into a standing position and jumped to stand in front of Fixer and Voss just as the Gorog's fist came down. T'Challa slammed his fist down with all his might and unleashed the kinetic energy he had in his suit, which was enough to make the giant hand recoil back. Both hands eventually came back to where the restrainment pillars were located, causing them to get fully locked into place. Now grab its head. What? Like this? Anakin said, throwing out both his arms and immediately feeling a strain on his entire body. He had grabbed the beast's head, but it was trying to pull itself free. Oh no, you don't! Hissed Skywalker, applying more power to his hold. Suddenly it became easier when he noticed Ayla assisting him. A moment later, Voss caught on to their intentions and joined in. They were slowly bringing it down, yet it continued to resist. Then, from up above, a giant figure grew to a large size right over the Gorog's head and fell down upon it with its elbow connecting to its head. That one was for you, Macho Man. Giant Man proclaimed. Now it's time for you to get acquainted with the ground. Delivering another blow, Scott attempted to send the creature to the dirt, but the restraints weren't able to make that happen all that well. Thus Giant Man kept hitting it over and over. This unfortunately caused the restraints to break, letting the Gorog free in the process. Crap! Scott said as he was promptly flung off and crashed hard onto the ground, shrinking back down to normal. Sev and Nat rushed over to help him and check him over for any serious injuries. The others still faced the Gorog that was now bellowing out whilst thumping its chest challengingly at its opponents below him. Restraining it won't work anymore. We need to take it out of commission. Cap said grimly. How? Kalain asked in a small squeak. Working on the solution. Steve admitted. Before anything could really be done, both mentally and physically, a large shadow encompassed them all. Scatter! Came the yell from Voss as everyone scrambled to get out of the dual fist's way. Both fists came crashing down onto empty space, yet the force of the impact actually caused many of them to be lifted up from the ground and fall over. Falcon remained in the air, firing at the creature repeatedly, whilst Black Panther stuck close to Boss and Scorch and used a constant stream of kinetic energy as his means of repelling the Gorog's hands. Steve also kept flinging his shield at the face of the creature, much to its irritation, and the Jedi kept giving it burnt scratches along its hands and arms. The Gorog was becoming far more erratic now, starting to simply swing his limbs about violently and destroying the area around him. Debris began raining down everywhere now, with the arena starting to crumble from the rampaging monstrosity. The Gorog chased after Sam momentarily, wildly swinging its large arms at the flying Avenger, and in the process destroyed more of the arena. The clone commandos, Nat and Kalain, had to basically steer clear and remain as far as possible from the giant beast, whilst the 2 super soldiers and 3 Jedi continued to engage it. Ayla was now using both her blue and the green lightsaber she had procured from Cadrian earlier this year to keep slashing at the Gorog. Anakin and Voss opted to team and fling large chunks of rock at the beast. T'Challa unveiled a new function to his suit the team hadn't seen before, and it was a glowing purple vibranium staff. Steve simply kept throwing his shield, hitting the Gorog's face constantly, yet the beast continued its rampage even with the combined assault of 3 Avengers and 3 Jedi. "Jesus, that thing's crazy," Scott bemoaned, wincing as he nursed his side. His rib was either bruised or broken as he felt the pain was constant in that part of his body. "How are we supposed to beat it?" Fixer asked. "Think I can make it back to our ship and bring out the heavy ordnance?" Scorch asked, with Boss shaking his head. Flinging his weapon in an upward angle, Steve saw his vibranium shield bounce against the Gorog's head again. It bounced back, and instead of returning to its owner, the Gorog's shifting arm struck it and it went elsewhere in the field. Steve gritted his teeth as he rushed to retrieve it, but he was forced to fall back when the gargantuan alien swept its arm across the ground. Ayla was by Anakin and Voss' side as the trio kept using the Force to throw large rocks at the Gorog to no avail. A brief shadow passed overhead that caught Sakura's attention. Seeing the weaponized frisbee flying across the air, Ayla leaped into the air and used the Force to assist her in procuring Steve's shield. She knew the shield could cut through the Force and she couldn't grasp it properly. But she figured there was a workaround. Rather than trying to grab the shield itself, she used the Force in a clever manner, expunging a burst of sorts from above the shield. The force in which made it fly down to her. Just in time too, as their giant adversary brought its fist forward to punch her out of the air. Acting quickly, the Twi'lek Jedi whipped the shield before her when the fist came in close. The star-spangled shield indeed protected her from the powered hit, but she was rocketed towards the earth upon impact. She landed hard, feeling her entire body scream in pain as she let out a whimper with her trembling from the impact. Ayla could still feel her entire body be able to move, which was good as nothing was paralyzed. But also it was bad as she felt everything. She slowly managed to get to her knees with every muscle and bone she had aching in protest of the movement. How in the Force does Steve do it? She yelled out mentally, gritting her teeth during this process. Sakura noticed the area around her was darkened and she looked up with her eyes widening. The team watched on in horror as the Gorog hovered over Ayla, who couldn't move due to her body refusing to do so. All she was able to do was weakly raise Steve's shield and awaited her demise. Suddenly, pain erupted by her side as she was tackled out of the way of the hand. She cried out, eyes closed, as she felt strong arms wrapped around her as she was on the ground once more. A moment later, the large hand of the Gorog came down and she heard a scream of pain in her ear. Ayla opened her eyes in time to see Steve struggle before he was quickly lifted up into the air by the Gorog from his ankles. The Twi'lek's eyes widened in horror as she watched Steve get lifted right above the head of the giant beast. "Steve!" Ayla and Sam shouted at the same time. Falcon dove forward as fast as he was able to reach Steve in time, only to see his friend get dropped right into the open wide mouth of the Gorog. "No! He fucking ate Cap!" Scott and Delta Squad all screamed in shock. Eventually overcoming their shock, the assembled allies went in rather fiercely in order to take out the beast once and for all. The Gorog simply swung its fists about erratically, keeping them at bay. Ayla reached for her waist, shield in her left hand, as her right patted down to realize. She quickly looked to see one of her lightsabers was missing. The one she had made when she first became a Padawan. "Ayla!" Voss called out to her, breaking her out of her stupor. "Come on, focus. We gotta get Steve out of there before he reaches that freak's stomach." The blue-skinned Twi'lek nodded as she had to ready herself to continue the fight. As the Gorog stood tall and roared, it prepared to smash everyone else left in the field. Suddenly, it lurched forward with a painful snarl. And it wasn't for one instant, but several. It began jerking about violently, with it letting out screeches of pain. "What's happening?" Anakin asked warily. I don't know," Kalain answered, all looking on nervously as the Gorog continued spasming about. The gargantuan beast was roaring as it hunched ever more. Soon enough, something pierced out of the area around the stomach. It was missable at first, but they were able to see it was bright and blue. "Wait a second." Ayla squinted slightly. Is that my lightsaber?" It had to be. The only other blue lightsaber out in the field was Anakin's. But that only meant. A moment later, the lightsaber started cleaving right through the Gorog's stomach area. After a mighty thrust, the blue lightsaber sliced through the gray leathery flesh with vast amounts of blood gushing out. And with it came the creature's intestines. Along with something else. From the small tidal wave of blood and intestines came a body that flailed down to the ground below. The Gorog tried to keep its innards within his belly, but its attempts were useless as too much flowed out. It roared as it fell over and collapsed in utter agony. It wouldn't be much longer for the beast to finally die out. The group watched as a blood-soaked figure slowly stood to its feet, a metal lightsaber loosely being held in its hands. The body appeared to barely be able to stand, and not a moment too soon. Ugh! Dropping the lightsaber from his grasp, the person fell over to their knees onto the bloody ground and puked up whatever was in their stomach. "Steve," was the response of all present upon realizing just who it was. They ran right over to him and watched him try to get his bearings together. "Oh God!" Steve was on all fours, dry heaving. "Dear God! Are you all right?" Ayla asked, almost frantically. "Holy shit, that was insane!" Boss murmured. "Bast give me strength, that odor is something else." T'Challa scrunched up his face, his mask forming back around his head to protect him from the putrid stench of the captain. Steve coughed, nearly throwing up again in the process. "That was one of the most disturbing things I've ever done," Cap said slowly. "No amount of therapy will ever make this okay. I don't think any therapy will be enough for what you did," Sam said good-naturedly, laughing in exhausted relief at seeing his close friend alive and well. "Steve, Anakin coughed. "Actually everyone, step away from him for a moment." The team looked at the Jedi quizzically but did as he asked and watched as Skywalker raised his hands and concentrated on Rogers. Steve managed to raise himself, still on his knees, as he looked at Anakin with a bleary face of confusion. "THVVVM." Anakin expunged a focused shockwave of the Force that was strong enough to get a good amount of blood and gunk off the good captain. "Oh." Voss crossed his arms and hummed in approval. "Good thinking." Thanks," Steve said with a grateful smile. "Let's get the hell out of here," Sam said aloud. "Because of enemy reinforcements?" Scott asked. "No, cause Steve needs one hell of a cleanup," Nat stated, flinching as she could still see the odor of the intestines emanating off the super soldier. "Please," Steve almost pleaded. "I need one." Scene cut. It honestly took an hour for Steve to exit both the medical facility and the washroom of the Republic space station that they had stopped at on the way back to Coruscant. Slweron was in the outer rim and not all that far from the space controlled by the Hutts, so it was the best place they had to stop in for some proper medical treatment. His leg was broken for the most part, having been smashed slightly by the Gorog when he saved Ayla. Not to mention being held captive for a month needed him to have a well-deserved checkup in case he caught anything. Thankfully though, with this galaxy's medical know-how and his own enhanced physiology, he would be able to recover in another several weeks. After his checkup, Steve practically quarantined himself into the washroom so he may, well, get himself cleaned up. He was greasy, dirty, and hadn't shaved for so long that his unmaintained beard started to itch his face like crazy. Cast around his neck, he hobbled over to finally dry himself off from what was essentially an hour of showering and shaving. "God, I almost forgot how good it feels taking a long hot shower," Steve said to himself. "Took you long enough." Cap looked over to see Sam, Nat, Scott, T'Challa, and Anakin entering his room. "Almost thought you wanted to camp out in the showers longer than you should," Sam joked, grin in place. "Almost wanted to," Steve admitted, limping over to give Sam a hug before doing the same for Scott and Nat in a firm arm grasp with T'Challa. He then placed a hand on Anakin's shoulder. "Thanks for coming for me. All of you. Wouldn't be the same without ya, Cap," Skywalker stated, cocky smirk in place. "Couldn't stand to see the Avengers mope around like that." "I wouldn't call it moping," Nat said, an amused eye roll directed at the Jedi. "More like overbearing depression," Anakin tacked on. "Weren't you just as adamant about getting him back?" Scott shot back. "How are you feeling, Steve?" T'Challa asked, ignoring the banter from the others. Alive. Steve answered tiredly. Should be happy about that at least. How's your leg feeling? Natasha asked. Steve glanced down at his foot. Haven't had any broken bones in years. So it'll be something to work with again. He then looked back up to his friends. Where's the others? Delta Squad. Voss? Ayla. They're recovering in their own rooms. Sam answered. Saw Delta Squad in the cafeteria, grabbing some grub. Voss is with that hench lady in her room cause she got real roughed up from that kaiju freak. Scott said. And Ayla's in her own room resting up too. Steve nodded at that, glad to hear that everyone who came after him were all alive and in one piece. Gotta ask, but what did I miss while I was gone? During the month or while you were getting cleaned up? Nat asked for clarity. Steve rose a brow at this response before giving a simple one of his own. Both. He was given a brief summary of the events that had since transpired since his kidnapping by Ultron. It was kind of what he was expecting. The galaxy was in a state of fear, the entire Republic was in uproar as was the CIS. Multiple systems across the galaxy were switching sides between the Republic, separatists, or choosing to become neutral, causing further upheaval. It was madness, pure and simple. The Jedi had also received a secret message directly from the Hutt Cardinals which informed them of something quite serious. Ultron had met with them earlier in the year, strong-arming them into their silence while he operated within their system. This was huge news to the Avengers and other Jedi, which was why, when they had learned Obi-Wan wasn't at the temple at the time of their departure, multiple fleets were being sent out through Hutt space to try and pin down Ultron's location. The Avengers, those who had faced him before, however, believed that Ultron has likely changed bases by this point. He had said to Steve that he had to change tactics if he were to win, so they knew the same would have to be done for him. Eventually, they had left Steve to his own devices, who was now walking through the pristine white halls of this medical facility. He had passed by a number of clones, all of whom stopped and saluted out of respect, with Steve giving each either a firm nod or something akin to a brotherly smile. It was strange how at ease he was with the clones by this point, but a welcomed one. They were soldiers just like him. Steve stopped by the room where Voss and Kalain were supposed to be. Taking a moment to peek into the room, he saw Kalain resting in bed with multiple bandages around her, though she still looked well enough. By her side and holding her hand was Quinlan Voss, sporting his own injuries though not enough to keep him bedridden. The two appeared to be engaged in a rather intimate conversation, both having tender smiles as they spoke with one another. Are they in a relationship? Steve idly wondered. This thought was all but confirmed when he saw Voss lift Kalain's hand up his lips and kissed it lovingly. Hence let out a content sigh and pulled him in for a quick kiss. Not wanting to ruin whatever moment was happening here, he quietly hobbled away. He walked past another room only to halt and quickly go back. In this room, he saw a lone blue-skinned Twi'lek Jedi covered in bandages sitting cross-legged at the edge of her bed in a meditative position. Ayla. Steve said quietly, getting her to open her eyes and see him standing at the entrance to her room. Steve. She said with a kind smile. I'm glad to see you're already moving about. Same with you, well, just alright is all. Ayla laughed, a fond smile in place as he limped over to her. How are you feeling? He asked, making the Jedi laugh once more. Shouldn't I be asking you that question instead? Ayla inquired mischievously. I had only one day in the arena while you have been at it for over a month now. I'm walking. Steve said plainly, a small smile in place. That should count as enough. Well, you should be resting. Ayla playfully admonished. It might take an army to keep me back from going out on the field until my recovery. Steve joked with a shrug. After what you went through, they'd practically order you to comply with the request. Ayla countered. Wouldn't be surprised if Natasha convinces Peter to web you to your bed so you can recover properly. That is something she would do. Steve said with a huff of amusement. The two shared a moment of comfortable silence. Thanks for coming for me, Steve said in a low voice. Ayla blinked but had a wide, content smile a moment later. I believe I should be thanking you as well, Ayla said softly. Even though we came with the intention of saving you, you in your typical fashion wound up saving me in the middle of this all. Steve shook his head. You guys all still came for me. Ayla felt her body protest at her movements, but she managed to get to her feet without much trouble. She walked over to him and gently pulled him in for a gentle hug, with Steve returning the gesture. Anything for a friend, she whispered softly. Scene cut. On the planet of Coruscant, within the abandoned, darkened industrial district, flew a lone ship towards a tall spire that looked as though it would fall apart at any given moment. This was a rather deceitful appearance, as the ship landed upon a platform with no trouble, the run-down building making no means of displaying that the ship would affect the structural integrity. From the ship, out stepped Count Dooku with his cape billowing in the winds of the planet. He took a moment to survey the area around him. Using both his own eyes and his aptitude in the Force to detect that none were here other than one other person. Nodding to himself, the leader of the Separatists walked into the large structure. Within seconds of entering the building, Dooku instantly spotted the black-robed figure of his master. Master Sidious. Dooku inclined forward into a respectful bow. Darth Tyrannus. Sidious greeted in return, approaching his apprentice. I take it the Parliament and Council are still squabbling about. Yes, Master. Dooku grimaced. As is the Republic. Sidious nodded in confirmation before finally asking something which plagued his mind for some time now. What is this meeting about, Dooku? Why have you requested to meet me in person? Excuse me? But was it not you who told me to come here, Master? Dooku said in confusion. Sidious openly frowned at this statement, eyes narrowed at his apprentice. I did no such thing. The message from our meeting came directly from you. I never sent such a message. Dooku denied with a shake of his head. Sidious felt a sense of irritation rise up from within. He detected no falsehoods from Tyrannus, and he knew that he didn't send him any message. So what was going on? We've been deceived, Sidious said after a moment of thought. Someone sent falsified messages to us both for us to meet here. But that's impossible. It was a private channel. Dooku argued. Nothing is private when it comes to the likes of me. Came a metallic voice that echoed about within the large room the two stood in. In an instant, both Sith Lords had their lightsabers out and ready to ignite them. They looked about the room until Sidious's eyes landed on a particularly shaded area of the room. He snarled aloud, causing Dooku to turn in the direction he faced, and both Sith Lords saw the sight of glowing red eyes and a faintly visible red smile. It was rather easy copying and splicing your hollow image, your voice, speech patterns, and mannerisms. Having to study what conversations I was able to pull for a while now to get things just right so I can lure you both here. From the shadows, out stepped the 8-foot-tall AI menace that was Ultron. You have a great deal of stupid bravery to have come here by yourself, vile droid. Dooku sneered spitefully. Ultron guffawed at the Count's words. You must be more senile than you look. You do know I'm here and there and everywhere. Think just cutting down one body is enough to take me out. Dooku's grip on his curved lightsaber tightened whilst Sidious glared with utter contempt towards the metal being. Seeing Sidious, Ultron rolled his eyes in total annoyance. You can lose the hood, old man. You already know I know your secret identity, so get that crap off, yeah. Ultron said derisively. Or do I need to just rip it off, Chancellor? Dooku sharply turned to his master in alarm, then back at the tall metal man whilst Palpatine conceded and removed his hood. There we go. Ultron said in a mocking applause. You do know that wearing that on your head leads to more male baldness, right? Then again, you're not much to look at in hindsight. And honestly, if someone were to capture some conversation or recording of you with that getup, they could do some magic to filter things in and out to find your mug under that hood. And yet, they haven't. Palpatine said in a controlled voice. Sooner or later, your luck will run out. What is the meaning of this, droid? Dooku asked in a deadly voice. Just wanting a proper chat, face to face. Ultron took a step forward and the two Sith Lords jumped back slightly. While Dooku activated his one lightsaber, Sidious ignited two. The reddened blades were out, brightening the darkened space in an unsettling light. Seeing this, Ultron laughed at their actions. Please, you think whipping out your lightsabers will intimidate me, With a flick of his wrist, a green lightsaber shot out of an opening in one arm while a blue came out of another. I could go Grievous and whip out a few more if you'd wish. Ultron challenged with a manic grin. After all, I had studied his blueprints, took some ideas and refined them to my specifications. Now both Dooku and Sidious were on edge. Now we can waste more time, you two fighting me would be a losing battle. Ultron then deactivated his pilfered lightsabers as he folded his arms. Or we can just talk things out. Besides, even if you destroy this body, I have 1,000 more to take its place. The two Sith Lords remained standing at the ready with their sabers still active until both knew it was better to just go along with whatever this demented being wanted. What is it that you want? Dooku asked carefully. Proclaiming a challenge. A challenge? Is that all you want? Exactly. And what does this challenge pertain to? The synthetic being chuckled as he smirked at the two Sith Lords. May the best man or superior AI being in this case, win. Ultron stated. Win what? Getting their endgames accomplished first. Dooku and Sidious glared at the AI. Oh my god, are you two just gonna stare at me like that all day? Ultron rhetorically asked. You idiots do know I know your dirty little secrets, right? Oh? Don't believe me? Order 66. The Sith Lords inhaled sharply at the mention of that number. How dash. Not to mention a number of other backup plans you two have in store in case your puppets don't work out. Ultron then hummed and thought. What's this about a space station you guys are making? Can't find anything on file really. With good reason. Dooku muttered murderously. Ultron gave the man quizzical look until. I see, keeping even some of your dirtier secrets close to the chest. Ultron nodded in approval. I can respect that. To each their own I guess. If you are done playing this game. Sidious all but snarled, lighting crackling around his fingertips. Games? You think I'm playing a game? Sidious had enough and in an instant fired a powerful torrent of Sith lightning at the AI. Rather than trying to shield himself, Ultron simply held his arms up in a welcoming manner and a moment later, lightning cascaded around his body. Palpatine kept this up for a few more seconds until he realized he was achieving nothing and stopped his electric onslaught. Oh, that was mighty tasty. Hit me again, I'd rather like a little bit of juice. Ultron taunted, small bolts of electricity dancing around his huge frame. This time, Dooku joined his master as he projected his own Sith lightning into the mix. Unfortunately, that wasn't remotely close to harming the synthetic. Ah, that was a nice cocktail. Ultron said, his body literally humming with energy. What? Don't look so surprised. I've been struck by lightning directed from a literal god. You think your little light shows were enough to get a dent on me? Mjolnir packs a far bigger punch than anything you can muster up. You've made your point. Sidious barked out. What do you even plan on doing? I'm glad you asked me that so I can take this time to explain my evil dash. Ultron couldn't help himself as he began laughing a moment later. This only further served to enrage the two Sith Lords whose patience was wearing thin. Don't think I'm that idiotic in doing such a thing. I'm not like one of those stereotypical children's cartoon villains. I'd rather keep my opponents guessing and guessing until they can't guess anymore. Ultron rolled his head around. Well then, I've said my piece and I guess you two old farts have your own plans to attend to. Guess I should leave you to it. The AI engaged built-in thrusters that allowed him to fly up high above them both. First to the finish line wins. Ultron called out tauntingly before rocketing out of the room, leaving the two Dark Lords to fester in this failure of a meeting. Now the two Sith Lords can only sneer at the far-off form of their new adversary in the Galactic Board. And for good measure as they're greatly unprepared for what Ultron has in store. Scene cut. Within a small, darkly lit room, upon the bed were two figures with one that was shifting about in clear discomfort. It was a man around his early 30s with brown hair that reached his neck in a growing scruff. His bedside fellow was a woman that appeared close to his age slept peacefully beside him, seemingly unaware of the man experiencing a harrowing nightmare. In an instant, his eyes snapped open and he shot up, taking in deep breaths. He shakily raised his right hand up to his face and wiped a cold sweat from his forehead. He heard a soft moan next to him and he looked down at the woman he was in bed with that was undisturbed by his sudden awakening. A small smile appeared on his face that went away as soon as he turned to face the sliding door that led out to the small balcony of the apartment. Grunting to himself, he cautiously got out of bed and walked over to the sliding glass door and opened it, stepping out onto the balcony. The man gazed out upon the city that he was currently in, one he had traveled to with the woman back in bed. It was a city within the country located in South Asia called Nepal. That old man better be right about this, Bucky muttered to himself. Upon saying that, flashes of the nightmares he had appeared before his eyes, causing him to violently flinch and shut his eyes tightly. He began dry heaving as he leaned forward against the railing and felt a sickening feeling well up from within. The man had been so distracted by this sudden attack that he failed to hear soft footsteps coming from behind. The man was close to tears until he felt someone place a hand on his back. Instinctively, he spun about in an instant with left arm raised, ready to strike at whoever it was that snuck up behind him. He had a wild look in his eyes as his left hand was curled up into a fist with a slight whirring sound coming from this limb. The person behind him didn't even react to this sudden motion, instead raising their hand up to the man's face. In an instant, the man realized who was standing in front of him and he immediately relaxed with his arm falling to his side. He gazed down at the woman that he was in bed with just a few moments ago, her eyes blue like sapphires as she stepped closer to him. Her hand was resting upon his cheek which he leaned into and let out a haggard sigh. "Another nightmare?" she whispered softly. "Different this time," he muttered. "Different mission, different target." The woman didn't verbally respond, instead stepping into his personal space and wrapping her placed both her hands upon his bare chest and leaned on him. The man instantly responded by wrapping his arms around her and held her tightly as he felt his heartbeat slowly calm down. "It's all right," she whispered softly. "We're in this together, like you said." She felt his head move up and down in agreement. Tilting her head up to face him, she lightly pushed herself up to ensnare him into a loving kiss which he reciprocated before she pulled away. "Come back to bed, Bucky," the woman said kindly. "I need my body pillow by my side." James Buchanan Bucky Barnes snorted at this description of him. "Is that all I am to you, Celeste? Just a place to rest your head when you get tired?" "But of course." Celeste Morn, Shadow of the Jedi Order said with a sly smile. "After all, what good is a broad chest such as yours other than to lay your head down to sleep upon? It's quite comfortable. You're lucky you're as light as a feather." Bucky murmured quietly, a content smile appearing on his face as he leaned his forehead against hers. "Come back to bed, love," Celeste whispered, hands now resting upon his neck. "We've gotten here at last and we need the rest." Bucky grunted, not exactly keen on going back to bed, but he couldn't deny his lover so easily, so he simply let her pull him back to bed. He laid down onto his back with Celeste laying practically her entire body upon his, her head resting just below his neck. Bucky winced slightly at the feel of cold metal on his chest and glanced down at Celeste, catching the glint of a golden necklace wrapped around her neck. He glared at it, feeling his body tense up slightly only for Celeste to pepper his chest with chaste pecks to calm him down. "Relax," she whispered to him. "The old man's magic is keeping him at bay. The sooner we find this place, the sooner we can get him off and get your head cleared." "Do you really think these mystics can pull this off?" Bucky asked softly, hand running through long black hair. Normally, she would be wearing a series of what one could describe as bandages to form a long ponytail to contain her hair. But whenever she's in bed with him it comes off, and to him, she becomes another worldly beauty. Which she really was, all things considered. "This entire planet is the impossible," Celeste stated, tilting her head up with their eyes locking in place. "I may not feel the Force as I usually do, but I do feel something incredible about this planet. And I know that coming here will help us both." "Are you sure?" Bucky asked, looking down to his metal arm now with a frown. He felt Celeste's soft hand tilt his face back in her direction. "Yes," she said with complete assuredness before leaning forward to gently kiss him to assuage his worries. She pulled back, lightly slapped his chest and laid down upon it. "Now go to sleep," she jokingly grumped. Bucky chuckled to himself, wrapping his arms around her. Yes, ma'am. End of chapter. Warning, the following series of scenes are to be pictured as a teaser trailer. Anakin Skywalker stood alone within a meditation room within the Jedi Temple. He gazed out upon the still recovering Coruscant that was under continuous construction since Ultron's attack. His arms crossed and expression troubled, he didn't even react to the council doors opening. In walked his friend and former master Obi-Wan with Steve Rogers by his side. They wordlessly stood alongside the Jedi Knight, the trio gazing out at the city planet together. So, what did they say? Anakin asked after several moments. Steve let out a sigh. You know how it is. They claim their hands are tied but are unwilling to act. Steve groused out. I wouldn't say that. Obi-Wan said. But yes, it appears they will not be acting on this matter. Anakin scoffed aloud, shaking his head in disapproval. Typical. Steve's expression remained stoic until he looked at Anakin. Where do we start? Cut to Spider-Man web swinging up to a tree and attaching himself to its trunk overlooking an enemy stronghold. Flying over him were Falcon, Scarlet Witch, Vision, and War Machine. Up above on a higher branch, Black Panther looked on ahead towards their destination and looked down to Peter. Are you ready, my friend? T'Challa asked with the young teen exhaling shakily and nodding at the Prince of Wakanda. Steve stood with Widow, Scott, Hope, Ayla and Blyce surrounded a hollow table detailing a large facility of some kind. We're gonna need to plan this out accordingly. Steve said. We're going knee-deep into enemy territory. With how they've beefed up security, this mission just became 1,000 times more difficult. Bly pointed out. They've made defensive measures with us in mind. Hope added. I can work around some of these traps, but we'll need an ace in the hole for this one. Scott remarked. A door behind them opened, the group turning to see Voss standing with 8 clone troopers behind him. Voss. Ayla said in surprise. Delta Squad. And, who might you all be? The largest of the newly arrived group removed his helmet to reveal his heavily scarred face and rather crazy smile. The cavalry has arrived. The soldier proclaimed boisterously. Scene cuts to Ahsoka standing by herself in a jungle with her hugging her arms tightly. Ahsoka. The Padawan turned to see her close friends Barriss and Peter standing there, expressions showing clear concern. She gave them a strained smile before looking ahead once more. Cut to Yoda sitting in the center with the Jedi Council surrounding him. As he speaks, multiple scenes are playing out. Chaotic, the war is becoming. The Mandalorian protectors fly together with their newest allies, the Guardians of the Galaxy with their weapons all drawn at once. Losing sight we may, the original purpose this war was. Anakin, battle-torn and scarred, ignites his saber with Steve right by his side as the two readied their charge. The Force, in constant flux it is. Multiple Jedi assemble around Anakin, Ahsoka, Barriss, Trasaa, Obi-Wan, and others as they speak to them all. A darker presence, there is. Lost within the void, it was. Dooku stands on a balcony overlooking his acolytes undergoing rigorous training. Unpredictable variables continue to enter our field. Several villains from Cad Bane, Crossbones, Sidious and finally Ultron all gaze at adversaries with a menacing look. The duty we uphold, called into question it is. The Avengers with several of the friends they have made stand on opposite ends of a room with several Jedi Council members facing them. Sanctity of the temple, not as fortified as we have previously believed. Mace Windu with PLO and Kit Fisto stand within a chamber where several of its slots are empty. Lost in the Force, we may be. Captain Rex stands with the 501st at his back, facing a swarm of Ultron drones. To continue this war, lost we forever may be. Padme turns to Anakin with fear present in her eyes, Anakin mirroring her expression as they run towards one another and embrace each other tightly. Then what do we do, Master Yoda? Asked Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Grand Master of the Jedi Order frowned as he held his cane tightly and didn't respond. Cut to a dark room that began brightening up as Tony Stark, Clint Barton and Hank Pym entered. We've got our list. Tony remarked. Looks promising but maybe that's just the early bird bias. We'll make do. Clint said, hand sifting through several faces before stopping on one. She's first. You're certain about her? Hank asked. We need all the muscle we can get. Doctor Strange stands in the middle of a city, hands surrounded with magic as he looks around him at the strange and deadly creatures surrounding him. Standing with him was Wong, Celeste Morn, and Bucky Barnes. Since Steve and the rest are God knows where, we gotta pick up the slack. Hawkeye is running across a rooftop, ducking underneath energy bolts being shot at him. He leaps across to the next roof and is caught by a figure in a white bodysuit. Nice timing, Clint said with a smirk, getting pulled up by his ally. Cut to Ahsoka on her knees with a greatly troubled expression. With her was Barriss as the two sat together. We've lost our way as Jedi, Ahsoka said. As she spoke, other scenes were playing out. We care more for politics than we do the Force. Enemies swarm the clones of the 212th and 501st, the clones valiantly fighting back. This war was unavoidable, Ahsoka, Barriss said. You and I both know that now. Obi-Wan stands before a deeply concerned Satin, a look of sympathy on the Jedi Master as he holds out his hand for her. So what should we do then? Ahsoka asked. Anakin Skywalker is gravely injured but he refuses to fall. A hand that belongs to Spider-Man is outstretched and the Jedi takes it without hesitation as he's hoisted back up to his feet. He gives the teen an appreciative smile and the two resume battle. We need to find out what it means to be a Jedi, Barriss stated firmly. True Jedi. Explosions go off all around the flying Avengers and starfighters as they dive bomb an enemy ship. Where can we possibly do that? 4 clones in black and red armor fight alongside the Jedi and Avengers, the large team tearing through droids and drones. We need to go back to the start. Where this all started for us. All of it. Cut to a barren wasteland where Vision currently stood alone. Next to him was the large, strange Force-sensitive creature simply known as the Bendu. The Force is in a state of chaos, Bender remarked, eyes to the heavens above. What will you do, my friend? Vision remained silent, hand grazing over the stone in his head. I must return to my friends, Vision said. I need to find them. Tell them what I've learned. Bender let out a rumbling sigh. Beware what you reveal, Vision. Once a secret is seen, it cannot be unseen. Cut to the litany of different scenes all playing out at once. Steve Rogers clashing with Crossbones. Asajj Ventress gazing at her glowing hands in astonishment and fear. Bo-Katan removing her helmet to stare intently at Matt Murdock. Falcon takes into the air with a dozen droid starfighters pursuing him. Black Panther crossing his arms together with Wookiees surrounding him all roaring aloud with their arms raised. Obi-Wan with Plo Koon, Ayla, and Luminara with their lightsabers aloft, looking wary at dozens of robed figures holding red lightsabers. Domino Squad firing their weapons at hordes of droids. Spider-Man snagging a piece of rubble and flinging it at a tank. With great power. Captain America is helped to his feet by Widow and Anakin with Sam flicking his shield in his direction. The super soldier caught it with the Avengers standing strong. Comes great responsibility. Grasping his shield over his head. Avengers. Check the description for the links to the author.